Chapter 1. I feel a strong connection with you. The pristine snow-covered ground resembled a soft mattress, as Ching, clad in scant attire, lay quietly upon it. Her trembling eyelashes were frozen with tiny ice crystals, akin to a serene, sleeping beauty. She no longer possessed the strength to move, and in her dazed state, she caught sight of her great-grandmother approaching with a smile. Cursed fate! Why must I die twice? Ching's heart roared like thunder. As he brushed aside the beast hide that served as a windbreak, a tall and robust man emerged from the snowy expanse into the cave, his muscular upper body bare. In his arms, he cradled a young girl, who was wrapped in a thick fox fur coat, her face displaying a look of utter shock. He gently placed her on a bed of thick hay and animal skins, not forgetting to drape an additional plush fox fur over her. He himself casually wrapped a rougher hide around his body, which paled in comparison to the soft fox fur enveloping the girl. Though his earlier actions were somewhat brusque, his eyes radiated warmth. Today had been fruitful. He had unexpectedly stumbled upon a beautiful young female during his wanderings. Ching remained in a daze until she was laid upon the bedding, at which point she sprang up, only to be tripped by the fox fur that ensnared her, nearly causing her to lose consciousness once more. She gazed up at the man who had rescued her from the snow, exclaiming in astonishment, "You." Noticing her expression of terror, the man reassured her, "Do not be afraid, I mean you no harm." Tears silently streamed down Ching's cheeks. How could she not be afraid? In the snowy wilderness, she had witnessed a wolf metamorphose into a man right before her eyes. It would be far less painful to perish in the snow than to be torn apart and devoured by him. Suddenly, she recalled the fox fur that enveloped her and quickly shed it, tossing it at the man. "Take it back." He caught the fur she had thrown, looking at her with a hint of exasperation. "Wear it." He moved to drape it over her once more. Ching, eyes wide with fear, took a step back. "Don't come any closer." The man halted, sensing her fright. "Do not be afraid, I truly will not harm you." His voice was deep and resolute, imbued with an inexplicable sense of safety. As Ching lifted her gaze to meet his, she found his eyes gentle. Gradually, her apprehension began to dissipate, and she draped the fur around her. Her voice trembled as she asked, "Who are you? How can you transform into a wolf?" "I am Yunjian. As you can see, my beast form is that of a wolf." Yunjian observed the curled-up Ching wrapped in the fur and inquired, "What of your tribe? Why would they abandon you in the snow?" Females were a rarity in every tribe. The males, aside from hunting, were responsible for safeguarding their females from being abducted by rival tribes. It was inconceivable that they would leave a female to perish in the snow. "I have no tribe. I have lost my memory." Ching too wished to understand how she had ended up in this place. In her original world, the sun had shone brightly, yet upon awakening, she found herself in this frigid wilderness, having encountered a wolf demon. Though he was somewhat handsome, he appeared exceedingly dangerous. She knew nothing of this world, so she opted to feign amnesia. Amnesia? Yunjian furrowed his brow, studying the harmless countenance of the young female, pondering for a moment. "What is amnesia?" Seeing his confusion, Ching explained, "It means I cannot remember anything from before." She, wrapped in the fox fur, gazed up at Yunjian with eyes filled with bewilderment and helplessness. Yunjian looked at her, feeling a surge of tenderness within him. He took a slow step closer to Ching, lowered his hand, and gently caressed her cheek with his rough palm. Ching was startled by his sudden gesture, remaining motionless. "Do not be afraid, I will protect you." His voice remained deep and firm, imbued with an indescribable gentleness and strength. Surprisingly, Ching found a semblance of comfort in his words, yet fear and uncertainty still lingered in her heart as she began to scrutinize the man capable of transforming into a wolf. His features were rugged and profound, with sword-like brows framing a pair of deep blue eyes, the color identical to that of his wolf form. Yet unlike when he was a wolf, his gaze now conveyed warmth and kindness. "Why did you save me?" Ching mustered the courage to scrutinize him. She could not fathom whether his act of saving her stemmed from pure goodwill or hidden motives. He had rescued her, and she felt obliged to repay him. Yet as a newcomer, she feared she could not meet his expectations. Yunjian slightly lowered his eyelids. "I cannot stand idly by while someone suffers." His voice brimmed with sincerity and earnestness, touching Ching deeply. Oh dear, a good person should live a long life. However, his subsequent words sent tumultuous waves through her heart, plunging her spirits into despair. He continued, "Furthermore, I hope you will agree to be my mate." Seeing the determination in his eyes, Ching realized he was serious, sending her into a panicked frenzy. "This seems inappropriate, does it not? We have only just met. Would you not agree?" Ching laughed awkwardly, fearing that her words might provoke him into devouring her. "Quite the opposite, I believe we share a profound connection." He had never encountered a female who captivated him so completely he was unwilling to let her go. Faced with this enigmatic wolfman, Ching felt not fear, but rather a sense of entrapment. "Who will save me?" Noticing her silence, Yun Jian's expression dimmed slightly. He slowly rose to his feet. "I shall step outside for a moment." With that, he exited the cave. Ching sat there in a daze, her thoughts swirling as she pondered her family and friends. She only recalled that she had leaped into the street to save an elderly man who was about to be struck by a vehicle. Yet, oddly, as she lunged forward, she found that the old man had vanished without a trace. Her last memory lingered on the sharp sound of the car's horn before she awoke in this place. She thought to herself perhaps she had indeed died once. It is said that others who traverse worlds often have systems or golden fingers. What of her? Where's her system? Previously, she had found amusement in novels featuring characters with built-in systems. Now that such a phenomenon was occurring in her own life, what else was impossible? "Xiao AI, are you there? Xiao Yi, Xiao Yi. Xiao Bu, Xiao Bu. Hey Siri." It appeared she truly had no system. Thus, she could not return. Upon Yun Jian's return from hunting, he approached the cave, hearing the sound of muffled sobbing. He rushed inside to find the young female sprawled on the bed, weeping uncontrollably. "Why are you crying?" He discarded the rabbit and wild fruits he had been carrying and hurried to embrace her, wiping away her tears. Yun Jian's eyes glimmered with cold fury. Had someone dared to bully her in his absence? Yet, there were no other beastmen since around. "Woo-woo. I can't go home anymore. Woo-woo." Ching cried, her face streaked with tears and snot. She lifted her sleeve, revealing her fair, delicate arms, extending them towards him. "Woo-woo. Just eat me, woo-woo." Perhaps if she died once more, she could return home. That was her thought. Yun Jian sighed helplessly and brushed her hands away. "I truly do not eat people. Woo-woo. I can't go home anymore." Seeing her distress, Yun Jian had no choice but to humor her, gently taking her arm and nibbling it lightly. He was careful not to hurt her, applying the gentlest of pressure. "All right." Surely, she would stop crying now? Ching ceased her tears, her swollen eyes fixated upon the faint bite marks and glistening saliva on her arm. After a brief pause, she erupted into a loud wail. "You still say you do not eat people." Now she was truly unable to return. Are females this difficult to console? He had thought that a fragile young female like her would cry softly, like a delicate flower in the rain. Instead, her cries were thunderous and tumultuous. Quite peculiar. Yun Jian lacked experience in comforting others. Aside from helping her wipe her tears, he could only tell her to stop crying. Even though his attempts were clumsy, he patiently continued until his lips felt parched, and finally, her cries began to subside, eventually lulling her to sleep. He carefully laid her down on the bed, covering her with the fur, before daring to pick up the rabbit and wild fruits at the cave entrance. Chapter 2. Is this person so easy to talk to? When Ching awoke, darkness had enveloped the outside world. She quickly checked herself, confirming she was still alive and intact, which brought her a sigh of relief. Yun Jian had built a fire several meters away from her, roasting meat. Upon seeing her awake, a spark of joy ignited within him, though he maintained a calm demeanor. "Awake? There are wild fruits by your bedside. Eat something to fill your stomach." Hearing his voice, Ching finally realized he was still there. Remembering how she had sobbed uncontrollably in front of him, she felt a twinge of embarrassment. She glanced at the bedside, where indeed lay a few green fruits, about the size of apples. "Thank you," she murmured, her voice hoarse. It was entirely due to her earlier emotional outburst that her voice had grown raspy. She picked up one of the fruits, wiped it against her clothing, and took a bite. It was crunchy, not sour, with a faint sweetness reminiscent of winter jujubes, though not as delectable. Hungry as she was, she paid no mind to the flavor and devoured it with relish. The flames danced, illuminating the cave, while the sizzling of the meat melded with the crackling of the burning firewood, adding a touch of warmth to the otherwise chilly cavern. As Ching wrapped herself in a fur hide, nibbling on wild fruits, she stole glances at Yunjian, who was roasting meat. The warm glow of the fire cast a gentle light upon his face, softening his features considerably. In an inexplicable impulse, she approached him, seemingly forgetting the fact that he could transform into a wolf. Naturally, Yunjian noticed her movements. The small female's bold approach made him a tad anxious, yet he maintained an outward composure, continuing to roast the meat. Once the meat was nearly done, Yunjian freed one hand to open a small fur pouch, no larger than a fist. Inside lay tiny, transparent crystals tinged with brown. He pinched one between his fingers, and with a flick of his wrist, the crystal transformed into powder, which he evenly sprinkled over the roasting meat. Curious, Ching leaned closer, asking, "What is this?" "Salt stone," Yunjian replied, shaking the meat skewer to remove the excess salt before offering it to Ching. "It's ready now, be careful, it's hot." "Thank you," she said, accepting the skewer. She blew on it gently before taking a bite, discovering the flavor to be quite delightful, crispy on the outside and tender within, with a perfect balance of saltiness. Yet, perhaps due to the coarse salt, there was a slight bitterness. After consuming 2 skewers, she found herself sated, but he had prepared more and offered them to her. She waved her hands in refusal, insisting, "You eat it. I'm already full, and you must be hungry after all this time cooking." Yunjian shook his head. "I'm not hungry. I already ate in the tribe before you awakened." Seeing her eat so little, he insisted, but after her repeated refusals, he relented. He devoured the grilled meat in a few bites and buried the uncooked portions in the snow. Upon returning to the cave, he found that she had already tidied up the area where they cooked and was adding firewood to the pile. The small female was strikingly beautiful, with skin as white as snow, delicate and tender, as if a mere touch could shatter her. Her brows arched like crescent moons, and her eyes sparkled with brilliance, while her rosy lips resembled blooming spring flowers. Yunjian's throat bobbed slightly. "Let me handle this, you should rest." "All right," Ching replied, brushing the dust from her hands. Although she felt no fatigue, she efficiently lay back down. Perhaps it was a primal instinct, but she felt an inexplicable sense of safety emanating from the small fire, a reliance akin to the comfort of a night light after watching a horror film. 2 sturdy wooden stakes were anchored into the stone wall, upon which lay a thick stack of fur hides. Yunjian took several hides and, about a meter away from Ching, swiftly laid them down to create his bed. She nestled deeper into the furs and turned away from him. Though he had rescued her and provided food, it was impossible to deny the unease of being so close to someone capable of transforming into a wolf. She felt a gaze fixed upon her back and, without needing to guess, knew who it belonged to. Ching hesitated, her voice trembling as she asked, "Why aren't you sleeping?" "Tomorrow. You should accompany me to meet the chief," he replied. Upon hearing this, Ching's heart sank. It felt akin to him saying, "Let's go get our marriage certificate tomorrow." She sat up to face Yunjian, her expression serious. "You saved me and provided food, for which I am truly grateful. However, I genuinely need time to consider your proposal of becoming your partner." "Very well," he responded. "I know you may not be pleased, but wait, did you just say very well?" Ching's eyes widened in surprise, astonished by his swift agreement. Is he truly so accommodating? He didn't exhibit any of the stubbornness she had anticipated, no melodramatic escape attempts or confinement theatrics. Perhaps she had been overly dramatic in her assumptions. Yunjian nodded. "Rest assured, I will always protect you, as long as you grant me the opportunity to pursue you." Touched by his words, Ching felt a stir within her. In this unfamiliar land, she indeed required his protection. After a moment of contemplation, she reasoned that since he was willing to give her time, why shouldn't she grant him a chance? "I can consider accepting you, but until I agree, you must not compel me to do anything I am unwilling to do. Can you manage that?" Ching gazed at Yunjian. "If you cannot, I will leave at once. I promise you, I will not force you into anything against your will. I swear it on the beast god. As if fearing her disbelief, Yuan Zhan made his vow, his gaze resolute. Trust me as long as I am here. I will not allow anyone to harm you. Listening to his oath, Qingqing felt an unfamiliar warmth in her heart, though she was somewhat unaccustomed to such sentiments. The following morning, when Qingqing awoke, Yuan Zhan had already vanished, presumably off hunting. Noticing the fire had not dwindled much, she surmised he had added more firewood before leaving. The meat he had buried in the snow was also unearthed, thoughtfully torn into strips for her. She couldn't help but acknowledge that he was rather considerate. Wrapping herself tightly in the furs, Qingqing set about roasting the meat. A culinary enthusiast, she prided herself on her cooking skills. Though she had never roasted meat over an open fire, she was confident this task would pose no challenge. As the aroma of roasting meat wafted through the air, she felt a sense of triumph, only to have the stick holding the meat suddenly catch fire. With a pop, the meat fell into the flames, forcing her to replace it with another skewer. Believing herself to possess a natural talent for cooking, she was disillusioned upon tasting her own creation. It was indeed crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, burnt on the outside and raw within. Adhering to her principle of not wasting food, she grimaced but swallowed the charred meat with tears in her eyes. The burnt exterior made her gag involuntarily. How bitter! Ugh! What was the difference between this and chewing charcoal? Having expected Yuan Zhan to return promptly from his hunt, she found herself waiting for what felt like an eternity, with no sign of him. Propping her chin on her hand, devoid of any distraction such as a phone or computer, boredom led her to count the passing time on her fingers. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, flinging the beast curtain aside. She turned, her face paling in shock as breath escaped her. Lo and behold, the massive black wolf towered over her. Qingqing grabbed a nearby stick of firewood, brandishing it defensively as she took a few steps back, fiercely warning, "Don't come any closer. If you do, I'll kneel before you." Oh dear, this giant black wolf was clearly picking on her, a soft target. The imposing black wolf at the cave entrance shook off the snow, tilting its head in confusion as it regarded Qingqing. Had she forgotten him after only half a day? What an odd little female. "It's me," Yuan Zhan said. Initially intending to reassure her, he inadvertently sounded like a ferocious wolf growling at her, causing her legs to buckle beneath her. With a thud, she fell to her knees. Yuan Zhan transformed back into human form, sighing in exasperation. "Don't be afraid, it's me." He leisurely wrapped himself in the fur skirt, oblivious to the fact that Qingqing's face was flushed and she had turned away in embarrassment. "What are you doing?" Cursed be this moment. What had she just seen? He stood before her completely bare. Though he could transform into a wolf, he was presently a man, a very male one. In an instant, the relief she had felt was replaced by indignation. She threw the stick of firewood in his direction, which Yuan Zhan easily dodged. "What's wrong with you?" Yuan Zhan pondered, perplexed by her apparent anger. Did she resent him for startling her? "Next time, wrap yourself in the beast skirt before transforming back." "But I can't wrap the beast skirt without changing back," Yuan Zhan replied helplessly, unable to manage the skirt with his wolf paws. In truth, during the frigid winter, remaining in wolf form was more effective for retaining body heat, and it was certainly more comfortable without the fur wraps. Had it not been for frightening the little female, he would not have intended to revert to human form. "Then put it on before you come in." Seeing Qingqing's face flushed with anger, Yuan Zhan realized the gravity of the situation and nodded earnestly. "I promise to do so next time." He was merely a large, noble wolf. How could he have known that her anger stemmed not from irritation but from embarrassment? Chapter 3. It is possible to raise a few. Yuan Zhan found himself empty-handed, and Qingqing assumed he had failed to catch any prey. That in this icy cold, how could one always expect a bountiful harvest? Realizing he hadn't eaten, she gestured towards the untouched meat, saying, "You should eat this." Yuan Zhan settled beside her, poking the fire with a stick to no need. "I will eat when I return to the tribe tonight." "Come with me," she insisted. "That I've already spoken to the leader." He gazed at Qingqing, whose head was wrapped in furs, leaving only her face visible, unable to tear his eyes away. The little female seemed lost in thought, her expressions shifting from frowns to smiles. That moment, Qingqing was contemplating her impending meeting with the leader, her mind conjuring up 108 scenarios of being cast out of the tribe. When she finally snapped back to reality, she felt a chill run down her spine under his intense gaze. "What are you staring at?" she asked, leaning back defensively. "Are you so hungry that you wish to roast yourself over the fire?" Yunjan chuckled, his eyes brimming with warmth. "But I'll make you a beast skirt soon." "All right," she sighed in relief, grateful he had no intention of roasting her. Indeed, she needed a beast skirt. Her short denim attire felt insufficiently warm, and wrapping herself in animal skins would be much more convenient. The two engaged in light conversation, with Ching asking questions and Yunjan answering patiently, gradually enlightening her about this world. She learned that apart from females, all inhabitants could transform into animal forms, including various beastmen, not just those resembling wolves. Furthermore, due to the scarcity of females, polyandry was a common practice to ensure the continuation of the population. How astonishing, Ching thought, both understanding yet deeply shocked. Conversely, Yunjan grew quiet as Ching's curiosity intensified, focusing on cutting animal skins to craft her skirt. The atmosphere turned somber, leaving Ching feeling uncertain. "What's wrong? You were fine just a moment ago." Yunjan halted his work, his expression torn, as if wrestling with whether to speak. Noticing his furrowed brows, Ching smiled encouragingly. "Just say what's on your mind." He lowered his gaze, captivated by her bright eyes. "That if you would allow me to be your partner, could I be your only one?" He avoided her gaze, appearing hesitant. "That I know this request is excessive. But I cannot share a partner with other males. That I will treat you far better than they would, I promise." His eyes were sincere yet humble, tinged with a hint of pleading. Ching was taken aback that this was what he wished to convey. Yet his concerns were unfounded. She was only capable of accepting a monogamous relationship. She looked at him and replied, "I will only have one partner. I reciprocate the kindness shown to me." She was willing to give him a chance to prove himself. Hoping to learn more about him, that if he could meet her standards, she would seize the opportunity. After all, it seemed unlikely she would return to her original world. Finding happiness in this life was paramount. Was it not? Having received the assurance he sought, Yunjan felt elated, silently resolving to treat her the best he could, ensuring she would not seek another. As evening approached, they made their way to the tribe. The snow lay thick upon the ground, and Ching trudged through it, her fur boots keeping her warm as she relished the soft crunching sound beneath her feet. Having never seen such snowfall before, she felt an urge to roll in it. Were it not for Yunjan's presence beside her, that he observed her wonderment, a subtle smile gracing his lips, mirroring her pace, matching her enthusiasm. After walking approximately a kilometer, Ching caught sight of a village ahead. Just then, Yunjan pointed to the small settlement that stood up ahead. Gazing at the thatched roofs piled high with snow, she laughed and teased. "So, you do build thatched houses? I thought everyone lived in caves like you did. I grew up there. It was where my father and mother lived together," Yunjan replied, looking at Ching with a gentle smile. Concealing the sorrow in his eyes, that my mother was quite skilled. She taught everyone how to build these houses. The tribe believes they are more comfortable to live in, so they all built their own. "Are they still in the tribe?" she inquired, feeling a twinge of anxiety. "Oh, your father and mother. They are not here anymore. They are gone." Yunjan spoke lightly, as if discussing something unrelated to himself. "That I'm sorry. I shouldn't have asked." Ching wished she could take back her words. She had an unfortunate tendency to touch upon sensitive subjects. Though he spoke nonchalantly, she sensed his underlying sadness. "That it's all right. You don't need to apologize. That is simply the truth." Oddly enough, Ching felt more remorseful after his reassurance. Looking at his handsome features, she suddenly felt he resembled not just a fierce wolf, but more like a warm-hearted golden retriever. Walking side by side into the village, Ching felt a strange sensation. It seemed as though everyone around them paused to observe her. Anxiously, she grasped the edge of Yunjan's fur coat, her social anxiety rising. Noticing her discomfort, Yunjan took her hand, leaning closer to reassure her. "Don't be afraid. I'm here." With his large hand holding hers, Ching felt a wave of calm wash over her. She nodded and followed him further inside. The tribe's houses formed a circle, with several tents set up in the open area. Large barbecue grills were arranged beneath them, where over 10 individuals were busy roasting meat. These older individuals likely lacked the strength to hunt and were assigned to cook instead. As they walked, many greeted Yunjan, who nodded in acknowledgement. Ching-Ching's gaze wandered, and she was delighted to see a few wolf cubs frolicking in the snow. Appearing fluffy and playful, if Yunjan hadn't been holding her back, she would have rushed over to pet them. "Do you like them?" Yunjan asked, noticing her eyes glued to the playful cubs. "Yes. Where did you get them? I want to raise one." Ching-Ching exclaimed with delight, assuming they were captured wolf cubs to be raised like dogs for companionship. Though they were wolves, she believed that raising one from a young age would forge a bond. She just wondered if Yunjan would permit it. Yunjan smiled knowingly, glancing at her with a profound look. "What else with that look?" Ching-Ching felt a sense of unease, sensing something was off but lacking concrete evidence. Yunjan swallowed hard, his voice lowering. "They aren't captured, but we can raise a few." Really? Her heart soared with joy, oblivious to any underlying implications, simply thrilled that he permitted her to raise them. "Yes, you may raise as many as you desire." Ching-Ching remained lost in her fantasy of having a wolf cub, having raised dogs before, but this would be her first experience with a wolf. However, her dreams were abruptly shattered when a call from a nearby, thatched house startled her. Two of the wolf cubs suddenly transformed into two little boys, bare-bottomed and barefoot, dashing through the snow towards the house. Dispelling all her fantasies of raising a wolf in that moment, her desire to raise a wolf cub plummeted to zero suddenly. Ching-Ching recalled Yunjan's profound gaze and his words, feeling increasingly uneasy. He had known all along, deliberately playing with her emotions. "Ugh, you sly wolf." Ching-Ching fumed, attempting to pull away from his grip, but he held firm. "All right, now I'm really upset." She lifted her leg and playfully kicked him. "What is wrong?" Yunjan, momentarily lost in thought, was surprised by her kick. Though it didn't hurt, it felt more like a playful scratch, yet he sensed he had upset her. Humph. Oh no, I really made her angry. Chapter 4. The Infatuated Mind. "Yet we must forage for wild vegetables. I want to raise any." All right, if you don't want to raise them, you don't have to." Yunjan gazed at her pouting. Rosy lips, the corners of his mouth curving upward. He found her anger charming, almost like a display of affection. The surrounding beastmen observed the scene with a mix of admiration and surprise, astonished that Yunjan would yield so readily to a little female. Of course, such thoughts were held by those without partners. Those with partners were astonished that Yunjan would agree to a little female not bearing him offspring. Meanwhile, single beastmen felt a stir of interest. Despite her fiery temperament, she was undeniably beautiful. Moreover, it appeared she had only Yunjan as a partner, and since they were not yet bonded, opportunities still remained. Yunjan led Ching-Ching towards the largest thatched house, which she surmised must be the leader's dwelling. Her heart raced once more, the tranquility she had just regained shattered. Yunjan tightened his grip on her hand, signaling her to stay close. "Wait here. I will go find the leader." He then turned and entered the house. "Okay." Ching-Ching responded with a soft acknowledgement, curiously standing there while glancing around, her demeanor tinged with a hint of unease. Nearby, several orcs, noticing her solitary presence, suddenly grew bolder, sizing her up and whispering amongst themselves, their lascivious gazes unmasked, sending a chill down Ching-Ching's spine. Feeling uncomfortable, she discreetly pinched her fingers and offered an awkward yet polite smile. To her dismay, this smile only seemed to invigorate them further, and they began to approach her. Fortunately, at that moment, Yunjian emerged, taking her by the hand and leading her into a room. Yunjian cast a cold glance back at the group, his eyes radiating an icy disdain, prompting them to slink away. He was well aware of their intentions, as he too belonged to the same male gender. Ching-Ching followed him inside. The room was warm and spacious, with a roaring fire at its center and animal hides scattered around. In front of them sat several individuals. The leader among them, an older man whose vigor belied his age. He was tall and robust, with sharp features, and his scrutinizing gaze felt like a barrage of daggers piercing into her. Ching-Ching felt helpless. Had she violated some celestial decree? Yunjian offered a slight bow to the leader, guiding her to sit on a nearby hide. Beside the leader was a young woman, sturdy even while seated, her features reminiscent of the leader, likely his daughter. Beside her sat a young man with silvery hair and captivating fox-like eyes, a smile playing on his lips as he appraised her. Ching-Ching averted her gaze, feeling averse to his lingering stare. The atmosphere was thick with unspoken thoughts, everyone seated in silence, creating an oddly eerie ambience. Qingqing fidgeted, outwardly calm, but inwardly fraught. "Speak up, will you? Why so quiet? Is this the female you brought back?" The woman beside the leader broke the silence first, casting a disdainful look at Qingqing. Such a slight frame. How many offspring could she bear? And with such a meager bosom, could she even nourish them? With that fragile physique, would she withstand you? "Stop, stop, stop." Qingqing's face flushed crimson, choking on her own breath, desperate to halt her words. Such comments were inappropriate for the occasion. Continuing would only lead to further scrutiny. The woman crossed her arms, smirking derisively, asserting that aside from her looks, Qingqing paled in comparison to her. She would never concede that this female was more appealing. Yun Jian furrowed his brow in discontent, glancing at the stern leader, who finally admonished, "Bai Yu." Bai Yu turned her head away, clearly displeased. "What is your name?" The leader inquired. "That my name is Qingqing," she replied, maintaining her composure. The leader then shifted his attention to Yun Jian, stating, Yun, I may allow her to remain in the tribe, but your mate cannot be her. His mate must be Bai Yu." Upon hearing this, Qingqing looked at Yun Jian, her expression conveying, "See? It's not that I reject you. It's the leader's decree. Why not? What if I insist on her?" Yun Jian countered, sensing the leader's refusal. The leader, noticing Yun Jian's obstinacy, turned to Qingqing, gesturing towards Yun Jian. "Aside from him, you may choose any orc in the tribe." "How does that sound?" "I'd rather be with Yun Jian," Qingqing retorted. The orcs outside seemed as predatory as wolves. While Yun Jian had shown her nothing but respect, that if that were the case, she would keep her distance. Yun Jian, sensing Qingqing's reluctance, felt a pang of panic, fearing she might accept the leader's proposal, and subtly tightened his grip on her hand, resolutely declaring, "I want no one but her." The leader's face darkened with fury as he rose abruptly, confronting Yun Jian. Bai Yu, equally enraged, exclaimed, "What makes her better than me? Regardless, you belong to me." Only the young man with fox-like eyes remained inscrutable, rising to pat Bai Yu's back gently, attempting to soothe her. Qingqing was taken aback by Yun Jian's bold declaration. They had known each other for merely 2 days. 2 days, and he was already so resolute. And this was the leader. Did he not fear expulsion? Apparently, this wolf was quite the romantic. The leader, seething with rage, shouted at Yun Jian, "Am I the leader, or are you? In my tribe, you must abide by my rules. Then I shall seek refuge elsewhere with Qingqing," Yun Jian retorted defiantly. The leader's finger trembled as he pointed at him. "You brat." The onlookers were taken aback by his unwavering stance. And Qingqing could hardly believe her ears. "Brother, don't. A romantic fool is bound to face hardship." Qingqing thought to dissuade him, but he gripped her hand tightly, nearly causing her pain. Suddenly, Yun Jian felt Qingqing repeatedly striking his hand. And upon lowering his gaze, he met her teary, flushed eyes. Mistaking her distress for reassurance, he tightened his grip again, offering her a comforting look. Qingqing grimaced, increasing the intensity of her attempts to free herself. "Ouch, let go." Realizing he had inadvertently hurt her, Yun Jian hastily eased his grip. The leader glared at the pair, their playful banter only fueling his ire, and turned away, barking a dismissal. "Out." Yun Jian bowed once more, leading Qingqing out without a backward glance. The orcs, aware of the leader's intentions for Yun Jian to mate with his daughter, gathered together to speculate whether it would be the leader or Yun Jian who would relent. To their astonishment, the unfolding drama directly involved them. Upon learning that Yun Jian had been expelled for the female, they were left dumbfounded. After all, Yun Jian was the backbone of the hunting team, and without him, their spoils would significantly dwindle. Once outside the tribe, Qingqing felt a wave of relief wash over her, quickly followed by a deep-seated worry. Now, she had inadvertently caused his expulsion, and she sighed heavily. "What's wrong? You truly intend to leave the tribe for me. But I don't want you to leave your tribe because of me. That wouldn't be fair to you." Seeing her concern for him, the cold aura surrounding Yun Jian dissipated entirely, and he smiled reassuringly. "I would rather be with you, that I promised I wouldn't let anyone bully you." Qingqing was taken aback by his earnestness, her cheeks flushing as she pouted playfully. Yun Jian feigned heartbreak, adopting a pitiful expression. "I've already been cast out. If you reject me too, I'll have nowhere to go." Qingqing rolled her eyes internally, choosing to ignore him. After all, she was the one truly without a home. Any guilt she had felt was swiftly erased by his words. Rest assured, even if we leave the tribe, I won't allow you to go hungry, he vowed, his eyes shining with determination. This reminded Ching of the delectable roasted meat on the grill, golden and tempting. Regrettably, due to the discord with the leader, she hadn't been able to savor a single bite, but if only she had eaten first before confronting him. Chapter 5. Wouldn't it look better if we were closer? Ching suddenly broke free from his grasp, darting ahead to bend down and scoop something up from the snow. Yun Jian. As Yun Jian pondered her actions, he suddenly found himself pelted by a white projectile. He had been so focused on Ching that he was caught off guard when the snowball struck his handsome face, bursting upon impact. Ching erupted into laughter, reveling in his bewildered expression. Ching. Yun Jian wiped the snow from his face, baffled by her sudden assault. Yet, seeing her joyous laughter, he shifted from surprise to amusement, joining her in merriment. Quickly, Ching fashioned another snowball, preparing to throw it. Hound, take this. With that, she hurled it at him. This time, Yun Jian deftly dodged. Finally realizing her playful intent, but he bent down to create his own snowball, weighing it in his hand before grinning mischievously at her. Seeing the oversized snowball in his hands, Ching's expression faltered, and she turned to flee. Are you afraid to play? Yun Jian teased, his tone mockingly benevolent. Once she had a good head start, Yun Jian elegantly tossed the snowball, executing a perfect arc that struck her squarely. Ching felt a weight on the back of her head before collapsing into the snow. Immobile. Looks like I've gone too far. Yun Jian rushed over to help her up, brushing the snow from her face. Are you all right? With a pained expression, Ching sniffled, shaking her head vigorously. This isn't fun anymore. I don't want to play. Playing with him was akin to self-inflicted torment. But you were enjoying it just a moment ago. What changed? Yun Jian chuckled, brushing the snow off her. Ching pouted. It's your fault. Other people find it enjoyable, but with you, it feels like a fight for survival. Hey, what are you doing? Ching gasped as Yun Jian suddenly scooped her up in his arms, startling her. This way, we'll move faster. It's getting dark, and I need to escort you home before heading out to hunt. With his long strides, Yun Jian moved swiftly, and in no time, they arrived. He gently set down Ching, urging her to obediently await his return. As she turned to re-enter the dwelling, he swiftly shed the beast's skin and discarded it at the entrance, transforming into a sleek black wolf. Once metamorphosed, Yun Jian dashed across the snowy expanse, racing towards his hunting destination, his form akin to a streak of black lightning weaving through the vast whiteness of the landscape. The fire within the cave still flickered, unextinguished. She added more wood, and the flames grew brighter and more vigorous as she sat by the hearth. Glancing inadvertently towards the entrance, she noticed the discarded beast skin and moved to bring it inside to warm it by the fire, so he might wear it comfortably upon his return. As night descended, Yun Jian had yet to return. Ching paced anxiously, a sense of worry gnawing at her. Could something have gone awry? Unable to contain herself, she stood at the cave's mouth, peering into the darkness, yet not a single shadow of a wolf was in sight. Snow began to fall again, though lightly. Undeterred, Ching ventured into the night, braving the snowfall in search of him. Not long after she set forth, she discerned a dark shape rushing towards her. Before she could ascertain if it was indeed Yun Jian, he had already recognized her and was hastening towards her side. He carried 2 plump rabbits in his mouth, lowering his gaze to her while emitting a low, rumbling sound that seemed to scold her for wandering about. Ching, unable to comprehend his growls, gazed at the towering wolf before her, raising her hand to stroke his head. All right, speak in human words that I truly cannot understand wolf language, you know. Yun Jian paused for a moment, then nudged her gently with his head, leading her back to the cave. He placed the rabbits at the entrance, preparing to switch out the beast's skin, only to find that the skin he had left there had vanished. I warmed it for you, Ching said, raising an eyebrow towards the beast's skin by the fire. How can you wear something frozen stiff? A warmth filled Yun Jian's heart, and he could not resist rubbing his fluffy head against her face that if not for fearing to frighten her, he would have truly liked to give her a kiss. Enough with the nuzzling, Ching exclaimed, nearly defenseless against his affectionate gestures. She patted his soft fur, thinking how he resembled not a wolf but a well-behaved large dog. Yun Jian picked up the beast's skin, wrapping it around his waist for convenience while roasting the meat, revealing his bronzed upper body and chiseled abs. His physique was both refined and powerful, with muscular lines flowing like a masterfully crafted sculpture. Tall and statuesque, every muscle group appeared meticulously sculpted. Once he prepared the meat, he noticed Ching's eyes following him avidly, and he felt a surge of satisfaction, with one hand tending to the roasting rabbit. He beckoned her closer with the other. "Come here." "What for?" "It's not done yet, is it?" Curiosity piqued, Ching nonetheless approached him. Yun-Jan grinned playfully, pulling her down beside him. "That of course, it's so you can see better. Isn't it more appealing up close?" Ching remained still, wishing to escape from his teasing gaze. Caught in the act, she felt the heat of embarrassment wash over her. Though she acknowledged his charm, nearly bewitched her. She cleared her throat, diverting the topic. "Is it ready yet?" "It will be in a moment." Yun-Jan chuckled lightly, aware of her clumsy attempt to change the subject. Yet he chose to indulge her, knowing that an agitated rabbit could bite, and a flustered female could become angry. Once he grilled a rabbit leg to perfection, he offered it to Ching, then resumed cooking the rest. Ching steadied herself against the roasting stick. The weight was considerable, at least 3 or 4 pounds. This leg was far too large for her to manage. Were it not for its resemblance to a rabbit, she might have doubted it was indeed one. Observing him starting on another, she pondered how much they could possibly eat. "I can't finish that much. Just half a rabbit leg will suffice, that I in truth. Even half might be too much, that it wasn't that she had a small appetite. Half a rabbit leg was simply quite substantial. Can you not finish even one?" Yun-Jan furrowed his brow slightly. Feeling she was eating far too little, concerned about her gaining strength, he wished to see her plump and healthy. "Is that so strange?" Ching's eyes widened, incredulous. "If I eat that, my stomach might burst. If you insist on forcing me, I might just die right in front of you." Yun-Jan remained silent, tearing off a portion of the rabbit leg and wrapping it in leaves to give to her. Content. Ching held the roasted meat, taking small bites, not out of grace but because it was too hot. However, Yun-Jan couldn't tear his gaze away from her. He found her eating to be a delightful sight. So much so that he burned the meat in his own hands until the acrid smell reached him, prompting him to flip it hastily. Out of the corner of her eye, Ching sensed his unwavering attention, and her heart raced with guilt. Did he covet her rabbit leg? But she had saved it for him. With just a little left, she endeavored to finish it, yet she was nearing the point of nausea. "Why aren't you eating?" he inquired. "That I'm full." Yun-Jan narrowed his eyes, incredulous. "Are you truly full? You couldn't finish even half a rabbit leg?" Before she could respond, a loud belch escaped her, seemingly confirming her claim of satiety. Though half a leg, it still weighed a pound or two. That Yun-Jan hesitated but chose to believe her words. "Then give it to me, ditto." Ching thought he meant to dispose of it and handed him the remainder of the rabbit meat. After all, he had hunted it with such effort, and she felt too guilty to discard it before him. Wait. That's what I've already eaten," Ching exclaimed in astonishment upon seeing him consume the leftovers. Quickly warning him that "I know that of course." She knew he knew. Was that even the issue? "Is there a problem?" "Absolutely. There's no problem." What more could she say? After all, he had already devoured several bites. That it was evident he was still eyeing the rabbit meat in her hands. Chapter 6. Play with your tail. Ching watched in disbelief as he polished off the remaining meat from the rabbit, her expression one of sheer astonishment. What kind of stomach can hold so much? Even more incredulous was the fact that after such a feast, his abdomen remained flat, his muscles still pronounced. Where had all that meat gone? That was a rabbit the size of a lamb. The thought crossed her mind to touch his belly, purely out of curiosity, not for any other reason. Yun-Jan gathered the bones and scraps from the ground, tossing them into the fire, preparing to send her off to bed, only to find her staring at his stomach with a mischievous glint in her eye. "Would you like to touch it?" he teased, swallowing hard. Get lost, as if she would indulge his whims. Yet perhaps it wouldn't be too bad. Yun-Jan lowered his gaze, feigning a pitiful expression, clearly misinterpreting her curious gaze. After their meal, Ching lay on her side, propped on her arm, her thoughts swirling, utterly devoid of sleep despite the passage of merely 2 days that felt like an eternity. She turned over, quietly observing the large black wolf sleeping soundly not far from her. The youth is so carefree, she mused, noting how he could fall asleep at the drop of a hat. She recognized his kindness towards her. Although his decision to leave the tribe seemed rash, he genuinely cared for her well-being. While she was uncertain about the challenges leaving the tribe would bring, she was acutely aware that Yun-Jan had taken on the lion's share of the burden. Surviving in this world might not be overly difficult, but truly integrating into it would be another matter entirely. He had done so much for someone he had only known for 2 days. She knew she could never have done the same. "You big silly wolf," she whispered, thinking he could not hear her, oblivious to the slight twitch of his wolf ears. Qingqing was unaware of when she had finally drifted off to sleep, only to awaken to find Yuan Zhan missing. Stretching comfortably, she squinted, contemplating an additional 10 minutes of slumber. Yuan Zhan encountered the chief during his hunt, an encounter he had anticipated. Though many beastmen were out hunting, a disorganized group without a leader was like a loose collection of sand, inefficient and exhausting. Having just left the tribe, Yuan Zhan had not yet found a replacement, so it fell to the chief to take the lead. Before long, Yuan Zhan had caught a sheep. Though lean, it would suffice for several days of sustenance for both him and Qingqing. He hoisted the sheep onto his shoulder, strutting home under the watchful gazes of the other beastmen. Upon arriving home, he unceremoniously dropped the sheep at the door, preparing to process it later, while Qingqing busied herself in a corner. "You're back early today. Just in time. Come try out the changing room I built for you." Qingqing clapped the dust from her hands, beckoning him over. Though she called it a changing room, it was essentially a curtain made from beast skin. Given the limited materials, it had to suffice. Yuan Zhan obediently stepped inside, standing awkwardly. The beast's skin was too short, leaving his legs exposed and his head uncovered. Meeting Qingqing's gaze, he inquired, "Is this all right?" Qingqing, stroking her chin, nodded in satisfaction. "It's acceptable, at least the crucial areas are covered." She approached the entrance, poking at the lifeless sheep, astonished that is this a sheep? Once more, she was taken aback. Having seen a rabbit of such size was already extraordinary. But this sheep, weighing several hundred pounds, was unlike anything she had ever witnessed. And he had simply carried it back like that. In the brief span of a few seconds, she was taken aback multiple times. "Come in quickly to warm yourself. It's cold outside." As she set it down, she planned to attend to it shortly. How could anyone eat such a lovely lamb? Qingqing mused aloud, casually stroking the wool, while secretly contemplating how delightful it would be to craft a woolen sweater from it. Undoubtedly warm. Yuan Zhan was momentarily stunned that is cuteness really a reason not to eat. He did not find the lamb particularly endearing. Rather, it simply looked delectable. However, he reconsidered, realizing that Qingqing must have her reasons for saying so, and thus countered, "Then what would you like to eat? It's still early. If you don't fancy this, I can hunt something you desire, roasted lamb chops." Perhaps he had thought she genuinely wouldn't eat. In truth, Qingqing longed for hot pot lamb, yet lamented the absence of a pot. But if only she could enjoy hot pot in this weather, cooped up in the cave. It would be sheer bliss. Qingqing specifically instructed him to save the beast's hide for her, to which Yuan Zhan readily agreed. Even if she hadn't asked, he would have kept it. The lambskin was soft and perfect for crafting her beast skirt. For several days, Qingqing found herself idly passing the time, awakening to eat, and in her utter boredom, she began to build snowmen at the entrance. With a sigh, she reflected, "If this were a while ago, I could easily have the heating on, nestled in bed, playing on my phone, indulging in various delicacies. Yet now, I'm left guarding the fire and constructing little snowmen, absolutely languishing in idleness." Indeed, once one has tasted sweetness, it becomes quite challenging to endure bitterness. Observing the growing number of snowmen at the entrance, Yuan Zhan could only smile wryly. Despite his pleas for her to stop playing in the snow, she remained heedless. Fortunately, winter was nearing its end, and spring would soon arrive. As soon as Yuan Zhan returned home, Qingqing immediately clung to him, tugging at his hand and shaking it. "Please take me hunting. I promise to listen to you and one run off." "Okay, pretty please." At that moment, a woman, akin to a majestic eagle, was desperately fluttering her eyelashes to persuade him to indulge her desire for leisure. A stark contrast to her past demeanor when she had sought funds for living expenses to enhance her appeal. Qingqing squeezed out a couple of tears, attempting to appear utterly pitiful. She was determined to win him over. Yuan Zhan, already unable to resist her, found himself utterly captivated by her soft demeanor and playful affection. His heart racing with fervor. In a moment of weakness, he nearly acquiesced. However, at a critical juncture, he clenched his teeth, shook his head, and resolutely dispelled the tender thoughts swirling in his mind. "No, it's far too cold. I'll take you out once the snow melts." The frigid air outside made her appear delicate and fragile. Should she fall ill, She would surely struggle to endure he could sacrifice his life for her, but he would never allow her to risk hers. Qingqing released his hand, turning away to feign wiping away tears. All right, I'll do as you say. Are you all right? Yun Jian could not bear to see her in tears. That I'm fine. Don't worry about me. I'll just stay alone and grow mushrooms. Yet, Yun Jian's heart softened. Taking her out hunting was out of the question. After a moment's hesitation, his expression firmed, as if he had made a significant decision. That I'll let you play with my tail. Qingqing's motion of wiping her tears froze, a flicker of guilt crossing her mind. She was uncertain whether his statement was mere coincidence or if he had discovered something. What is so fun about your tail? She asked, her voice lacking conviction. Really? I senti it enjoyable to braid my tail. Yun Jian raised an eyebrow, a teasing note lacing his tone. Heaven knew how much he had yearned to subdue her when she played with his tail. To thoroughly ravage her, moreover, he was well aware that she would take the opportunity to blow air into his ear while he was asleep. To indulge her, he feigned slumber with great difficulty. Just when he was on the verge of waking up to deal with her, she would sneak back into bed and fall into a deep sleep, leaving him awake and restless throughout the night. Qingqing felt a jolt in her heart. Had he truly caught her in the act? She had been so meticulous, always undoing the little braid she made for him before sleeping, and he had seemed deeply asleep. I didn't know. I must have been sleepwalking. Qingqing mumbled, nervously twisting her fingers, too afraid to turn and see his expression, wishing to find a crevice to hide in. I don't care whether you genuinely didn't know or were pretending. I am giving you two choices. Either you obediently play with my tail, or... Yun Jian stepped forward, pressing his chest against Qingqing's back, wrapping an arm around her slender waist and drawing her closer into his embrace. Sensing her slight tremors, he leaned down, whispering softly in her ear. His breath, warm and gentle, brushed against her earlobe like a spring breeze caressing flower petals, or we could engage in something else to alleviate the boredom. Yun Jian's voice was deep, laced with an enticing allure. Qingqing's shivers intensified, her heart racing as if it might leap from her chest. Her face burned, her mind swirling, her legs feeling as though they were walking on clouds. Every fiber of her being screamed, "Don't come any closer." Chapter 7. Taking you to a place, the black wolf lounged on the bed, contentedly squinting his eyes, that I in stark contrast. Qingqing, coerced by his whims, sat there with a face full of existential despair after a whole afternoon spent playing with his tail. She patted his wolf leg. This side is all done. Let us switch. The black wolf propped himself up and turned to lie down on the other side. Qingqing let out a cold laugh. Well, aren't you quite understanding? Yun Jian flicked his tail in discontent, signaling his protest. Frustrated with the tedious task, Qingqing felt like pulling his fur out. His coat was thick and long, reminding her of the Samoyed she had once owned. Fluffy and chubby, it had appeared to be the epitome of a smiling angel. Yet after about a skin disease and a shave, she discovered it was merely a fade. The dog had been painfully thin, resembling a different breed altogether. Qingqing chuckled to herself, pondering what this fellow would look like without his fur. He should be grateful that this world lacked shaving tools. Otherwise, she would have worked overtime tonight to give him a trim, teaching him a lesson about the challenges of keeping a little lady. Yun Jian, with his acute hearing, could not fathom why she was suddenly laughing and perked up one ear to eavesdrop. Little did he know the malicious thoughts swirling in her mind. Otherwise, he would have been too afraid to transform into his beast form at night. After Qingqing's laughter faded into silence, Yun Jian flicked his ears and turned his head. Realizing it was getting late, he extricated the tail from Qingqing's grasp, stood up, and stretched, arching his back in a lazy manner. Qingqing couldn't help but notice how much his stretching resembled her own dog's. Yun Jian waved his tail at her, indicating she should groom it. Resisting the urge to roll her eyes, Qingqing reluctantly ran her fingers through it, undoing the braids she had painstakingly crafted all afternoon. By the time he returned from the changing room, wrapped in fur, Qingqing had already flopped back on her bed, motionless. Yun Jian chuckled silently and went to grill some meat. When he had finished grilling and called Qingqing over, she merely shrugged her legs, delicately raised a finger, and began her theatrical performance. Her mood was utterly dismal. She felt like a living corpse, devoid of appetite. Yun Jian allowed her to sulk, tearing the roasted lamb into small pieces. All right, come eat. Once you're done, I'll take you somewhere. Qingqing perked up as if injected with adrenaline, sitting up straight. Where to? You'll find out when we get there. Yun Jian smiled mysteriously, deliberately keeping her in suspense. Qingqing regarded him with suspicion. You wouldn't deceive me, would you? It's dark outside. Where could you possibly take me? When have I ever deceived you? Upon reflection, she realized he indeed had never lied to her. I believe you. Qingqing was now brimming with excitement, but Yun Jian wrapped 2 more layers of fur around her. It's quite cold tonight. We're more that I've packed everything we need. You carry the bundle. It's a bit far, so I'll carry you till we probably want to be back tonight. Qingqing nodded in understanding, her excitement renewed by the thought that she had yet to ride a wolf. Though Yun Jian was a wolf in form, with his size, Qingqing had no doubts about his ability to carry her. You need to hold on tight to me, Yun Jian cautioned, reiterating his warning. After arranging her things and mounting the wolf's back, Qingqing practically lay against him, gripping the fur around his neck as she gazed at the imposing black wolf, a sudden idea striking her. With a mischievous smile, she imitated his earlier actions, leaning closer to his wolf ear and softly blowing a breath. Her voice was teasing, laced with playful intrigue. Does this hurt? Does it hurt? She tugged at the long fur on his neck as she spoke. Yun Jian's body tensed. He hadn't anticipated her antics, and his wolf ears flopped comically. Qingqing burst into laughter, finally feeling a sense of release, her mood brightening significantly. While she felt delightful, she remained oblivious to the fiery spark igniting in Yun Jian's eyes. Burning even brighter than her own. Very clever, he thought to himself, itching to throw her off and teach her the consequences of teasing him. However, when he remained still, fearing her potential mischief, Qingqing began to provoke him further. Why aren't we moving? Are you trying to deceive me? Speak. Qingqing exclaimed as Yun Jian suddenly sprang into action like an arrow released from a bow, startling her into gripping his neck fur tightly. The moment they stepped outside, half of Qingqing's enthusiasm was extinguished. It was truly cold. As they raced through the biting cold, the frigid wind lashed against her face like a blade, rendering her unable to open her eyes. Whenever she managed to do so, tears streamed down uncontrollably. The chill numbed her nose, and the tears flowed incessantly. Whether her eyes were open or shut, the tears continued to cascade, refusing to relent. Qingqing was jostled about. Thoroughly disoriented and unable to discern her bearings. Slow down, she pleaded, unable to withstand it any longer, burying her face in the wolf's fur. Ahead, a low obstacle appeared, and Yun Jian leaped effortlessly over it, landing with poise. This is maddening. I was wrong. Yun Jian, slow down, or I shall be sick that if he did not reduce his speed, she would surely vomit onto his fur. This time, Yun Jian complied, genuinely slowing his pace. He had merely intended to frighten her, not to make her suffer. Possessing excellent night vision, and aided by the reflective snow, the surroundings were not overly dark. Sensing Qingqing's discomfort, he chose a careful path, ensuring each step was steady, which greatly alleviated her distress. Once she felt more comfortable, drowsiness overtook her. Despite her efforts to stay awake, the warmth soon lulled her into a drowsy slumber on his back. Realizing the grip on him was loosening, Yun Jian deduced she had fallen asleep and was compelled to further reduce his speed. He moved cautiously, his steps gentle and deliberate, fearful of waking the slumbering Qingqing. The softly falling snowflakes and their synchronized breaths created a scene reminiscent of a winter fairy tale. Qingqing slept soundly, unaware of how much time had passed until the icy wind roused her. She shivered, glancing around, confused about where Yun Jian had taken her. After a short while, he slowed to a halt in what appeared to be a valley, setting Qingqing down before retrieving a small bundle from behind a tree and donning a fur skirt. Let us go, it should be nearby, he said, extending a hand towards her. Qingqing naturally placed her hand in his, feeling a sense of security from his grip. Yun Jian squeezed her delicate hand, frowning. Why is it so cold? He took her other hand, warming it in his palms, breathing gently upon it. Are you freezing? Feeling his concern, Qingqing's heart warmed, and she smiled, shaking her head. Yun Jian then pulled aside the fur, pressing her hand against his chest in an attempt to warm her. This is inappropriate, isn't it? She protested, her palm pressed against his solid chest, feigning shyness as she lowered her gaze, remaining silent and allowing him to guide her. After all, with a physique like his, touching him felt like a fortunate encounter. Once she was sufficiently warmed, Yun Jian took her hand and held it firmly. Let us move. All right. After a brief moment of joy, Chapter 8. The Temptation of the Wolf. Ching could not see the path ahead, stepping on uneven stones, and had no choice but to stay close to Yunjian. Here we are, in the dim light. She could vaguely make out a small pool ahead, raising an eyebrow in surprise. You brought me all this way just to see this little pool. Are you expecting me to jump in and perform a winter swim? Strip and jump in, Yunjian said in a deep voice. Ching gasped, instinctively crossing her arms in front of her chest and leaping back 2 steps. You can't be serious. You want to freeze me to death, she lamented. I only tease you a little. And you want me to jump in? I refuse to do it. Yunjian chuckled at her exasperation, lightly tapping her forehead with his finger. What on earth is going through your mind? I brought you here to soak in a hot spring. Ching, covering her head, smiled awkwardly. You should have said so earlier. I thought it was just a pool. While she was still gazing at the shore, Yunjian had already stripped down to just his waist skirt and, with a splash, jumped into the water. Seeing Ching still standing there in shock, he urged, Why are you standing there? Hurry up, it's cold on the shore. Ching hesitated, clutching the edge of her first skirt uneasily. Is it deep? I can't swim, it's not deep, it won't reach your neck. Come on in, Yunjian encouraged her. After a moment of hesitation, the allure of the hot spring proved too tempting to resist. She had not bathed in days and felt itchy all over. This was a rare opportunity. However, mindful of Yunjian's presence, Ching did not dare to undress completely. She kept on a short-sleeved shirt and wrapped her lower body in a fur skirt. Closing her eyes, she emulated Yunjian's actions and jumped in with a splash, but she miscalculated and plunged head-first into the water. What a blunder! Bubbles erupted on the surface as Ching thrashed about. Finally managing to touch the bottom with her toes, but struggling to surface, I'm going to drown. Yunjian quickly rescued the floundering Ching. Realizing he had forgotten, she couldn't reach his neck. Still shaken, Ching clung to him like an octopus, gasping for breath. I'm sorry, I didn't think it through. Yunjian's face betrayed his embarrassment, his tone laced with guilt. As long as you're safe, Ching murmured, her gaze downward. Yet she clung tightly to his neck. Both clad in scant attire, her soft, delicate body pressed against his solid chest, allowing him to trace her exquisite curves. The faint fragrance enveloped him, causing Yunjian to swallow hard. A rush of warmth flooding his cheeks, that he wrapped an arm around her slender waist and swam toward the opposite side of the pool. I'll take you to the other side. The water is shallower there. His gaze darkened, the blue depths intensifying as he spoke in a hushed tone. Ching nodded, unusually obedient. Initially, her clinging to him had been out of desperation, but now, freed from the threat of drowning, she became acutely aware of the intimacy of their position. The subtle friction during his swimming left her feeling flustered, yet she dared not let go. Her cheeks flushed, overwhelmed by embarrassment, she bit down on Yunjian's neck. Hey, don't bite, he groaned, though not in pain. His voice was low and husky, and he tightened his embrace around her. Once they reached the other side, Ching tentatively tested the water, finding she could stand. Without hesitation, she attempted to push Yunjian away. But he held her too tightly. Despite her efforts, she found herself pressed against the shore. Realizing something was amiss, she placed her hands against his chest, feeling both embarrassed and annoyed. What are you doing? Let me go. Yunjian leaned down, resting his forehead against hers, their noses brushing together. Ching's voice softened to a whisper that in the darkness, her senses heightened as their breaths intertwined. A familiar, dizzying sensation washed over her. Ching attempted to pull away, but he had somehow captured the back of her head, rendering her immobile. She steeled herself and asked, What do you want? You just bit me. And did he intend to bite her back? I want to bite back. She was indeed a master of prophecy. Recalling the bloodied neck of a sheep, she shuddered and pushed him away hesitantly, stammering, Isn't that inappropriate? I want a kiss. Yunjian's gaze darkened as he withdrew his hand from her head, instead caressing her lips with his thumb. Though she could not see him, he could clearly see her lips, enticingly parting and closing. Before she could respond, he lifted her chin and kissed her. Their lips met, sweet and soft as he had imagined, and the kiss deepened, as if he were eager to savor more. Ching was taken aback by his sudden advance, struggling against him, yet he held her tighter. Swallowing her protests whole, she felt a surge of heat, unsure whether it stemmed from embarrassment or the warmth of the hot spring. Her mind blanked, as if all breath had been stolen from her, giving rise to a sensation of suffocation, and tears escaped her eyes. Time seemed to stretch, and just as she felt she might faint, Yunjian finally released her, pulling away with a wicked grin. He teased, surely no one forgot to breathe. Qingqing gasped for air, delivering a playful punch to his chest. This is all your fault. Unbeknownst to her, she appeared as delicate as a kitten, igniting a fierce yearning within Yunjian, whose gaze grew increasingly heated as he leaned in to kiss her lips once more. Ugh! This time, Yunjian was far less gentle, kissing her fervently as if he wished to consume her whole. Qingqing found herself unable to escape, tears streaming down her face from the pain. What a scoundrel! This is utterly outrageous. Qingqing gently touched her lips, feeling a tingling sensation, undoubtedly swollen. Was this what he called a kiss? She wondered if she needed a rabies shot after being bitten by a wolf. Sighing, she shook her head. How could she ever feel secure marrying him after such an encounter? What asked Qingqing? Desiring to avoid further confrontation, squinted her eyes, yearning for a moment of tranquility in the hot springs. Noting her indifference, Yunjian sighed, reminiscing about the past, that my father often brought my mother here to soak in the springs. Qingqing, neither warm nor cold, closed her eyes, relishing the sensation that the hot springs had rendered her entire being utterly at ease, that I had to beg my father for quite some time before he finally agreed to bring me once. That was the only time I came. After my parents passed away, I never returned, that I thought I would never visit this place again, that you've crossed the line. Retreat, don't think I don't know you're trying to gain sympathy. As Yunjian stealthily approached Qingqing, on the verge of success, he had to retreat. Disheartened upon hearing her words, he continued lamenting his sorrow, while Qingqing remained unfazed. I'll gather some twigs to start a fire. It will still be a while before dawn. Noticing Qingqing's unwillingness to engage, Yunjian, feeling glum, remarked, splash. With a sudden sound of water, Yunjian emerged from the springs, wrapping himself in a beast's skin. Be careful. All right. Yunjian paused momentarily, his eyes glimmering. The earlier gloom dissipated, and he felt as cheerful as a quail. Chapter 9. What is this? Dig a little, dig a little. Yunjian quickly returned, extracting a flint from his bundle and igniting a fire. At this moment, Qingqing felt she had soaked long enough. Any longer, and she would become swollen. She prepared to exit the pool, that as she stepped out, a cold wind made her shiver. Qingqing swiftly stripped off her wet clothes, donned her beast skin, wrung out her hair, and approached the fire to warm herself. She had to dry her hair. Otherwise, she feared it would freeze stiff. After drying her hair, she felt significantly refreshed and, glancing over, noticed Yunjian had fallen asleep against a rock. Observing his peaceful sleeping face, Qingqing's eyes sparkled with amusement, and a faint smile graced her lips. Indeed, he had exhausted himself today. She brushed away the snow beside Yunjian and lay down next to him. As the first light of dawn broke, Qingqing forced her heavy eyelids open, only to find Yunjian staring intently at her. Rubbing her eyes to regain clarity, she realized she was lying in his embrace. Good morning. Qingqing greeted awkwardly, questioning how she had ended up in someone else's arms while sleeping soundly. Morning. After warming herself by the fire for a while, Qingqing stood up, intending to wash her changed clothes. Just as she began to scrub, Yunjian rushed over, eager to assist. Let me help you wash, and no need. I'll finish it shortly. Qingqing declined. It was merely 2 pieces of clothing, and she could manage on her own. However, Yunjian, stubborn as a wolf, insisted on washing them. With a resigned sigh, Qingqing acquiesced that if one were to ask where the stubborn wolf excels. The sound of tearing fabric resonated sharply in the tranquil environment. Yunjian, feeling guilty, covered the torn part and glanced up at Qingqing's expression, quickly lowering his gaze like a child caught in wrongdoing. Qingqing, you won't blame me, will you? A fire ignited within Qingqing, and she replied, enunciating each word. You say. What? She had brought only this outfit from her previous world, and now he had torn it. Yet, seeing his dejected demeanor, the reprimands that surged to her lips were forcibly suppressed, with a sharp exhale. Qingqing expelled her frustration. Forget it. Yunjian had not anticipated that he usually washed his beast skins with such force. Who knew these 2 pieces would be so fragile? Initially contemplating discarding them. Intending to craft her a new set, he soon realized how much Qingqing cherished that outfit, thus abandoning the idea and packing it for home. Despite this minor episode, their spirits remained unscathed. Yunjaan had originally intended to carry Qingqing back. But she smiled and firmly refused. No, this was a rare opportunity for fresh air. Knowing him well, she feared returning would mean being confined at home to gather mold. Having already upset her, Yunjaan dared not voice any objections to her words. The snow here was not thick, merely a thin layer, akin to frost. As Qingqing walked along, she noticed something remarkable. She discovered shepherd's purse on a small earthen slope, tender and vibrant, growing in abundance. Having grown accustomed to the oversized produce of this world, she was no longer surprised. Yet her excitement was palpable as she immediately knelt down to dig as an omnivore. It had been ages since she had tasted green vegetables. Upon seeing this, her eyes sparkled with delight. Seeing her engrossed, her hands turning red from the cold, Yunjaan furrowed his brow. "What are you digging for?" "This is shepherd's purse. It's edible," Qingqing replied, her cheerful voice reminiscent of a cuckoo. "Let me help you dig." Yunjaan took her hand, brushing the dirt off. "That's very kind of you." Thus their roles reversed, with Yunjaan now diligently digging with enthusiasm. Qingqing smiled, thinking, "See, even love-struck individuals can forage for wild vegetables." Not only that, she also stumbled upon wild garlic and green onions. Qingqing had never felt so fortunate. She felt like a chosen one. As they meandered, stopping intermittently, Qingqing was utterly enchanted. "What is this?" "Dig a little." "Dig a little? What is this again?" "Digging it up." Yunjaan held a collection of wild vegetables bound with strips of beast skin in one hand while continuously plucking more with the other. He had never considered that these commonplace weeds could be edible. This enough. We'll come back to dig more after we eat. Qingqing, momentarily distracted from the unknown wild vegetable she was pulling up, glanced at the bounty in Yunjaan's hands. Indeed, it was quite a lot. She had harvested every edible plant in sight, both familiar and unfamiliar. It was enough to last a while, but too much would spoil. "All right then, let us call it a day." Yunjaan led Qingqing to a nearby stream to wash their hands. And during this trip, Qingqing made another significant discovery. To her delight, she found that the soil along the stream bank was clay. With clay, she could create bowls, pots, and containers. Without hesitation, Qingqing began to scoop the mud. "What? You can eat dirt. What is the use of dirt?" Yunjaan's curiosity was piqued. She couldn't possibly want to eat dirt. Could she? Eating grass is one thing, but dirt? How peculiar! Qingqing chuckled playfully. "This is not ordinary dirt," and winked at him. "That you'll find out soon enough." Unfazed by his confusion, she continued her task, but he remarked, "All right, stop digging. Look at your hands. They're freezing. We have this kind of soil by our stream too. When I have time, I'll bring some back for you. Dig as much as you want." Yunjaan took her hand, discarding the dirt, and washed his hands clean before wiping them dry on his beast skin. "Really? You're not lying to me?" Qingqing inquired. "If I lie to you, I'm a dog." "All right, I believe you." After crossing a mountain, Qingqing noticed the snow along the path growing thicker, puzzled by why the snow seemed to decrease as they approached the mountain, as if a mysterious force was at play. However, she dismissed it. There were countless unexplainable phenomena in nature on the way back over the last two mountains. Yunjaan carried Qingqing, as she had overestimated her own endurance, upon reaching the final peak. Heavy snow began to fall, accumulating thickly enough to cover Yunjaan's legs. The sky was ominous, and the swirling snowflakes were mesmerizing. Yunjaan had no choice but to stop, seeking shelter from the wind and snow. Laying Qingqing down on himself and covering her with his tail, Qingqing waited and gradually dozed off. Later, she was awakened by Yunjaan shaking her. "Are we leaving?" she asked, rubbing her eyes. The black wolf nodded, lying down to signal her to climb on. The snow had ceased, and to avoid encountering the next storm, Yunjaan hurried back, swiftly arriving home. To their surprise, a beast man stood at their doorstep, anxiously scanning the surroundings. Upon seeing Yunjaan return, he was overjoyed and rushed forward, exclaiming, "Yun, you're finally back." Yunjaan walked straight into the cave, setting Qingqing down before heading to the changing area to get dressed. "What brings you here? What happened? You seem in a rush. You must go see the chief. The chief has a fever and has gotten out of bed all day," Tianliang said urgently, his words tumbling out in haste. Chapter 10. It's time to take action. Although he banished you from the tribe, he was just angry at the time. Before Tianliang could finish, Yunjaan interrupted. "Stop stalling. Let us go. His expression was grave. The chief had always treated him well, holding a place of respect in his heart. Wait, I want to go too. Ching interjected seriously, feeling sidelined. Tianliang hesitated, glancing at Yun Jian, waiting for him to decide. Yun Jian's gaze fixed on her face, revealing a seriousness he had never shown before, compelling him to agree. The three of them rushed to the tribe, where Ching leaped off Yun Jian's back to follow him to the chief's hut. The surrounding beastmen were pleasantly surprised and excited to see Yun Jian, their energy renewed. Before they entered the hut, they could already hear Baiwei's soft weeping as Yun Jian stepped inside. The people in the room and those by the chief's bedside instinctively made way for him. Cough, cough. Why are you crying? I'm not dead yet. The chief weakly called from his bed to Yun. You've finally arrived. Please save my father. Baiyu sobbed uncontrollably, and upon seeing Yun Jian, it was as if she had spotted a lifeline. Throwing herself into his embrace and weeping, Yun Jian furrowed his brow, shifting to evade Baiyu's embrace, while Rendong discreetly pulled Baiyu in her own arms, softly offering comfort. Yun Jian stood beside the leader's bed. Speaking solemnly, leader. The leader trembled as he raised his hand to grasp Yun Jian's tightly, tears glimmering in his eyes. Forgive me, uncle, that I should not have driven you away. Yun Jian lowered his gaze, observing the leader who had been so vigorous just days ago, now lying in bed, struggling to articulate words. His throat tightened, and his voice caught in his throat. It is my fault. I should not have acted impulsively. But what use were such words now? He could not heal the leader. Whether he survived or not depended on fate. The blanket was pulled back, leaving only 2 layers as Ching, who had remained unnoticed by the others, suddenly spoke up. Such thickness hinders heat dissipation. The orcs in the room finally acknowledged Ching's presence, and an older orc huffed. What do you know? It's precisely this method that will induce sweating. And once the sweat appears, things will improve. This approach will only exacerbate the illness without any benefits. Ching retorted calmly, ignoring the hostile glares directed her way. Did I in their eyes? She was merely a disgruntled individual, cast out by the leader, attempting to stir trouble, but she remained unfazed. You don't understand. This method has been employed for years. The elder orc persisted, unwilling to concede. Trust me, Ching said, locking eyes with Yun Jian. Not sure she was addressing him or the others in the room. Yun Jian swallowed hard, hesitating briefly before ultimately saying nothing, turning to follow her advice that he should trust her, just as she trusted him. The other orcs looked on in disbelief. Only days prior, the leader had expelled this female, and now it seemed she was seizing an opportunity for revenge. How could Yun Jian trust her so easily? Baiyu, infuriated, exclaimed, That is my father's life. How can you trust her so readily? What if she harms him? Ching chose not to engage with her. In this moment, words were futile. Only actions could prove her intentions. She stepped forward, checking the leader's pulse, her brow slightly furrowing that he has caught a chill. Moreover, she could distinctly feel his skin was excessively warm. The fever was concerning, and if it did not subside, it could spell danger. The orcs present began to relent, as it was indeed true that the leader had fallen ill after leading the hunting party in the cold. What is so difficult about this, with this weather? It is easy to deduce he has caught a chill. Baiyu had just dried her tears, her voice slightly hoarse. Everyone pondered this, casting skeptical glances at Ching. She sighed, not wishing to dwell on their doubts, and scanned the room, asking, Is there anyone who can boil water? The patient needs to drink plenty of hot water. Did I in the corner? An orc raised his hand eagerly. I can do it. I'll go boil some right now. Yes, go ahead, but remember, it must be boiling, and let it cool before drinking. What does boiling mean? The orc paused at the door, confused. It means it should bubble vigorously. Though he didn't understand why they needed boiling water when it could just be warm. In this urgent moment, he refrained from questioning further. Ching cracked her knuckles. It was time to take decisive action. She pulled back the blanket and commanded, Remove the furs. The leader responded with a perplexed, while the others exclaimed in unison. Baiyu was taken aback. Yun Jian weakly asked, Ching, what are you doing? Ching felt bewildered, casting him a glance. It's nothing. Yun Jian's gaze flickered, silencing his inquiry. Ching proceeded to massage the acupoints on the leader's temples and forehead, instructing him to turn over as she continued to massage his back and neck. She had underestimated the ruggedness of the orcs. After just one round of massage, Her arms ached, and she felt her efforts were yielding little effect. "You come. I'll guide you from the side," she said, directing her attention to Yun Jian, who was stronger and would likely be more effective than her. Yun Jian obediently stepped forward, following Qing Qing's instructions. After the massage, Qing Qing asked, "Do you feel any better?" The leader turned over, a glimmer of surprise in his eyes. "Much better. That I feel more at ease. The headache has lessened, and my nose is less congested, so my father being this way is acceptable." Bai Yu's heart lifted at her father's words. "Not quite," Qing Qing replied frankly. "This merely alleviates the pain temporarily. The high fever remains a risk." Disappointment flickered in Bai Yu's eyes, and after a moment of silence, she gritted her teeth and said, "A little relief is better than nothing. Thank you. Did I apologize for my earlier attitude?" "It was my mistake. It's all right," Qing Qing replied, somewhat taken aback, not expecting her to apologize, having presumed she had the temperament of a spoiled young lady. She couldn't help but reassess her view on Bai Yu. "I'll think of other solutions. Remember to drink more hot water. When you feel discomfort, you can massage as you did earlier." Yun Jian and I will take our leave. The other orcs were now fully convinced. Nodding eagerly, hoping she would come up with a solution soon, Qing Qing smiled at the group, taking Yun Jian's hand as they prepared to leave. As they passed Bai Yu, she noticed her swollen eyes resembling light bulbs and kindly suggested, "You could wrap some ice in fur and apply it to your eyes. It will help." Bai Yu nodded, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you." Rindong embraced Bai Yu's shoulders. "I'll go find some ice." As soon as they exited the tribe, Yun Jian could no longer contain his curiosity. "Can you really heal?" Qing Qing smiled lightly, a bit. "What? I only know a little. That my mother was a physician, and I picked up some knowledge from her." Yun Jian inquired, "What about your mother? Is she lost to you?" He hadn't seen anyone else in the snow. Qing Qing forced a smile. "She's in another world." Yun Jian assumed her mother had passed away and comforted her. "Even if she is gone, you must continue to live well. That I will take care of you." Qing Qing smiled bitterly. What if she was the one who was lost? She wondered how they were faring on the other side. Yun Jian changed the subject. "Are you confident you can cure the leader's illness? You trust me even though you don't know if I can treat him? Aren't you afraid I might take advantage of the situation?" "You are not that kind of person. Do you have confidence?" She herself was uncertain that in modern times, such an illness was not a significant issue. A bit of medication would suffice, and even a more severe ailment could be treated with an injection or 4. However, in this medically deprived place, there were no medicines, no injections, and even acupuncture was impossible. Minor ailments could indeed become fatal. The illness is not difficult to treat, provided we can find the herbs to reduce the fever. Qing Qing furrowed her brows. The question remained, where could she find such herbs? The ground was covered in snow, obscuring any potential healing flora. Noticing his serious demeanor, Qing Qing teased him. "I wonder who it was. Just moments ago with red-rimmed eyes, nearly on the verge of tears." Yun Jian's face turned crimson with embarrassment. "You saw that?" Qing Qing's smile deepened. His awkwardness was quite amusing. For his sake, she was determined to mend the leader's health. She had always believed in repaying kindness, and since Yun Jian had saved her life, she felt compelled to return the favor. Moreover, her mother had instilled in her the principle of a healer's compassion. She could not bear to stand by while someone suffered. Yun Jian tightened his grip on her hand, his deep blue eyes heavy with gratitude. "Qing Qing, thank you." Upon returning home, Qing Qing noticed the ground strewn with wild vegetables and suddenly had a flash of inspiration. She grasped Yun Jian's hand firmly, saying earnestly, "Take me to a place. Now." "Yes, now." Chapter 11. Seeking herbs as expected, Qing Qing had Yun Jian lead her back to the very spot where they had foraged for wild vegetables. Gazing at the verdant hillside, Qing Qing's expression was cold. She had no choice but to take a gamble that if there were no herbs here, then it was unlikely they would find any elsewhere. "You should rest for a bit. I'll search around and return once I find the herbs," Qing Qing suggested to Yun Jian. They had already made 3 trips and hadn't eaten anything since last night. She worried he might exhaust himself. Yun Jian shook his head stubbornly. "I want to stay with you. If any danger arises, I can protect you." "Then let us go." Qing Qing recalled her mother, renowned for her medical skills across several villages. In her youth, her mother often took her into the mountains to gather herbs, teaching her about their collection and medicinal properties. Qing Qing had a natural talent for this, remembering everything after just one lesson. Her mother, impressed by her aptitude, took her along during her travels, allowing her to learn much. Later, when the family had a bit of financial stability, her mother opened a traditional Chinese medicine clinic, which meant she no longer had to travel and could dedicate more time to teaching Qing about medicine. Her mother had initially hoped Qing would inherit her practice, but when it came time to choose a field of study, Qing opted for a subject unrelated to medicine, which left her mother furious and silent for 3 days. Reflecting on this, Qing sighed, feeling a pang of regret. Had she known she would one day find herself in such a situation, she would never have chosen that wretched computer science at present. Even the computer remains untouched, rendering it utterly useless. Qing has searched a considerable distance, and while she has not returned entirely empty-handed, her findings consist merely of some dog's spine and 100 parts. Can these cure the leader's ailment? They cannot, but they may alleviate other maladies. Qing is reluctant to dampen his spirits, yet the reality is as such, although she has yet to discover any herbs for reducing fever. The fact that she has unearthed these suggests there are indeed medicinal plants in this area. Turning to glance at the herbs in Yunzhan's hands, their roots caked in dirt, she continues. Please wash the herbs for me. I will explore over there. You need only wait for me here. After wandering for so long, Yunzhan has noticed that there are no signs of wild beasts nearby, affirming the relative safety of the area, and thus he agrees, do not wander too far. Very well, as dusk approaches, Qing returns, her demeanor somewhat dejected. She has encountered an abundance of dog spine, yet no other useful herbs in sight. You back? Come, have something to eat. You haven't eaten all day, Yunzhan urges, having hunted a few birds and now roasting their meat. Seeing Qing standing still, her enthusiasm lacking, Yunzhan approaches with a piece of roasted meat. Attempting to console her. Come now, taste this bird meat. It is quite delicious, don't you think? He tears off a leg of the bird and encourages, try it, don't let yourself grow weak. Initially, Qing did not feel hungry. But now, as she catches the aroma of the roasted meat, her stomach begins to grumble. She realizes the wisdom in Yunzhan's words. If she fails to find the herbs and neglects her health, it would be a grave misfortune. After satisfying her hunger, Qing feels her spirits lift and her energy return. Let us go. We must search again before nightfall. She rises, brushing off the dust from her rear. All right. Yunzhan douses the fire with snow-dusted soil, picking up the bundled herbs as he stands. Wait, what do you have in your hand? I ask you, what do you hold? Qing suddenly exclaims, grasping the herbs in Yunzhan's possession. Verifying once more, these are the herbs you gathered. Yunzhan, bewildered, responds, what of it? The joy in Qing's eyes is uncontainable as she exclaims, you are a veritable genius at foraging for herbs. Confounded, Yunzhan thinks to himself that he has done nothing but wash the herbs. Qing, brimming with excitement, gestures toward the wild grass binding the herbs. Where did you find this? Take me to see it at once. Well, I simply plucked it at random. Yunzhan leads her to the back mountain. I was hunting over here when I happened upon a river and came to wash the herbs. Then I noticed this plant, which looked robust enough to serve as rope, so I pulled a few stalks. Following his gaze, Qing gazes at a cluster of plants taller than herself, resembling jointed grass. Lost in contemplation, did I guess it possible for a feather to grow this tall? After careful examination and repeated confirmation, she realizes this is indeed a Ephedra. No wonder she had been unable to locate it. She had been wandering aimlessly in the front mountain all along. Ephedra possesses numerous medicinal properties. Dispersing wind and cold and treating fever are merely among its many benefits. Qing attempts to uproot it, exerting immense effort, yet it remains steadfast. Sighing, she addresses the oblivious Ephedra, I advise you to cooperate. Otherwise, she menacingly rubs her hands together, pointing at the plant, then beckons Yunzhan, I want this. Are you too fatigued? Why do you appear somewhat unhinged? When the two return to the tribe, it is deep into the night. The leader lies ill in bed, while orc guards take turns watching outside. Upon seeing Yunzhan and Qing return, the orcs joyfully rush inside to deliver the news. Yunzhan and Qing have returned. One enters the room, gently nudging Bai Yu, speaking softly. Bai Yu, who had been resting beside the leader's bed, awakens at the news and hurries to greet them. Qing jumps down from the wolf's back, but her legs, somewhat stiff from the cold, almost cause her to stumble. Fortunately, Bai Yu is quick to lend her support. preventing her fall. That, "Oh dear, why are you so cold?" Bai Yu remarks, feeling her icy hands and hastily ushering her inside. "Quickly, come warm yourself by the fire." Once inside, Bai Yu notices Qingqing's lips are a shade of purple from the cold and hurriedly drapes a fox fur coat over her. Qingqing, shivering, expresses her gratitude while adding, "Could I trouble you for some hot water?" Given that the leader is still resting, the group speaks in hushed tones. Bai Yu gestures for one of the orcs to come forward, instructing him to fetch some hot water. Yunzhan, now dressed, steps inside and joins Qingqing by the fire. "How is the leader?" he inquires seriously. "Still the same." Bai Yu glances worriedly at the ailing figure on the bed. "Hot water is here." A youth enters, bright and cheerful, carrying 2 bamboo tubes. He approaches with a lively gait, having kept hot water ready for the leader to drink, that he hands one tube to Qingqing and the other to Yunzhan. Qingqing receives the bamboo tube gratefully, smiling politely at him. "Thank you." The youth's eyes widen with surprise at her smile, momentarily entranced, before bashfully lowering his head and scratching the back of his neck. Stammering, and no need to mention it. Just as he attempts to steal another glance, he is met with Yunzhan's icy glare, prompting him to quickly avert his eyes. "That I will step outside to keep watch. Join us by the fire. It is so cold outside," Qingqing invites, patting the empty space beside her. After drinking a few sips of hot water, she feels considerably warmer. "Very well, but I mustn't eat," at receiving Yunzhan's predatory gaze. The youth hastily flees. "That am I truly that frightening?" Qingqing inquires, puzzled. Yunzhan shakes his head. Her confusion deepens. "Then why did he run away?" "I do not eat people." Once again, Yunzhan shakes his head. "Rest assured. I have found the herbs." After finishing her last sip of water, Qingqing rises to check on the leader, who is still burning with fever, necessitating the urgent preparation of medicine for him. Chapter 12. Suffering should not befall oneself. The orcs are incapable of brewing medicine, and Qingqing dares not entrust it to them. The stems of ephedra induce sweating and dispel cold, while the roots serve to consolidate the exterior and halt sweating. The effects of the two are entirely contradictory. A mistake in brewing could prove fatal. Nearby, some orcs are boiling water, and Qingqing approaches to express her intentions. The orc immediately vacates a spot to make room for her and Yunzhan. Qingqing sits on a wooden stump, observing the dark bamboo tubes being heated, feeling a wave of embarrassment. She had assumed the bamboo tubes were merely cups, not realizing they were also tools for boiling water. However, given the circumstances, she must make do with what is available. Selecting a bamboo tube about 20 centimeters deep and of suitable width from the multitude of sizes, she fills it with water and divides a portion of the ephedra stems into small segments, tossing them into the tube to soak. They must steep for half an hour before boiling. As she warms her hands by the fire, she asks Yunzhan, "How long is half an hour?" Just a little while." Qingqing realizes that in this world, there are no concepts of hours, minutes, or seconds, only morning, noon, and night. Estimating that enough time has passed, she prepares to place the bamboo tube into the fire. Yet the roaring flames present a dilemma. That she does simply toss it in. She does not possess a steel grip. "Allow me," Yunzhan interjects, taking the bamboo tube from her hands and placing it securely into the fire. Qingqing is taken aback. He appears completely unfazed by the heat. "Are you not burned?" Yunzhan hides his hand behind his back, fanning it vigorously, yet stubbornly insists, "Not at all." Before long, the water begins to boil. Qingqing had worried whether the bamboo tube might crack, but thankfully, as it is wet, it merely emits a gentle hissing sound as the moisture evaporates, showing no signs of breaking. Such fine bamboo tubes would be a shame not to use for making bamboo rice. Just the thought of fragrant rice makes Qingqing's mouth water. Yet the greater tragedy is that rice does not exist in this world. Listening to the bubbling and hissing of the boiling water, her eyelids grow heavy. Struggling to keep her eyes open, she asks, "Yunzhan, are you sleepy?" Yunzhan, nearly dozing off beside her, jolts awake at her question, eyes wide open, proclaiming firmly, "I am not sleepy. Perhaps you should rest for a bit. I will call you later." Noticing her yawning repeatedly, he feels a pang of sympathy. Qingqing waves her hand dismissively. "It's fine. I can hold on." All right, but she is merely worried he might misjudge the time and let the water boil dry, rendering their efforts futile for the night. Estimating the water level by instinct, Qingqing squints and feels it should be about right. Yunzhan picks up a large clamp fashioned from bamboo and retrieves the bamboo tube. Ching pouts. So there are tools after all? I was curious how you would manage to retrieve it barehanded from the fire. Once the bamboo tube is no longer hot to the touch. Ching pours the prepared medicine into another bamboo tube. She then finds another tube, discards the dregs of the medicine into it, fills it with water, and returns it to the fire to continue boiling. Once the new batch is ready, she pours it into the previously prepared medicinal broth, resulting in approximately half a bamboo tube of medicine. That it is done. Let us go. Ching divides the medicinal broth into 2 portions, giving one to the leader and entrusting the other to Bai Yu, instructing her to warm it before administering it to the leader in the morning. Just then, Rinding enters, looking surprised at the sight of Ching and Yunjian. Why are you here so late? Bai Yu explained with a cheerful demeanor that they had come to prepare medicine for her father, and after they had all taken their share, she turned to introduce Ching, saying, "You probably do not know him yet. His name is Rendong." The two exchanged greetings, marking the beginning of their acquaintance. "That I and Yunjian shall take our leave now," Bai Yu added. Ching, feeling utterly fatigued, was consumed by a desire for a comfortable sleep. "That is my father going to be all right?" She inquired. "That if he sweats tonight, he will be fine. Remember to keep him well hydrated." That in a hurried departure. Ching's only wish was to return home for a deep slumber. Meanwhile, Rendong and Bai Yu switched shifts. Initially, it was agreed that he would guard during the latter half of the night. But Bai Yu changed her mind at the last moment, wanting to ensure her father was truly out of danger. After much coaxing, Rendong finally managed to lull Bai Yu to sleep before returning to watch over the chief. This was an excellent opportunity for him to demonstrate his worth. That in the dead of night, the chief suddenly began to mumble, as if trying to articulate something that is hot. He murmured in a barely audible voice. Rendong leaned closer, straining to catch the words. "What did you say?" he asked. "That is hot," came the clearer response. Rendong propped himself up, noticing the sheen of sweat glistening on the chief's forehead, recalling Ching's words about sweating being a sign of recovery. He felt a surge of joy. "Let me wipe the sweat off you," he said. Using warm water, Rendong gently wiped the chief's body, offering him more to drink, and then settled him back down. Sensing that his temperature had subsided somewhat, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Ching slept soundly, her mouth slightly agape, only to be jolted awake by a thunderous snore. Bewildered, she looked around, trying to pinpoint the source of the disturbance. "What noise is that?" she wondered, only to discover it was the wolf beside her, snoring loudly. Ching chuckled and lay back down, but soon found herself unable to stifle her laughter as the snoring grew louder, filling her ears like a deafening drumbeat. Clutching her ears, her eyes reddened with frustration, she felt an urge to shake him awake. However, considering his laborious efforts, she suppressed her thoughts and rolled over in exasperation. Glaring at the source of her sleeplessness, she felt a surge of indignation. Why should she endure discomfort while he slept soundly, adhering to the principle that no one should suffer at her expense? She abruptly closed her eyes and let out a piercing scream, feigning a nightmare. The snoring ceased abruptly, and Yunjian woke with a start. His ears perked as he scanned the cave before his gaze landed on Ching. Seeing her plan succeeded, Ching rubbed her nose and turned away, pretending to be fast asleep. A satisfied smile crept on her lips when Yunjian noticed her bare back exposed to the chill. He rose, draping a fur over her before returning to his spot. The next day, Ching awoke well into the afternoon, her sleepy eyes barely open, her hair a wild mess. That it was no surprise that Yunjian was absent. His presence at home would have been the anomaly. Stretching to shake off the sleepiness, Ching recalled the wild vegetables she had gathered the previous day and began sorting through them. Suddenly, a wave of worry washed over her. She had no container to cook the vegetables in, not even a bamboo tube, as she hesitated over whether to shamelessly ask the tribe for a couple of bamboo tubes. A figure appeared at the cave entrance. Thinking it was Yunjian returning, she was taken aback upon recognizing the visitor. "What brings you here?" she asked Bai Yu, her confusion evident. "How is the chief's health?" Bai Yu inquired. "My father has recovered from the fever and seems much better, though he still has a slight cough." That it was indeed Bai Yu, and Ching hadn't anticipated her visit, since she was here. It was the perfect opportunity to inquire about the chief's condition. Nodding, Ching replied, "Since he has recovered from the fever, I need not brew the medicine I prepared yesterday." She gestured towards a pile of bamboo roots. "I have some other herbs that may help with the cough." Bai Yu looked at her with admiration. "I never realized you possessed such medical skills." There are hardly any who can treat a fever overnight in our beastman continent. Are you perhaps the reincarnation of a beast god? Flattered yet bewildered, Qing felt unworthy of such praise. Although she was unsure what a beast god entailed, she recalled Yun Jian's solemn vows to it. Guessing it might be akin to the reverence people held for Guanyin, that I cannot accept such a title. While I have some knowledge, it is limited. Bai plucked a wild vegetable and curiously weighed it in her hand. Are these all medicinal herbs? No, these are wild vegetables, edible ones. Qing clarified, resting her chin on her hand, her gaze softening as she perceived Bai's previous animosity had dissipated. That I asked this what Yun Jian feeds you? Bai said, tossing it aside in mock disdain. Her cheeks puffed in annoyance that a smile tugged at Qing's lips as she raised an eyebrow, choosing to remain silent. Why did she find Bai's pouting expression so endearing? Bai was undeniably beautiful. Thick brows, large eyes, defined features, sun-kissed skin, and amber eyes, with slightly curled hair and a voluptuous figure that radiated vitality. With a bit of grooming, she would be an absolute stunner. Bai grasped her hand and, with a serious expression, declared, "Rest assured, I will ensure you enjoy hearty meals of meat." "That sounds delightful," Qing replied with a serene smile, curious to see how Bai would fulfill that promise. As they chatted, Bai suddenly remembered the main purpose of her visit. That my father expressed his gratitude for saving him and apologized for previously driving you out of the tribe. He wishes to know if you would be willing to join us. As a gesture of apology, he is open to any conditions you might have, as long as he can fulfill them. What about Yun Jian? Can he return to the tribe as well? Yes, he spoke with my father this morning when he came to the tribe. But he wanted to gauge your feelings on the matter. That sounds agreeable. Qing responded readily, relieved that Yun Jian could return to the tribe. However, she had not yet considered her conditions and decided to think them through before voicing them. While they spoke, the soft crunch of footsteps in the snow interrupted them, and Rendong entered the cave. "What brings you here?" Qing began to ask, but Bai interrupted. "You've been away for quite a while." "I came to check on you," Rendong said with a charming smile. "Are you worried I might keep her here?" Qing teased, realizing that Rendong seemed to be quite attached to Bai. Initially thinking they were siblings, it was clear their relationship was more complex. "Not at all. I was merely concerned for her safety on the way here," Rendong replied with a smile. Qing offered them some bamboo roots, instructing them on how to prepare the medicine, before seeing them to the entrance of the cave. Hesitating for a moment, she shyly inquired, "Could I trouble you for a few bamboo tubes?" Bai smiled knowingly. "No problem. I'll have someone bring them to you." Before long, Yun Jian returned, carrying half a pig and several bamboo tubes that he placed the meat at the entrance to avoid any foul odors permeating the cave. After a brief separation, he felt a deep longing, his heart swelling at the sight of her petite figure. "The pig meat is from Bai, and so are these bamboo tubes," Yun Jian said, handing them to her before settling beside her. "Yes, that's so. Please thank her for me tomorrow." She replied that we should be thanking you. "You cured the chief's illness," he countered with a smile, nudging her playfully with his elbow, his eyes warm and gentle. "Can you help me slice some meat, but make it thin? We won't be having roasted meat tonight. We'll have boiled meat instead. With such a large quantity of meat, it should last them 2 to 3 days, considering Yun Jian's appetite." Raising an eyebrow, he allowed a faint smile to grace his usually stoic face. Each time he met her smiling gaze, he found her irresistibly endearing. With that thought, he set to work. Leaning down, he lifted her chin with his fingers and placed a fleeting kiss upon her lips. Her mouth tasted as sweet as dew, and before she could fully comprehend what had happened, Yun Jian stood and walked away with a triumphant grin, saying, "I'm off now." Covering her mouth in surprise, Qing finally processed the moment, feeling a rush of embarrassment as her eyes glistened with unshed tears. You, how could you?" "Well, you didn't say you were unwilling," he replied, a righteous tone in his voice. "Not again." Qing huffed, exasperated that he had once more taken advantage of her surprise, as if she were expected to anticipate his every move. She was not a mind reader. After all, that if you dare to act so brazenly again, I will kick you out, she threatened, her playful fury eliciting a soft laugh from Yun Jian. All right, he chuckled, appearing indulgent, knowing that even if she were to threaten him, he could always return. After all, his feet were his own. With a huff, Qing turned away, refusing to acknowledge him further, instead filling the bamboo tubes with snow to let it melt. Yun Jian sliced the meat, tossing the strips into the fire, then patiently waited for Qing to direct their cooking. Using smooth wooden sticks, she fashioned 2 pairs of chopsticks, watching as the water came to a boil before adding the fresh meat slices. The pieces danced in the bubbling water, and she felt a surge of anticipation. It had been so long since she had enjoyed boiled meat. It sounds somewhat bittersweet, yet that is the reality. The slices of meat had been cooked. She sprinkled a dash of salt and added some scallions for flavor, stirring them together. Qing delicately picked up a piece of meat, blew on it gently, and offered it to Yunjian, her tone slightly elevated. "You must try this." Yunjian gazed at her slender fingers, a playful glimmer dancing in his eyes, and opened his mouth to take a bite. Being fed by Qing, he found it impossible to refuse. He chewed a few times, savoring the exquisite taste of the meat, with a subtle saltiness complemented by the fragrant scallions. An absolute delight. Is it delicious? The anticipation in her eyes was palpable, and Yunjian's smile deepened as he tenderly tucked a stray strand of her hair behind her ear, unabashedly praising. Delicious that it was hard to tell whether he referred to the pork or to her. Qing felt as though an abundance of pink bubbles had sprung up around her. Her hand trembled slightly as she held the chopsticks, and she quietly retracted them, popping the pink bubbles into oblivion. "Can you eat properly? This is the best meat I've ever tasted." Faced with his affectionate gaze, Qing could only think, this child clearly had never experienced anything truly fine. She extended her chopsticks toward him, speaking in a flat tone. "Delicious, love it, eat more, you eat it yourself." Then she realized that this wolf could hardly use chopsticks at all. Chapter 14. Digging for clay. Having nearly finished the meat, Qing added some wild vegetables to the pot, pressing them down with her chopsticks until they were submerged in the boiling water, ready to be enjoyed shortly. Brave souls relish the world, gazing at the tender wild greens. Qing hesitated only briefly before scooping up a mouthful and popping it in her mouth. "Tasty. Thumbs up," she exclaimed eagerly. "What kind of wild vegetable is this?" "I don't know," she mumbled with her mouth full of greens. "You try it. Are you really eating it like that? What if it's poisonous? What can we do?" "Make a grand affair of it. Just find a nice spot to bury me." Yunjian was not joking. There had been instances in the tribe where someone had consumed a plant with white stalks, only to suffer violent vomiting and diarrhea, eventually succumbing to the poison within days. Since then, no one dared to eat unknown plants, especially those that looked appetizing. But he stood up, intending to discard the wild vegetables. But Qing, who was enjoying her meal, noticed his movement and preemptively grasped his hand, shaking her head in warning. "No, if you touch it, I will find a nice place to bury you right now." Qing and Yunjian both furrowed their brows, knowing this was truly not something to be taken lightly. "Rest assured, this is not poisonous." She released his hand. "Then why did you just say to find a nice place to bury you?" "I thought it was you who asked what to do if it's poisonous." "I never said it was." Qing teased, batting her eyelashes mischievously. Yunjian realized she was deliberately toying with him, and he ruffled her hair with a resigned smile, saying, "Next time you trick me, I'll give you a kiss that will leave you breathless." Qing pouted in response. Yunjian had mostly been watching her eat, and with his already hearty appetite, he felt as though he were merely filling in the gaps, so he went to roast more meat. After their meal, Qing felt warm and content. With some free time on her hands, she sought to find something to occupy herself. She finally understood why her grandparents, despite their age, still enjoyed finding tasks to engage with. It was indeed a matter of sheer boredom. "Do you have something to do later?" she inquired, glancing at Yunjian with a charming smile. Seeing her coy demeanor, Yunjian surmised she either wanted to go out or needed his assistance. Raising an eyebrow with a smirk, "I have something to attend to." "What?" Qing's face fell in disappointment, her expression crestfallen. "What else could you possibly need to do? If you would be willing to give me a kiss, I might just find the time." Yunjian replied slyly, with a hint of seduction and mischief in his eyes. "Fine, I will go by myself," she declared, decisively turning away, her lips pursed in indignation. "That I can manage on my own." "You insatiable wolf, always thinking about such things. I never said anything about kissing lips. A kiss on the cheek would suffice." Yunjian lowered his terms, pointing to his cheek and enticing her further. Now it was her turn to hesitate. Should she kiss him? If she didn't she might struggle to find clay on her own, which would take time, and whether or not she would find it was another matter entirely. Weighing the pros and cons, she thought that a kiss on the cheek didn't seem too unreasonable. "You must not go back on your word. I am serious. Will you kiss or not? I will. Ching declared resolutely. It's just a kiss. It won't cost me a thing, and besides, it's not as if I've never kissed before. She leaned in, her eyes fixed on his handsome face, which seemed to express eager anticipation. Swallowing hard, she felt as though his expression were a pit waiting for her to leap in. That I'm going to kiss you now, she announced, more to reassure herself than him. With her eyes closed and a face full of determination, she pressed her lips against his. Seizing the opportunity, Yunjian turned his neck, capturing her lips in a kiss. In that instant, Ching felt that the sensation was entirely unexpected. So very wrong. Just as she attempted to pull away, he grasped the back of her head firmly, wrapping one arm around her waist, and with a gentle pull, drew her closer, deepening the kiss. It felt as though a dam had burst. His passionate kiss descended upon her, his warm tongue dancing with hers. Her struggles weakened, and as he kissed her, she gradually melted into his embrace, her head spinning, her subconscious trying to evade his agile tongue. Yet there was no escaping it, as if they had begun a game of hide and seek. After what felt like an eternity, the warmth of their lips finally dissipated, and Ching leaned against him, gasping for breath, a sensation of oxygen deprivation that she had never felt even when running an 800-meter race. You still don't know how to breathe properly. You should practice more, Yunjian remarked with a satisfied smile, his hands resting gently on her waist, but his words were teasingly cruel. Once she had regained her composure, Ching sprang from his embrace, furious enough to nearly roll up her sleeves to give him a good thrashing, feeling both embarrassed and angry. You tricked me again. What do you mean again? Yunjian feigned innocence, though the mischief in his eyes betrayed him. When have I ever deceived you? It was you who suddenly turned away. Making me kiss you, ask you. Ching lamented, frustrated that she had closed her eyes, allowing this road to take advantage. Do you have any evidence? Yunjian smirked, knowing full well she had none, and even if she did, he wouldn't. He admitted that. Don't be angry. Where do you want to go? I'll take you. After their kiss, he was eager to fulfill his promise. He would gladly traverse fire and water for her now. You promised that day to take me to find clay, she huffed, puffing up like a pufferfish, thinking that since she had kissed him, she shouldn't let this opportunity slip away without making demands. At least he had some conscience. He hadn't reneged on his promise. All right, I'll take you, he readily agreed, lifting his hand to gently pinch her rosy cheek. But remember, once we find the clay, you can't be angry with me. Ching swatted his hand away. You better lead me to it first. Yunjian did not deceive her. He truly knew where to find the clay and led her there directly. Ching looked at the clay with great satisfaction. She had previously crafted a vase from clay, and the result had been quite decent. She believed that making a few pots and jars here would be no trouble at all. The weather was too cold, and the clay was frozen solid. Yunjian found a stone to use as a tool and dug up a considerable amount for Ching. Once they had enough, she instructed Yunjian to wrap it up to take home. Upon returning home, Ching spread a piece of animal hide on the ground and placed the clay upon it. The clay was too hard and required a bit of processing. She scooped up a handful of snow from outside, placing it on the clay, waiting for it to melt into water so she could mix it and soften the clay. This was not something that could be accomplished instantly, and she was in no rush, allowing it to melt gradually. Noticing that she was preoccupied, Yunjian realized that even a pile of mere mud was more captivating than he was, and he felt a pang of jealousy. Ching. Yes, I'm going out for a bit, he said, feeling the need to do something to win her favor. Ching waved her hand dismissively, not looking up. Go on, go on. How cold, how heartless. Love is dead, Yunjian lamented. His heart shattered. Come back soon. Ching still cared for him. Love is alive again, he thought, gathering up the shattered pieces of his heart, believing it could still be of use. Chapter 15. Seeking flowers in the snow as the snow melted into water. Lacking any other tools, Ching had no choice but to knead the clay and water together bit by bit. After an indeterminate amount of time, her hands grew sore, and she shook them out. Realizing Yunjian had yet to return, wiping the sweat from her brow with her arm, she stood up to peek outside. With so much snow, she wondered where he had gone. Perhaps he had gone to the tribe? It was plausible. Given that the leader had just begun to recover, he might have gone to visit. In that case, there was no need for concern. The clay mixture had become a bit too runny. It would need to sit overnight to dry a bit before it could be used. Ching stepped outside to shake off the mud from her hands, grabbing a handful of snow to wash her hands. After washing, her fingers turned a bright red from the cold. As she walked back inside, she rubbed her hands together and breathed into them, exclaiming, "It's so cold." The sky was turning dark when suddenly a figure burst through the heavy snowfall. Ching jumped in surprise, squinting to get a better look. My goodness, a snowman. Upon closer inspection, she realized that this snowman was none other than Yun Jian, which startled her even more. She rushed over to him, brushing the snow off. "Where have you been? What happened to you looking like this?" Yun Jian remained silent, his gaze fixed on the worried Ching, a smile unconsciously playing at the corners of his lips. Ching furrowed her brows, gently patting his arm, and despite her laughter, she chided him playfully. "Look at you, your hair is all wet. Aren't you cold? Come over and warm yourself by the fire." It was infuriating. Such a grown man behaving like a child, utterly oblivious. She wished to pull him towards the warmth, yet he remained rooted to the spot, as immovable as a statue. Turning back, Ching sought to discover what mischief he was up to, only to find him presenting her with a bouquet of camellias. The pink flowers bloomed vibrantly, their petals larger than a palm, glistening with a dewy allure, while the pale yellow centers sparkled like precious gems, exuding a delicate fragrance. Despite the frost clinging to his lashes, Yun Jian had managed to shield the flowers from the biting chill. "Are they beautiful?" he asked, a playful smile lighting up his face, his blue eyes shimmering with affection and anticipation as he gazed at Ching. She accepted the bouquet, observing his snow-covered form, his hair damp and frozen together. Suddenly, her nose tinged with a sharp ache, and tears began to cascade down her smooth, delicate cheeks. "You stayed out for so long, just for this?" she asked through a trembling voice. "Why are you crying?" Yun Jian inquired, a look of panic crossing his features as he hurriedly attempted to wipe her tears. "I noticed other females enjoy flowers, so I thought you might too." His intentions had been to please her, but it seemed he had inadvertently caused her distress. "Please, don't cry if you don't like them." "No, I truly adore them," Ching interjected, throwing herself into his embrace. Wrapping her arms around his sturdy waist, her face nestled against his chest, muffled yet firm. "But you mustn't do this again." Yun Jian paused, momentarily taken aback. Then a soft smile graced his lips as realization dawned upon him. Her feelings were anything but disdainful. She was utterly captivated. He gently encircled her, patting her back with a tender touch, his tones soothing as if comforting a child. Ching, dear, don't cry if it pleases you. I will do anything is it worth it? Braving the snow and the cold just to pick a bouquet for me? There is no question of worth. It is merely about my willingness that if it brings you joy, I am more than happy to oblige." Yun Jian caressed her shoulders, gently pushing her back to observe her rabbit-like eyes, which had turned red from weeping, and he delicately tucked away the hair that clung to her cheek. "All right, stop crying, I'm getting cold. I'll pass it on to you soon." Wiping her tears, Ching playfully punched his chest. "You do realize you're cold, don't you? Hurry up and warm yourself by the fire." Yun Jian chuckled. I'm coming. He changed into a bee-skin skirt and sat beside the fire, extending his hands to bask in its warmth, while Ching stood beside him, drying his hair. Though they exchanged no words, a sweet atmosphere enveloped them. They moved in perfect harmony, wherever Ching directed her attention to dry her hair. Yun Jian would turn towards the flames. He savored her care, her gentle fingers weaving through his hair, a sensation that penetrated to his bones. Once she had dried his hair, Ching set up 2 tripods, placing a long stick atop, draping Yun Jian's damp bee skirt over it to dry. Next, she filled a scorched bamboo tube with water, placing the flowers inside, and setting it upon the bedside. "Are you hungry? I'll roast some meat." Despite the option of dining within the tribe, Yun Jian preferred to eat at home, for wherever Ching was, the meat tasted infinitely better. Ching nodded. "I am a bit hungry." Her meals had been irregular these past few days, eating whenever hunger struck, whether it was 1 meal or 3 in a day. After their meal, they nestled into their respective blankets, and Ching gazed at the vibrant flowers on the bedside. Warmth flooding her heart, it was not merely the flowers he gifted her, but the sincerity of his affection that as she prepared to drift into slumber, she suddenly felt someone tugging at the beast's skin covering her, causing the bed to sink slightly. Before she could react, a strong arm encircled her waist, pressing her back against a warm chest. Without needing to look, she knew who it was. "What are you doing?" She protested, struggling against him. Though she had indeed been touched by his gesture today, it did not mean she would allow him to have his way. It's cold. I want to hold you to sleep. Yun Jin murmured, snuggling closer to Qingqing, burying his face in her neck and inhaling deeply, lost in her fragrance. You smell wonderful, like flowers, even more fragrant than the flowers. Irritation flared within Qingqing. Unlike Yun Jin's intoxication, she felt no enchantment, only a desire to escape. Though she found her attempts futile, she wriggled in his embrace, squirming like a worm. That I don't believe you're cold. If you were, you would have shrunk into a big black wolf by now. All right. Qingqing hesitated, surprised by his compliance. Yet in the next moment, Yun Jin tossed aside his beast skirt and transformed into a wolf, growing significantly larger, consequently pushing Qingqing to the edge of the bed. No, that is not what I meant. That I meant for you to change back into a wolf and lie in your own bed. Do you understand? She intended for him to turn into a wolf and crowd her. Yun Jin merely lifted his eyelids, feigning ignorance as he closed them again. Once transformed into a wolf, it seemed he could no longer comprehend human speech. Seeing him in this stubborn, unyielding state, Qingqing couldn't help but laugh in frustration. Fine, if you want to go, then I will. Of course, that was not an option. He intended to sleep beside her. Yun Jin pressed down with his robust wolf legs, ensuring she remained trapped. Now you can't escape. Can you? This is certainly comprehensible. Qingqing found herself pinned and resigned to her fate. Though it was a bit cramped, it was preferable to being held tightly. She would simply consider it as having adopted a pet dog for warmth. In the dead of night, she was awakened by an unexpected heat. I sent this wolf, for supposed to be warm. It feels like an electric blanket. She crawled to the edge of the bed. But after a short while, she found herself returning to his side, feeling a tad cold again. Chapter 16. Such a development. The next morning, Qingqing's first action was to inhale the fragrance of the flowers he had given her before checking on her clay. She kneaded it, assessing its firmness, then quickly consumed a light meal before rolling up her sleeves to commence her work. Although she had previously crafted items from clay using tools, she now had none at her disposal, making it impossible to follow her prior methods. Qingqing initially intended to sculpt a rough shape from a lump of clay before refining it, but she quickly realized this approach led to collapses, and the thickness was uneven, resulting in subpar pottery once fired. After some contemplation, she decided to take a step-by-step approach. She first fashioned a round disc as a base from the clay, then rolled the clay into coils to adhere to the base. Meticulously sealing the seams, as she continued to roll the coils, she spiraled them upward, adjusting the thickness as she went. Upon completion, the structure resembled a jar, with the opening flaring outward. She crafted a lid to match, complete with a pull ring for easy access. Next, she fashioned 2 bowls, eliminating the need for bamboo tubes, as those could only be used once and were inconvenient in size. She arranged her creations to allow them to dry naturally before firing. Yet the absence of a dedicated kiln posed a challenge. The initial steps were always the hardest, but at least she had successfully completed the first phase. Looking at her efforts, which had occupied her for countless hours, Qingqing nodded in satisfaction. Suddenly, she heard a commotion outside, a throng of voices growing nearer. Her instincts piqued. Qingqing stealthily approached the door to observe. Approximately 10 individuals were jostling one another. Her keen eyes spotted a familiar face among them, one she had seen in the tribe before. Wasn't this the orc who had fled after she startled him last time? This realization brought her some relief, confirming they were indeed from the tribe. Are you here looking for Yun Jin? The orcs, who had been pushing and shoving each other to take the lead, fell silent at the sound of her voice, turning in unison towards her. Before them stood a petite female, her skin as pale as snow, hair cascading like a waterfall, face blooming like a peach blossom, innocent and charming, gazing at them with an expression of harmlessness. With just one glance, the crowd erupted into excitement, their Orcish blood surging, as they rushed forward, fearful of being outpaced by one another, entirely shedding their earlier hesitance. Among them, a youthful boy took the lead, gritting his teeth. If I can become her partner, then even if I'm beaten by Yun Jin every day, it will be worth it. In the chaos, someone inadvertently tripped him, and he found himself kneeling before Qingqing. Qingqing, what are you doing? The boy quickly adjusted his stance from kneeling on both knees to one knee. The surrounding orcs exchanged bewildered glances, momentarily stunned. Did I ask this a thing? in a bid to prevent this young upstart from stealing the spotlight. The orcs began to imitate him, dropping to their knees en masse. Qingqing was still recovering from her shock when the boy grasped her wrist. That my name is Tian Tong, that if you become my partner, I promise you will have meat to eat every day. His innocent face radiated an unwavering determination. Qingqing furrowed her brow, exerting force to free her hand from Tian Tong's grip, stepping back a few paces to question coldly. What is the meaning of this? We have all come to be your partners, an orc declared, standing tall as he stripped off his beast skin tunic, tossing it into the snow, revealing his muscular physique. Striking a pose before Qingqing, seemingly unbothered by the cold. As long as you choose to be my partner, you will have everything you desire, whether it flies in the sky or runs on the ground. I, Qingyang, swear to the beast god, beast god, beast god, again the beast god. The beast god is idle, always making you utter such foolish oaths. Wait a moment, Qingyang. Qing's laughter escaped, unable to be contained. The beast men were puzzled by her amusement. Assuming she simply enjoyed it and joined in unison, me too, I'm willing as well. Hissing sounds erupted as beast men flaunted their gear, baring their torsos and striking poses in the snowy landscape. Alas, their resilience to the cold. What to do? She felt a twinge of regret for venturing out. The youth before her huddled, seemingly taken aback by the antics of the other beastmen. Qing raised an eyebrow, surveying him with a playful demeanor. As if to ask, why aren't you undressing? Tian Tong, catching her gaze, nervously wrapped himself tighter in his beast skirt and awkwardly chuckled. I think I'll pass on undressing. Thank goodness. There's at least one sensible person. She withdrew her gaze and looked up slightly. What? Do you believe you can achieve what Yunzhan cannot? Her tone was soft, yet it resonated clearly with the beast men present, although she was unaware of Yunzhan's prowess. It must be formidable, otherwise he wouldn't lead the hunts. Yet, Qingyang raised her smile with confidence. We all know that Bai Yu said he wouldn't even give you meat to a male who denies his own female meat. Why do you still follow him? He continued. Is it just because he is handsome? Good looks do not equate to sustenance. Besides, we are merely here to join. We haven't asked you to drive him away. This enticing suggestion left him incredulous that she would refuse. Who cares about looks? Yunzhan's lips curled slightly, a hint of coldness gracing his expression. His aura exuded a sense of authority, each step resonating with the hearts of those present, instilling a tremor within them that he had merely stepped out to lead a hunt, and those seeking to undermine him had gathered right at his doorstep. Yunzhan approached slowly, an accompanying beastman at his heels. The beastmen lowered their heads, unwilling to meet his gaze. Initially, they intended to take advantage of his absence and sway the small female. As long as she consented, Yunzhan would be powerless. However, now, all they wished for was to flee. Who else could it be? Bai Yu mentioned that the small female was so famished she resorted to gnawing on tree bark. Truly, how could you call yourself a male when you let her starve to such a state? Qingyang scoffed at him. What does it matter if you can hunt? What sort of male are you if you treat your own female so poorly? Oh my goodness! Upon hearing this, Qing's realization dawned. She grasped the situation's context. It must have been that Bai Yu saw her consuming wild vegetables that day and assumed Yunzhan was denying her meat, thus seeking out other beastmen for her in the tribe. She found it both amusing and vexing. It was all a misunderstanding. Little female, do not fear him. He cannot interfere with your choice of other partners. Qingyang waved her fist, believing Yunzhan had threatened her. Yunzhan, instead of showing anger, smiled, and the pressure around him seemed to lighten. Qing had stated before that she would have only one partner. He gently caressed her cheek, yet his words bore a harsh edge. Those who wish to be her partner must first contend with me. Well, that's what I desire. Qingyang cracked her knuckles, dismissing him entirely. He was confident. Should anyone defeat him, the little female would not only become his partner, but his alone. With a mighty roar, he lunged forward, transforming into a robust gray wolf. Yunzhan, with Qing pulling at his hand, called out to him anxiously. The wolf seemed imposing, muscles rippling with strength. What if he were injured? Sensing her concern, Yunzhan leaned close to her ear, biting gently as he seized the moment to propose a cheeky bargain. If you win one, let me steal a kiss. If you win two, let me have two. If you win them all, let me have my fill. The warmth of his breath and deep voice sent a flush to Qing's cheeks. What a rogue! Even now, he was thinking of this. She turned her face, intending to swat him, but unexpectedly, Yunjan had already turned to leave, causing her hand to land squarely on his firm backside. Qing was taken aback. Yunjan's wolf form shuddered, and the beast men collectively gasped. Yunjan regarded her with a puzzled expression. Now was not the time for such antics. That I didn't mean to, she exclaimed, flustered. What in the world? We can do this at home later. Big brother, please stop talking. She covered her ears, wishing only to dig a snow pit and bury herself. The gray wolf grew impatient, growling to urge him onward. He was eager to win and take the little female home to have pups, not wanting to waste time. Yunjan's gaze turned icy, and he leaped forward, transforming into a black wolf. His beast skirt tearing with a sharp sound, he landed deftly, his eyes glinting with a predatory ferocity. Had he not been confident, he would not have wagered Qing as a prize. This skirmish was merely to set an example. Yunjan initially aimed for a swift conclusion, but the gray wolf's frivolous remarks about Qing ignited his fury, and he resolved to play with this gray wolf before him thoroughly. Chapter 17. Let the fight begin. The vast expanse of snow transformed into an arena, with two wolves bearing their sharp fangs, each refusing to back down. Qing observed the smaller Yunjan, her concern mounting. In terms of size and strength, he appeared at a disadvantage. The beastmen retreated a few steps, wary of being caught in the fray, while Tian Tong, filled with excitement, danced about eager for the spectacle. Let the fight begin! Let the fight begin! Qing thought, this doesn't seem like a good person either. Just then, the previously exuberant Tian Tong clutched his head in pain, realizing that the beastman who had accompanied Yunjan had crept up behind him and delivered a sharp smack to his head. Shut your mouth! The dull thud made Qing instinctively shrink back. TSK, what a good head! The gray wolf snarled, its claws slicing through the air in a glimmering arc, aiming for the black wolf's throat in a single decisive strike. However, the black wolf sensed the attack and nimbly dodged, swiftly counterattacking, landing a blow to the gray wolf's abdomen, leaving a ghastly gash. The gray wolf howled in agony, yet did not retreat, summoning all its strength to pounce fiercely at the black wolf. Quick-witted, the black wolf evaded the assault, then seized the gray wolf's hind leg, tearing it and leaving another bloody mark. The two wolves grappled, their forms rolling and leaping, seizing opportunities to strike vicious blows at one another. Qing watched in horror. The gray wolf bore multiple wounds, and it seemed Yunjan had the upper hand, yet she noticed a disparity in their strength. After all, the gray wolf was muscular and robust. Had Yunjan not been agile, the gray wolf might have clamped down on his neck when it had him pinned. Strangely, despite the close calls, Yunjan emerged unscathed, growing more vigorous with each encounter. In stark contrast, Qingyang, battered and gasping, found each attack weighed heavily upon her. Yunjan gazed at his handiwork, satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. It was time to conclude. He lunged forward, overpowering the gray wolf, aiming for its throat, yet stopped just shy of biting down. Rising, he strode towards Qing with the poise of a victor, the air thick with the scent of blood. Qingyang's eyes turned crimson, and she trembled as she knelt, bowing her head in submission, before turning and walking away without a backward glance. Did I end this challenge? Qingyang acknowledged her inability to best Yunjan. Had he not gone easy on her, she might not have lasted even 2 rounds. She silently thanked him for his leniency, which spared her from a more humiliating defeat. Yunjan cast a triumphant glance at Qing. Having secured a kiss, he turned to the beastmen and let out a resounding howl. Next, Tian Tong raised his hand high behind him. Tian Liang approached with an emotionless expression, seizing his raised hand and twisting it behind his back. What are you doing here? Come home with me. Tian Tong struggled, but to no avail. That I refuse. Don't interfere with me. I want to compete with him, he declared indignantly. Why shouldn't he allow Qingyang to seek other partners and deny her meat? Tian Liang delivered a sharp slap to his face, saying coldly, no need to compete. You cannot defeat him. Tian Tong, blood boiling, disregarded the warning, turning to Qing. Qingyang, wait for me to win. I'll treat you to meat every day. Tian Liang twisted Tian Tong's ear, signaling to Yunjan, I'll take him back first. Yunjan nodded. Thus, Tian Liang dragged him away, and Tian Tong had no choice but to follow. He grimaced in pain, grasping Tian Liang's hand as he whispered, audible only to them, it hurts, it hurts. Oh brother, please let go. Qing is watching. Then, raising his voice so Qing could hear, as if to tease her, haha, it doesn't hurt at all. Haven't you eaten? Put some effort into it. A faint smirk played at the corners of Tian Liang's mouth as he suddenly tightened his grip that a howl echoed in the distance, chilling Qingyang to the bone. She placed her hand to her mouth. Leaning close to Yun Zhan's wolf ear, "You're all right, aren't you?" Yun Jian, upon hearing this, tilted his head, revealing his sharp fangs, casting a sidelong glance at her while emitting a low, rumbling growl from his throat. "Dare you ask another question?" Although Qingqing did not comprehend the words, she recognized the warning in his tone. She waved her hands repeatedly, exclaiming, I won't ask, I won't ask. Please do not be angry." Awu Awu translation. Who else? The beastmen shuddered. They had all witnessed Qin Yang's tragic fate. That no, we shall leave now. Nothing to see here, they declared. And in an instant, they fled. Yun Jian raised his head, letting out a victorious howl. "Awu! Should you dare to lay a finger on Qingqing, I shall sever your legs." Qingqing gave a gentle pat on his wolfish back, causing the black wolf to shudder slightly. "All right, cease the howling. They have all departed." She sifted through Yun Jian's fur, inspecting closely. "You truly are unhurt, aren't you?" Yun Jian shook his head, nudging her gently as he returned to his resting place. That he donned his animal skin and reclined on the bed, his expression solemn and silent. "Are you upset?" Qingqing inquired cautiously. Did he turn his face away? "I am not." "You truly are upset." "No, you are indeed upset," Qingqing asserted with certainty. "You foul wolf, it is only when you are angry that you wear such a glum expression and refuse to admit it." Fine, I am angry." Yun Jian's voice was low, yet it was not directed at her. "I am angry with myself for not performing adequately, allowing others to find an opportunity." The thought weighed heavily on his heart. After all this time together, he felt as if he could not bear to be apart from her. Just the notion of her being claimed by another beast-man filled him with regret and guilt, as if a void had been carved within him. "Qingqing, please do not leave me," he implored. "You have already triumphed, haven't you?" She replied with a smile. "Moreover, once this news reaches the tribe, who would dare to covet my affections?" Roar! At this, Yun Jian seemed to recall something, suddenly invigorated. "Have we forgotten something important? Forgotten what?" Yun Jian licked his lips, his gaze slowly drifting to her full, rosy lips that we had promised to kiss sufficiently. Qingqing, both flustered and indignant, retorted, "You have only defeated one. They did not engage me. It was a voluntary surrender," Yun Jian countered, exposing his neck. "Qingqing, you cannot be dishonest." He appeared so fierce, and she had nearly felt his teeth graze her neck, though it had been intentional. He had executed it flawlessly, leaving her to wonder if Qingqing could discern the ruse. Seeing him in such a vulnerable state, Qingqing felt a surge of blood rise in her throat. "Really? Yet I saw you pinning Qingyang down." "I do not care. We had made a promise." Qingqing rolled her eyes. "Who made such a promise with you?" Just as she contemplated evading the matter, panic seized her, and she exclaimed, "Wait, do not come any closer." Yun Jian lunged at her like a predator locking onto its prey, laughter brimming with mischief. "You cannot escape." Chapter 18. Deepening misunderstandings. Qingqing found herself ensnared, unable to evade Yun Jian's grasp. They engaged in a myriad of kissing positions, standing, embracing, and reclining on the bed, practicing their kissing techniques throughout the afternoon. That it was only when Yun Jian realized that they might cross a line that he reluctantly released her, transforming into a wolf and rolling in the snow to dissipate the heat that enveloped him. Qingqing had made little progress, but thankfully learned to breathe, or else she might have suffocated. The cost of mastering this skill was that her lips were now swollen, her tongue tingling, and she felt utterly dazed. With slightly reddened eyes, she lay quietly on the bed, her lips pursed high, bearing an expression of utter desolation. In her past life, she had been single by virtue of her own prowess, never having held a man's hand, let alone being embraced like this. She felt as if she had sacrificed her innocence of 2 lifetimes to this wicked wolf. What a travesty! Yun Jian returned, satiated, and planted another kiss on her lips, his mind already concocting excuses for their next encounter. After a considerable time passed, Qingqing remained unable to recover, appearing as though all her vitality had been drained. Is this truly so exaggerated?" Yun Jian queried, poking her soft cheek with his finger. Qingqing brushed his hand away and turned over. Yun Jian playfully pinched the soft flesh at her waist. "Shall I be gentler next time?" "Go away. Do you still wish for a next time?" Qingqing flailed about, yet Yun Jian captured her wrists, pinning them above her head. "Why would there not be?" The more she struggled, the more exhilarated he became, though Qingqing remained oblivious to this fact. Suddenly, Baiyu burst in, intending to drag Qingqing to the tribe for roasted meat. However, she stumbled upon the sight of Qingqing being restrained by Yun Jian, her lips raised high, and her eyes slightly reddened, as if she had been weeping, an unmistakable sign of bullying. Baiyu's pupils dilated in shock. Yun Jian had already maimed Qingqing's pursuer, and now it seemed he had not spared Qingqing either. How brutal! The two individuals in the room turned to stare at her. And Qingqing asked in confusion, "Huh, what brings you here?" She cast a glance at Yun Jian, urging him to release her. This time, Yun Jian obediently complied, recognizing the presence of an outsider made any further actions uncomfortable. "No worries, I merely came to check on you that I shall take my leave," Baiyu said hastily, leaving Qingqing and Yun Jian to exchange bewildered glances. She couldn't shake the feeling that Baiyu had misunderstood something once again. "Father!" Baiyu sprinted home, out of breath, and found Rin Dong and the chief feasting on meat. Seeing Baiyu flustered, they assumed something grave had transpired. "What happened?" Rin Dong rose, urging her to speak slowly. "I must tell you, thank goodness I did not allow Yun Jian to become my partner." She recounted the events of the day, embellishing tales of Yun Jian injuring Qingqing's suitor and bullying her. Though she had not been present, her narration was more vivid than what one might witness firsthand. Baiyu patted her chest, expressing her relief. "Regardless, I shall not pursue Yun Jian as my partner any longer. Alas, I feel pity for Qingqing, who has suffered in my stead." Though she had done nothing wrong, she felt an inexplicable guilt towards her. Yun Jian was the mightiest beastman in the tribe, excelling in every regard. A partner desired by all females, and he had grown up alongside her. For Baiyu, the realization dawned that she had merely regarded him as a brother. The notion of him being her partner was merely her father's desire and a means to satisfy her own vanity. Now it was clear, Yun Jian was truly not meant for her. The chief and Rin Dong exchanged complex glances, remaining silent, but they had surmised the events that had transpired. The chief sighed, realizing that Baiyu was ultimately too naive. "You ought to refrain from meddling in their affairs." The chief advised that if Baiyu were to gather more beastmen, considering Yun Jian's temperament, would they not return with injuries? "Shall I merely watch as Qingqing is bullied?" Baiyu protested. Rin Dong comforted her. "Fear not. Yun Jian would not dare to bully her." He took her hand, inviting her to sit beside him. "Come, eat some meat. It will be inedible once it cools. I shall have someone bring them some game." While Yun Jian roasted the meat, he reached out to touch a peculiar mound of soil near the fire. "What is this?" "What is what?" Upon realizing what he was referring to, Qingqing's eyes widened in alarm. "Do not touch that." Her precious jar could not withstand his meddling. Yun Jian's hand froze midair. Retreating in fright, "I haven't touched it yet. Do not be so agitated." Qingqing rushed over. Confirming once more that the jar was unharmed, "Someone's coming." "Huh, come in." Yun Jian, having heard the sound, instinctively knew who was approaching. Tian Liang entered, carrying a sheep, lifting the hide to enter the cave. Qingqing had grown accustomed to seeing someone carry a sheep. They seemed to possess immense strength, effortlessly lifting burdens of hundreds of pounds to a yun. Tian Liang set the sheep down. "You did not come last night. The chief sent me with this." Yun Jian did not respond. As the roasted meat was now ready, he blew on it and offered it to Tian Liang. "Freshly cooked. Care to have some?" "All right." Yun Jian thought he was merely being polite, yet to his surprise, Tian Liang genuinely accepted it. What a blunder! Tian Liang reached for the roasted meat, but Yun Jian held on, looking forlorn. "Did you not already eat?" Qingqing had been waiting so long and had yet to taste any. However, having spoken, he could only hope Tian Liang would take the hint and let go. "Hand it over." Tian Liang snatched the roasted meat from him, deliberately ignoring his plea, taking a hearty bite, finding Yun Jian's dismay amusing. "I was just a bit peckish." "What are you staring at?" Tian Liang cheekily gestured toward Qingqing. "Your precious little female has yet to eat any meat. Should you not cook some for her?" He was utterly oblivious to the fact that he had just taken her share. Qingqing observed silently, pondering why he seemed so insufferable. And no wonder Yun Jian could occasionally be so irritating. Perhaps he had learned it from him. She recalled that he had accompanied Yun Jian today and had even struck the one who seemed to be named Tian Tong. "Yet you stole it from her." Yun Jian pointed out the truth. Offering another skewer to Qingqing, "Isn't this what you gave me?" "Eat, eat." Who can compete with you? After Yun Jian's confrontation with Tian Liang, he turned and comforted Qing Qing, saying, "Just wait a moment. I shall be ready shortly." "Oh my, I initially believed it to be true, as by you claimed, that you were withholding meat from her upon hearing this." Qing Qing had a slight reaction, exclaiming, "Rumors. Absolutely unfounded rumors. My mouth has been chewed to bits because of this matter. I can no longer endure any more gossip." Tian Liang noticed Qing Qing's lips and raised an eyebrow, inquiring, "What happened to your little female's mouth? Was it bitten by a venomous insect?" "Enough with the little female. Her name is Qing Qing," Yun Jian interjected, defending her honor. "Enjoy your meat, and if you speak out of turn again, I shall throw you out." "Why the scrutiny?" Tian Liang mused, resting his chin on his hand as he gazed at Qing Qing. "Tell me, do you truly seek only one partner? Is Yun Jian not coercing you?" Apart from the leader's mate, he had never encountered a female with but a single companion. His memory vaguely recalled another exception, Yun Jian's mother. Chapter 19. A wolf's mouth cannot spit out ivory. Upon receiving a positive affirmation from Qing Qing, Tian Liang smiled, concluding that the young lad had no hope. That he then addressed Yun Jian. "My younger brother is still naive and does not comprehend. Please do not take today's incident to heart. I shall properly discipline him upon my return." Yun Jian was overjoyed, having received Qing Qing's implicit confirmation of being his sole partner. He felt as though he might float to the heavens. "That little brat is of no concern to me. Were it you, I would toss you out right now." His Qing Qing, like a blossoming flower, naturally attracted bees and butterflies. His role was not to hinder her blooming, but to chase away the flies and butterflies, allowing her to flourish while he managed the rest. Qing Qing, however, believed his worries to be unwarranted. She was no delicacy. How could everyone desire to take a bite? Sure enough, Tian Liang devoured the remaining roasted meat and declared, "I want to compete with you. You're so small that I still prefer by you." Yun Jian cast a suggestive glance at Qing Qing. "Though you seem a bit slender, you possess the right proportions, do you not? Are you truly foregoing by you? You used to trail behind her incessantly." After uttering this, Tian Liang feigned an accidental slip of the tongue, that, "Oh dear, I hope my words do not upset your little female. Such poor acting." Not only Yun Jian, but even Qing Qing felt the urge to deliver a punch. His tongue was hardly virtuous, akin to the youth from earlier, one who relished in stirring trouble. Meat may be consumed indiscriminately, but words must not be spoken carelessly. I followed her because the leader commanded me to protect her. Have you seen me seek her out since her encounter with Rendong? He hastily clarified, eager to avoid any misconceptions that might arise in Qing Qing's mind. He coldly chuckled. Yet you must be feeling quite uneasy. For Rendong has completely captivated by you, and they are inseparable. Were it not for you, had I known your feelings for Bai Yu were unreciprocated, I would have pursued her long ago. Perhaps by now, there would be 2 little ones to tend to. Just you wait. I will pursue her, and I shall surely outperform that smooth-talking, charming fox, with that mouth of yours. Do not be surprised if you end up chasing her further away." "Despite your shortcomings, Qing Qing has not turned her back on you," Tian Liang retorted defiantly. Yun Jian chose not to respond, having finished roasting the meat, that he blew on it gently and handed it to Qing Qing, cautioning, "Careful, it's hot." Turning impatiently towards Tian Liang, he asked, "When do you intend to leave?" Qing Qing appears unable to eat. Qing Qing blinked innocently. "I never said that." Tian Liang felt stifled, realizing his words only served to irritate himself. "Well then, you may take your time eating, that I am full now, so I shall take my leave. Get lost." Yun Jian had long wished for him to depart, practically wishing to kick him out to hasten the process. Qing Qing, do not heed his words. A wolf's mouth cannot spit out ivory. Can your wolf's mouth produce ivory? Qing Qing, while eating, spoke without thinking, inadvertently revealing her thoughts. Realizing her faux pas, she hastily added, "I merely spoke thoughtlessly. What you say is indeed true. A wolf's mouth cannot produce ivory." What Qing Qing said was, without a doubt, accurate. After the meal, Qing Qing climbed into bed, and as expected, Yun Jian attempted to follow, only to be promptly shooed away. "Do you not have your own bed?" The black wolf gazed at her longingly, wagging his tail incessantly. "Stop." Qing Qing gestured for him to halt. "You are a wolf, not a dog. Do not presume that wagging your tail will grant you access." The black wolf continued to wag his tail even more vigorously, with greater enthusiasm, finally earning Qing Qing's softening heart. Granting him the desired access to her bed, Yun Jian buried his nose in her neck, emitting a contented sound. Pandering to a little female is truly no easy task. My tail may very well end up severed. Once on her bed, he became her wolf. Time passed swiftly, and a few days later, Qing Qing removed the dried flowers hanging on the wall, replacing them with a new bamboo tube. She had turned the mountain camellia that Yun Jian gifted her into dried flowers, as this would allow for longer preservation. Outside the cave's entrance, there were 3 pits of varying sizes that she had instructed Yun Jian to dig for pottery firing. The simplest method she could conceive for pottery firing was to excavate a pit, place the items within, and then stack several layers of kindling on top to ignite. These 3 fire pits had been burning for a day and a night. Qing Qing picked up a stick and randomly selected a small pit. Using the stick to sift through the black ash, she discovered that there were no embers remaining, so she decided to dig with her hands. The first pit contained a bowl, and Qing Qing's heart brimmed with anticipation. To her dismay, the first item she unearthed was shattered, which dealt a heavy blow to her spirits. She sifted through the ash to confirm that nothing else remained. Quickly regaining her composure, she reminded herself that there were still 2 pits left. Selecting another small pit, she decided to save the largest for last. Anxiously, she felt around, and it seemed to be intact. Upon lifting it, she was overjoyed to find it was indeed a perfect bowl. As she continued to search, she also retrieved the lid, which was likewise unharmed. Just one left. Qing Qing reverently bowed to the Buddha, and then, after a moment's thought, also bowed to the beast god. With the excitement of unboxing, she reached into the final pit. This pit was deeper than the previous 2, and the ashes still radiated a touch of warmth. Grasping the jar's mouth, she pulled it from the ash pit and turned it upside down to empty the contents. It too was intact. Qing Qing was elated. She curled her finger to tap the jar, producing a crisp sound. Certainly usable. When Yun Jian returned, he found Qing Qing with her 2 soot-covered hands cradling a blackened jar filled with snow. He approached, grasping her wrist, asking, "What happened to your hands?" Qing Qing beamed at him, and it was then that Yun Jian noticed her face was also a patchwork of black and white. He pressed his lips together, wanting to say something, but seeing her so joyful, he couldn't bear to dampen her spirits. Even with her face so grimy, Qing Qing looked lovely. 3 black lines emerged on Qing Qing's forehead. This foolish wolf was spouting nonsense again. Yun Jian wiped her face, and though he found her appearance akin to a cute little kitten, he still gently said, "Leave such tasks to me from now on. Do not dirty yourself." Yun Jian was unwilling to let her handle the dirty work or laborious tasks. Whatever she needed, he would gladly take care of. However, Qing Qing snatched the pottery jar, refusing to let him touch it. "What if you accidentally break it with your brute strength?" She believed anything he said, except for matters requiring finesse, where her trust in him was zero. "Please go fetch me some more of this clay. I will build a stove shortly. I shall go at once." Yun Jian was efficient, returning before Qing Qing finished cleaning the bowl and jar. Qing Qing took the clean pottery inside and began to knead the clay. Yun Jian was unsure of her intentions and found himself unable to assist. So he merely stood by, waiting for when she might require his help, but he noticed that Qing Qing always had some peculiar ideas, and her methods were systematic. "Who understands? This is my little female. Clever beyond measure." Yun Jian's smile radiated like a resplendent sunflower, leaving Qing Qing momentarily dazzled. Her breath caught. What mischievous thoughts did this wolf harbor? Why was he so exuberant? "What are you laughing at?" "I am not laughing. You are lying." Chapter 20. The woman who acts coy has the best fate. Qing Qing swiftly constructed the stove, igniting some firewood within. Once the stove hardened, it would be ready for use. That very afternoon, she had Yun Jian chop some pork ribs and bones, simmering a pot brimming with bone broth. The 2 gathered around the stove, watching as the lid puffed and released steam, filling Qing Qing with hope for life. Before long, the cave was fragrant with the aroma of meat, making both of them salivate. Yun Jian, with his keen sense of smell, felt as though he might faint from the delightful scent. She pried open the lid with a stick, and as a cloud of white mist dissipated, the pot revealed a creamy broth and large chunks of bone. How fragrant! Who would have thought meat could be prepared in such a way? How did Qing Qing come up with this? We shall eat soon. With a gentle smile, she added some chopped green onions and stirred, using a spoon crafted from bamboo to scoop a bowl of broth. handing it to Yun Jian. The essence lies in the bone broth. Do give it a taste, but be cautious. It's hot. You first. Yun Jian gazed at her, that he understood that there was only one bowl. Yet Qing Qing offered it to him first, which deeply touched him. Are you afraid I will poison it? Qing Qing's expression fell, feeling unappreciated for her kind gesture. Not at all. He quickly clarified, it is customary for other beastmen to allow the females to eat first. Qing Qing, understanding his stubbornness, chose not to engage in a prolonged tug-of-war with him. She drank first and then served him a bowl. She scooped the bones into his bowl to cool down before taking a piece herself, unabashedly gnawing on it. Yun Jian had initially thought she would struggle with it, given her teeth appeared rather dull, but to his surprise, her biting strength was quite good. Eat up. Why are you staring at me? She thought there was nothing particularly interesting about her. With the two of them savoring their bones, they were quite content. After consuming a couple of pieces, Qing Qing felt satisfied, leaving the remainder for Yun Jian. Judging by his appetite, this small portion would not suffice, so she began to cook more meat in the bone broth. That and why mother used to have a jar like this. Yun Jian suddenly reminisced about events from over a decade ago. Whether due to having eaten too well or too much. What happened to the jar? I broke it. Don't touch my jar. Qing Qing warned him, realizing that this wolf should not be allowed near such items. That was the first time I made my mother unhappy. He recalled a painful memory of being harshly punished by his father. He had been too afraid to return home for 2 days, only daring to go back after his mother had reconciled with his father. That, of course, he would never share such dark history with Qing Qing. Regrettably, both his parents were now gone. A flicker of loneliness crossed his eyes as he sighed. If only I could get beaten up once more. That you've probably been beaten too little, Qing Qing speculated, guessing that he had not lacked for punishment in his youth. Yun Jian continued to enjoy the meat. While Qing Qing tirelessly cooked for him, her hands grew weary, but it took several pots before he was satisfied. It seemed she would need a larger pot. Yun Jian felt a warmth in his heart. Qing Qing was truly considerate, even cooking meat for him. The salt stones are running low. Make sure to gather more next time. With the right tools, she could easily purify the coarse salt. Understood. The following day, Yun Jian returned a bit later, his beast skin pouch filled to the brim with salt stones, thoughtfully crushed into smaller pieces. Meanwhile, Qing Qing had not been idle. She fashioned a simple filter by creating a 1-centimeter hole in a bamboo tube and tearing a piece of fabric from clothes that no longer fit her. She then burned some charcoal, crushed it, and filled half the bamboo tube with it. With water in a bowl, she added the salt stones and stirred them continuously until they dissolved. Yun Jian observed that this task did not seem difficult and offered to help. Could you crush some of the salt stones? They're too large to dissolve well. Like this. Yun Jian picked up some small stones, crushing them easily into fine powder that floated into the bowl. Very good. Indeed, his raw strength proved quite useful. Once the salt water became saturated, Qing Qing poured it into the filter, collecting the filtered brine into a pot. This process continued repetitively until she had gathered nearly a full pot of brine, prompting her to have Yun Jian light a fire. Yun Jian thought she was making soup again and couldn't help but remind her, it will be very salty. Of course, I'm not a fool. I know it will be salty, that it's not for drinking. As the water boiled down, white crystals began to form at the pot's bottom. Qing Qing stirred to prevent sticking and instructed Yun Jian to stop adding firewood, allowing the last bit of water to evaporate using residual heat. Once cooled, she used a piece of bee skin to transfer the fine salt that had crystallized in the pot. Yun Jian looked at the white powder, dipping his finger into taste. It delicious. Qing Qing chuckled at his furrowed brow, which suggested he found it hard to articulate what's the difference between this and the salt stones. There's no difference, she replied, her smile brightening as she continued. The only distinction is the impurities removed. Just like when you hunt, you discard the unneeded parts. Yun Jian nodded, understanding her point. Qing Qing pondered what to prepare for dinner that evening, ultimately deciding on hot pot. Her face flushed from the warmth of the fire. She exclaimed excitedly, if only we had chili peppers, I could make you a proper hot pot. Now that would be a true delicacy. What are chili peppers? They're fruits of a plant, long and slender, some red, some green, and they taste spicy. Do you have any? Yun Jian shook his head. I've never had them, but I'll keep an eye out for them in the future. Qing Qing lost her appetite after a while. The lamb, lacking spices and accompaniments, bore a strong gamey flavor, and she chiefly enjoyed the atmosphere. Yun Jian, however, relished the meal, appearing quite unpicky. Yet upon reflection, although he was human, he was also a wolf. And this slight gamey taste should not bother him much. Why are you eating so little? Yunjin noticed her putting down her chopsticks, her initial modest appetite diminishing further, that I can't eat anymore. Let me feed you, Yunjin insisted, offering a piece of meat to her mouth, leaving no room for refusal. Now, he could adeptly wield chopsticks. After finishing their meal, Yunjin lay on Qingqing's bed, waiting for her to join him. He had expected her to shoo him away, but to his surprise, Qingqing lay directly on his chest. This startled him, and he quickly wrapped his arms around her to prevent her from falling. Qingqing gazed up at him, her fingers tracing circles on his firm chest, occasionally scratching lightly, her voice trailing as she called out to him. Yunjin, her soft, enchanting tones stirred every nerve in his body. Yunjian's body stiffened suddenly. The captivating presence in his embrace was like a mesmerizing feline, igniting a deep yearning within him. His breath grew heavier, and a fire of desire ignited in his eyes. Unable to resist the allure, he hoarsely asked, "What do you want to do this time?" Qingqing blinked innocently. "I want to soak in a hot spring." Minutes later, Qingqing triumphantly sat on Yunjian's back, her face glowing with joy as she cheered, "Woohoo, let's go." Giddy up indeed. A woman who knows how to be charming has the best life. Chapter 21. A little rock mouse, have you been frightened to this extent? Qingqing spent her days crafting pottery and preparing meals, occasionally taking the wolf for a stroll and enjoying hot springs with Yunjian, leading a fulfilling and vibrant life. Before they knew it, winter was drawing to a close. The snow had melted enough to reveal tender green shoots of grass, and the thick ice on the river had begun to dissolve, allowing the water to flow freely once again. Standing at the cave entrance, she watched the snow, rubbing her hands together and exhaling. "Ice and tea, it's spring already. It's so cold." The recent melting snow was even chillier than winter. Yunjian approached, wrapping his arms around her waist from behind, resting his chin atop her head, and gently said, "Shall we go soak in the hot springs?" He finally understood why his father had always enjoyed taking his mother to the hot springs. In such an intimate setting, it was incredibly convenient for them to bond that if he were to have wolf cubs one day, he wouldn't be inclined to take them along. Qingqing's face flushed as she playfully pinched his solid arm. "You read too much." Did she really think she was oblivious to his ulterior motives? The more they visited, the more his little antics increased, showing no signs of restraint. From the time Qingqing begged him to take her until now, he seemed to want to go every day. "What is so great about it? It's not just me who gets to soak. You just need to sit on my back and I'll take you there. On the way back, we can forage for wild vegetables. I'll gather as many as you want, all right? You've been scaling mountains and hunting every few days that I'm worried you might wear yourself out." Qingqing leaned against his sturdy chest, listening to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat, finding comfort in the sound. She did not mind Yunjian's closeness. On the contrary, his proximity provided her with a sense of security. "Do you not trust me?" Yunjian playfully nudged her head with his chin, assuring her, "If you want to go, I'll take you every day if you wish." After the harsh winter, Qingqing finally welcomed the first sun of early spring. Standing beneath the sun, she tilted her face up, embracing the warmth as it spread through her pores. That it would be a shame not to do something under such a warm sun. She set up several tripods, planning to take out the bedding from the cave to sunbathe. If she didn't tea, they might end up like her, growing moldy. Suddenly, she spotted a gray creature scuttling past her, initially mistaking it for a plump rabbit. However, as it reached her feet, she realized it was a dead rat. Qingqing's face paled, and she turned to run, screaming, "Help! Aya!" Why were the rats in this world so enormous? The rat, seemingly taken aback by her fear, grew bolder and began to chase her, squeaking loudly. Seeing a tree ahead, without a second thought, she clung to the trunk, attempting to climb. The trunk was too thick for her to wrap her arms around. But driven by adrenaline, she managed to scale 2 or 3 meters with her hands and feet before becoming stuck. Looking down, she found the rat had not retreated. Instead, it stood upright, brandishing its tiny claws at her defiantly. Despair washed over her as she realized she could not hold on much longer. Yunjian, in moments of crisis, one instinctively calls out to their closest companion, and she was no exception. "Qingqing, don't be afraid. I am coming." The voice that reached her was not Yunjian's, but that of Tian Tong, who had heard her cries for help nearby. Knowing she was in danger, he sprinted towards her with long strides as if gliding through the air. "Qingqing, where is the danger?" He surveyed the surroundings but found no danger lurking there. Qingqing gestured towards the panicked mouse that was scurrying away, Tiantong picked up a stone from the ground and hurled it at the creature, striking it squarely, causing both the mouse and the stone to roll several times before meeting their demise. She slowly descended from the tree and brushed off her soiled clothing. "Thank you so much," she said. "What? You were scared by such a small creature?" Tiantong nodded. "It's hardly enough for even one of my meals that if you want to eat, I can bring it home for you," she offered. He shook his head vigorously. "No, it's disgusting. The meat is foul that you've actually eaten it before?" Ching exclaimed in surprise, having thought he was merely jesting. "That I only tried it once. When I went hunting for the first time, my elder brother told me to eat whatever I caught that night. All I managed to catch was this, and I ended up eating the roasted meat with tears in my eyes." "Why are you taking out the animal skins?" Tiantong suddenly exclaimed as if struck by a revelation. "Did Yuan Jian kick you out? Come stay at my place. I can send my brother away. He hardly stays home anyway, always running to the chief's house." "Young man, you are quite brave. Why do you look so happy? Do you truly wish for me to be driven away by Yuan Jian?" Tiantong scoffed. "Orc suitors lining up to be your partner would stretch from here to the tribe. If he does not cherish you, he shall have no chance to regret it. Rest assured, you all misunderstand him. He has always treated me very well." She chuckled softly. "That I merely took out the animal skins to dry them, to keep warm." "All right," Tiantong replied, feeling a bit dejected, as his brother had told him that Ching only desired a partner, and now that she was with Yuan Jian, he had no chance left. He rallied his spirits, thinking that as long as Yuan Jian treated her well, her happiness would ensure his OWN. "Do you have any more animal skins to dry?" "Let me help you with that," he muttered quietly. "Yuan Jian really shouldn't make you do this with such heavy skins. That if only you knew, then I wouldn't have to deal with this." Ching shrugged. "Today, I will only dry this much. Could you teach me the method Baiwei uses to make pottery?" "What? Didn't you learn when she was teaching in the tribe?" Ching had been caught by Baiwei while making pottery in the winter, and seeing her interest, she decided to involve her, since she promised to help dig for clay. There was no reason to refuse. Baiwei also intended to share this method with other orcs after getting her consent. "That I want you to teach me. I know I'll learn faster with your guidance." "Fine." Ching stretched lazily and said, "Since you just helped me, I will teach you this once, but you must prepare the clay." Tiantong happily thumped his chest. "Leave it to me." Then he looked at her with envy. "You are truly impressive. Yuan Jian has struck gold, but where's the merit in that? If it weren't for him, I would have frozen to death in the snow. Did I wish it had been me who saved you." "Matters of the heart cannot be forced," she noted, observing his youthful demeanor, clearly still an adolescent orc. Although there were no laws protecting minors in this world, she genuinely felt no other sentiments towards him. "You should focus on honing your hunting skills. Once you grow up, you will surely encounter someone suitable." Ching advised sincerely, recalling the lessons from her parents in her previous life. "Study hard now and avoid early relationships. When you grow up, you will meet someone fitting." This phrase held such power that it led her to remain single until now. Chapter 22. I only like you. When Yuan Jian returned, he sensed the presence of other orcs and his pupils dilated as he called out, "Ching. What is it?" Hearing his voice, Ching hurried out. "Why are you shouting? I can hear you." Upon seeing her unharmed, he sighed in relief. "I detected the scent of other orcs and feared that the tribe's orcs had come again. That it's just Tiantong who came by to help me." She smiled. Yuan Jian scoffed. What could he possibly help with? While I was drying the animal skins, a rock mouse was chasing me, and thankfully he arrived in time to help me kill it, she admitted somewhat bashfully, expecting Yuan Jian to mock her for being frightened by a mere mouse. She was taken aback when he pondered seriously. "In that case, we ought to thank him. Let's catch him a black-winged bird another day." "What is a black-winged bird?" Yuan Jian chuckled, pinching her cheek. "The black-winged bird, of course, is a type of bird. Its meat is exceptionally delicious, but it is quick and agile, making it exceedingly difficult to catch." He continued, "Tiantong loves to eat this kind of bird. If you like, I can catch one for you to taste." Since it was so difficult to capture, Ching didn't want to burden him. "If you can catch it, then do. If not, it's no big deal. I don't need to eat it." "Are you doubting my abilities again?" "I vowed that I'll catch whatever you desire to eat," Yuan Jian replied with a frown, sounding quite indignant. "And why are you drying animal skins by yourself? Why not wait for me to return? If I wait for you, the sun will have already set. How could I dry them then?" "Are you complaining about my tardiness?" Yuan Jian raised an eyebrow, taking her hand and leading her into the cave, adding, "I have something to tell you. Tonight there will be a feast in the tribe. You should come with me." Starting tomorrow, we won't need to hunt together anymore. A farewell feast. Qingqing's first reaction was to think we won't be hunting together anymore. Only in winter, when it is hard to find game, will we hunt together. Qingqing nodded in understanding. Noticing his good mood, she seized the opportunity to say, let me tell you something too. I promised Tianan that I would teach him how to make pottery tomorrow. She felt a twinge of guilt. This wolf had a possessive streak, and if she didn't inform him beforehand, he might force Tiantong away when the time came. True to her expectations, Yun Jian's expression darkened, displeased. Isn't Baiwei available? Why must it be you who teaches him? He certainly has ulterior motives. I have already promised him. You wouldn't want me to go back on my word, would you? That would make me lose his trust, she pointed out, knowing Yun Jian valued promises deeply. He fell silent, leaving Qingqing puzzled about his thoughts. Why are you so upset? I have no other feelings for him. I only like you, she declared suddenly, surprised by her own words. What did you say? Yun Jian's gaze intensified as if trying to see through her. Her unexpected confession sent a shiver through him. What did you just say? Repeat that. Qingqing averted her eyes, hesitating before adding, I meant the fire beside us. Yun Jian frowned. Is that really all you wanted to say? That's not what I wanted to hear. Perhaps you should just refrain from speaking, Qingqing thought, stealing a glance at his current expression, which was not particularly pleasant. Ultimately, Yun Jian relented, raising his long index finger, just this once. Qingqing responded with a cute and obedient demeanor. In a moment of distraction, she realized that Yun Jian had vanished again. Yun Jian, she called out tentatively, receiving no response. Where has that wolf run off to now? She stepped outside, hearing some commotion, and followed the sound, discovering the black wolf digging at something. What are you doing? The wolf did not cease its activity, using its powerful front paws to excavate the rocky soil. Suddenly, 2 plump rock mice sprang forth from the spot it was digging. Qingqing gasped, but before she could utter a sound, Yun Jian swiftly dispatched one with a paw. As effortlessly as crushing an ant, he raised his head and howled a few times at her. Qingqing attempted to understand, but ultimately gave up. All right, you keep at it. She turned back to the cave. The slain rock mice piled up to form a small mound. I've taken care of the nearby rock mice, so they won't scare you anymore. Qingqing felt a surge of gratitude, yet couldn't shake the tinge of cruelty. I think it's unnecessary to exterminate them. They haven't done anything wrong. They dig tunnels in the rocks, and before long, they could tunnel into our cave, Yun Jian remarked, pausing before adding solemnly, perhaps one day, you might wake up and find one in your nest. The mere thought sent a shiver down Qingqing's spine, but it also solidified her resolve, giving Yun Jian a thumbs up. You're absolutely right. As soon as the sun set, Yun Jian hurriedly gathered the animal skins, as if fearing Qingqing would snatch them away. With his assistance, she found the task much easier and began to arrange the skins he brought in. Just as she was about to lay out his bed, she noticed the animal skins had vanished. Qingqing stood there in disbelief, gesturing. Where have my large pieces of animal skins gone? There, Yun Jian pointed nonchalantly at a pile of skins he had stacked against the wall. Why did you put them away? I haven't laid out yours yet. Go fetch them. Yun Jian shook his head, not doing it. He had no bed, yet felt entirely justified in sleeping on Qingqing's. What scheme was this wicked wolf concocting? Qingqing was well aware of his intentions. She would simply fetch it herself. The post nailed to the wall appeared deceptively low, but as Qingqing approached, she realized she could not reach it. Turning her head towards Yun Jian, she discovered a smirk playing at the corners of his lips, a look of amusement upon his face. Yun Jian had not anticipated that raising the post slightly was merely a precaution against dampness and pests. Who would have thought it could also serve to thwart Qingqing? Yun Jian, Qingqing called softly, attempting to rouse a flicker of conscience within him. Yun Jian turned his back, feigning ignorance. Fine, if I can't lay it out. So be it. After all, it is not my bed, and it spares me some effort. She flopped onto the freshly made bed, inhaling deeply with a look of bliss. Ah, it smells like sunshine. Her pert dairy re-swayed as she moved, eliciting a heated gaze from Yun Jian, who swallowed hard, striving to suppress his darker thoughts. Yet, while he restrained his mind, he could not control his hand, which instinctively came down upon her so soft, with a sharp crack. Qingqing's muscles tensed, and she flipped over to sit upright, indignantly exclaiming, "What are you doing?" Yun Jian, with an air of mock seriousness, replied, "I'm waking you up. It's time to depart." However, he was not incorrect. Indeed, it was getting late, and they could set off. Chapter 23. The Beast Feast. By the time they arrived at the tribe, the Beast Feast was already in full swing. The Beastmen sat in a large circle, with a massive fire pit built of stones blazing in the center, as young Beastmen performed the Beast Dance, creating a lively atmosphere. Outside the circle, others were grilling meat, which was then brought to them. To Qingqing, it resembled a bonfire party. Yunzhan grasped Qingqing's hand and navigated through the crowd, approaching the leader, where he bowed slightly and respectfully addressed leader. Qingqing followed suit with a slight bow. The leader, in high spirits and beaming with joy, quickly scanned them and pointed to an empty spot on his left. "You've arrived. Come sit." The leader's right-hand companion, Bai Yu, leaned in, cheerfully waving at Qingqing. "Qingqing, come sit here." To her surprise, she noticed that beside Bai Yu sat not only Rindong but also Tianliang. Was their progress this swift? She initially intended to join them, but hesitated upon seeing the two seated beside her, who had no intention of giving up their spots. Bai Yu, noticing the predicament, exchanged glances with Rindong and Tianliang, urging, "You two, shift over a bit." Just as they reluctantly began to budge, Qingqing smiled and declined Bai Yu's invitation. "No need. I'll sit here." She found it amusing, as the wolf beside her was firmly holding her hand, clearly unwilling to let her go. "Haven't you eaten yet?" the leader asked jovially, and before they could respond, he signaled the beastmen to bring them roasted meat. Qingqing was captivated by the beast dance. Unlike modern dance, the beast dance exuded raw primal energy, presenting a unique charm. "Why aren't you dancing?" she inquired, turning to the person beside her, envisioning how splendid he would appear in motion. "This is courtship." Yunzhan gazed deeply at Qingqing. "I already have you." Just then, Bai Yu rushed over and seated herself beside Qingqing. Qingqing raised an eyebrow. "What brings you here?" Bai Yu pouted. "If you didn't come over, I had no choice but to come to you." "Now that you're here, those two look rather displeased," she remarked, noting their long faces. "They only know how to bicker." "I've grown tired of it." As the roasted meat arrived, Yunzhan tore off a small piece and held it to Qingqing's mouth. Feeling a bit shy with so many people around, especially with Bai Yu watching, she replied, "I can eat by myself." Before Yunzhan could insist further, Bai Yu chimed in, "That's only right. Just eat." "Did you see that female over there?" Bai Yu pointed. Qingqing followed her gaze. "Yes, what about her?" "Her name is Zifu. She is the female with the most partners in our tribe. Every beast feast, she seeks new companions." Qingqing observed the circle of beastmen surrounding her with surprise. "Are all those her partners?" "Yes, but who knows if she will find a new partner today." Qingqing's curiosity was piqued as she munched on the roasted meat Yunzhan offered, engaging in gossip with Bai Yu, who did most of the talking while Qingqing listened intently. "Who is that?" Qingqing noticed a female cowering in the corner, rejecting the roasted meat offered by beastmen in terror. "Her name is Yuanhua. She is a newcomer. Originally a rabbit clan female, her tribe was annihilated by other beast clans, and she sought refuge with us," Bai Yu said sympathetically. "How pitiful, isn't it? It's a shame she seems uninterested in the males of our tribe. The beast men who have shown her kindness have all been rejected. That truly is unfortunate." Qingqing sighed after finishing her meal, refusing more roasted meat from Yunzhan, feeling full. Seeing her decline, Yunzhan finally began to eat. Though he had little interest in the feast, seeing Qingqing happy brought him joy. As the beast dance concluded, the beast fights began. Qingqing watched two wolves grappling with confusion. What are they doing now? One-on-one combat. Any adult beast man can participate, and the victor can request to be the partner of their desired female, provided she does not object. That if she does not reject him, my father will consent. Bai Yu explained, "Isn't mating season approaching? Finding a partner is of utmost importance to them." Qingqing was shocked. "They have a mating season?" "Of course," Bai Yu replied, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. The first beastman to win in the arena named Yuanhua as his desired partner. The leader looked at Yuanhua, who resembled a frightened rabbit, shaking her head with tears in her eyes. The beastman, seeing her reluctance, bared his teeth in a menacing grin. Yuanhua trembled in fear, nearly on the verge of tears, shaking her head even more vigorously. Qingqing felt a pang of worry. What if the leader disregarded her wishes and agreed? Fortunately, the leader waved his hand, indicating his disapproval. She breathed a sigh of relief. The leader was not such a bad person after all. The beast man then turned to seek out Zifu. Qingqing thought, They treating her as a backup, and surely she would be displeased. Surprisingly, Zifu welcomed him warmly, while the males around her appeared to harbor discontent, but dared not voice it. All right, she clearly did not mind at all. As a new round began, Qingqing squinted, recognizing one of the gray wolves as somewhat familiar. After pondering for a moment, a name suddenly surfaced in her mind. Qingqing Yang. As if to confirm her suspicion, Baiyu nudged her with her elbow. That one seems to be the beast man who wished to be your partner, but was severely beaten by Yunzhan, right? I can't help but wonder if he is here for you again. Upon hearing this, Yunzhan shifted his gaze from Qingqing to the beast man, his eyes sharp as blades, seemingly preparing to intervene at any moment. Fortunately, although he won, he chose another female, who accepted him eagerly. Calling herself by Wei, and she had only 2 partners. Qingqing teased Baiyu, you seem to know quite a bit about this. Well, it's boring staying in the tribe all day, that I in no time. Several rounds passed, and multiple beast men found partners, but all those who chose Yuanhua were rejected. However, Zifu managed to acquire another, surrounded by males who cuddled small wolf cubs, massaged her legs, and patted her shoulders, all trying to please her in hopes of her not taking on more partners. Qingqing was astonished. Is there no limit to the number of partners a female can have? Baiyu shook her head. While there is no limit, having more partners complicates things during the beastman's mating season, making it harder to satisfy them, which is why most don't have as many partners as she does. Meanwhile, Yunzhan, who had been silent and attentively playing with Qingqing's hand, suddenly spoke up, don't look over there. Look at me. Qingqing felt a wave of embarrassment, wishing he would save such flirtations for when they were alone. Her cheeks flushed, truly. Baiyu stifled a laugh, but the next moment, her amusement vanished. With a resounding beast roar, Ren Dong and Tian Liang's seats emptied as a massive gray wolf confronted a snow-white fox with 3 tails, both exuding an imposing presence that rivaled the gray wolf's. Baiyu clasped her face in shock. What are those 2 up to? Qingqing's interest peaked, a smile playing on her lips as she rested her chin on her hand. Now this would be entertaining. Even Yunzhan raised his noble head, intrigued. Chapter 24. 2 beastmen perished. The 2 beasts fought fiercely, one gray and one white, attacking with speed and agility. After several exchanges, neither had sustained any injuries, though they both bore tufts of fur in their mouths. Considering Baiyu's presence, Qingqing leaned closer to Yunzhan and whispered, You're experienced. Please tell me if they are merely putting on a show. How is it that they have not injured each other at all? Yunzhan's ears were sensitive, and as Qingqing spoke softly near him, he felt a tingling sensation that resonated within him, making it difficult to focus on her words. Not receiving a response, Qingqing pinched the back of his hand lightly. Say something. What? With the surrounding beastmen roaring with excitement, she assumed he hadn't heard and repeated. Could you check if they're just pretending to fight? Yunzhan shook his head. They are genuinely battling. They simply cannot break through each other's defenses. Baiyu sighed in exasperation. Could they not take it a bit easier? Qingqing assumed that she was worried about the possibility of them getting hurt, considering they were both potential partners of hers. Ultimately, the outcome of their confrontation was inconsequential. She offered reassurance, saying, Do not fret. They are mindful of their limits. See, neither has sustained any injuries. Baiyu shook her head, clarifying that her concern lay elsewhere. What I adore most is their fur. So sleek, soft, and fluffy. Let them fight. But if they tug at each other as fur and leave them bald, what then? Qingqing found herself at a loss for words. So, Rending and Tian Liang are both aware of this and are seizing each other as fur. Are they? Such cunning. Among the audience, the most animated was Tian Tong, exclaiming, A brother is biting his hind leg. A brother is scratching him now. Hurry, brother, bite him, yes, just like that. Deeper, brother, deeper, or you 1T reach him. The youthful opponent danced about, exuberant and vocal, his voice cutting through the crowd like a beacon, making it impossible for anyone to overlook him. Qingqing mused that if Tian Liang had a moment to spare, he would surely deliver a swift reprimand to Tian Tong. However, she underestimated Tian Liang's decisiveness. Amidst his busy schedule, he found the time to bellow at Tian Tong, silencing him instantly, in that very moment. Tian Liang's oversight cost him dearly as Rending seized the opportunity to gnaw at his fur. The prowess of both Tian Liang and Rending was not to be trifled with. As the fervent orcs erupted with excitement, suddenly, a blood-curdling scream shattered the air, causing the crowd to recoil in alarm, transforming into their beast forms and scattering. Both Tian Liang and Rending ceased their tussle. Instinctively alert to the source of the commotion, a fierce beast charged into the throng, sending two unsuspecting orcs soaring through the air, blood spilling from their mouths. Panic gripped Qingqing. Her petite stature rendered her unable to discern the unfolding chaos, leaving her acutely aware of the imminent danger. "Hold on to me," as he spoke. Yunji rushed to her side, his solid arms encircling her thighs. Effortlessly lifting her, he then hoisted Baiwei onto his shoulder and dashed into the nearest concealed dwelling. Setting them both down inside, he gently patted Qingqing's head, instructing, "Do not wander. Wait for my return." With that, he dashed out into the fray. Before Qingqing could inquire about the chaos, Yunji had already vanished. Baiwei, clutching her abdomen, noted that Yunji's shoulder was so rigid that she nearly expelled her evening meal. "Are you all right?" Seeing her discomfort, Qingqing approached to rub her belly. The two ferocious beasts rampaged through the crowd, while the transformed orcs dodged and evaded, wary of approaching too closely lest they be tossed aside. Males of the species shielded their female counterparts, ensuring their safety. Suddenly, the two beasts charged toward a specific point, causing several orcs to brace themselves defensively, torn between retreating and protecting the females behind them. "How can we withstand this?" Yunji lunged forward, seizing the female behind them, and bellowed, "Get out of the way!" Upon witnessing the female's rescue, the orcs transformed back and swiftly vacated the area. Yunji released her, realizing the leader had joined the fray, and cursed under his breath, shifting into his beast form to rush toward the leader. Having narrowly escaped danger, Baiwei gazed at Yunji's gallant figure, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Such a valiant orc was perfectly suited to be her partner. Despite the ferocity of the beasts, they were ultimately no match for a group of orcs, particularly with the leader and Yunji directing the strategy, and they were soon subdued. Baiwei emerged from the shadows, locating the striking black wolf among the pack. "That I am Baiwei. Will you be my partner?" Her sultry gaze lingered as she leaned toward him. Yunji took a step back, allowing her to lean in empty air. Unfazed, Baiwei pressed on. "I can make you my first partner." Yunji didn't even glance her way. Striding toward the nearby thatched hut, his Qingqing awaited him there. Baiwei bit her lip in frustration. Such an exceptional orc was a prize she was determined to claim. Qingyang hesitated before stepping forward, informing her, "Yunji already has a female." Silence. Qingyang, understanding the situation, ceased his words. Just as Yunji reached the door, Qingqing approached him, her expression filled with concern. "Are you unharmed?" Upon seeing him shake his head, she breathed a sigh of relief. Tian Liang and Rending approached, donning their beast skirts, tossing a piece of hide onto Yunji's wolf back, urging, "Put this on." "Ayo, are you well? Did you frighten her?" Rending's eyes were filled with concern, and as he stepped forward, he received a hearty slap. "Ayo, why did you interrupt?" Tian Liang had not finished speaking. Fair enough, such audacity. Qingqing internally mused, then discreetly averted her gaze, deciding not to involve herself in their domestic disputes. Just then, Yunji emerged, clad in his hide, and she followed suit. "Baiwei, I shall take my leave." Baiwei beamed. "All right, be cautious on your way." As soon as Qingqing departed, Baiwei's expression soured. "Do you realize where you went wrong?" The two exchanged furtive glances, their eyes communicating in silent Morse code. "Did you provoke Ayu?" "It was clearly you." Baiwei, hands on her hips, declared, "No more fighting. Understood?" They nodded vigorously, like children caught in wrongdoing. "In no more brawls that we want to dare." Qingqing, accompanying Yunji, did not return immediately, but instead sought out the leader. His countenance was grave. After a lengthy pause, he sighed heavily, lamenting the loss of two orcs. Those two had been flung away and could not rise, succumbing to the chaos of trampling, their demise gruesome. After exchanging a few words with the leader, Qingqing and Yunji exited. What sort of beast rushed in? Two orcs have perished. Once outside, Qingqing could no longer contain her curiosity. They were two stampeding bulls. Likely we hunted their kin, and they come seeking retribution. Qingqing chose silence. The cycle of life and death was immutable, and she could not alter it. "What do you plan to do about the two bulls?" "Barbecue them." "Pardon?" As they walked, a rustling sound reached their ears. "Let me go. I've told you, I do not wish to be your partner." "Shoo, keep your voice down. Without a partner, one risks being cast out of the tribe." Qing tilted her head, straining to listen. What is happening? I am uncertain. Let us investigate. Chapter 25. Why is she being bullied again? What are you doing? Yunji demanded sharply. Upon being discovered, the two orcs recoiled in surprise. One of them immediately releasing his grip on the trembling young female. That we were comforting her. She was frightened by a beast. The other orc added, his words stumbling. Qing's gaze slowly fell upon the girl they referred to as the young female. Her eyes red and quivering, trembling like a frightened rabbit. Yanhua, why is she being bullied again? Observing her pitiful state, Qing felt an urge to protect her, that I end their shared plight of being alone and vulnerable. Qing felt a kinship toward Yanhua, that if not for Yunji's protection, she might find herself with only two paths: to grow strong enough to face danger alone in this perilous wilderness, or to seek refuge from other tribes, enduring the relentless harassment of orcs like Yanhua. Gazing compassionately at Yanhua, Qing asked gently, is that truly the case? Yanhua bit her lip, fighting back tears that no, they want me to be their partner. But I refuse, and they... All right, I understand. Qing interrupted, concerned that Yanhua would indeed break down. Turning to the two orcs, she stated firmly, you heard her. She does not wish to be your partner, do we understand that we shall leave now? The orcs lowered their heads in response. Forcing a female against her will within the tribe was strictly forbidden, hence their covert attempts at persuasion. Initially, they had not considered the consequences, but upon being caught, they hastily sought to escape. Once the orcs departed, Qing reassured Yanhua, it is over now. You should head home, though we too must return. Wait. Yanhua called out softly. Can I speak with you for a moment? Go ahead. Yanhua hesitantly lifted her gaze, glancing at Yunji, and cautiously inquired, can I speak to you privately? Her meaning was clear. She wished for Yunji to leave. Yunji, his tone sharp, retorted, will you speak or not? If not, we shall take our leave, that he had little desire to meddle in such matters. Had it not been for Qing's insistence, he wouldn't have bothered at all. Qing remained silent, perplexed as to what could be so sensitive that Yunji must not overhear. Yanhua, frightened by his harsh tone, shed a few tears, her eyes redder than before, amplifying her delicate appearance. Fidgeting with her beast skirt, Yanhua looked at Qing, her voice trembling. He is so fierce. I am so scared. Despite Yanhua's height of around 1.7 meters, she appeared diminutive among the generally taller females, towering over Qing by half a head. As Qing observed the innocent, fragile Yanhua before her, she felt an overwhelming urge to embrace her. To declare, fear not, woman. I shall protect you henceforth. Yunji, sensing Yanhua's emotional turmoil, chuckled softly, pulling Qing away. Let us go. She can handle her own affairs. Qing stood her ground, playfully meeting his gaze. Yunji's temples throbbed. Sensing trouble brewing, perhaps you should step aside for a moment. I shall return shortly. Indeed. Yunjian let out a helpless sigh, stating, if you need anything, just call for me. I will be waiting at the entrance of the tribe. Before departing, she cast a warning glance at Yanhua, who was clearly putting on an act. Only Qing would fall for such a charade. Yanhua trembled slightly, thinking, isn't this a bit overdone? Can you not pretend anymore? You should be a bit kinder. Don't frighten her. Qing retorted, rolling her eyes. After all, Yanhua belonged to the rabbit beast clan, and it was quite normal for her to be a little timid. All right, he has left. What is it that you wish to discuss with me? I wish to learn medicine from you. I wonder if you would be willing to teach me. Yanhua felt embarrassed, her voice dwindling with each word. She understood that no one would willingly share their unique skills, yet she truly did not want to be bullied any longer. Why do you want to learn medicine? I simply wish to acquire some medical knowledge, so that, like you, I could earn the respect of the beast men and no longer face their harassment, being told I only know how to eat meat and nothing else. They often say that females like me, who only know how to eat meat and do not seek a partner, will eventually be driven away. Qing raised an eyebrow. Pua? Who told you that I know medicine? Everyone says so. They claim that the little female Yunjian brought back can heal ailments, curing the chieftain's high fever overnight, while I, on the other hand, know nothing. Yanhua thought her statement indicated a reluctance to teach her, and her gaze dimmed. However, she did not wish to pressure Qing. That it's all right. You can head home now. Your partner will be angry if you stay out too long. Studying medicine is arduous. Are you certain you want to pursue it? As Yanhua turned to leave, She heard Ching Ching's words and immediately perked up, nodding vigorously. I am sure. Does this mean you are willing to teach me? I will start by teaching you to identify medicinal herbs. However, there is no rush. I will seek you out in a few days when the herds have grown that a healer finds it difficult to heal themselves. Ching Ching mused, contemplating that should she impart her knowledge of medicine to Yanhua, at least there would be someone with a modicum of medical understanding should she fall ill one day. Yanhua gratefully embraced her, exclaiming, Thank you. Ching Ching gasped for air. Are you trying to suffocate me? This girl is surprisingly strong. Yanhua quickly released her, sticking out her tongue. I got a bit too excited. You should head back now. It will be even more dangerous if you linger. I haven't told you my name yet that my name is Yanhua, and I know you. Your name is Ching Ching. Yanhua cheerfully pointed in a direction. If you walk this way, my home is at the very end. Ching Ching smiled. All right, I understand. At the entrance of the tribe, she spotted Yun Jian's tall and imposing figure. Standing still like a statue, she scoffed lightly and approached him, taking his hand. Sorry to keep you waiting. What did she say to you? Oh, nothing much. She simply wants me to teach her medicine. Yun Jian snorted lightly. I assume you agreed. Bingo. Ching Ching snapped her fingers, grinning broadly. You're quite clever. So what if I guess correctly? There is no reward for that. He scoffed dismissively. That of course there is. How could there not be? Ching Ching spread her arms wide. Your reward is to carry me home. Yun Jian crouched down, waiting for her to climb on. I can carry you, but the reward must be negotiated separately. Ching Ching nestled against his broad back. A sense of security enveloped her. Her arms looped around his neck, nuzzling like a small beast. Apart from being carried by her parents in her childhood, she had never been carried by anyone else. Leaning forward, she planted a kiss on his cheek, giggling. Is this sufficient? Yun Jian tilted his head. What about this side? Ching Ching kissed the other cheek. How about now? Not enough. Ching Ching huffed. Don't push your luck. Chapter 26. A hardened fist. What are you doing? Ching Ching had merely boiled some hot water to brush her teeth and wash her face, but upon returning, she found a large mass of black, gooey cicada larvae writhing on her bed. Yun Jian seemed oblivious, continuing to toss and turn until he finally settled, taking a deep breath. Now it smells like me. Ching Ching clenched her jaw, feeling her fists clench with frustration. That was her freshly dried blanket. Could she wrap him up and throw him out? Yun Jian caught a glimpse of Ching Ching's displeased expression and dared not make another move. Why did she look so unwell? He covered himself with the blanket, transforming back into human form, and patted the empty space beside him. Ching Ching, come here. I'll keep you warm. It is often said that one should not strike a smiling face. But Ching Ching disagreed. You either transform back or get off my bed. How ridiculous. If she were to sleep next to him like this, wouldn't it be akin to a lamb entering the wolf's den? This wolf was becoming increasingly unruly. By the time she regretted it, it would be too late. Yun Jian, undeterred, insisted, the beast form will keep you warm, that he still wanted to snuggle up to Ching Ching while sleeping. Imagining the warmth of their bodies pressed together. Just thinking about it made him excited. Ching Ching scoffed, I still have another option for you, that I'll just transform back. Yun Jian kept shifting away, making room for her, but half of his body dangled off the edge of the bed, making him appear small and pitiful despite his size. Seeing this, Ching Ching felt both amused and exasperated. Why are you moving so far away? I'm not going to eat you. Once Ching Ching lay down, Yun Jian curled up close to her, his long, thick fur resembling a cozy blanket, as Ching Ching drifted into a drowsy slumber. She suddenly awoke, her eyes fluttering open in the darkness as she realized something. Could he be going into heat as well? She contemplated asking him, but seeing him sleep soundly, she decided to let it be and soon fell back asleep. On the following morning, as Ching Ching dreamt of reuniting with her family, she vaguely heard Yun Jian speaking softly to someone. Rolling over, she continued her slumber, only to feel a sudden curiosity about who could be disturbing her dreams so early. Struggling to sit up, her hair tousled and still groggy, she was determined to find out who dared to interrupt her restful sleep. Who is it? It's me, Tian Tong. Tian Tong, who had been arguing with Yun Jian, perked up at the sound of Ching Ching's voice. I came to find you to make pottery. Make pottery? That sounds familiar. However, Ching Ching glanced at the not-so-bright sky. Are you serious? It's not even dawn yet. Who wakes up this early? Did I wake you? Tian Tong asked, concern creeping into his voice upon noticing the heavy frown on Qing Qing's face. Not at all. It's just that we overslept. Yun Jin remarked with a smile that lacked warmth. After finally being able to sleep peacefully beside Qing Qing, he had intended to enjoy a leisurely morning with her, but this boy had ruined everything by waking her up. Really? Are you sure? Tian Tong was skeptical, as Yun Jin's expression seemed too morose to be false. Never mind, my fault for not clarifying the time. Qing Qing waved her hand dismissively, worried he might inadvertently provoke Yun Jin into throwing him out. Have you prepared the clay? Let us go dig some up. Upon hearing this, Tian Tong, who had been as droopy as a frostbitten eggplant, suddenly perked up, tossing the beast skin bag he had been carrying onto the ground. His tone filled with excitement. Oh, no need. I've already dug some up. Then let us get started. Qing Qing began teaching him from the very first step, emphasizing the importance of the clay's consistency. Too wet, and the creations would collapse. Too dry, and cracks would form. Yet this was not particularly difficult. One just needed to rely on their intuition. As she spoke, she demonstrated for him. Oh, you see, this kind of consistency should be just right. Tian Tong absorbed her words without missing a beat, following her instructions meticulously. They both stared at the pile of gooey mud he had produced, lost in thought that don't you think you added too much water? Tian Tong absent-mindedly rubbed his nose, smearing mud across his face. I thought it seemed a bit too little just now, that I don't care what you think. Try again. After much perseverance from Qing Qing, Tian Tong finally managed to create a decent batch of clay. Qing Qing wiped the sweat from her brow, silently reassuring herself that every beginning is difficult, and things will improve from here. Suddenly, Yun Jin returned, holding something dark and unidentifiable in his hand. Where have you been? We didn't see you. Qing Qing shook the mud off her hands and remarked, I went hunting for a couple of birds. I'll roast them for you shortly. He had heard her stomach growling, knowing she must be hungry, so he planned to catch her a small beast. Luckily, he encountered a few foraging black-winged birds and managed to catch two. You caught black-winged birds? Tian Tong's sharp eyes immediately recognized the two birds in Yun Jin's hands. You caught them so quickly, 2 of them, he exclaimed, astonished, as these birds were notoriously cunning. He often spent hours without catching a single one. Is it really that difficult? Yun Jin raised an eyebrow and began preparing the black-winged birds for roasting. Meanwhile, Qing Qing resumed teaching Tian Tong the next step, watching helplessly as his hands produced a rather unrecognizable form, her forehead resting on her palm. Every beginning is difficult. The middle is even harder. No, she had clearly explained everything in detail. How could it turn out this way? It is not my intention to belittle you. To say that your work resembles dog excrement would be an insult to dog excrement itself. Tian Tong, feeling immensely disheartened, wondered if his efforts were truly so unsightly that he glanced around, despite posing the question. A part of him already knew the answer. Well, it may not be horrendously ugly, but it certainly did not embody the elegance expected of pottery. Qing Qing, fearing to further discourage him, opted for a gentler approach. Isn't that essentially admitting it's quite unattractive? You primarily struggle with controlling your strength. Look, when you apply too much pressure here, it gets indented. The resulting pottery may be unattractive, but more importantly, it won't be sturdy. Give it another try, but remember to apply a lighter touch. You can certainly do better, Qing Qing encouraged. All right, I shall give it another go. Yun Zhan had finished roasting the bird meat, shredded it, and brought it over in a bowl. It smells heavenly. Qing Qing beamed at Yun Zhan as he approached, her stomach betraying her with a growl in response to the tantalizing aroma. Your hands are dirty. Let me feed you. Yun Zhan squatted beside her, picked up a piece of meat, blew on it, and offered it to her lips. Qing Qing, accustomed to his generous feeding, felt no embarrassment and opened her mouth to partake, giving a thumbs up in praise. Delicious, truly delicious. Yun Zhan, in high spirits, smiled and wiped the grease from the corner of her mouth. If it's good, then eat more. There's plenty more in the cave. Tian Tong, also entranced by the delightful scent, suddenly felt his own stomach rumble despite not being hungry before. However, this was meat Yun Zhan had prepared for Qing Qing. He couldn't possibly shamelessly snatch it from her, observing their affectionate interaction. Tian Tong felt a twinge of jealousy, yet he was reassured by Yun Zhan's kindness towards her. He paused his own tasks, gazing eagerly. Could you perhaps share your secrets for catching the black-winged bird? Chapter 27. No slacking off, what's there to reveal? Just wait until it's full and can't fly fast before you strike. That it really is simple as that. Yunjian, expressionless, cast him a sideways glance. After all, the early bird gets caught. Cough, cough, cough. As soon as he finished speaking, Ching instantly recognized his subtle jab at Tian Tong, unable to suppress a laugh that resulted in a coughing fit. Why are you choking? Yunjian gently patted her back to soothe her. Are you all right? Tian Tong, a bit sheepish, replied, I'm fine, just suddenly thought of something amusing and wanted to laugh. Ching's face flushed crimson. Finally managing to stop coughing. I'm full now. I don't wish to eat anymore. Yunjian, accustomed to her small appetite, said nothing and took the bowl inside, while Tian Tong clearly remained skeptical. You can't possibly be satisfied after such a meager portion. I am indeed full. She had consumed quite a substantial bowl of meat, and who would eat so much roasted meat so early in the day? It would be rather overwhelming. Are you trying to take advantage of the situation? No slacking off. Tian Tong, bewildered, wondered when he had ever slacked off. He hadn't seen any fish around. He spread his clay-covered hands. I haven't touched any fish, and I'm not saying you literally slacked off. I mean, don't be lazy, Ching clarified, utilizing modern terminology that he understandably struggled to grasp. That, oh, I see. But why is being lazy called slacking off? He looked like an inquisitive child. Ching chuckled, flicking her finger, sending a few specks of clay onto his arm. Why so many questions? Just understanding the meaning is sufficient. Explaining it further would only complicate matters. Tian Tong, inspired by her laughter, became more vigorous in shaping the pottery, confidently declaring, I will certainly craft the largest pot. This statement sparked an idea in Ching's mind. Why couldn't she create a larger one? It would certainly make bathing much more convenient. Without hesitation, she kneaded the half-formed clay back into a ball, determined to create something grander. Tian Tong was quite pleased with his new pot, feeling it surpassed his previous attempts, and was excited to show Ching. However, he was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, Are you planning to fit yourself into that enormous pot? He had thought his own creation was sufficiently large, but in comparison to hers, he felt embarrassed to present it. Of course. What else would I make it so large for? You truly intend to fit yourself in? You wouldn't understand. This is called a bathtub for bathing, making it much more convenient. Though she was uncertain if it would survive the firing process. Watching Ching shape the clay with such ease, Tian Tong retreated to refine his own pot. Since I can't make the biggest, I shall ensure it looks good. I cannot disappoint Ching. Midway through his work, Ching realized she was running low on clay. Seeing Tian Tong's rare seriousness, she refrained from interrupting, stretching her neck to call into the cave. Yunjian. Receiving no response, she stood and entered the cave. Yunjian. The cave was empty. There was no sign of him. Could he have gone hunting again? Just as she was about to exit, she heard Tian Tong shout. Ching, we're out of clay. Wait while I go dig some. Wait, I'll go too. Ching hurried out of the cave, only to find that Tian Tong was quick to act and had already vanished. Well, she had no choice but to wait for his return. Speaking of which, Tian Tong's pottery was quite commendable this time. She nodded in approval, finally deeming it satisfactory. That be why the time Tian Tong returned. They had completed the pottery by afternoon. Ching stretched, feeling her back ache. Tian Tong appeared somewhat excited, carefully inspecting his creation, clearly satisfied. Haha, as expected of me. It's truly beautiful. Observing the proud young boy, Ching smiled, suppressing her amusement. Indeed, you've created the most beautiful piece. Receiving her praise, Tian Tong's spirits soared. Once it dries in a couple of days, we can dig a pit to fire the pottery. He held it possessively. Can I take it back now? Just be cautious with it. Tian Tong was so elated he nearly leapt into the air. I want to show it to my brother. After seeing Tian Tong off, Ching surveyed the area. But it seemed Yunjian had yet to return. As evening approached, she decided not to wait idly any longer. She couldn't rely on him for everything. Grabbing a bone knife, she intended to prepare the unprocessed black-winged bird by the river, but it was quite large, requiring her to drag it along. She had done such tasks before, aside from the knife being somewhat dull. It was manageable. Having had roasted bird meat in the morning, she decided to make a soup for dinner. Ching chopped the freshly prepared bird and the remaining sizable portion from lunch into pieces and filled a pottery jar to the brim with meat. Then she boiled water, added the meat, seasoned it with salt, and covered the lids she tended to the fire. Perhaps due to waking early that morning, she felt drowsy. The bubbling sound of the cooking meat was quite soothing. And before she knew it, she had dozed off with her head resting on her knees. When Yun-Jan returned, he found Qing asleep beside the simmering meat, her head resting on her knees. He pressed his lips together, a pang of tenderness swelling within him. She was clearly exhausted, yet still waiting to prepare a meal for him, that he approached and squatted down, one arm slipping under her bent leg, intending to carry her to bed. However, she suddenly lifted her head, gazing at him in a daze. Yun-Jan halted his movements, speaking softly, "Are you still asleep?" Qing shook her head, shifting her numb legs. "I am awake now. It's my fault for coming back so late. Look, it should be ready to eat." Qing didn't respond, diverting the topic. Yun-Jan lifted the lid, stirred the contents, and confirmed it was cooked and ready to eat. He retrieved a bowl, filling it generously for Qing, making sure to select pieces with more meat and fewer bones for her. Then he served himself a bowl, as well. They ate the meat. Qing suddenly recalled a question she had wished to ask earlier when Tian-Tong was present. By the way, didn't you say you would catch the black-winged bird for Tian-Tong? She knew it was difficult to catch, so her inquiry wasn't meant to pressure him. She merely thought if he didn't want to, it was perfectly fine in a rush, perhaps in a couple of days. Yun-Jan replied, "These days, I can hardly stand that brat. There is no hurry for the next couple of days." Qing assumed he was simply too fatigued to act sooner, as he appeared somewhat different tonight. Typically, he seemed boundless in energy, but this evening he exuded a palpable weariness. She wondered what had transpired that afternoon. After finishing their meal and tidying up, Yun-Jan transformed into his beast form. Lying down on the bed, his breathing quickly becoming heavy, observing him in deep slumber, Qing sensed something was amiss. Realizing he was human too and could tire, she chose not to dwell on it further, carefully stepping over him to sleep inside. Chapter 28. Stop fooling around. Let us sleep. Having gone to bed early, Qing awoke at the break of dawn. Before long, she noticed Yun-Jan stirring as well. She promptly shut her eyes, feigning sleep, yet she discovered Yun-Jan rising quietly and leaving the room. Something felt off, very off. His departure spanned an entire day. Perhaps due to yesterday's events, Yun-Jan returned much earlier than the previous night, holding two well-prepared small beasts. "Where have you been?" Qing, unawares, let a hint of grievance seep into her voice. "That I went hunting," Yun-Jan replied, weariness evident on his brow as he settled by the fire. "You must be hungry. I'll roast some meat for you." With a slight pout, Qing questioned his capabilities. Surely, she could not believe that he could manage to use two small creatures in just a day. "Really?" She approached Yun-Jan, compelling him to meet her gaze. "You aren't deceiving me, are you?" Upon encountering her shimmering, inquisitive eyes, Yun-Jan's pupils constricted, and he averted his gaze, only to raise it again, his brow arched with a teasing glimmer. "What's wrong? Are you missing me?" He lifted his arm, attempting to draw her into his embrace. Seeing this, Qing stood and evaded him, her long eyelashes casting shadows over the disappointment in her eyes. Indeed, he was concealing something from her. "Just a day. Who would miss you?" Noting his reluctance to divulge, she opted not to press further, continuing with his words. "Everyone has their secrets, don't they? I was merely accustomed to your usual openness with me, and this sudden shift has left me somewhat disheartened. But I will miss you, even for a day or half a day." His voice, typically cool, bore an unexpected warmth that made Qing's eyes well up. Not sincere at all. With her back turned to him, she struggled to articulate her feelings, her heart aching and her nose tingling. Was it emotion? Perhaps a sense of heartache? "What's wrong?" In the darkness, Yun-Jan enveloped her from behind. Since his return, he had sensed her discontent. She had barely touched her food, and even now, she did not push him off the bed despite his lack of transformation. He gently kissed her hair, trailing down to her earlobe. She offered no resistance, nor any response. Unyielding, Yun-Jan propped himself up, half pressing her beneath him. His heated lips brushed her face, his breath quickening, muscles tautening, until his lips lingered at the corner of her mouth. "Stop fooling around. Let's sleep." His cool voice fell upon him like a bucket of cold water, startling him into silence. The air stilled, punctuated only by their contrasting breaths. "All right." Yun-Jan lay back down, shifting to his side, adjusting his form to that of the black wolf, and closed his eyes. Yet soon, the steady rhythm of the wolf's breathing filled Qingqing's ears, and sleep eluded her. Her thoughts spiraled. This was but a trivial matter, one she ought not to dwell upon. Yet her heart felt as though a stone lodged within it, neither escaping nor entering. Having treated him as she did, he must surely be disappointed in her. The following morning before dawn, Yun Jian departed once more. Qingqing, in her agitation, buried her head beneath the covers and kicked at them like pedaling a bicycle. Da! You foul wolf! How annoying! Tiantong, having learned from experience, only approached when the sun was fully risen, his jar in hand. Upon seeing Qingqing's darkened eyes, he was genuinely taken aback. What happened to your eyes? Did Yun Jian hit you? No, I simply didn't sleep well. Qingqing's gaze flitted over the jar he carried. Rest assured, I'm fine. Let's make pottery. She instructed him on how to place the jar and stack the firewood, ultimately igniting the bonfire. Are you truly okay? Tiantong's concern bubbled to the surface. She forced a smile. What could possibly be wrong with me? If you can't smile, don't force it. You've been glum all morning. That if there's something bothering you, just tell me that I'll help if I can. Tiantong reassured her, patting his chest. After a moment's hesitation, Qingqing finally spoke. I have a friend. A male has taken a liking to her and has always treated her well. Yet one day, he began to vanish without a trace, concealing matters from her, which has left her quite distressed. What do you think could be the reason? Tiantong pondered deeply for a moment. Where did you find this friend? That is none of your concern. Is that male your friend's partner? Not at the moment. That's hard to say. Perhaps the male is interested in another female. Upon hearing this, Qingqing's heart sank. But he had always treated her well. Tiantong shook his head. I've seen it happen. Some males slowly grow distant from their females. When the female can no longer endure it, she may leave, allowing him to pursue the female he truly desires. Your friend is likely facing such a situation. She should keep a close eye on it. Biting her lip, Qingqing's emotions shifted from sour to bitter. Could he truly be like that? No, he isn't that kind of person. She repeated this to herself. By the way, where is Yun Jian? It's strange not to see him with you today. Perhaps he went hunting. Perhaps he didn't mention where he was going. Qingqing shook her head. Don't ask. If you do, I might truly lose my composure. Hey, let me take you to hunt black-winged birds. The weather is splendid today, Tiantong exclaimed cheerfully. And with Yun Jian not around, isn't it perfect? Just forget about others' matters. Qingqing mustered a faint smile, her heart silently weeping. But that friend is me. After a moment, she steeled herself, relinquishing her fanciful thoughts that if Yun Jian truly liked someone else, then she would wish him happiness. Tiantong transformed into a gray wolf, carrying Qingqing over a mountain to a thicket-rich forest. He shifted back, adjusting his beastly attire. This is one of our tribe's hunting grounds. The trees are abundant, and black-winged birds are plentiful here. Qingqing surveyed the towering trees, realizing that in modern times, they would be centuries old. What do black-winged birds eat? Worms, the ones in the soil? Isn't that just earthworms? Earthworms? Not sure. We just call them worms, Shu. Tiantong suddenly halted, whispering, Look over there, a black-winged bird. Qingqing followed his gaze, her eyesight inferior to his, only discerning a shadow moving a dozen meters away. I asked that it. Yes. Tiantong observed the spot where she pointed, but I'll quietly get a bit closer. You wait here. Qingqing nodded, wary of making too much noise and scaring it away. Tiantong transformed into his beast form, stealthily approaching through the trees and bushes. When he was close enough, he paused. The black-winged bird seemed to sense danger, halting its foraging and scanning its surroundings until it deemed it safe to resume scratching the earth for worms. Tiantong, adhering to Yun Jian's advice, patiently awaited its satiation that he pounced from the grass, but missed by a hair's breadth, merely snagging a feather from the bird's tail, allowing it to escape. Chapter 29. A leaf obscures the eye disheartened. Tiantong returned to Qingqing's side. Alas, I was so close. Indeed, you were just a hair's breadth away. That's quite impressive, Qingqing consoled him. From her perspective, Tiantong had nearly captured it, only for it to slip away. Let us keep searching. I know you can catch one, Dung. The pair, a human and a wolf, lay hidden in the grass, holding their breaths as they intently watched a few black-winged birds. The moment seemed ripe. Tiantong leaped once more, but again fell short. It seems Yun Jian's methods do not suit me. Tiantong's shoulders slumped as he sighed deeply. Yun Jian has been hunting for a long time. His experience is unmatched. His methods, indeed, may not be ideal for you. Qingqing mused, resting her chin on her hand, that don't lose hope. Let's find a method that suits you. How about a bird trap? But out here in the wilderness. We lack proper tools, and anything more complex would be too time-consuming. What ideas do you have? Don't rush me. Let me think. Ching recalled her childhood days spent with her grandfather, devising various small traps on the mountains. Seeking a simple and convenient solution, at last, an idea struck her, almost making her want to howl at the sky. Grandfather, your traps are far too intricate. No wonder they spent an entire day on the mountain. A leaf fluttered down, landing on Tiantong's head. He plucked it off and tossed it aside. That Ching's gaze lingered on the discarded leaf. And suddenly, inspiration dawned upon her that I have a method for catching birds. I just need leaves. Leaves? What do you need them for? Tiantong blinked, puzzled to catch birds. Of course, haven't you heard of a leaf obscures the eye? You'll see shortly. Just go pick some large leaves. Tiantong climbed a tree to gather the larger leaves while Ching scoured the ground for appropriately sized sticks. Are these enough? He balanced on a branch, one hand gripping the trunk, the other waving the leaves at her. That should suffice. Tiantong slid down and handed the leaves to Ching. What do we do now? You need to dig up some earthworms for me. Are you using the worms as bait? No, I'm going to feed you the worms to use you as bait. Tiantong hesitated. He could still back out. His expression reflected sheer disgust. That's too gross. I can't eat that. Ching chuckled. I was just joking. Don't take it seriously. Hurry up, or we'll run out of time. Tiantong located a spot with fertile soil that seemed promising for worms and began to dig. He kindly warned Ching, you might want to stand back. I'm worried the worms might frighten you. That I'm not afraid of worms. Just dig them up, and I'll catch them, she dismissively remarked. What can a mere little earthworm do to her? Aren't you afraid? Tiantong inquired with skepticism. Just a few days prior, a small rock mouse had frightened her to such an extent. How could she not fear an earthworm? Who fears who is a dog? Ching confidently proclaimed, asserting that she had even caught fish with her bare hands by grabbing earthworms. Tiantong, albeit reluctantly, chose to believe her. Yet he was far too naive. Just as he painstakingly dug up the first earthworm with his claw, barely allowing himself a moment of joy, a shrill scream pierced the air. Oh my goodness! Ching cried out in terror, fleeing until she found refuge behind a tree 10 meters away, only daring to peek out. Is this really an earthworm? It's as thick as a finger, resembling a small snake. Had it truly been a snake, she would not have been so utterly terrified. The mere thought of such a large earthworm writhing on the ground sent chills down her spine. Why are you running? Come back and catch it. Tiantong, transformed into a wolf yet devoid of hands, watched helplessly as the earthworm struggled to escape. His anxiety mounting, in a reflexive attempt to prevent its escape, he considered seizing it with his wolf's mouth. But hesitated just an inch away. No, I can't bring myself to do it. He wrestled with himself, questioning whether this black-winged bird was truly worth such a sacrifice. Reluctantly, he pinned the wriggling earthworm down with his forepaw to stop its escape. Indeed, this black-winged bird was something he could not afford to miss. He then maneuvered the earthworm to his hind leg and continued digging. Stop digging. One is enough. Ching weakly interjected, having not anticipated that the earthworms in this world could be so enormous. Wow, come over here and keep an eye on it. Don't let it get away. Ching remained motionless, exchanging wide-eyed glances with him from behind the tree. She couldn't comprehend his words. Even if she could, she still wouldn't approach. Tiantong, with no other option, glanced around before choosing a large stone to weigh it down, then retreated into the grass to don his beastly attire. Didn't you say that whoever fears is a dog? Tiantong asked helplessly, nearly tasting the essence of the earthworm himself. Woof woof. Ching obediently mimicked the sound of a dog, for no one had informed her that earthworms could be so large. I can never trust her claims of fearlessness again. What shall we do next? Ching fashioned a leaf into a funnel shape, securing it with a small stick, and tossed it to Tiantong from 2 meters away. You just need to thread the earthworm onto the stick and secure it to the leaf like I did. The earthworm squirmed in Tiantong's grip as he severed it at 1/3 of its length, brownish blood splattering forth and landing on his arm. Upon witnessing this, Ching shut her eyes tightly, appearing remarkably serene. Excellent. I now have material for nightmares tonight. Is this acceptable? Ching was forced to confront the sight of the half-threaded earthworm, still writhing, sending shivers down her spine. It's acceptable. Consequently, Tian Tong fashioned 2 more traps from the remaining portions of the earthworm. Gazing at the 3 traps in his hand, he furrowed his brow, filled with doubt. Will this truly work? It will work, just toss it in front of the black-winged bird, she assured him, recalling how she had once caught a chicken this way. It seemed a negligible cost, and he chose to trust her once more. After walking a mile, they finally discovered the black-winged bird's trail. Tian Tong hurled the traps with all his might. The sudden commotion startled the bird, causing it to flap its wings in an attempt to flee. His heart raced. Would it escape? Rising several meters into the air, the bird soon realized it was merely a leaf and returned, only to find a worm nestled within. It snatched it up, but because of the stick, it was unable to swallow it, suddenly realizing that its vision was obstructed. The black-winged bird lifted its head, panicking as it scanned its surroundings. Yet the leaf obscured its view entirely. It had no inkling that the worm it had captured was the source of its troubles. Continuing to clutch it tightly. Now go. Ching seized the moment, issuing her command. Tian Tong lunged towards the black-winged bird once more, effortlessly capturing it without even transforming into his beast form. He held the bird aloft, grinning broadly to reveal a row of white teeth, elated as he dashed towards Ching. This method truly works. Ching, you are simply brilliant. This is nothing, Ching remarked, glancing at the black-winged bird he held. Still struggling, a true glutton for food. Chapter 30. Are you unable to sleep? Given the urgency of the situation, the two returned home after hunting just 2 black-winged birds. Tian Tong escorted Ching back, intending to gift her the spoils, but she adamantly refused, leaving him no choice but to reluctantly accept them. Ching did not decline out of disinterest. Rather, the thought of the birds' bellies filled with earthworms made her uneasy. She never imagined she would one day develop a fear of earthworms upon their return. Yunjian awaited them at the cave entrance, his expression grave and his gaze intensely fixed on Ching. She leapt down from the wolf's back, stealing a furtive glance at Yunjian's demeanor. The atmosphere was so oppressive it rendered her breathless. Meanwhile, Tian Tong remained lost in his own joy, prancing about the area with the 2 black-winged birds in his mouth. Showing off to Yunjian. You should head home. Come back in a couple of days to dig up your pottery, Ching urged, fearful that if he continued, he might endanger himself. Tian Tong howled in agreement and soon vanished from sight. Go inside, though. Where did you go to play today? He hadn't seen her upon his return, but had caught a whiff of Tian Tong's scent, leading him to suspect they had been out together. We didn't go anywhere. We just hunted 2 black-winged birds. He remained silent, producing wild fruits from the pottery. Try these. I traveled quite a distance to gather them. Ching took the fruits he offered, her keen eyes noting the crimson marks on his palm. What happened to your hand? She grasped his hand, setting down the pot to inspect, but Yunjian withdrew his hand before she could. It's nothing. Just a minor scratch I got accidentally. He resumed his seat to roast meat, concealing his palm as if hiding some secret. You should taste the fruit to see if it's good. Hearing this, Ching bit into a fruit, savoring its tartness mingled with a hint of sweetness, reminiscent of hawthorn, but with a different texture. It's delicious. Her eyes sparkled as she picked another fruit from the pot and held it to his mouth. You should try it too. Yunjian took a bite, only to wince at the sourness, unable to open his eyes. That's oh sour. How is this good? Ching couldn't help but laugh at his expression. Come on, have another bite. Don't waste it. You worked hard to gather these. No. Yunjian turned his handsome face away, stubbornly refusing a second bite. He worked so hard for this. Just wait. Tomorrow I will chop down that tree. Seeing Ching still offering more to eat, he insisted, you shouldn't eat any more. I'll go and get you some sweet ones tomorrow. No, I think this is quite tasty. The sourness is delightful. She relished all flavors except bitterness. Convinced she was sincere, Yunjian decided to postpone the tree-chopping plan. Today he had brought back 2 small beasts. As Ching enjoyed her roasted meat, she suddenly declared, I want to eat lamb. In truth, she didn't genuinely want lamb. She simply considered that a sheep of ordinary size would suffice to feed them for 2 or 3 days. She was curious to see what excuse he would concoct to be absent for another day. Yunjian's eyes flickered, his expression complex as he regarded her. Very well. Ching felt a twinge of guilt, lowering her head to gnaw on the meat, as though he could see right through her thoughts. Suddenly, she realized, what was there to feel guilty about? Shouldn't he be the one feeling the pressure? With that, she puffed out her chest, bravely, chewing on the meat that I in the dead of night. Yunjan felt as though someone had kicked him, jolting him awake. Assuming a beast was attacking, he scanned his surroundings warily, but found nothing amiss. Could it have been a dream? He covered Ching with the fur she had kicked off, patting it down securely before settling back in. Meanwhile, the instigator of the commotion, Ching, was lost in a nightmare, relentlessly pursued by two earthworms as thick as her wrists. She ran as if her legs would snap. But no matter how hard she tried, she could not shake them off. Don't chase me. Just as she lay down, Yunjan was startled awake again, finally realizing she was having a nightmare, and he pulled her into his embrace, gently patting her back in an attempt to soothe her to don't be afraid. Unfortunately, he accidentally roused her from her slumber. In the darkness, Ching opened her sleep-heavy eyes, bewildered as she asked, "Are you unable to sleep? Why did you wake me?" Yunjan was unaware she had already awakened, continuing to pat her slowly. "Is this also sleep-talking?" No, upon hearing this, he released her, uncertain that you're awake. But if you are awake, you shouldn't have nightmares anymore, right? He placed a kiss on her forehead, that it's all right, just sleep. After all, she had just dreamed of being entangled by earthworms, and fortunately, Yunjan had awakened her. As usual, Yunjan ventured out early the following morning. However, unlike previous days, he returned that evening not with small beasts, but with a rather sizable sheep. Throughout the day, Ching found herself quite idle. And during this leisurely time, she pondered many things. The foremost thought was what Yunjan would bring back that night, and if he still brings back a small beast, it signifies that he intends to depart again tomorrow. However, the presence of a sheep indicates that he will not be leaving after all, correct? This means he has not deceived himself. His outing was indeed for the purpose of hunting, was it not? She joyfully approached him, radiant as a blooming flower. Welcomed by her warmth, Yunjan felt as though a flower blossomed within his heart. It turned out her previous coldness towards him was due to his failure to hunt the sheep she desired. In the future, just tell me what you wish to eat, and I shall procure it for you. Even the most elusive water beasts would be hunted for her, as long as she ceased her indifference towards him. Ching responded with a cheerful hum, and his words about the future suggested that he held no affections for anyone else, did it not? Her spirits soared, and even the lamb chops seemed to vanish quickly from her plate. This only confirmed to Yunjan that Ching had a fondness for lamb. Without it, she would be displeased. Just as she believed everything was on the mend, Yunjan's actions once again plunged her into despair. A faint rustling sound stirred beside her, and Ching's mind raced. Was he truly preparing to leave? She sat up swiftly, only to find Yunjan had already reached the cave entrance, with tear-filled eyes. She posed the question that had haunted her for days. "Yunjan, do you still have feelings for me?" If he no longer liked her, she would not cling to him. Such uncertainty would only deepen her anguish. "Of course I like you. I will return soon. Wait for me." The black wolf howled urgently toward Ching before disappearing into the darkness. Yet he overlooked the fact that Ching could not comprehend the wolf's language. And all she witnessed was his retreating form. Staring at his departing silhouette, her eyes widened in disbelief, devoid of focus. She sank helplessly onto the bed, feeling as though a piece of her heart was missing. So, his implication was that he no longer cared for her, was it not? This answer seemed both unexpected and yet somehow anticipated. Chapter 31. She appeared on the verge of shattering Ching. "I have come to find you." Shortly after dawn, Tiantong appeared at the cave entrance. "You look even worse than before," he remarked. "Let us go dig some pottery." Ching, unwilling to engage, diverted the topic. Kneeling by the fire pit, Tiantong eagerly began to rummage through the ash. Success! Ching, look! He waved a freshly baked pottery jar in front of her. "Why haven't you started digging yours?" "Is it too difficult?" He set down the jar, adding, "Perfect, I shall assist you." The pottery jar Ching had crafted was large and heavy. She had to help herself to place it down, clearly waiting for him to dig it out. After a few moments of searching, his fingers brushed against something sharp, causing him to pause. "Oh no, this doesn't seem good." Ching, "It's broken, isn't it?" Just as Tiantong turned his head. Puzzled as to how she already knew, Ching's expression indicated that she perceived more than he realized. "But it's just a pottery jar. Why does it seem like she's about to shatter?" He thought, perplexed. Everything is broken. Perhaps it's for the best, a shattering of peace. Ching smiled faintly, yet her gaze was hollow, resembling a porcelain doll on the verge of breaking. Ching, Please don't be like this. It frightens me. I will go dig some clay. We can make another. There's no need. Let it be broken. It's just a jar. The shattered pottery felt like the final straw that would crush her spirit. Then shall we go catch the black-winged birds? Tian Tong suggested, recalling how her spirits had lifted during their last bird-catching adventure. No, I'm a bit tired. I wish to sleep a while longer. Very well. Rest well, that I shall return home first. Just as Tian Tong prepared to leave, Qing called out to him again, you know where the prey is abundant. I have yet to partake in the tribe-s hunting. I usually only go to the places where we catch the black-winged birds. He pondered briefly and pointed in a direction, that it should be over there. I have seen my elder brother and the others hunt in that vicinity. Suddenly realizing something, Tian Tong cautioned, but do not go there. It is quite dangerous. If you wish to explore, feel free to find me anytime. I know many enjoyable places that I understand that as soon as Tian Tong left. Qing began to pack her belongings inside the cave. She had to leave. To take the initiative to depart was far more dignified than being driven away by Yunjian. Using a wooden stump she typically sat on, she stood on tiptoe to pull down 2 pieces of animal hide and spread them on the ground. Quite heavy. Then she rummaged through the cave for her belongings, her attention drawn to the corner where Yunjian kept his tools. Selecting 2 of the smallest flint stones from among several, she thought, he has so many, and after spending so much time with him, he shouldn't mind, right? She also picked up the tiniest bone knife and considered its size. His hands are so large, this little knife must be awkward for him to use. The pottery jar had to come as well. After all, she had made it herself, so she felt no guilt in taking it. She placed the small jar inside the larger one, like a nesting doll, and even added a bowl. All right, the remaining jars can be left for him. She also needed to bring some food, as it would likely take time to find shelter. Thus, she cut some lamb meat. But this needs to be cooked, right? For that, I'll need firewood. She gathered some firewood, thinking that the fresh kind outside wouldn't ignite without properly drying. She decided to take the animal skirt he made for her. After all, he wouldn't wear it, so it would be a waste to leave it behind. The bed had to come too. Otherwise, sleeping outdoors would be quite cold, so she rolled up her blanket and a top layer of animal hide, packed her toiletries, and prepared to leave. She clapped her hands and exhaled. All right, I'll take just these few items. From now on, I must rely on myself. Before departing, she noticed the dried flowers placed at the head of her bed. A gentle smile graced her lips as she envisioned him braving the heavy snow to gather a bouquet just to brighten her day, but her heart ached at the thought of never returning to that moment. Let us take them. Keeping them would only discomfort his future partner. She secured her bundled belongings over her shoulder and, with a swift motion, set off. The load was heavy, causing her to stagger slightly as she embraced the pottery jar and exited the cave with grace. Casting a reluctant glance back for one last look at the place she had called home for over 2 months, she whispered, "Farewell, cave, farewell, Yunjian. Thank you for giving me a sense of home. But alas, it was never truly mine that I am leaving." Turning away, she trudged forth with a burden heavier than herself, embarking on a journey of wandering, making the world her home. As noon approached, Yunjian hurried home carrying a stone jar, anxious to see Qing's joyful reaction upon seeing it. The mere thought of it brought an involuntary smile to his lips. Yet plans often unravel unexpectedly. Upon returning home and gazing into the half-empty cave, his heart sank. Where are her belongings? No, where is Qing? Has she been taken? Qing? He dropped the stone jar and called out into the cave. The empty cave echoed back, and the weight of despair settled heavily on him. Forcing himself to remain calm, he discerned that aside from Qing, only Tian Tong's scent lingered. There were no traces of other beastmen. Could it be that she had gone to Tian Tong's? He dashed into the village to find him. "Is Qing with you?" "No, she was supposed to be sleeping," Tian Tong replied, wide-eyed and innocent. "You had better not be lying to me," Yunjian roared, anger boiling within him. How could she possibly be sleeping with her bed gone? She really isn't here. Has something happened? Tian Tong's demeanor shifted to serious. Something must have gone awry to provoke such distress in Yunjian. There was indeed no trace of Qing's scent. Did she say anything before she left? Not a word. Wait, she did ask me where the prey was abundant. And then, Tian Tong hesitantly pointed in a direction. I told her it was that way. Looking at the direction Tian Tong indicated, Yunjian could no longer maintain his composure. But I warned her that it was dangerous. She must not go there. You still directed her there. Do not follow me. If there is real danger, I cannot afford to worry about you. His fury ignited as veins throbbed on his forehead after warning Tian Tong against following him. He abandoned all caution and transformed into his beast form, racing toward that location. The direction Tian Tong indicated led into the deep mountains, where the dangers multiplied. It was a habitat for various large predators. Even a robust beastman could struggle to return alive. They only dared to venture in groups during winter, when many beasts were hibernating and food was scarce. And now, Ching was all alone. He could scarcely fathom how a pack of wild beasts would react upon encountering such a defenseless prey. He could only hope he was not too late. Ching, wait for me. Chapter 32. Oh, how perky as water flows downward and people strive upward. Ching found herself laboriously climbing the mountain, drenched in sweat with no free hands to wipe her brow, allowing the perspiration to drip freely. Unable to persist any longer, she leaned against a tree to rest her aching body. Thirsty and weary, she wondered if there was a water source nearby, so she decided to search for some wild fruits to quench her thirst. In such a vast forest, surely there must be at least some wild fruits. With newfound courage, she ventured nearby and suddenly spotted a blue-black sphere hovering under a tree not far from her. Narrowing her eyes, she scrutinized the peculiar sight. What could that be? As she leaned closer to observe, she discovered that the sphere was surrounded by a transparent net, one that towered above her, affixed to the trees and shrubs. Could it be a bird trap set by someone? She prodded the net with her fingers, feeling its sticky texture, as if she had triggered a mechanism. Suddenly, the blue-black sphere sprouted legs and swiftly moved toward the spot she had touched. Ah! Ching's pupils constricted, her face turned pale, and she screamed, rolling and scrambling away. A spider! It was a spider! She ran several meters, her legs giving way beneath her as she collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath in a state of shock. Fortunately, the large spider, as big as her head, did not pursue her. She curled her legs up, rubbing her sore knees and elbows, casting fearful glances around her. Though the forest was eerily calm, she felt an inexplicable terror. If a mere spider could evoke such fear, she could hardly fathom the dangers lurking within this forest, and no, she had to leave quickly. If night fell, it would be even more perilous, driven by a strong survival instinct. Ching rose from the ground, not bothering to brush the dirt off her clothes before seeking her belongings. This ordeal had nearly frightened her to death. Perhaps her scent lingered on her back. She spotted a python as thick as a tree trunk coiling around her pack, flicking its tongue. Da! Ching screamed again, stumbling as she began to flee. What was so terrifying about a spider? This was the true horror. Hearing her scream, Yunjian, who was racing toward the mountain, felt a surge of alarm and quickened his pace, almost taking flight. Yes, it was this way. Ching's scent was becoming increasingly pronounced. He halted abruptly midway. Recognizing the pack lying askew beneath a tree, it bore Ching's scent, but there were also traces of other wild beasts. Could it be? Had he arrived too late? A wave of fear washed over him. He refused to accept that Ching had already left him. In despair, the black wolf guarding the pack howled mournfully. Oh, Yunjian, save me! Oh, Ching was still alive. Renewed with joy, Yunjian sprinted once more, determined not to be late this time. Perched on the tree, Ching clung to the trunk, trembling as she watched the gigantic python slither around the tree. Inching closer, in her despair, she heard a wolf's howl and clung to a flicker of hope that it might be Yunjian. Save me, Yunjian, she cried out again. Ow! Hearing the response drawing nearer, tears of relief welled in her eyes. It was indeed Yunjian. He had come to rescue her. Glancing upward, she noted there was still space. She could climb higher. She resolved to hold on a bit longer. Yunjian would be there soon. With bloodied fingers gripping the tree trunk and enduring the searing pain, Ching began to ascend the branches. The black wolf lunged fiercely, clamping down on the python's tail and shaking its head violently. The python, feeling the pain, descended from the tree to counterattack the black wolf. The python's movements were not as agile as the wolf's. With a swift turn, the wolf evaded the strike and began to bite at the python's body. Unfortunately, the python's scales were as hard as armor, rendering the wolf's fangs ineffective, since he could not harm it. He decided to outlast it. The black wolf dodged left and right, occasionally seizing the moment to nip at its scales. Although the damage was minimal, it was aggravating. The python, frustrated by multiple failed attempts to ensnare him, gradually grew weary and shifted to a defensive stance. This allowed Yunjian to take the initiative, but he found himself at a disadvantage. Yunjian, use the bone knife, Qing called from above, tossing the bone knife down to him. Yunjian transformed back into human form, rolled beneath the tree to retrieve the bone knife, but found it fell off that he glanced at it, perplexed. This bone knife is barely a month old. It's not as effective as my wolf fangs and claws. Stab its eye with the bone knife. Qing gestured from the tree. Having transformed, Yunjian was not as nimble as in his wolf form, and the python was wary of him. Every time he approached, it would whip him with its tail, putting him at a disadvantage. Qing slid down the tree trunk, prompting Yunjian to frown and say, "Stay up there. It's safer. Don't worry about me." When Yunjian saw her descend and run, he finally sighed in relief and focused on dealing with the python. "Why are you back again?" he snapped, his temper flaring. Qing clutched a pile of stones she had gathered from who knows where and hurled them at the python. ILL distracted. "You take the opportunity to stab its eyes." Yunjian was almost speechless with frustration. "You want to attract its attention. You might not even live to tell the tale." The python, now drawn to her, turned to attack, but Yunjian seized the moment to spring from behind, plunging the bone knife into its eye with fierce determination. The python thrashed in agony, striking the ground with its tail before ultimately slithering away in retreat. Seeing that she was finally safe, Qing exhaled a sigh of relief. This day had felt akin to a trial by fire, that in stark contrast to her relaxation. Yunjian approached her with a face like a thundercloud. "Oh dear," Qing blushed, turning away shyly as she caught sight of his imposing figure. Yunjian, irked, disregarded her embarrassment and hoisted her onto his shoulder, striding down the mountain with purpose. Suddenly, the world spun around her. She flailed her legs and pounded his back. "Put me down. I can walk by myself." Smack. "Ouch!" Yunjian smacked her bottom, admonishing, "Behave." Hearing his tone, Qing covered her backside with one hand, too afraid to move that if she had to stay still. She figured being carried was not so bad. At least she didn't have to walk. As she settled into silence, she watched the ground rush by beneath her, feeling a bit dizzy. Her gaze drifted upward, inadvertently drawn to a curvaceous silhouette. "Wow, quite perky," she muttered under her breath. "What did you say?" "Nothing." If he found out what she had uttered, it would be mortifying. How could this old lecher not know what she meant? Initially uncertain, Yunjian's lips curled into a knowing smirk as he observed her reaction. "That you're quite perky too." She daydreamed about life with a rocket to Mars. Chapter 33. Will you be my companion? Yunjian carried her to the spot where her pack was stored and set her down gently, that he then retrieved a piece of beast hide from the pack to wrap around himself, weighing it before tossing the remaining pack in front of her, saying, "You carry it, me carry it," she exclaimed in surprise, her legs still trembling like a leaf. "You brought it out, so you carry it." "Fine," she resigned herself to the burden of the pack, "that you're quite capable. Carrying all this and still jumping around it. Oh, come on, flattery will get you nowhere." She chuckled awkwardly, "that I'm not as impressive as you say." When Qing looked up, she noticed his expression was grim, as if he were not genuinely complimenting her. Instantly, she felt guilty and lowered her head, wringing her fingers. "That I was just angry at the moment. I'll deal with you when we get home." Yunjian gritted his teeth to avoid his wrath. Qing acted exceptionally obedient and docile throughout the journey, even refraining from voicing her complaints as her arms ached from carrying the pack. "I really can't carry this anymore. It's too heavy. You're on my back, and it's heavy." Qing clung to his neck with one arm while grasping the pack with the other. "My hand hurts from holding it. How about you take the pack and let me walk?" She thought this was a splendid idea. It would lighten his load as well. "Give me the pack." Yunjian relented, realizing that her discomfort pained him more than his OW. As Qing handed him the pack, she attempted to slide down from his back, but he suddenly supported her with a firm grip. Confused, she wondered why they had agreed she wouldn't need to get down. "Stay put. Just relax." Upon reaching home, Tian Tong waited anxiously at the entrance. When he saw Yunjian return safely with Qing on his back, he finally exhaled in relief. "Ugh! Qing, I'm so glad you're alive." Tian Tong rushed forward, tears streaming down his face. Just as Yunjian set her down, she found herself caught in a flurry of affection from Tian Tong, who showed no signs of injury. "Sorry to make you worry." She spoke with remorse. "That as long as you're okay. I'm relieved. Just don't do that again." Did she even want there to be a next time? Yun Jian, brimming with suppressed anger, interrupted Tian Tong before he could finish. There's no one at my house. I'm heading home. Tian Tong shot Qing a knowing look of disapproval before hastily making his exit. Back in the familiar cave, Qing felt a wave of nostalgia wash over her. It was far better here, despite the presence of a wolf that seemed ready to snap at any moment. Yun Jian, look! There's a huge stone jar, she exclaimed, noticing the jar and excitedly running her fingers over it. The interior of the jar appeared as if it had been polished by someone. Not entirely smooth, but quite even. Did you bring this back? Yun Jian, busy returning her belongings to their original places, responded nonchalantly. No, it grew here on its own. Qing understood everything now. How could she possibly believe his claim? The scratches inside the stone tank appeared remarkably fresh, unlike those formed by nature. Suddenly, a thought crossed her mind. She rose and took Yun Jian's hand to inspect it, though he attempted to withdraw. It was too late. Indeed, his palm was not only reddened but also swollen. You didn't carve this stone tank, did you? That day, when you mentioned wanting to create a bathtub for bathing, I imagined it would be sturdier. He had even specifically chosen hard stone for polishing, ensuring it would last longer to sew. You've been leaving early and returning late these past few days just to work on this. Yes, I want to finish it quickly. Qing's eyes moistened, rendering her speechless. She had quarreled with him over this matter in recent days, and she felt truly foolish. She grasped his hand, asking, "Does it hurt a lot?" seeing that he could no longer hide it. Yun Jian obediently allowed her to hold him, but suddenly his gaze sharpened as he seized her wrist. What happened to your hand? I climbed a tree. This time, it was Qing who wished to retract her hand. But he held it tightly, forcing her to abandon her struggle. Her fingertips were raw and bloody, with dried blood lodged beneath her nails, a sight that filled Yun Jian with both sorrow and anger. I haven't even asked why you were out and about. You ran towards the most dangerous places that you know how worried I was about you. Thankfully, you moved slowly. If you had been any faster, by the time I arrived, you could have been devoured to the last morsel. The more he spoke, the angrier he became, realizing he had almost lost her. It's my fault. I shouldn't have misunderstood you. Qing appeared remorseful. Please don't be angry, all right? What did you misunderstand? Yun Jian's eyes harbored a tempest, ready to erupt. He couldn't recall what he had done to provoke her misunderstanding that you've been leaving early and returning late. Looking so exhausted that I thought you had someone else you like, so I... Her tone was filled with grievance that I'm sorry. I shouldn't have doubted you that it won't happen again. Why didn't you ask me? I did. This morning, I asked if you still liked me. She lowered her eyelids, concealing the sorrow within. But you just turned and left. Didn't I say I would return soon? But I couldn't understand what you were saying. They stared at each other, both realizing the crux of the misunderstanding. Yun Jian took a deep breath and swept her into his arms, not gently, and laid her on the bed, leaning over her. Qing, will you be my partner? His broad palm rested on her lower back, tracing her waist, his deep blue eyes fixed on her, revealing his fervent desire. Once we become partners, you'll be able to understand my words. And I shall have only you as my mate for this lifetime. Qing pressed her hand against his burning chest, her breath uneven. The image of him naked flashed through her mind, causing her entire face to flush. She turned away, unable to look at him. I'm in pain. She wasn't lying. Her fingers still throbbed from the injuries sustained while fleeing. Upon hearing this, Yun Jian quickly rose from her side. Recalling the injuries on her fingers, his expression dimming, that I'll go find some herbs that no need, it's a minor injury. It'll heal in a couple of days, that as soon as Qing finished speaking. Yun Jian had already lifted the beast skin curtain and exited. She felt as if she had just uttered something quite trivial, that it had been days since she last bathed. She had only heated water to wipe herself down. And with the sweat from today, she felt quite uncomfortable with the dust clinging to her. Since Yun Jian was away, it was the perfect opportunity to test the stone tank he had crafted for her. Qing got out of bed and used a ceramic pot to fetch water, making several trips before filling it. After completing this task, she went to the riverbank to collect smooth, round pebbles, returning home to start a fire and tossing the pebbles in to heat them. Chapter 34. I'll apply medicine for you. I've brought back the herbs. Before Yun Jian even entered the door, he saw Qing huffing and puffing as she moved the stone tank, and based on the marks on the ground, he suspected she hadn't moved it at all. Where are you planning to move it? To your dressing area. I want to take a bath. Ching Ching paused her movements, grateful for his willingness to help. Better to wait a few days. Your injuries Haven Tea healed. Yun Jin refused without a second thought. I'll get maggots if I don't wash. Really? She could no longer hold back. She was starting to smell. I'll be careful. I just want tea let the wound touch the water. How can you wash with injured hands? Yun Jin leaned closer to her suggestively. How about I help you wash? Though he said this, he still moved the stone tank into her dressing area, essentially giving his silent consent, that he then assisted in throwing the scorching pebbles from the fire into the stone tank, the hot stones hissing violently upon contact with the cold water. Ching Ching tested the water temperature, finding it suitable, and removed her bee-skin skirt, stepping into the tank, submerging herself completely. Yun Jin used a ceramic pot to grind the herbs for her, and upon hearing her contented sigh, he knew she was pleased with the stone tank, confirming that his efforts were not in vain. The day was still rather cool, and soon, Ching Ching called from the dressing area. Yun Jin, the water has cooled. She tossed the cooled pebbles out, and Yun Jin picked them up, returning them to the fire to reheat before placing them back in the tank. Ching Ching stood beside him, barely covered by a piece of beast skin, revealing her fair calves and slender shoulders, watching him busily with a gentle smile. That I'm so glad to have you. Yun Jin didn't respond immediately, after placing the pebbles in the tank. He lowered the curtain and turned to leave, finally speaking softly. If you were so little, don't tempt me. I'm unable to resist. What? How had she tempted him? The sound of dripping water pierced his ears, igniting a restless longing within him, prompting him to ask, Are you done yet? Don't rush, it'll be ready soon. Hurry up, once you're done, I'll apply medicine to you. Got it. Ching Ching emerged wrapped in beast skin, steam still rising from her body. That's comfortable. Now lie down. Your hair is still wet. Yun Jin, with unyielding patience, took a piece of bee skin to dry her hair before using it to warm her locks. You can lie down now that I'm here. Ching Ching obediently lay down on the bed, completely compliant, fearing that Yun Jin would notice her injuries and seize the opportunity to scold her that a wolf with its fur bristled needs to be soothed. Does it hurt? He gently applied the crushed herbs to her fingertips, handling her as if she were a rare treasure, fearful of causing her pain. That doesn't hurt. Where else? Elbows and knees. Yun Jin's rough palm glided up her calf, lifting her bee skirt to her thigh. His warm hand brushed against her skin. Ching Ching shivered. Are you cold? A little. How strange. He pulled up the blanket to cover her. His fingertip grazed the bruise on her knee, his brows furrowing, concealing the emotions within his eyes. Then he pressed down on her injury. Ching Ching inhaled sharply, unable to suppress her cry of pain. You know it hurts? Of course. I'm flesh and blood, not made of iron. Yes, it hurts. Be gentler. Ching Ching suspected he was using the excuse of applying medicine to make her uncomfortable, yet she had to relent. Maybe I should do it myself. I can apply it to my knee. Lie still. He refrained from further tormenting her, holding her ankle, bending her knee, and applying the herbs. What about the elbow? Looking at the bruise on her elbow, tinged with blood, Yun Jin silently finished applying the medicine. That he set the herbs aside, swallowing hard, his voice slightly hoarse. Next time I annoy you, you can hit or scold me. I want to retaliate. That if you're still not satisfied, you can drive me away. Just don't leave, all right? If I leave, I'll return on my own. That I'm afraid if you leave, you might never come back. After this incident, he was genuinely frightened, like a child devoid of security, fearing she might not return, or worse, that she might never come back. Yun Jin. Ching Ching felt a stir of emotions, placing her hand over his, gently scratching it. Why are you so good to me? Yun Jin felt a surge of irritation, his teeth grinding. Do you truly not know, or are you pretending not to know? He had expressed his feelings so many times. I was just asking. If you don't want to say, that's fine. Her question was a sudden emotional outburst, yearning to hear him confess that of course it's because I like you. You speak sweetly at ordinary times, yet when I want to hear something, you so disappointing. From the moment I picked you up from the snow, I vowed that in this lifetime, I would have no one but you and treat you well forever. You're just being lustful? Ching Ching deliberately misinterpreted his words. Yes, I am indeed being lustful. You are exactly to my liking, haunting my dreams. Therefore, I want to let you leave again. That I know you can't live without me either. Yun Jian chuckled softly. Although Qing Qing had never explicitly stated her affection for him, her unique care for herself was evident. She showed compassion and concern for her own well-being, and she took delight in her own existence. He could perceive it. Who said I can't live without you? Qing Qing replied somewhat awkwardly, her stubbornness evident. Stay with me for a moment. I feel quite fatigued. Yun Jian's voice carried a hint of weariness as he lay upon the bed, resting his forehead against hers. But he too had been worn out these past few days, and now, with his taut nerves finally able to relax and the soft, fragrant warmth of her presence enveloping him, it wasn't long before he drifted into a deep slumber. Qing Qing maintained her position, too afraid to move for fear of disturbing his sleep or smudging the freshly applied herbal poultice. Unbeknownst to her, she too succumbed to slumber. The following morning, Yun Jian urgently patted Qing Qing's face. Qing Qing, Qing Qing, wake up, groggy. Qing Qing opened her eyes and wiped the drool from her mouth. What is it? Yun Jian sighed in relief, grateful that she was still alive. Do you feel unwell? Are you injured? His anxiety was palpable. You reek of blood. And there was something else, a scent that inexplicably stirred his emotions. How could that be? I can't smell anything, Qing Qing replied, puzzled. Yun Jian, not convinced, reached out to untie her beast skirt for inspection. His nose would not deceive him. Upon waking, the strong scent of blood had nearly terrified him, leading him to believe she might have perished. This was a matter of utmost seriousness. Qing Qing, hold on. Don't panic. As she exerted herself, a rush of warmth uncontrollably escaped. Wait, I think I understand what it is. Chapter 35. The Heat of Desire. Regardless of what it was, it needed to be addressed. It's my menstrual period. There's no need to stop the bleeding. Qing Qing explained. Realizing he might not comprehend, she added. It's just the physiological cycle that every female experiences. Yun Jian pondered for a moment, his furrowed brow relaxing as he spoke with a hint of joy. So you're saying you're in heat? Does that mean Qing Qing can bear my offspring? No wonder the scent stirred such excitement within me. Heat, what a ridiculous term. Qing Qing retorted, unable to accept the phrasing. It should be called the menstrual period. All right, I'll remember that, he conceded. Reassured, he recalled that it was said females in heat could be quite irritable, and indeed, it seemed to be the case now. However, with such a strong scent of blood, she must have lost a considerable amount. It seemed that the discomfort of a female's menstrual cycle was quite severe. What should we do now? Qing Qing pondered, realizing that her menstruation had been delayed for over a month. Likely due to having been frozen in the snow. She had completely forgotten about it, having had no preparations whatsoever. Seeing her frown, Yun Jian asked with concern, Is there anything I can do for you? What do the females in your tribe do during their menstrual periods? Yun Jian shook his head. He had no experience with this and was uncertain. Please ask by you in the tribe for me. I can't go myself right now, I'll go right away. Yun Jian soon returned, carrying a few rectangular pieces of beast hide and 2 ropes. By you said to tie these ropes around your waist. Qing Qing took the beast hide to the changing area, rubbing her belly, feeling weak as she collapsed back onto the bed. This cursed feeling of heaviness. Her mother had always kept her body in excellent condition. She had never experienced pain during her menstrual period before, and now this first instance of menstrual pain was excruciating. I want to go home. Is it very painful? Should I help you massage your belly? Yun Jian offered. Baiyu had mentioned that some females experience severe cramps during their menstrual periods, and that massaging the belly and applying warmth would help alleviate the discomfort. No need. I can manage myself. Transforming into his beast form, Yun Jian nestled beside her, placing his tail on her abdomen to provide warmth. This time, Qing Qing did not refuse. The warmth of the black wolf's tail was comforting. After some time, the pain in her belly became more bearable. Qing Qing squinted her eyes, playfully stroking his tail, which brought Yun Jian unexpected pleasure. Your tail is remarkably useful. Of course, the black wolf nuzzled against her in delight. Let me have it. The black wolf raised his head in disbelief, ears perked up. Are you really considering using my tail? Should I give it to you? Haha, don't be alarmed. I'm just teasing you. The black wolf, feeling disgruntled, nipped at her arm. Qing Qing, feeling warm in her belly, played with the black wolf until she fell into a deep sleep once more. The black wolf lay quietly beside her, afraid to leave, worried that if he did, Qing Qing would again suffer from pain. As he lay there, it extended into the afternoon. The remaining game was insufficient for their needs, and Yun Jian realized he must go hunting. Glancing at Qing Qing, who lay on the bed, he felt uneasy. Can you manage on your own? Go ahead, don't worry. I'm no longer in pain. Seeing her face had regained some color, Yun Jian felt reassured enough to depart. Qing Qing, Baiyu entered, one hand filled with an assortment of vividly colored wild fruits, the other lifting the beast hide. Baiyu? What brings you here? Stop. Yun Jian sent me here, all right. Baiyu interrupted. You always ask? What brings you here? Can I come to see you? Qing Qing chuckled that of course you can. You're welcome anytime. Let us not go overboard. I wouldn't want to intrude on your world with Yun Jian. His gaze could kill me. She set down the fruits and sat at the edge of Qing Qing's bed. I heard from Yun Jian that you're in heat. Let me clarify. This is not heat. This is a menstrual period. Well, it means the same thing, Baiyu shrugged. Qing Qing was too weary to argue further. Fine, call it whatever you like. Baiyu picked 2 fruits, handed one to Qing Qing, and began to munch on the other. Is this your first menstrual period? Not at all, then I'm not that young anymore. Then why weren't you prepared with the necessary items? I thought you were experiencing this for the first time and came here to share my wisdom that I haven't been here for a while. And I completely forgot about it. Qing Qing said, joining in on the fruit, that I bet Tian Liang and Rindong will come looking for you soon. What do you want to wager? Qing Qing scanned the surroundings, noticing nothing of value to bet on, then pointed at the fruits Baiyu had just brought. Let us wager these fruits. Didn't I just bring those for you? I wouldn't dream of taking them back. Are you so certain you'll win? Of course, because they're both not home. Haha. Baiyu laughed heartily, seemingly delighted by their absence. You seem rather pleased, Qing Qing noted. Baiyu grimaced. You have no idea how bothersome they can be. They argue over everything and always want me to mediate that if I take one side, the other accuses me of favoritism and injustice. They even insist I choose one of them. It's utterly exhausting. As if I'm raising 2 cubs. With them gone, I finally have a moment of peace. Baiyu vented her frustrations, and Qing Qing listened with amusement, grateful she did not share such troubles. Fortunately, this time we can determine the first partner, so perhaps I can enjoy some tranquility moving forward. Wait, what is a first partner? She had been listening intently and had momentarily lost track. Was Baiyu a reincarnated mathematician? Baiyu pinched Qing Qing's cheek. How can you be so uninformed? Are you sure you're still a female? The first partner is the strongest among all partners, thus all others must heed their commands. Any disputes among partners are settled by the first partner. Qing Qing's expression turned complicated. This sounded akin to the ancient practices of wives and concubines, where the wife governed the concubines. With this thought in mind, it was easier to comprehend. And the most crucial point is that the first offspring must be sired by the first partner. I see. But how do they determine who becomes the first partner? Simple enough. My father gives them 3 days to hunt. Whoever brings back the most formidable prey will become the first partner. Baiyu counted on her fingers. That leaves just 2 days after today. Qing Qing, you must come. All right, I will certainly be there. As they conversed, Qing Qing recounted the events of the previous day, causing Baiyu to gasp in horror. You have quite the audacity. I've never been there. My father forbids me from going. She had initially thought of asking Rundong and Tian Liang to take her for a stroll, but now she felt it best to abandon that notion if she wished to remain alive. Qing Qing sighed. She had merely been naive and fearless. It would not be so easy to persuade her to go again in the future. She shared this with Baiyu as a cautionary tale, hoping to dissuade her from venturing into dangerous territory. Chapter 36. Is she an exceedingly peculiar individual? Yun Jian returned, carrying a sheep, engrossed in his own tasks, not interrupting their conversation, that I bet on Tian Liang. He seems stronger, Baiyu mused aloud. Strength alone is insufficient. Sometimes, one must rely on wits. Therefore, I wager on Rindong, Qing Qing stated, pointing to her head. Having prepared the sheep meat, Yun Jian sat by the fire, listening intently to their conversation. Are you not at all concerned about their safety? This is the voice of Qing Qing, filled with trepidation. The most perilous beings in the entire forest are the orcs. This is Baiyu's voice. Qing Qing, listen to me. Do not waste your energy on futile worries. The orcs are not merely brutish. They possess both intellect and strength, far beyond what you might imagine. Especially Yunshan, you need not fret about him. He could effortlessly fell a tiger with a single punch. Upon hearing this, Yunshan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. When did he ever manage to strike down a tiger with one blow? Please do not mislead Qingqing. What if she actually expects him to perform such a feat? Does he have to risk his life for this? Moreover, even if they... Hearing her desire to continue, Yunshan could no longer remain composed. Ahem, Baiwei, your father is calling you home. Baiwei looked at Qingqing with confusion. Did you hear that? I didn't catch it. Qingqing shrugged, indicating she hadn't heard either, but he asked me to come back and tell you. All right then. She turned to Qingqing. Make sure to come, all right? Yes, I promise. Qingqing intended to rise and see her off, but Baiwei pressed her leg down. No need to get up. I can walk on my own. As soon as Baiwei departed, Yunshan took her place by sitting at Qingqing's bedside, allowing her to lean against him. Does your stomach still hurt? Not anymore. Qingqing looked up at her. Baiwei said you could kill a tiger with one punch. Is that true? Hearing such nonsense, Yunshan scoffed. I could never do such a thing. He nestled into Qingqing's embrace, pretending to be fragile, but he remembered how Qingqing had fallen for this act last time, leading her to regard him with disdain. Little did Yunshan anticipate that, many years later, he would truly possess the ability to fell a tiger with a single strike, and it would only require one punch. Dear, where is your masculinity? Qingqing gently patted the head of the man in her arms. Be good. Stop pretending. Why did she see through him? Why? Could it be that his acting skills were not yet refined enough? Upon returning to the tribe, Baiwei's father was surprised to see her, asking, Didn't you go to find Qingqing? Why are you back so soon? Yunshan. Baiwei froze for a moment. Realizing she had been deceived by Yunshan, her teeth gritted in frustration. Soon, 2 days passed, and Qingqing urged the leisurely Yunshan. Hurry up. If you delay any longer, it will be too late. Yunshan leisurely packed the leftover lamb. What is the rush? It's not like we're running out of time. She wanted to help him tidy up, but he wouldn't allow it. Why is it that everyone else's boyfriends wait for their girlfriends? Yet in her case, it was entirely the opposite. It was maddening. Let us go, all set. When they arrived at the tribe, the entrance to the chief's house was already crowded with people. Why is it so lively? The tall orcs formed a wall, making it impossible for Qingqing to squeeze in. She could only sway back and forth in the crowd, unable to catch a glimpse. Baiwei, being the chief's daughter, was a significant matter in the tribe. Qingqing gasped as Yunshan wrapped his arms around her waist, lifting her off the ground in the next instant. Yunshan placed her on his shoulder, securing her dangling legs to prevent her from falling. Can you see now? Qingqing felt as if she were sitting atop a giant's shoulders. Yes, I can see that it's quite eye-catching. She noticed orcs occasionally turning to look at her. And to her astonishment, some even patted their companions on the shoulder, beckoning them to look as well. That it was rather excessive. Was she really that peculiar? Perhaps you could let me down? You no longer wish to see? I don't want any more that in truth. She was slightly nearsighted. Although her vision was severely impaired, everything appeared a bit blurry from this distance. Qingqing is here. The heroine amidst the crowd waved at her. Great. Now she had truly become the center of attention. The orcs turned to gaze at her in unison. Even Tianliang, one of the male leads in the crowd, turned to look at her with curiosity. The chief shot an annoyed glance at Baiwei, who sheepishly stuck out her tongue and sat up straight. Hai Qingqing forced a smile, waving her hand awkwardly. If only she could bury her face in her hands in despair. Baiwei was truly something else. Please let me down. Quickly. Qingqing urged Yunshan anxiously. Yunshan laughed and set her down. What is so terrifying about this? I'm still here. The crux of the matter is it really about fear? Let us go. Baiwei wants you at the front, but he took her hand, maneuvering through the crowd. Thankfully, the orcs' gazes didn't linger on her for long, and at that moment, they didn't pay her much attention. Baiwei had evidently dressed with care today, donning a white fox fur skirt, and her usually loose hair was elegantly styled, sitting beside the chief. Tianliang faced them, a massive black beast with white markings resting at his feet. What kind of beast is that? Qingqing whispered to Yunshan, having never seen such a creature that a black tiger. Tianliang is so impressive. Qingqing admired. The beast alone measured nearly 3 meters without its tail, looking fierce. And its breed was even more formidable than she had imagined. Yunshan felt a twinge of jealousy at her admiration for another male, even though that male was soon to be someone else's partner. I can be just as formidable, that aren't you the fragile one who can't fend for yourself? Qingqing couldn't help but chuckle at the thought of this strong man feigning weakness in her embrace. She could laugh at him for a lifetime just for this. Yunshan's expression faltered, clearing his throat with a hint of embarrassment. I was just trying to make you happy that he felt that the pretense of weakness did not suit him. He couldn't even pull it off convincingly. The orcs around them whispered amongst themselves. Why is it only Tianliang here? Where is Ren Song? Qingqing quietly inquired of Yunshan. She had bet on Ren Song winning. And although losing the bet wasn't a big deal, she had indeed wagered on Ren Song's victory. He should still be on his way back. Time ticked by, and Ren Song still failed to appear. The chief frowned slightly. Did I end the crowd? Though Tianliang was covered in dirt. His face was filled with pride that he had gone through great lengths to capture this beast, exerting tremendous effort to bring it back. He couldn't wait to see how that cunning fox, who only relied on tricks, would compete with him. Chapter 37. It turns out his childhood was so miserable that as the third day approached, Ren Song remained absent. The orc sat restlessly on the ground, having waited from noon until evening. That I bet the first partner will definitely be Tianliang. I think so too. Should we still wait? The chief isn't said to leave. Do you dare to leave? I don't dare. After waiting a bit longer, still no sign of Ren Song. Could it be that Ren Song was eaten by a beast outside? I think that is possible. It's not impossible. I think I look stronger than him. I don't see what Baiwa sees in him. Just you. The murmurs from the crowd reached the ears of the chief and others. The chief's expression grew grave, and Baiwa bit her lip, finally beginning to feel anxious. That Tianliang's fist clenched tightly. The earlier pride faded from his face. What is that wretched fox up to? He couldn't possibly be dead outside. Could he? He had merely aimed to become the first partner, never considering he might not return. Though he was reluctant to admit it, having sparred countless times with that fox, their strength should be on par. Even if he couldn't hunt a fierce beast, there shouldn't be any life-threatening danger. Could something truly have gone awry? Silence. The chief stood up, silencing the restless crowd. The time has not yet come. Everyone, please remain calm. Shortly, I will send someone to hunt and prepare roasted meat for everyone. After speaking, the chief entered the house to arrange suitable orcs for the hunt. Qingqing turned to Yunshan. The chief's mention of sending someone must refer to you. Right. Yunshan was well aware of this and had started considering who could help him keep an eye on Qingqing. After much thought, he found no suitable candidate. Come with me. That he led Qingqing into the chief's house. You arrived just in time. I was about to look for you. That I already know. Please help me keep an eye on Qingqing. Yunshan placed his hands on Qingqing's shoulders, gently pushing her forward. Qingqing truly did not wish to step forward, yet his strength was too great. What do you mean by keeping an eye? I'm not a child. You can rest assured. I can take care of myself. So there is no need to trouble the chief. That I'm worried that if I leave, other orcs might bully you. That he certainly knew she could take care of herself. That I just happen to have something to discuss with Qingqing. You should hurry. It will be even more dangerous if you delay. Then I'll trouble the chief. Qingqing replied politely. Since the chief had said so, she felt it inappropriate to refuse. She assumed the chief's mention of wanting to speak with her was merely a formality. Only to realize he genuinely had something to say. That a Yun is quite attentive to you. That Qingqing's heart sank. Could it be that he wanted Yunshan to be Baiwa's partner? The chieftain stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, resembling a venerable father figure. Lost in reminiscence, that he began to recount past events, mentioning that in his youth, a Yun was a lively and mischievous child. However, since the passing of his parents, he has grown increasingly composed. Over the years, I had intended to offer him some support, yet he steadfastly rejected my assistance. He is quite stubborn and possesses a strong will. This trait mirrors that of his father. Typically, the children in the tribe only begin to learn the art of hunting as they reach adulthood, but at the age of 13, he had already joined the hunting party. He sustained numerous injuries in his early days, yet bore them silently, enduring 2 near-fatal incidents. The chieftain sighed, and Qingqing felt a sudden chill. It was shocking to discover the hardship of his childhood. Having watched him grow, I have long regarded him as my own child, but he has endured much hardship alone over the years. That I had hoped to unite him with Baiyu, so he might find a home. Yet he has shown no willingness. My gentle coaxing has proven futile. That of course, I harbor my own selfish motives in this regard. To do not misconstrue my intentions. They are simply fated to be apart. Baiyu has already found a suitable partner, and I shall no longer meddle in their affairs. The chieftain turned to Qingqing, noting that she is the female he favors. That I can see that you are incomparable to others in his eyes. He has never cared for anyone as deeply as he does for you. He is quite obstinate. Yet beneath his cold exterior lies a warm heart. I share all this with you in hopes that you will show him a measure of kindness. After all, no person is without flaws, that if he has shortcomings, address them with him, and he will change, that I understand. Chieftain, that if he does not abandon me, I shall not forsake him. I had previously worried that a Yun's insistence on having you as his sole partner would feel burdensome to you. But your words have assuaged my concerns. This is not solely his desire. It aligns with my own, so you need not worry about this. That Qingqing's eyes sparkled with vitality. The chieftain paused, momentarily taken aback by her words. As they reminded him of a dear departed friend, that in the past, Yun Jian's mother was equally tenacious, to the point of even being willing to. Qingqing, however, was uninterested in his reminiscence. Chieftain, do you know how Yun Jian's parents met their end? The chieftain was somewhat taken aback, pain flickering in his eyes. A wound he had long wished to forget, that I had a close relationship with his parents. But some matters are best left unspoken. After a moment's contemplation, Qingqing reminded him of a promise he had made to fulfill one of her requests, inquiring if he still remembered that. Of course, I recalled that I wished to learn about Yun Jian's parents. May I? The chieftain walked to the door, remaining silent for a long while before letting out a deep sigh. In a few days. Grant me some time to gather my thoughts. Qingqing had almost given up hope. But upon hearing the chieftain, she quickly responded with delight. Very well, I shall return in a few days. The sun was about to set, and the outcome seemed to have become clear. Bai Yu's eyes glistened with tears. Father, Rindong has yet to return. Could something have happened to him? Tianliang followed closely behind Bai Yu, imploring, Chieftain, allow me to search for him. The chieftain replied sternly, Search? Where do you intend to look? Tianliang gritted his teeth, realizing that indeed, in every direction, he had no idea where to begin. They had not encountered him in recent days, leaving him at a loss. Is that Rindong? It seems to be. The crowd stirred once more. It is indeed Rindong. What is he holding? I don't know. The chieftain and the others stepped out to assess the situation, with Qingqing following closely behind. Apologies for returning late. The crowd instinctively parted to make way for Rindong, who appeared genuinely anxious, not even taking the time to wash off the dirt from his body. You rascal. It is good that you have returned. Tianliang excitedly stepped forward, delivering a playful punch to his shoulder. Not only have I returned, but I also bring back a prize. Tianliang, this time you have lost to me. Rindong couldn't help but boast. Everyone was captivated by Rindong's triumphant return, and only then did they remember to examine his catch. Upon seeing what he had brought back, the frontmost beastmen were taken aback, stepping back in surprise. The creature on the ground seemed to sense its surroundings and stirred slightly, prompting the beastmen to retreat once more. Is it truly alive? Chapter 38. I lost. This is a water beast. Tunliang had initially dismissed it. But upon hearing this, he too rose in disbelief to take a closer look. Indeed, it is a water beast. Do not approach. It is still alive. Qingqing, following the chieftain, was equally astonished. Its shape, its size. How does it resemble an alligator? Yet, it is also distinctly different. The formidable creature, referred to as a water beast by the beastmen, boasted deep brown skin, measuring 6 to 7 meters in length, with a back adorned with long serrated edges. Its elongated mouth was tightly bound by vines, exposing its formidable fangs, evoking a sense of dread, with even its powerful front claws secured behind it. Even in such a state, it writhed in defiance, glaring fiercely at the surrounding beastmen, as if ready to pounce and tear them apart at any moment. Some beastmen recalled a past incident when they had bathed in the water, one of their own swimming too far. In the blink of an eye, he had been dragged beneath, unable to cry for help, leaving only a pool of blood and the nauseating stench of death in the air. Later, the beastmen organized a team to investigate. Discovering that the waters were home to the water beast, with its gaping maw, its skin blended seamlessly with the muddy riverbed, making it nearly invisible if one wasn't vigilant. They had initially aimed to eradicate it to prevent future tragedies. But the water beast excelled in its aquatic domain. On land, they could engage it, but in the water, they were utterly powerless, losing several beastmen to its jaws, forcing them to abandon their mission. Unbelievably, Rindong had managed to capture it single-handedly in just 3 days. And alive at that. Tianliang, having participated in the earlier attempts to exterminate the water beast, understood well its cunning and ferocity. That as he regained his composure from the shock, He couldn't help but view Run Dong with newfound respect. The beastmen had come to serve as judges. Although Tian Liang was formidable, his rival was Ren Dong, leaving little room for further discussion. Did I concede my defeat? Tian Liang's face was filled with admiration. Accepting his loss gracefully. Fear not. I shall treat you well from now on, Ren Dong said, patting Tian Liang's shoulder in consolation to Beastman A. Beastman B, Beastmen A, B, C, and D. What is happening, Tian Liang? Why are you being kind to me? You should be kind to a you. Unlike you, who always looks at me with disdain. After throwing a retort at him, Ren Dong turned toward Bai Yu. Taking her hand and pressing it against his cheek, his gaze soft enough to melt hearts, whispering, I returned late, and I worried you. Bai Yu's eyes brimmed with tears. It is good that you are back. I feared you would never return, and I was terribly worried. Tian Liang had previously begun to think better of Ren Dong, but now he felt his judgment had been premature. Does he truly harbor disdain for him? He seemed more intent on using petty tricks. Now he harbored deep suspicions that Ren Dong's timed return had been meticulously orchestrated. That cunning fox remains a cunning fox. The beastman's attention remained fixed on the water beast, oblivious to the flirtation between Ren Dong and Bai Yu. The beastmen deliberated on how to deal with the creature. One beastman spat in anger. My father was devoured by it. Now it has finally fallen into our hands. Let's roast it. We could eat its flesh, but could it be poisonous? The beastmen argued passionately, each voicing their opinions. The chieftain cleared his throat. Enough. Now that Ren Dong has returned and the victor has been determined, let us patiently await Yun Jian and the others return from their hunt. As for this water beast, let us come to a consensus, with the majority ruling. Ren Dong and Tian Liang retreated indoors to wash off the grime and change into clean animal skirts. Inside, only Ren Dong and Tian Liang remained. Tian Liang, unable to comprehend, couldn't help but ask, I still cannot fathom how you managed to subdue it. Could you elaborate? So many failed to capture it. Fool! If you cannot defeat it in the water, why not lure it to the shore? If you had set a few traps in advance, you could have easily caught it. Is that how it works? If I had lured it to the shore, I surely could have captured it. Tian Liang begrudgingly acknowledged that Ren Dong's clever tactics had merit, yet he still felt vexed at having lost the title of first partner, ultimately venting his frustration on Ren Dong. You cunning fox, foolish wolf, cunning fox, foolish wolf. Outside, Bai Yu and Qingqing listened to the back-and-forth bickering between the two. To have you witnessed this, Bai Yu shrugged helplessly. They are not only immature, but also quite bothersome. My ears are nearly worn out from their incessant squabbling. That I had thought that once they determined the first partner, things would settle down, yet they remain unchanged, bickering as usual. It is quite delightful. This liveliness. Qingqing chuckled lightly, while Bai Wei rested her chin on her hand, deciding that perhaps it would be better for the two of them to simply be together. This moment, she found them distant in thought, yet annoying in proximity. After 3 days apart, she did feel a semblance of longing for them, but now that they had returned, she was once again tempted to push them away. That was simply a matter of getting used to it. The night had fully enveloped the land as the orcs lit bonfires in the clearing. Before long, Yinshan returned with a hunting party, some carrying deer, others bearing cattle, their faces aglow with joy. Qingqing's gaze fell upon the black wolf leading the pack, a formidable figure. Clutching a sheep in its jaws, he clearly spotted her, dropped the sheep, and approached her. Bai Wei. Qingqing burst into the room, urgently calling for Bai Wei. What is it? Bai Wei was startled by her sudden outcry. Their hot water. Cold water will do. Bai Wei summoned someone to bring hot water, only to find Qingqing vigorously rubbing her face. What happened to you? There is something dirty on my face. I was licked by a wolf. A wolf that had just killed its prey. Qingqing nearly exclaimed in despair. Bai Wei, understanding the situation, maintained a smile. As you said, one simply needs to get used to it. Yinshan stood at the doorway, his expression dark. Do you find me repulsive? He questioned. Of course not. Then kiss me. He leaned down, his handsome face close to hers, pouting and waiting for a kiss. Kiss me, and I will believe you. Qingqing raised her hand to block his face, preventing him from suddenly kissing her. You should brush your teeth first. You really do find me repulsive. Yinshan, in a fit of indignation, bit her hand, which she had used to shield herself. Ouch! Then, Yinshan continued his relentless murmuring in her ear. You truly find me repulsive. That he noticed that the lamb was roasted to perfection and brought her a leg of lamb. Thank you. You find me repulsive. Throughout it all, Yinshan continued to murmur in her ear. Qingqing could no longer tolerate it. She tiptoed, wrapped her arms around his neck, and pulled him down, pecking his lips fiercely like a chick pecking at grains. Are you satisfied now? Yinshan, momentarily stunned by her fervent kisses, blinked and nodded. Do I still find you repulsive? Not at all. Once he regained his composure, he touched his lips, which had been fiercely kissed by Qingqing, his smile reaching his ears. Had he just been forcefully kissed by Qingqing? Please save my cub. Just as Qingqing reached the entrance of the tribe, a woman clutching a child tugged at her hand. Yinshan, snapping out of his joyful daze, tensed and instinctively shielded Qingqing behind him. The woman, tears streaming down her face, suddenly knelt, prompting the male behind her to hesitate before kneeling as well. Please, the woman pleaded, her voice filled with urgency and sorrow as she looked at Qingqing. Get up. Your child won't be foolish, will he? Hurry, both of you. Stand up. Qingqing urged, helping the woman to her feet as she examined the child in her arms. The child's complexion was pale, his lips devoid of color, with glistening drool and some filth at the corners of his mouth, occasionally convulsing. Qingqing checked his pulse, her expression grave. Has he been vomiting? Yes. He was eating roasted meat and didn't finish before he vomited. Several times. This is food poisoning. What have you been feeding him? Will my cub die? The woman asked in a panic, rubbing her face against the child's forehead, tears spilling like pearls from a broken string. Cub, you must hold on. You cannot die. The orc behind her, seeing her in such despair, embraced her and spoke for her. He had roasted meat tonight, just like any other night. He was fine before. We don't know what went wrong today. His voice cracked as he added, Do you think he can be saved? We are truly at our wits' end that we heard you were in the tribe, so we came here hoping for a miracle. Where do you live? It's cold outside. Let's discuss this inside. Follow me. Qingqing turned to Yinshan, who held her hand tightly. Let us go. Do what you must. They followed to the woman's hut, where two males were busy cleaning up after the cub's mess. The stench overwhelming. The orc looked at Qingqing with guilt. Did I truly apologize? The cub has been vomiting, and we haven't had the chance to clean. Did I yes, all right. The woman had already placed the cub on the bed. The child stirred awake, weakly opening his eyes, murmuring, Father, so many stars, so many. Upon hearing this, the woman burst into tears. Cub, look closely. I am your mother. Qingqing, come quickly. My cub must not be foolish, right? Qingqing approached the bedside. The cub was still awake, though his consciousness seemed hazy, that he must expel everything he has eaten. She turned to Yinshan. Could you go back and fetch our a sack of salt? Of course. Who can boil some hot water? It needs to be steaming. After organizing this, Qingqing covered the cub with 2 blankets, ensuring his warmth. Yinshan returned swiftly, and Qingqing prepared a saline solution to feed the cub. After a while, she propped him up, pressing her fingers against his tongue's root. This made him uncomfortable, twisting his head in protest. The orc noticed and held his head steady. Be good, little one. That the cub, unable to escape, bit down on Qingqing's finger. Ouch! Yinshan, noticing Qingqing's grimace, quickly offered, Let me handle it. It's fine. Qingqing furrowed her brows, enduring the pain as she continued pressing down. Finally, the cub gagged and then retched several times until he had expelled everything, leaving only clear remnants. Qingqing spotted some mushroom residue in his vomit and declared, He has mushroom poisoning. Mushrooms? Who gave him mushrooms? The orc glared at the other 2 males. That I don't know. He must have picked them while playing outside today. Exactly. I said I saw him eating something before we had roasted meat. How could you not keep an eye on a mere cub? What were you doing? The orc huffed in frustration, having gone hunting in the afternoon, assuming the 2 would manage without issues, only to find they couldn't even look after a small child. Do you have any sugar? What is sugar? Tell me, and I will find it. Honey will do. Do we have honey? The 2 orcs hurriedly brought out a small clay pot filled with honey, as they always kept some at home for the cub's sweet tooth. Qingqing fed the cub some sugar-salt water. Fortunately, the mushrooms he had consumed were not highly toxic, and he hadn't eaten much. He had expelled most of it. After all the commotion, the child's lips gradually regained their color. Qingqing, drenched in sweat, felt relieved that he was no longer in immediate danger. Tomorrow, I will search for herbs. What herbs do you need? I can assist, the orc replied. Zhongxing grass? Do you have any? The orc frowned and shook his head. That's fine. I can find it myself. Qingqing had anticipated this but felt no disappointment. The herb was resilient and not particularly rare, likely easy to locate. Perhaps it was merely a difference in nomenclature. The cub on the bed began to breathe evenly, perhaps feeling less discomfort, and drifted back to sleep. The woman sat at the bedside, repeatedly stroking the child's head. "Cub, you mustn't indulge in gluttony in the future. For the next few days, refrain from giving him roasted meat. Perhaps catch some birds to make soup for him to regain his strength. Also, keep an eye on him at night, so he doesn't catch a chill." "All right, I will remember." The orc insisted on escorting Ching Ching and Yun Shan to the tribe's entrance. "That you've truly been a great help. It's nothing. I will bring you the herbs once I find them." Once back in their cave, Yun Shan prepared water for Ching Ching, suddenly asking with genuine concern, "Does it hurt?" "What? The little cub bit you. Does it hurt?" Ching Ching chuckled. "How much can a cub's bite hurt? Besides, you bit me too. I only gave you a gentle nibble. I wouldn't dare bite you too hard. That little cub really bit down hard. If he hadn't been in a dazed state, he wouldn't have. How much damage can a weak cub really do? I don't believe it. Come here. Let me see." Ching Ching pressed her fingers, still marked with teeth, beneath her body. "Did no." Seeing Yun Shan lean closer, she feigned ferocity. "You better get that water boiling. I need a bath, or you want to be sleeping next to me tonight." This statement carried weight, and Yun Shan hesitated before returning to his task, knowing he could keep an eye on her. As the fire dwindled, Yun Shan's lips began to wander again. "Yun Shan." Ching Ching found herself unable to push him away, feeling both shy and annoyed. "That I've already brushed my teeth. Can I kiss you?" Yun Shan said, his voice full of grievance. "Where do you think your hands are going?" Yun Shan drew back his disobedient hand, claiming it had a mind of its own. "Then chop it off." "You wouldn't dare. Let us speak of serious matters. Which mountain around here is considered to be safer? The weather has been delightful these past few days, and I intend to venture out to gather some medicinal herbs. Otherwise, should either I or Yun Shan fall ill, we would have to search for herbs, which would be an utter waste of time. That I shall accompany you. With my presence, no place is unsafe." That he clings to her. Freshly bathed, she is fragrant and soft, and holding her is quite comforting. "And no need for you. I shall go with you on Hua instead. That I can fetch the herbs for you while you simply gather them, without interfering, and I can also protect you. Would that not be splendid? Would that not make me just a mere tool?" Ching Ching contemplated for a moment and agreed. It sounded rather appealing. "Now may I kiss you?" Yun Shan leaned in again. "Though we are discussing serious matters. Your serious matters have concluded. Now it is time for mine." Chapter 40. Delicious to the point of tears. The next day, Ching Ching rose early, refreshed herself, and spent a considerable time selecting tools before heading towards the tribe with Yun Shan. "Yuan Hua, are you home?" Upon hearing Ching Ching's voice, Yuan Hua was filled with excitement. "Yes, I am here." She dashed out and embraced Ching Ching, burying her face in her neck. "You finally came. I thought you had forgotten me." Hearing her slightly aggrieved tone, Ching Ching patted her back. "That I have not forgotten. It is just that I have been delayed by some matters these past few days. That I apologize for not informing you in advance about today as herb gathering. I hope you do not mind." "Not at all. You can come whenever you wished. I just have not prepared my tools yet. That I have brought them. You can be ready to go as soon as you finish." The weather outside was still a bit chilly, and Yuan Hua had little to prepare, so she wrapped herself in a layer of animal skin and set off with Ching Ching. They walked ahead while Yun Shan followed closely behind, maintaining a distance of 2 meters. "That is he coming along too?" Yuan Hua whispered to Ching Ching, slightly leaning towards her. "He is here to protect us. Just pretend he does not exist." "All right." Yuan Hua understood that Yun Shan was there to safeguard Ching Ching, not necessarily to protect them. How wonderful it is that Ching Ching has found such a good partner. She wonders if her future partner will treat her just as well. Upon reaching a fork in the road, Yun Shan pointed to the left path. "Let us take this route. There are more herbivorous beasts here, and the medicinal plants should be easier to find." Initially, it was thought that with spring just beginning, many plants would merely be sprouting. Yet to their surprise, some were already tall and robust with blossoms blooming. Ching Ching approached a plant about the height of her calf and introduced it to Yuan Hua. "This is stone skin grass. Its leaves bear patterns reminiscent of stone. Drinking a decoction made from it can clear heat and alleviate fire, and it can also treat heat stroke." What does clearing heat and alleviating fire mean? During the sweltering summer, people can become overheated, and drinking the water brewed from this can help to cool them down. And what about heat stroke? Heat stroke occurs when one cannot withstand high temperatures, leading to headaches, dizziness, or even fainting. This herb can also be brewed into a drink to help that I see now. I will remember. Yuan Hua understood. Having only known that cold could cause illness, she had not realized that heat could do the same. Before long, Qing discovered a patch of the sought-after Cheong Xian grass. This is Cheong Xian grass. It nourishes and restores vitality. Last night, a cub in the tribe mistakenly consumed mushrooms. While it is fine for now, it will need this herb to regain its strength that I remember. Yuan Hua nodded again and crouched down to dig alongside Qing. After half a day, the two had gathered various medicinal herbs. Noticing that Yun Zhan's grasp on the herbs was rather loose and inconvenient, Qing glanced at the vines on a nearby tree and decided to weave a basket. Can you climb the tree? I need some vines. Take as many as you want. Yun Zhan swiftly ascended the tree and began pulling down vines for her. While Qing hastily organized the herbs, Yun Zhan had already amassed a small mountain of vines. That is enough, Yun Zhan. Hurry down. Having depleted the vines in that area, Yun Zhan shifted to another spot and tossed down even more. That I said that's enough, Yun Zhan. Yun Zhan jumped down from the tree. You have brought too much. The more the merrier, Yun Zhan said cheerfully, clapping his hands. More of what? Yuan Hua blinked her large eyes. What do you need so many vines for? To make a basket for carrying herbs. You should join me in crafting it. I will teach you. Initially, Qing intended to make just one basket, but given the abundance of vines, it would be a shame not to utilize them. All right. Yuan Hua was delighted at the prospect of learning and pulled over some vines. Qing's nimble fingers wove through the vines. At first, she was somewhat clumsy, but soon she grew more adept, finding the process effortless. Every time she completed a step, she would pause to guide Yuan Hua through the parts she struggled with that in no time. Yuan Hua found her rhythm and began to work faster. Before long, they had crafted 2 simple baskets. Qing placed some leaves into one basket to fill the gaps and then packed the herbs into it, securing it to her back. Yuan Hua gasped. Qing, you are incredibly skilled. How did you come up with the idea to turn vines into baskets? Qing smiled lightly. Those who plant trees enjoy the shade provided by future generations. Now, let us be on our way. Yun Zhan extended his hand. What about mine? You need not carry anything. Our baskets will make herb gathering more convenient. Then I shall go hunting. Dio not wander too far. Understood. We will remain close by, not straying far. Qing waved her hand, as this area alone had enough herbs for her to gather for quite some time. Before long, she was captivated by a small tree. Standing not much taller than herself, it bore several round, red fruits the size of cherries. Qing, tempted, did not think twice. She plucked one, wiped it on her clothing, and popped it into her mouth, after chewing a few times. She froze, a single tear of regret trailing down her cheek. Vocal, it is chilly. Though she was once adept at eating spicy food, her palate had dulled from a lack of such flavors, and the sudden intensity of the chili overwhelmed her senses. Why are you crying? Yuan Hua turned around, seeing tears on her face, and assumed she had been hurt, her tone laced with concern. It is delicious to the point of tears. You must try it. Qing offered her a fruit, but as soon as Yuan Hua glanced at it, she tossed it aside. This fruit is inedible. It will cause your mouth great pain. During her time wandering, she had been unable to catch small beasts, relying instead on wild fruits to stave off hunger. It was only one day when she tasted this that she realized not every wild fruit that looked appetizing was indeed palatable. Thank you. I'm already starting to feel the pain. She retrieved the discarded fruit that Yuan Hua had thrown away and explained, This is chili. It is not meant to be eaten directly. It is best when added to meat dishes and enhances the flavor. This chili plant looked entirely different from the ones in her previous world. Unfortunately, with such a large tree, there were only a few small chilies, making it rather low yield. Qing placed a few fruits she had gathered into her basket. Let us continue gathering. Yun Zhan returned with 2 unknown birds, and Qing and Yuan Hua were also weary. They set down their baskets and took a moment to rest. Yun Zhan prepared the birds, building a fire in a clearing to roast them. Once they were nearly done, Qing spread the crushed chili on top, her anticipation growing. However, Yun Zhan seized her hand at that moment, his expression darkening. You are not allowed to gather her for the next few days. Upon hearing this, Qing's heart sank, and she pleaded. Why? He held her fingers in front of her eyes. The scabs on your hands have reopened. Wait until they heal before coming out again. Qing withdrew her hand, dismissing it as a minor injury that would heal in a couple of days. Then let us wait a couple of days before gathering herbs. Qing attempted to feign innocence, but Yuanhua echoed Yunzhan's words. Let us wait a couple of days. I will take note of these herbs in the meantime. All right. Seeing that Yuanhua also agreed, Qing, feeling exasperated, could only nod in acquiescence. Yunzhan cast a rare appreciative glance at Yuanhua. Chapter 41. Do you care about my appearance? Qing shared the roasted meat smeared with chili with Yuanhua. You must try it. Yuanhua accepted the meat, her face reflecting hesitation. Is this truly going to taste good? Regardless, she could not disappoint Qing's kindness. Qing also offered some to Yunzhan. You should try it too. He took the roasted meat, observing the red bits clinging to it, and curiously asked, What did you put on top? Chili. I was concerned you might not be able to handle it. So, I did not use much. Yuanhua, determined, took a bite of the roasted meat and discovered it was not as painful as she had feared. In fact, it tasted even better. That my mouth really does not hurt that much. She exclaimed in astonishment. This is called chili. As long as the spice level remains within your tolerance, it should not cause pain. How is it? Delicious, right? Indeed, it is delightful. Yuanhua savored the meat with enthusiasm. The roasted meat infused with chili was truly delectable. She had never tasted anything so scrumptious before. Yunzhan also began to eat the roasted meat, though he found the flavor somewhat unfamiliar. A hint of redness creeping onto his bronze face. However, seeing Qing and Yuanhua enjoying their meal so heartily, he decided to give it a try. He extended the meat towards Qing. Add some more for me. Qing observed his taut expression. His face flushed a fiery red from the spiciness. She hesitated to offer him any more. Do not force yourself. If it is too spicy, it may cause you discomfort. That a flicker of indecision crossed Yunzhan's face. Yet he stubbornly retorted, I won't force it. She naturally discerned the fleeting uncertainty in his gaze and understood that he was merely being obstinate. Thus, she adopted a more palatable excuse. My supply of chili peppers is dwindling. With perfect timing, she withdrew her hand, suggesting, Then I shall save some for you to enjoy later. That a smile danced in Qing's eyes, finding it amusing that this obstinate wolf could be so peculiar. After enjoying the roasted meat, Qing felt sufficiently rested. Since Yunzhan would not allow her to venture out tomorrow, she resolved to gather herbs this afternoon. However, Yunzhan firmly insisted she cease her gathering, and just as she was about to protest, he swept her into his arms. Be obedient. Return when your hand is healed. For today, this shall suffice. The three descended the mountain. And after bidding farewell to Yuanhua, Qing returned to the tribe with her medicinal herbs. Upon arriving home, she sorted the herbs, categorizing them meticulously, and prepared some Qiongxin grass for boiling. Yunzhan ventured out to procure additional herbs for her treatment. Qing took a portion of Qiongxin grass, dividing it into two roughly equal parts, wrapping them in animal skin, and lifting the freshly brewed medicine. That I will first deliver the herbs to the tribe. And upon my return, I shall apply the medicine. Yunzhan accompanied her to deliver the medicine, and the beast man gratefully accepted the herbs from Qing's hands, exclaiming, Thank you so much. She replied, Do not mention it. Please ensure you drink the broth I prepared, and make sure to boil this herb daily. I have portioned it out, and after 2 more days, you should be well. Approaching the bedside, she noticed the cub had awakened. Sitting quietly while drinking the soup his mother had provided, but he appeared to be in good spirits, but still exhibited signs of lingering weakness. You must be careful not to eat anything indiscriminately. Qing admonished gently, pinching the cub's cheek affectionately, that it was this sister who saved you. Should you not express your gratitude? The cub nodded obediently, his voice soft and tender. Sister, I understand. Thank you for saving me. Qing's heart softened, and she affectionately ruffled his hair. May I inquire what your name is, sister? My name is Lang Xiao. Before Qing could respond, the cub had already disclosed his name. Such a lovely name. Lang Xiao, be sure to drink your medicine, for only then can you recover. Before departing, the beast man beckoned to a nearby male, instructing him to fetch something. The male returned from the inner room with a clay jar, which the beast man handed to Qing. This is honey we found today. It is quite fresh. Though it may not be much, it is a token of our appreciation. Please accept it, despite her repeated refusals, insisting that it was merely a small effort on her part, and that it would be better suited for Lang Xiao. She eventually relented upon hearing Lang Xiao's insistence. Sister, you must accept it. My father will procure more for me." She smiled lightly. "Then I shall graciously accept it." Upon returning home, Qingqing stirred some honey with chopsticks and brought it to Yuanzhan's lips. The viscous substance appeared somewhat unappealing to him, but upon seeing the glimmer of excitement in Qingqing's eyes, he hesitantly licked it and was met with surprise. "How sweet!" Understanding his enjoyment, she suggested, "I shall prepare it for you as a drink." Yuanzhan grasped her wrist, saying, "No need. Keep it for yourself," but he could not bear to consume such a delightful treat, "that I shall savor this for quite some time. Let us share it. Drinking honey water is beneficial, and it enhances one's beauty." Yuanzhan chuckled, for he had never been one to care much for his appearance. After all, being a capable male who could provide a worry-free life for his partner was what truly mattered. He believed that Qingqing shared this sentiment as well, that "Do you care about my looks?" "Indeed." Qingqing nodded solemnly, for she considered herself somewhat of an aesthetic enthusiast, while she did not solely prioritize appearance. A pleasing visage certainly added to one's allure. Seeing her unwavering affirmation nearly caused Yuanzhan to experience a heart-stopping moment of disbelief. After catching his breath, he finally asked, "Do you think I am handsome?" "Extremely handsome." With this affirmation, Yuanzhan felt a sense of relief, realizing he must take care to protect his appearance in the future. "Will you drink honey water?" "Absolutely," he replied decisively, prepared to seek more if necessary. Knowing of his fondness for honey, that evening during their barbecue, Qingqing deliberately brushed a layer of honey onto his meat, which he found so delectable that he nearly chewed through the bones in his eagerness to consume it. This left her both amused and bewildered. She had not anticipated such a sweet tooth from someone like him. "There is still plenty of honey left. You may apply it yourself. And what of you? Why do you not partake?" Qingqing spread chili pepper on her own meat, that I prefer spiciness. The following day, with an abundance of time on her hands, Qingqing decided to tend to the medicinal herbs, contemplating summoning Yuanhua to assist her. However, upon calling out a few times at her home, she received no response. Where could she be? Has she not returned home? She lifted the beast skin and stepped inside, only to find the space empty, that a piece of beast skin lay spread out on the ground, with yesterday's gathered herbs piled upon it, yet the backpack was nowhere to be seen. Could she have gone out to gather herbs again? Inquiring with a neighboring beast man, who appeared to be of considerable age, she asked, "Old man, do you know where the female next door is gone?" "Yuanhua, you say?" "I am unsure of her whereabouts, that I saw her leave this morning, seemingly carrying something." The elder sighed. "Ah, with age, my eyesight fails me." Qingqing surmised that Yuanhua had indeed ventured out to gather herbs, and, after expressing her gratitude to the beast man, returned home. That it was reassuring that Yuanhua could gather herbs independently. She would teach her more next time. 3 days swiftly passed. Qingqing had spent this time at home drying and processing the herbs, and her hand had nearly healed. She had intended to gather herbs with Yuanhua today. Yet once again, she found herself at a loss. How peculiar! She left so early. Even if she were eager, it wouldn't warrant such haste. Not wanting to dwell on it, she decided to venture out and gather herbs on her own. Little did she know, Yuanhua was already far from the tribe, laden with a backpack. Yuanhua had packed some water and the jerky she had roasted all afternoon. Leaving the tribe, she relied on her memories from her escape. She recalled a location where a vast expanse of red fruits grew upon the mountainside. Although the journey was somewhat lengthy, she was determined to gather them for Qingqing, knowing it would bring her joy. After 2 arduous days of travel, blisters began to form on her feet. She paused to wrap her feet in another layer of beast skin, pushing through the discomfort to continue her journey. Almost there. I must persevere. Clenching her teeth, she thought to herself that turning back now would render her efforts in vain. After another day's trek, she finally caught sight of the red fruits atop the mountain. Filled with elation, Yuanhua prepared to gather them, but she noticed numerous wooden stakes inserted into the ground at the mountain's base, spaced at intervals. What are these stakes doing here? They weren't here before. She mused aloud as she climbed the mountain. Her curiosity piqued. No matter. These few stakes cannot deter me. I must hasten to gather the fruits and return. The trees here appeared significantly larger than those she had encountered on her previous excursion with Qingqing. Upon sampling one of the fruits, she grimaced and spat it out. This is the flavor. She observed that the fruits grew larger and redder the higher she climbed, prompting her to ascend the tree and selectively pluck the ripest specimens. After laboring for half the day, Yuanhua, feeling a sense of accomplishment as her backpack neared its capacity, thought to herself, I can still fit a little more. The weight of the backpack was becoming burdensome. So she set it down to fill her beast skin with the remaining fruits. Yet, unbeknownst to her, danger was drawing near. As she turned to return and transfer the fruits from the beast skin into her backpack. She was startled to find a tall male beast man holding her backpack aloft, sending her into a panic as she darted behind a tree. Is this yours? Summoning her courage, Yuanhua peeked out cautiously. Her heart racing as she beheld the imposing beast man, that he was clad in a piece of beast skin across his forehead, with prominent, chiseled features that spoke of strength. His silver hair flowed like a stream. Even his eyelashes were of the same hue. The beastman's golden eyes pierced through the foliage, observing the female concealed behind the tree, effortlessly lifting the backpack that felt heavy even to her with a single finger. Do you think you can hide? His voice resonated with authority, rendering her momentarily breathless. Could you return it to me? Yuanhua bravely inquired. Return it? The beastman scoffed. This is my territory. You have come to pilfer my fruits. Yet you demand I return what is rightfully mine. Noticing the female's silence once more, the beastman taunted. Do you desire it? Yuanhua bit her lip, nodding slightly that if you want it, come and take it. Will you capture me? Yuanhua scrutinized his expression, attempting to gauge his intentions. That I will not. Sensing her timidity, the beastman's interest piqued. He wished to see if she truly dared to retrieve it from his grasp. You wouldn't deceive me? I, Chengfeng, am a man of my word. Once again, Yuanhua fell silent, prompting Chengfeng to urge, if you do not wish for it, I shall take my leave. Yuanhua concealed herself behind a tree, meticulously plotting her escape route. Presently, she retrieved her backpack and dashed down the mountain, convinced that if she ran swiftly enough, he could not possibly catch her. Taking a deep breath, she pounded her trembling legs, urging herself to muster some strength for what lay ahead. Suddenly, a shadow flitted behind the tree. Chengfeng, noticing her, lunged forward to snatch the backpack from her grasp, deftly slinging it over his shoulder as he sprinted downhill, moving even faster than a rabbit. Chengfeng remained in place, granting her a moment's reprieve, inhaling the rich scent of her presence in the air, surmising that she had not ventured far and had likely found a hiding spot. Are you concealed well? If so, I shall begin my search for you, you scoundrel, who wishes to engage in a game of hide and seek with you. Yuanhua's eyes glistened with apprehension as she stifled a gasp. Terrified of making even the slightest sound, the beastman had explicitly promised not to capture her. Deceiver. Chengfeng scanned the surroundings but discerned no trace of her. He chuckled softly, impressed by her adept concealment. The sound of his laughter sent shivers down Yuanhua's spine as he wickedly smirked. Your feet are quite visible. You needn't bother hiding any longer. Instinctively, Yuanhua curled her toes in an attempt to conceal them. But the subtle rustling drew Chengfeng's attention. So, you are hiding here. Tell me, which tribe do you belong to, and I shall allow you to escape. What say you? He could detect the scent of other beast men upon her, leading him to believe she belonged to a tribe of her own, that if she revealed her tribe's name, he could easily demand their members, and there would be no concern of her fleeing. Yuanhua, however, no longer trusted his words. He had just claimed he would not capture her. Chengfeng felt unjustly accused. He had only stated that he would not seize her belongings, not that he would refrain from capturing her if she attempted to flee. He relished the game of predator and prey, delighting in it to his very core. That as he approached, Yuanhua's heart raced with fear, pounding as if it might leap from her chest, her mind fervently praying for him to depart. Yet, he abruptly halted before the thicket where she hid, his gaze fixed intently upon the underbrush, as if he could see through it. Tell me, why did they send you to steal fruit? I shall let you go. Should you comply? Yuanhua feared he had indeed discovered her presence, yet she could not reveal herself. She chose instead to feign death. Suddenly, a gust of wind heralded the arrival of another beastman. Chief, Yuanfeng and his companions have stirred up trouble once more. The beastman proclaimed, scanning the vicinity with vigilance. Chief, there is the scent of other beastmen here. Just as he was about to investigate, Chengfeng extended his arm to block his path, casting a lingering glance at the thicket where Yuanhua hid. Just a timid rabbit. Let us depart. Another gust swept through, and Yuanhua perked her ears, noting the silence outside. Surely, he was not lurking nearby, waiting for her to emerge. She hesitated for an extended moment, remaining concealed in the grass until she was certain no one remained. Cautiously, she poked her head out, stealthily scanning her surroundings that he had truly left. A surge of joy filled Yunhua's heart as she hoisted her backpack, not daring to linger, and descended the mountain in haste. How terrifying! She vowed never to return to this place again. Chapter 43. Can you be as composed as I am? For 2 consecutive days, Qingqing found herself thwarted in her efforts, ultimately realizing something was amiss. She sought the assistance of the neighboring beast man once more. Old man, if Yuanhua returns, could you deliver a message to her? Ask her to wait for me tomorrow morning, that I'm afraid I cannot. Yuanhua has not returned since she left that day. The beast man waved his hand dismissively. She hasn't returned in days? Qingqing gasped, her composure unraveling. Where could she possibly be if not at home? Could it be that she encountered danger while foraging for herbs? In a state of panic, she sought out Yunji, explaining, Yuanhua has vanished. She hasn't come home for days. Could you help me find her? Yunji shook his head solemnly. No, it's been too long. Her scent is likely dissipated, making it difficult to locate her. That if we had acted sooner, perhaps we would have had a chance. Yunji was her only ally, and seeing his helplessness only heightened Qingqing's anxiety, akin to a restless ant on a hot pan. What shall we do? She implored, gazing up at Yunji. Perhaps you could take me to the mountain to search for her. We might still find her. Very well. Qingqing mounted the black wolf, racing up the mountain. At every turn, she called out Yuanhua's name, yet received no reply. That is there truly no trace of Yuanhua's scent here? She inquired of the black wolf. The wolf shook its head, wishing to express that Yuanhua was likely not on this mountain at all, for there was no trace of her presence. Yet, he knew that even if he spoke, Qingqing would not comprehend, and even if she did, she would not relent in her search, so he remained silent. After a fruitless day of searching, Qingqing sat despondently upon her bed. Do you think? Her voice trembled, like a fragile thread swaying in the wind. Yuanhua hasn't been devoured by a beast, has she? Do not fret. She must surely have left her scent upon the mountain. Yunji reassured her, preparing a cup of honeyed water. Drink this. Your lips are parched that I cannot, she replied, guilt-ridden. It is all my fault for insisting on teaching her medicinal skills. As she spoke, her tears fell freely, as if they were of little worth. That if it weren't for me, she would not have gone to gather herbs, and she would not have disappeared. It is not your fault. You acted out of kindness, but my kindness may have led to her demise. Qingqing sobbed, unable to halt her tears at the thought of having caused Yuanhua's misfortune. Did you not cry? Perhaps Yuanhua is still alive. Did you not say she left with her backpack? But we haven't even found the backpack, she lamented. His words ignited a flicker of hope within Qingqing that I wish to search once more. First, please drink the water and rest. I shall go to the tribe to enlist Tin Liang and the others in our search. With their help, there will be no need for you to worry. Qingqing drank the water, yet remained obstinate in her desire to join him. Your presence would only slow our progress. That I shall escort you to the tribe to find Baiyue. Is that agreeable? Very well. Realizing that her participation would indeed hinder their efforts, Qingqing reluctantly acquiesced. Yunji escorted Qingqing to the tribe before continuing his search alongside Rindong and Tianliang. Another day passed, yet there was still no word from Yunji and the others. Qingqing felt a duality of fear, the dread of not receiving news, and the terror of what news they might bring. To avoid burdening them further, she endeavored to appear unconcerned, convincing herself that her performance was commendable, or so she believed. Baiyue observed her trembling hands as she clutched a blanket and sighed softly. You need not worry. She has always been a wanderer. Perhaps she has returned to her former tribe. Moreover, the fact that she had survived alone in the wilderness before reaching our tribe indicates that she possesses survival skills. Qingqing, resolute in her denial, replied, I am not worried. What makes you think I am? Baiyue, exasperated, pointed out, since he sat down, you have been drinking water incessantly. When it runs out, you rush to the restroom, only to return and drink more. You hardly resemble a person who is at ease. That I merely felt a bit parched. Is it a crime to drink water when thirsty? Drink to your heart's content. Can you not be as composed as I am? You? Composed? Qingqing could hardly fathom associating her with such a quality. Finally, by the afternoon, the three who had ventured out returned, and Qingqing immediately spotted Yuanhua sprawled across the back of the black wolf. She hurried to greet them. What has transpired? Upon seeing Qingqing, the pallor of Yuanhua's face brightened slightly. Qingqing, I gathered peppers for you. she managed to say, her weakened body collapsing as she finished her sentence. Rindong placed the backpack he had been carrying before Qingqing. Filled to the brim with vibrant red fruits, yet she scarcely noticed. Quickly, lay her upon the bed. She pressed her fingers against Yunhua's pulse, while Tianliang hastily donned his clothing and rushed over to assist. Yunhua's complexion was ashen, void of color, yet her lips were swollen and crimson. Qingqing assessed her pulse, realizing it was weak, indicative of severe malnutrition. In simpler terms, she had fainted from hunger. Is there honey available? Indeed, Baiwei handed her the honey, and Qingqing prepared a cup of honeyed water, gently propping Yuanhua up to feed her. She then turned to Baiwei. Is there any meat at home? Certainly. We have a variety of meats available. If anything is lacking, Rindong and the others can hunt. Do you have pork ribs? Yes. Tianliang replied. I shall fetch them for you. Since Baiwei lacked a stove, it was inconvenient to make soup, so Qingqing decided to return home to prepare it. Just as Yunji intended to accompany her, she halted him. You stay here. Call me when she awakens. Qingqing returned home to chop ribs, placing them in a clay pot to simmer into a rich broth. As she tended to the fire, her gaze lacked focus. Fortunately, Yuanhua returned safely. Had anything happened to her, Qingqing would have been consumed by guilt for a lifetime. Weakly, she buried her head in her arms, never anticipating that Yuanhua would risk herself for her sake. That moment, she could truly empathize with Yun Zhan's feelings upon discovering her absence. After a while, Qingqing lifted the lid, skimming off the layer of fat floating atop the broth, stirring it gently to prevent it from sticking to the pot. After further simmering, she tasted it and found it nearly perfect. She removed some of the firewood, leaving just a small flame to keep it warm. Before long, the black wolf appeared at the entrance. She woke up. Yun Zhan had transformed back into human form, awakened. Please bring some herbs for healing. Her foot is injured. Qingqing wrapped the clay pot in animal skin and set it aside to cool before selecting some star sand grass from the pile of herbs. The best remedy for external wounds. Let's go. Yun Zhan awkwardly cradled the pot in his arms and followed Qingqing outside. Chapter 44. Could you please give me a hug? When Qingqing arrived at Baiyue's home, Yuanhua was covered with animal skin, her eyes peering anxiously around. Qingqing, upon seeing her, Yuanhua seemed to find solace, eagerly peeking out to get out of bed. Don't get up yet. Your foot is still injured. I want to go home. She pleaded pitifully, feeling utterly unsafe in someone else's house. Considering it was not her own home, Qingqing thought it best not to trouble Baiwei further, and thus agreed. However, with her injury, it would be unreasonable to let her walk back alone. She turned to Yun Zhan, who had his hands on his hips, staring up at the ceiling in a dramatic display. This ceiling is truly a ceiling. Pretending not to see me, I'll wait outside. With that, he slipped out, carrying his backpack. He had already done enough by bringing her back, and if she truly needed help, he wouldn't mind carrying her like prey. Then let me help you. I can manage on my own. I've come this far, so what's a little more? Yuanhua smiled, gently refusing Qingqing's kindness. That you'll feel better if I support you. So please don't be polite with me. Yuanhua draped her arm over Qingqing's shoulder, allowing her to assist her outside. Her gaze lowered, gazing at Qingqing's gentle face, her eyes feeling slightly teary. So this is what it feels like to be cared for. It is truly wonderful. Watch out for those stones. Yuanhua averted her gaze, replying, yes, you be careful too. After escorting her home, Qingqing helped her onto the bed, handing her the pot of broth from Yun Zhan. This is the rib soup I made for you. Drink it quickly before it cools. Yuanhua accepted the pot, filled with tender meat and broth, clearly the product of considerable effort. Qingqing, please don't be so good to me. I fear I will become too reliant on you. Yuanhua could no longer contain her tears, sobbing quietly. She could scarcely remember the last time she felt cared for. It seemed since escaping from the tribe. She had no one to hold dear, nor anyone who held her dear. Her life consisted solely of painful fleeing and endless harassment from the beast men after joining the tribe. The feeling of being cared for was so foreign, yet so beautiful. She had grown accustomed to her solitude and helplessness, even beginning to doubt whether anyone would genuinely care for her. Qingqing's concern enveloped her in a long-lost warmth, as if her heart were being gently caressed by soft cashmere. She realized she was not alone. There were those willing to care for her. Tears streamed down her cheeks, tasting faintly salty on her lips, a long-suppressed emotional release, a poignant unveiling of her innermost feelings. Why are you crying? Qingqing felt a bit flustered, unsure of how to comfort her. Could you please hug me? Just a little hug. Yuanhua cried like a heartbroken child, and Qingqing, unable to bear it, stepped forward and enveloped her in her embrace. Yunzhan's eyes widened in disbelief as he watched the two embrace. They are hugging. They really are hugging. If Yuanhua were a male, he would ensure she never saw Qingqing again in her lifetime. Yuanhua clung to Qingqing, unwilling to let go, fearing that if she did, Qingqing would return home with that beast man. That I haven't even scolded you. You left without a word. Do you have any idea how worried I've been for you these past few days? Hearing her concern, Yuanhua broke down in tears that Qingqing had always cared for her. Had she perhaps spoken too harshly, Qingqing cast a pleading glance towards Yunzhan, wondering how to soothe Yuanhua's tears. Yunzhan shrugged, indicating he was of no help that if he couldn't comfort Qingqing, how could he comfort another female? Qingqing gently patted Yuanhua's back. Stop crying. You just woke up, and your body is still weak. Drink the soup quickly, or it will get cold. All right. Yuanhua sniffled and wiped her tears, slowly regaining her composure and beginning to drink the broth. She was indeed very hungry. The jerky she had brought was gone shortly after she set out, forcing her to hasten her journey to reach the tribe sooner. She felt dizzy from hunger. Although the tribe was only half a day away, it felt as though she might collapse at any moment. In her desperation, she had eaten a few peppers to stave off her hunger. She had thought she might sleep here forever until she spotted two wolves and a fox running towards her. The black wolf she recognized as Yunzhan. It must have been Qingqing who sent them to find her. Otherwise, she might have perished here without anyone knowing. She felt herself being lifted onto the wolf's back, and, as she lay there, all she wanted was to sleep. But she couldn't. She needed to return home to see Qingqing, so she popped the last pepper in her mouth. This should help her hold on. Right? The animal skin on Yuanhua's feet had already been shed in Baiyue's home, and as Qingqing prepared the soup, she examined the injuries on her feet. Both of Yuanhua's feet were covered in blisters of various sizes. Some already burst, tightening Qingqing's heart. You mustn't be so reckless in the future. Don't exhaust yourself over a few peppers that I just wanted to make you happy. But seeing you in such a state does not make me happy. Qingqing ground the herbs, preparing to apply them, but as she touched Yuanhua's foot, she quickly withdrew it. Does it hurt? Yet she hadn't even touched the wound. Yuanhua's nose, still red from crying, was now flushing crimson. It's dirty. Qingqing thought she meant the mud from walking barefoot, which seemed reasonable. Then I'll clean it for you. That is not what I meant, perhaps having spent too much time with Yunzhan. Qingqing was resolute and unyielding. She cleaned Yuanhua's feet and carefully applied the herbs to the blisters. Yuanhua felt embarrassed, her toes curling, her face nearly buried in the clay. Qingqing applied the medicine. Yuanhua's tension made it difficult to treat her properly, causing Qingqing to frown and gently tap her foot. Relax, Yuanhua. She truly could not relax. Yunzhan. Why does this feel so strange? After Yuanhua finished the meat and broth, she licked her lips, returning the pot to Qingqing with a lingering expression. The rib soup you made is truly delicious. This was her first experience with soup. How delightful it was. Qingqing smiled. If you enjoyed it, I'll bring you more tomorrow. No, it's fine. Just give me the herbs, and I can change the bandages myself. There's no need for you to make soup for me. Once my foot heals in a few days, I'll come find you. Her strong resistance to Qingqing's offer puzzled her. Was she perhaps too rough? By the way, take the peppers back. I picked them for you. You worked so hard to bring them back. And you enjoy eating them, so I'll just take a little. Thus, Qingqing took 1/3, leaving the rest for her. Chapter 45. Have you been shedding fur recently? As there were still some ribs left, Qingqing thought of Yunzhan, who had been tirelessly searching for Yuanhua over the past few days, undoubtedly exhausting himself, so she decided to make him some soup to replenish his strength. The black wolf lay quietly beside her, resting his chin on her leg, comfortably closing his eyes. Qingqing continued to stoke the fire, one hand gently petting his fluffy head. The wolf's ears were larger than her palms, and his mouth could easily swallow her head whole. Yet, despite his size and ferocity, he lay obediently on her leg, eyes closed, enjoying her touch. When she stroked him just right, he emitted soft whines of pleasure. Qingqing found herself utterly enchanted. Yunzhan in wolf form was simply adorable. She had once been terrified of his beastly form, but now found him irresistibly cute. His gentle demeanor tugged at her heartstrings, making her want to shower him with affection. She had petted cats and dogs, but never a wolf. As she reached out to scratch his chin, she was delighted to find he leaned into her hand. She could no longer hold back. However, the moment his visage crossed her mind. Never mind, never mind. It is best to avoid a single misstep that could lead to eternal regret. Her hand absent-mindedly wandered, and without realizing it, she found herself gently kneading his wolf ear, just as she contemplated how delightful it was to pinch that wolf ear. The creature in her embrace emitted a soft whimper, startling her as he abruptly nuzzled into her arms. Ditto. Ching was taken by surprise. Leaning back from his unexpected advance that in her panic, she instinctively grasped his fur, yet still tumbled to the ground. Yunjian reverted to his human form, swiftly pulling her up, his eyes filled with concern. Are you hurt? I apologize, it's my fault that I'm fine. Don't worry. Ching reassured him as she settled back down. Then inquired, are your wolf ears that sensitive? Pinching them feels akin to tickling your armpit. The beastman's ears are quite sensitive. Only their partners are permitted to touch them. That he lowered his gaze, casting his eyes elsewhere. Awkwardly adding, if you wish to pinch them, please inform me in advance so I can prepare myself. Otherwise, your sudden assault makes it difficult for me to refrain from reacting. That is there really so much protocol to merely touching an ear? Did you not say that only your partner can do so? Since I am not yet your partner, your strong reaction is quite understandable. Ching offered in defense of his startled response. Yunjian felt a rush of urgency. Fearing she was upset with him, that if you want to touch them, I can let you do it right now, all right? It's just one ear. You want to take it with you, that he regretted saying so much. No need, she replied, fearing that once she began, she might not be able to stop herself and would be tempted to bite, uncertain of how he might react. Yunjian grew flustered, noticing that Ching had not looked at him since their earlier exchange. Ching, please look at me. How could she do so when he was sitting there exposed? Wrap yourself in some fur. Your state is quite imposing. Yunjian paused for a moment before breaking into a smile. All right. Seizing the opportunity as he stepped away, Ching swiftly tossed the handful of wolf fur into the fire to eliminate any evidence. Having just pulled it from him, she glanced in his direction, ensuring she had not been discovered, before feeling relieved that it would not do for him to see that. Once Yunjian donned his fur wrap, he sniffed the air, puzzled. Why do I smell something burnt? I just picked up a piece of bone from the ground and tossed it into the fire, she explained, trusting her completely. Yunjian did not question her. Can we add honey to the soup? I'm quite fond of honey. Sweet and delectable. Honey was a delight, and Ching had mentioned it could enhance one's beauty, that he wished to maintain his appearance to keep Ching's affection. Adding honey might ruin the flavor. Ching stifled a giggle. If you truly desire it, I shall think of what meat could pair well with honey tomorrow. With good teeth, Yunjian required no overly tender meat, so Ching served 2 bowls of soup. Let us start with some soup. It's quite nutritious. Unfamiliar with the concept of nutrition, Yunjian assumed it must be something good based on her tone, but he tilted his head back and drank it all in one go. Just as Ching had cooled the soup slightly, she asked, is it not too hot? It is hot, but I could not bear to spit it out in front of you, so I drank it all at once. Not too hot, he replied. Once you finish the soup, serve yourself some meat. Seeing him stare blankly at her after finishing the soup, Ching wondered if he expected her to serve him meat as well. Unlike him, she was not able to gulp down food with such ease. She preferred to savor it slowly. Yunjian wished to wait for her to eat together, believing that watching her enjoy her meal was a pleasure in itself. So he did not rush. After finishing her soup, Ching crushed several chilies to accompany her meat. Yunjian imitated her, but she warned him that it's quite spicy. The other day, his face had turned red from just a little chili. If you can eat it, so can I, not ignoring her warning. Ching let him be, but after just one piece, he set down his chopsticks. Ching looked up, puzzled, only to find tears glistening in his eyes, nearly causing her to choke on her meat. Could he be crying from the spice? She hastily put down her bowl and served him another bowl of soup. Quick, drink this, it will help. Yunjian drank 2 bowls of soup, the spiciness finally subsiding. He vowed never to eat such a thing again, wondering why Ching enjoyed something so unpalatable, that if you like it, I can ask you on while we're to pick some and take you along. Not for now. These chilies will suffice for a while, that in a few days I will see if these seeds can be planted. The chilies in this world were unlike those in her previous world. They were akin to large fruit pits rather than seeds. Regardless of whether they would thrive, she was determined to give it a try. I will tidy up the area nearby for you to plant. After satisfying their hunger, Ching lay on the bed with a black wolf in her arms. A few days prior, during her menstrual period, she had experienced abdominal pain, and Yunjian had kept her company in his beast form, providing warmth. She caressed his smooth fur, deliberately avoiding his ears to prevent startling him again. The wolf tilted his head, following her hand, trying to nudge his ear into her palm, but she skillfully evaded him, which only frustrated him. "Have you been shitting a bit lately?" Ching inquired, rubbing the clump of wolf fur in her hands. The amount of fur she had pulled from the beast blanket over the past few days could easily form a ball the size of a fist. Shaking the blanket revealed a flurry of fur. The black wolf howled in defense, asserting that this was entirely normal as he was entering his molting season. Furthermore, his mating season was approaching, and he couldn't help but wonder if Ching would be willing to bond with him and bear his offspring. This thought filled him with a subtle anticipation. Chapter 46. Is this truly his method? Let's go fishing today. I'll prepare honey-glazed fish for you. As Ching spoke, she rolled the wolf fur into a ball and placed it into a ceramic jar. Honey-glazed fish? What is that? Yunjan's large eyes brimmed with curiosity. Delicious. You will surely love it. Originally, she had intended to make sweet and sour fish, but lacking vinegar and knowing Yunjan did not favor sour flavors. She decided on honey-glazed fish instead. Suddenly, she slapped her forehead, exclaiming, "Oh no, I forgot the oil." While oil was not a necessity for their usual soup or roasted meat, she had overlooked it entirely, but sweet and sour fish required oil for frying. "What is oil? I will find it for you." Hearing that Ching intended to make him something special, Yunjan felt elated that he would go to any lengths to procure this elusive oil. "Could you hunt a wild boar for me? I need to render some pig fat. Wait for my return," Yunjan declared before leaping away in his wolf form that a wild boar was hardly a challenge for him. Ching waited at home. It wasn't long before Yunjan returned, triumphantly carrying a hefty, glossy wild boar. She beamed with delight. Such a plump pig was sure to yield plenty of fat. "Let us head to the river to prepare it." At the riverbank, Yunjan began to butcher the wild boar, while Ching searched for the back fat, pointing out, "Please cut that piece for me." Yunjan complied, washing the fat in the river to remove the blood, but wrinkled his brow. "This doesn't taste good. Are you sure you want it?" He usually discarded it without a second thought. "Yes, we need this for rendering fat." Ching lifted the slab of back fat, realizing it was heavier than expected and certain it would yield a lot of oil. When she noticed him preparing to discard the entrails, she urged, "Don't throw those away. Pig liver is great for iron, and the heart can be marinated. Keep the intestines too. I'll make sausages." "What can you make with those?" he questioned skeptically. "Just wait and see. They'll be mouth-watering." Although Yunjan was unsure of what Ching intended to create, he trusted her and kept everything clean for her use. Together, they chopped the pig fat into small pieces and placed them in the ceramic jar. Ching blanched the fat, adding a bit of water and raising the heat. "Isn't this how you make soup? Just with much less water." "Not quite. This will render oil. With oil, we can stir-fry and deep-fry food." Not understanding any of the concepts she mentioned, Yunjan looked at her with a mix of pride and admiration. "Truly, you are remarkable, Ching. Allow me to help you with the firewood." Seeing her busy stirring and adding wood to the fire, he took the initiative to tend to the flames. "All right, soon the water will evaporate. Then we'll lower the heat, or it will stick to the pot." Ching stirred the contents, determined not to let it burn, that if the oil scorched, it would ruin the flavor of their cooking. "You can lower the heat now." Yunjan pulled some firewood from the flames. The oil in the pot shimmered a brilliant golden hue, and the residue shrank smaller and smaller, signaling that it was nearly done. Ching instructed Yunjan to extinguish the fire. Mission accomplished. She breathed in the aroma of the rendered pig fat, initially concerned about any lingering scent, but to her relief, it bore no foul odor. Holding up a piece of crackling fat, she dripped off the excess oil and offered it to Yunjan. "Isn't it fragrant?" Yunjan, having never tasted anything like it, found the crackling to be crunchy and savory, infused with the essence of pork. "What is this?" "This is crackling. It can be added to dishes for flavor. You can even enjoy it with a bit of honey, though it may be a tad rich." Yunjin lauded endlessly, while Ching discerned a hint of greed in his eyes. Yet she held her tongue. With a tender smile, she fetched a bowl, saying, "Let me serve you some more. Add a touch of honey and see how it tastes." "Aren't you going to eat?" "You should eat. I'm not particularly hungry, but I'll just skim off the oil residue first." Yunjin, chuckling, carried the oil residue to mix with honey that a bowl so large would surely taste bland with just a little. So as he grasped the jar, his hand trembled. "Oops, my hand slipped." Ching Ching's eyes widened as the honey in his bowl nearly submerged the oil residue. This wolf's insatiable sweet tooth was truly outrageous. Isn't that excessively sweet? Yun Jian, engrossed in his task, only lifted his head at her question, a flicker of confusion in his eyes. That is it really that sweet? Ching Ching forced a dry laugh. As long as you don't find it overwhelmingly sweet. That's fine. Just pour it into the honey jar. Without a slotted spoon, I can only use a ladle to transfer the oil residue into the jar, then pour the remaining oil back. The jar is running out of space. I need to boil some more. She had already prepared quite a few clay jars, but with the increased volume of ingredients, more jars were necessary. All right, just let me know when you need them, and I'll fetch you some clay. Tomorrow should work. I have the time since I won't be gathering herbs in the next few days. Now that we have chili peppers, I want to make a pot that can accommodate hot pot. But since Yun Jian can't eat spicy food, dual pots are essential. Ching Ching stored the rendered lard and declared, "Let us go fishing." She took a piece of pig intestine with her, intending to use it as bait. Yun Jian led Ching Ching to the riverbank where the fish were most abundant. The fish were both fishy and foul-smelling, with thick scales and sharp bones, making them quite unpalatable. Thus, few beastmen bothered to catch fish. However, he was not concerned about that now, fully trusting that Ching Ching could transform it into something delectable. Then, let us fish here. Ching Ching held the bait in the water, shaking it continuously in an attempt to attract the fish. Yun Jian's eyelids twitched. Is this how you fish? With such a petite frame, I'm not worried about you not catching fish. I'm more concerned about you being snatched away by them. Ching Ching sighed. I don't want that either, but without a fishing rod, this is my only option. Yun Jian warmed up, saying, "Leave it to me. Do you have another method?" "Of course. Just wait for me on the shore." After warming up, Yun Jian shed his bee skin and plunged into the water with a splash. Ching Ching's pupils dilated, her heart momentarily ceasing. Is this really his method? In such cold weather, is he trying to throw his life away? Yun Jian, come back quickly. As Yun Jian submerged, a graceful splash erupted, and he vanished from sight, leaving only the melancholy spring breeze in response. Yun Jian, don't scare me. After a long while without him resurfacing, Ching Ching felt her palms dampen with anxiety. Wouldn't he have knocked himself out upon jumping in? Would he? Just as she began to fret, a large fish suddenly broke the surface, followed by a muscular arm. And then Yun Jian's entire head emerged. He wiped the water from his face, revealing 2 sharp tiger teeth. Ching Ching, look at this fish. Is it acceptable? Acceptable. If she were wearing slippers, she would have wanted to fling one at his face. It's fine, just come back up. Yun Jian swam to the shore, tossing the fish onto the bank before washing his hands with a splash. Ching Ching was filled with ire. I bet you'll be cold when you get back on land. Before her stood a fluffy black wolf, sitting upright, tilting its head in confusion. Why would I be cold on land? I feel perfectly warm. In her fury, Ching Ching could only let out a brief outburst. Well, he seems to have a knack for dodging consequences. However, the fur on the top of his wolf head was damp, making him look particularly ridiculous, and despite her concern for his well-being, she couldn't help but laugh. Chapter 47. How wicked is Ching Ching? She had thought fishing would be a challenging endeavor, yet within less than 10 minutes, she had caught such a sizable fish to know it was a fish. It was at least half her height. With plenty of time left, Ching Ching suggested, "Why don't you accompany me up the mountain? I want to see if I can find something to remove the fishy smell." The black wolf howled in agreement. This trip up the mountain proved fruitful. Ching Ching discovered an abundance of wild scallions, feeling as though she had fallen into a paradise of joy, utterly enchanted. Mark the location for me. I'll return another time. Yun Jian, slightly bewildered, asked, "How do I mark it?" Ching Ching mischievously whistled at Yun Jian, her playful demeanor resembling a rogue. "Just urinate a little." How wicked is Ching Ching? She laughed heartily. Yun Jian remained silent, setting down the fish to assist her in uprooting the wild scallions. Resembling a meek housewife who felt oppressed. "That's enough. We can come back another time. There is too much to eat, and it would be a waste." Ching Ching gathered the wild scallions he had pulled, her eyes sparkling with mirth. After all, these wild scallions want to sprout legs and run away. "All right, next time I'll bring you along. Are there bamboo trees on this mountain?" "Yes, on the other side." "Where there are bamboo, there are bound to be bamboo shoots." The fish Yun Jian caught weighed no less than 20 pounds. If they made all of it into honey-glazed fish, it would surely be quite the hassle. And besides, he had already exceeded his sugar intake for the day. Thus, she decided to prepare some fish soup, stewing the fish with spring bamboo shoots that on the way, Ching stumbled upon 2 wild ginger plants. Uprooting them only to find they were no larger than her thumb. Regretting having pulled them so early, she thought, well, since I've uprooted them, I might as well keep them. She tucked the 2 small, red wild ginger roots away, believing that where there was one, there would be more. Holding the leaves of the wild ginger up to Yunjian, she asked, could you help me keep an eye out for this in the future? I really need it, but don't uproot it. Just remember where it is. Yunjian sniffed, realizing that as long as he remembered the scent, it would be easy to locate. This aroma, it's quite assertive. Why does Ching have such a penchant for stimulating scents? Just like chili peppers, I'll pay attention while hunting in the future. Although the scent was not particularly pleasant, Ching's need clearly had its reasons. As expected, in the bamboo grove, Ching discovered numerous bamboo shoots, some already reaching her height. Those were too old. She chose 2 that had just broken ground. Yunjian, I want these. She pointed to her chosen bamboo shoots. Her voice soft and laced with a hint of coaxing. Ching's suddenly delicate voice reached Yunjian's ears, leaving him feeling as though he had been struck by a softening spell, causing him to stumble slightly. Did she just say something extraordinary? Yunjian steadied himself, waving his hand and squeezing out a word through clenched teeth. Dig. She wanted him to carry back the entire bamboo grove. Ching only requested 2 shoots, and as Yunjian dug them up, he gathered everything, standing tall like a sturdy windbreak stone. Today's haul was impressive, and Ching was in high spirits. As cheerful as a magpie, dancing around Yunjian as they walked. Yunjian smiled, his eyes filled with affection. Be careful not to trip as long as Ching remained this happy. He would gladly be her steadfast windbreak stone for a lifetime. Upon returning to the cave, Yunjian took on all the dirty and laborious tasks, leaving only the cooking of meat to Ching to be by the riverside. Yunjian cheerfully whistled. Ching instructed when cooking fish. You must remove the scales. Thus, he scraped the scales off using a bone knife. You need to remove the gills, she added, that he fell into contemplation. Where are the gills? After thorough deliberation, he concluded they must be the most pungent part, and he inadvertently stumbled upon them. What else did Ching say? Right. She told me to hurry back, so, with the fish in hand, he dashed home. Ching examined the fish. Yunjian had cleaned it thoroughly. She selected the belly meat, which had the least bones, intending to use it for honey-glazed fish. Can you help me remove this piece? The fish was divided into 3 portions. Ching devised a plan to use the belly for honey-glazed fish, while the upper part, including the head, would be used for soup, and the remaining fish meat would be marinated. She took the fish, using the bone knife to slice the flesh along the bones. Then scoring it, halting just shy of the skin. She replicated the process on the other side, then sprinkled some salt for seasoning. After a moment's hesitation, she finally sliced half a piece of ginger to rub on. Knowing she had no cornstarch to work with, this was all she could do. Yunjian watched in awe as she skillfully handled the bone knife. Ching, how did you become so adept with the bone knife? Flattered by his praise, Ching beamed with pride. I used to enjoy preparing food. While I can't boast about other skills, my knife skills are quite decent. She wiped her hands with a piece of animal hide and brought over the lard. The lard had not completely solidified, remaining liquid except for the areas in contact with the clay pot. She poured a little less than half a jar of lard into the pan and instructed Yunjian. You tend the fire. Don't let it be too fierce, or it will burn. When the oil reached a moderate heat, she delicately lowered the fish into the pan, skin side up. Yunjian's heart skipped a beat in alarm. Ching, you might burn yourself. Ching chuckled. What is there to fear? I'm not foolish enough to plunge my hand into the pot. Once the fish was perfectly shaped after being fried, she placed it into the hot oil, continuously ladling oil over it with a spoon. Accompanied by the sizzling sound, the surface of the fish turned a delightful golden hue. Ching lifted one corner, using the spoon to assist in transferring it into another clean jar, before placing the other half into the oil. Observing the abundance of oil, Ching spontaneously decided against making marinated fish, opting instead to create crispy fried fish that could serve as a delightful snack. Could you please cut the tail of the fish into pieces, not too thin, and then marinate them with salt? She asked. Yunjian cut a piece and presented it to her. That's quite well done. Receiving the praise, Yunjian felt a surge of happiness, and his pace quickened. Having just observed Qingqing's methods, he was confident in salting the fish. After approximately 10 minutes, Qingqing used chopsticks to place the pieces of fish into the oil. Retrieving them once they became crispy and golden, she poured the excess oil back into the jar, leaving only a small amount in the pan. Then, she added honey and stirred continuously until it thickened, finally drizzling it over the fish, marking the completion of her dish. Unable to rest, Qingqing busied herself with preparing fish soup. "Yunzhang, please fetch me a jar from the herbs. We're running low on containers." Coming right up, Yunzhang eagerly assisted, finding joy in being of service to Qingqing. After a long period of labor, Qingqing finally added both fish and bamboo shoots into the pot, letting out a long sigh. Had she become too lazy lately? Why did preparing a single meal feel so exhausting? "You've worked hard. You should eat first," Yunzhang said, picking up a piece of fish coated in honey sauce to feed Qingqing. She readily accepted, though the piece was too large, forcing her to bite only half. Just as her lips left the chopsticks, Yunzhang swiftly popped the remaining half into his mouth. Why did he always insist on eating what she had left behind? Was she somehow deprived of that piece of fish? Her cheeks flushed. Despite their numerous kisses, his actions still made her feel shy. The golden, tantalizing fish exuded an enticing aroma, crispy on the outside yet tender within. Enveloped in a rich honey glaze that awakened the senses, Yunzhang savored his meal with delight, startling Qingqing. "Eat slowly, be careful of the bones," and he placed a generous piece of fish into her bowl. "Qingqing, you must eat as well. Otherwise, I will finish it all." Holding her bowl with chopsticks, she sighed as she regarded this voracious wolf before her. "You make me feel as if I've been mistreating you in the past." Yunzhang mumbled, "This is living. Before, eating meat was merely about survival." Qingqing opened her mouth but said nothing. She transferred some fish into his bowl. "Here, you eat this piece. The fish soup is nearly ready, and I adore that." Yunzhang looked up, his gaze tender and unwavering, filled with a torrent of affection. "Qingqing, you are truly kind to me." Qingqing smiled softly, realizing that her kindness was reciprocated. "Next time, I'll prepare something special for you." She stood to fetch the soup, declaring, "It should be ready now that I'll go." Yunzhang immediately set down his bowl and rushed ahead of her. If not for his actions, I might have thought he was scolding me." Yunzhang returned with the soup, lifting the lid to reveal an aromatic fragrance distinct from that of the honey-glazed fish. The fish soup had turned a creamy white, with the fish tenderly cooked to perfection. Qingqing picked up a piece of fish. Its texture was succulent and smooth, while the spring bamboo shoots offered a refreshing crunch. She glanced up to find Yunzhang motionless. "What's wrong? Don't you like this?" "No, I just want to watch you eat," Yunzhang replied, resting his chin on his hand. His concern was that he might accidentally finish everything before Qingqing had her share, fearing she might find him gluttonous. Qingqing took small bites, her two crimson lips parting rhythmically, occasionally turning her head to discreetly reveal her delicate tongue as she dealt with the fish bone. Yunzhang watched, his lips curling into a grin. His throat dry as he licked his lips. She appeared even more delectable than the fish itself. Noticing his fox-like smile, Qingqing slowed her pace and timidly asked, "Aren't you going to eat?" Yunzhang shook his head. "I want to see you eat." But she trembled slightly as she nearly choked on a piece of fish, her voice faint. "That if you look at me like that, I can't eat." Not unable to eat, but rather too intimidated to do so. His expression made her feel like a prey under his gaze, and it was as if he were silently urging her to indulge so that he could feast upon her afterward. Qingqing placed a generous piece of meat into his bowl. "Join me. I'll enjoy it more." With her enticement, Yunzhang finally relented. To Qingqing's heart lightened. She was truly clever in her ways. After she finished her meal, Yunzhang polished off the remaining food, leaving not a drop of soup behind. Exhausted, Qingqing reclined on the bed, lazily saying, "Why didn't you clean up properly? Now, I won't even need to wash the pot." "I'll wash it," Yunzhang replied, taking the clay pot and bowl outside before returning with them spotless. "That I wish to take a bath." Qingqing narrowed her eyes, her soft lips parting with a gentle sigh. Lying on the bed like a languid cat. Seeing her in such a state, Yunzhang felt compelled to spare her from any effort, wishing to assist her even in breathing. "That I'll fetch water for you." His deep gaze swept over her as he hoisted the water jug and went to draw water for her. He heated the pebbles and adjusted the water temperature before returning to Qingqing's side. "Shall I carry you? My beloved consort has worked hard. You may retreat," she said, rising from the bed with a wave of her hand. But after only 2 steps, Yunzhang embraced her waist from behind, pulling her back. "Who did you say your beloved consort is?" His voice was cold and chilling, as if emerging from between clenched teeth. "Ahem, of course, it's you. Who else could it be?" Qingqing's eyes darted nervously, concocting a tale. "That's my affectionate term for you. We call our admired beastmen by such names." Yunzhang, delighted by her words, felt his heart bloom with joy, unconcerned with the truth of her statement. Utterly captivated by her charm, that he wrapped his arms around her neck, lifting her chin to plant a heavy kiss on her lips. "From now on, that's how you shall address me." Imagining the seriousness with which she would call him her beloved consort, she thought, oh, how delightful. The scene was simply too beautiful to contemplate, and she dared not dwell further. Yunzhang, indifferent to whether Qingqing had deceived him, found solace in her affection, knowing she wouldn't deceive anyone else simply because he held a special place in her heart. Submerged in water, Qingqing pondered how to navigate her little white lie, her thoughts causing the water to grow cold. "Yunzhang, call me beloved consort. What? Did I cease to be your admired male in such a short time?" "Yes, beloved consort, the water has grown cold." These simple words tripped off her tongue, her speech faltering. "Then I'll fetch it out." Yunzhang rose to retrieve the warm pebbles she had discarded. His previous exchanges of pebbles had been quite proper, and Qingqing felt no wariness towards him. Yet today he seemed off, pushing her against the wall for a fervent kiss, leaving him utterly satisfied. Qingqing submerged herself in the water, her fair cheeks flushed with an unusual crimson, reaching all the way to her ears. "Did you overindulge today? Are you feeling stuffed?" "Only Qingqing can satiate me." His words were light yet laden with innuendo, and Qingqing felt a surge of frustration. Nearly spitting blood, got a full belly and a mind clouded with desire. Indeed, one should never overindulge him. That night, Yunzhang refused to revert to his wolf form, remembering Qingqing's earlier remarks about his shedding. "Then you'd best keep your hands to yourself. Otherwise, you may find yourself sleeping alone in the future." Yes, that he was obedient. Was he truly compliant? Or merely feigning it? "Qingqing, you're pulling my hair." As soon as Qingqing opened her eyes, she found herself staring into his profound gaze, causing her heart to skip a beat. In a panic, she shut her eyes and feigned sleep once more. A soft, affectionate chuckle reached her ears, tugging at her heartstrings. "Qingqing, you're pulling my hair. I can't hear you," she mumbled, continuing her pretense of sleep, hoping he would rise and she could finally open her eyes. However, Yunzhang had no intention of getting up. This was the life he desired, waking up naturally beside Qingqing, enjoying their tender moments together. Still not awake, his lips curved into a charming smile, his voice a low, magnetic murmur, lightly tracing the shape of her lips with his finger. Yunzhang leaned closer to her lips, gently nibbling on her soft flesh. "Since I can't wake you, I'll resort to other methods." Startled, Qingqing opened her eyes wide and pushed him away with all her might. Covering her mouth, "Did I haven tea brush my teeth?" "I want tea mind," Yunzhang replied, inching closer once more. "But you haven tea brushed either." Yunjian, sensing her resistance, resignedly reclined back, vowing to himself that next time he would stealthily rise to brush his teeth before returning, determined to make up for all the kisses he had missed today. "You." Qingqing stared speechlessly at a certain spot, unable to articulate her thoughts. Following her gaze, Yunjian realized it was the tall tent he had erected in a particular corner. Yet he felt no embarrassment. He was completely hers. Not only would he not mind a glance, but even a casual touch would elicit no protest from him. He proclaimed with pride, "What's the matter? Do you want me to pull the blanket away? You can look as much as you like, even hold it up." This was indeed a symbol of his masculine pride. Qingqing, her face flushed, turned away and buried herself under the covers, her back to him, feeling as if her entire body was on fire. That it was not merely a blush. She felt like she was nearly cooking. Yunjian grasped her shoulder, attempting to turn her back around. "It will get excited when it sees you." Ignoring him, Qingqing covered her ears, her ear tips burning red. His voice dripped with desire. "If you wish to see it, it will be even more excited." Yunjian felt no hesitation, his voice growing increasingly hoarse. "If you are willing to touch it again, I guarantee it will make a bulge on your belly." Of course, the latter part of his thought he dared only to entertain in his mind. For otherwise, Qingqing would surely be frightened. Ching Ching feigned death, covering her ears as his words became more outrageous, feeling the urgent need to escape this place of chaos. Ching Ching. Yun Jian's heated chest pressed against her back, his strong arms encircling her waist, his voice unmistakably laced with lust. Ching Ching's wounds had healed, and her season of desire had arrived. She had also confessed her affection for him, a beast man, leading him to believe he could make a move. Ching Ching was not unwilling to accept him, but she had never experienced such matters before and felt a surge of fear. Moreover, the sight of his endowment was indeed astonishing. She could scarcely imagine how painful it could be. Such matters could be postponed indefinitely. She thought that as she felt his scorching body heat, she realized that if she did not say something soon, she would have no choice but to succumb today. "Please go fetch me some clay. I need to get up and make pottery in no hurry," he said, his heated lips brushing against her ear, clearly unwilling to let her off the hook that it's still early. "We have time for that. They could first engage in something else. You should also find me a bamboo tube, not too thick and not too thin. I need it for sausage stuffing." Then casually add, "And please clean the pig's intestines for me. Chop the meat into slices. It's quite cumbersome for me to do ditto, and cut a few larger pieces for curing." Speaking of curing meat, she recalled that they were low on salt at home. "So, go find me some salt as well. Let's just leave it at that for today. Did you remember everything?" Yun Jian. Ching Ching rattled off a great many tasks, pondering whether they could be completed today. However, considering Yun Jian's efficiency, she felt it still might be somewhat precarious. Thus, she added one more item. "There isn't much firewood left. Find some more." Ching Ching gasped, retracting her neck as Yun Jian bit her neck. "It wasn't a kiss. It was a genuine bite. When I come back, you better not cry." After saying this, he swiftly got up, donned his beast skirt, grabbed his tools, and hurried outside that if he lingered, he feared he would truly be unable to let her go. Once Yun Jian's figure disappeared at the entrance, Ching Ching let out a sigh of relief. Reaching up to touch her neck where he had bitten her, it didn't hurt, but it was a delightful itch that tickled her heart. She realized she would need to find more tasks for him in the future. He couldn't be allowed to become too idle. Otherwise, his mind would be filled with such thoughts. Ching Ching selected some fine lean meat and fatty meat. Aiming for a ratio of approximately 7-3, that she instructed Yun Jian to slice the lean meat and dice the fatty meat. Since Yun Jian enjoyed sweet flavors, she planned to make one batch spicy and another sweet. She divided the lean and fatty meat into 2 portions, marinating one with salt and crushed chili for a spicy flavor, while the other portion of lean meat was salted, and the fatty meat was marinated in honey. While the meat was marinating, she began to work on the pottery. With Yun Jian away, gathering salt and firewood, he quickly returned just as she finished the pottery, upon checking the marinating meat. She was startled by the sounds outside, and when she stepped out, her eyes went wide in disbelief that my goodness. How did he come back with that? Yun Jian appeared carrying a bundle of firewood on his back, which was several times larger than his own frame. Standing at nearly 2 meters tall, he looked diminutive next to the pile of wood. "Why did you carry back so much at once?" she fretted, worried he might injure his back. Yun Jian chuckled. "No need to worry. I've always carried this much before, and I'm fine. But what if you hurt yourself? Don't do this again." Ching Ching felt a surge of anger. He didn't take care of his own body at all. "Listening to you," Yun Jian replied, warmth spreading in his chest as he stole a quick kiss from her. After all these years, he finally had someone who cared about him. "Is there anything else I can help with?" He had been doing everything she asked as quickly and efficiently as possible, eager to return and assist her. Yet, there were many things Ching Ching was making that he had never seen before, leaving him uncertain as to how else he could be of use. The thought of inadequacy crossed his mind. He felt defeated. If only he could be more helpful, he wouldn't let Ching Ching struggle so much. Ching Ching felt a pang of guilt. Yun Jian had accomplished so much while she had only made a few pots. Given how hard he had worked, she felt embarrassed to assign him more tasks. "Why don't you go rest? You've worked hard." Upon hearing this, Yun Jian's expression drooped. It was true. It seemed Ching Ching no longer needed him. Chapter 50. I will be gentle. She had simply suggested he rest. Yet why did he look so pitiful, like a little puppy? Yun Jian turned back multiple times as he walked away. "Am I really leaving?" Go on, I'm really going." Go. What was wrong with him? After taking a few steps, he turned back again, bending down to meet her gaze, his tone softening. "Really no place for me at all?" Did she truly see him as so useless? Ching Ching seemed to suddenly realize something. bursting into laughter. You're not upset because I want to let you help, are you? Now that you mention it. I just remembered I haven't prepared the string for tying the sausages. Can you find some? It should be thin and strong. Yunjian thought for a moment. I remember there is a type of fish that has thin lines inside it. It should be similar to what you mentioned, that I'll go fetch it for you. Hearing that he was going to catch fish, Ching quickly stopped him. No need. Let us think of something else. With your hardcore fishing methods, you might end up freezing yourself. Are you worried about me? His eyes sparkled with anticipation as he gazed at her. Yes, I'm worried about you, so don't go. Now that you said that, I'm even more determined to go. Having received the answer he sought, Yunjian felt satisfied. Ching wouldn't let him down, and he couldn't afford to disappoint her either. Before she could stop him, he declared, "Don't worry, your masculine body is perfectly fine. Catching fish is like taking a bath for me. I've always done it this way. But as for you," he mischievously mimicked her teasing tone, whistling, "I'm afraid you wouldn't be able to handle me." Yunjian. Ching blushed with embarrassment, feeling the urge to shove a handful of pork into his mouth to silence him. After spending so much time with him, she could read his thoughts just from a peculiar look he gave her. "But don't worry, I will be gentle," that he smiled, thoroughly enjoying her flustered demeanor. Ching's blush resembled ripe red fruits hanging from a tree, so tempting and sweet that one could only wish to take a bite. Hurry and go catch some fish. Unable to endure his teasing any longer, she had to shoo him away, that I'm on it. Yunjian took off at lightning speed, as if afraid she would change her mind. Ching felt as if she had jumped into a pit. She didn't mind his flirtation. It was just that his bluntly suggestive remarks made her feel shy and want to hide that as Ching marinated the meat. Yunjian returned just as she was finishing the last piece, holding a handful of varying lengths of fish line. Ching, look at this. Is it suitable? He presented it to her like a treasure, that as he approached, the fishy odor assailed her senses. She squinted, scrutinizing it closely before asking uncertainly, "Is this fish line? I'm not sure. It's just something pulled from the fish's body." "Then it should be fish line that a single fish yields 2 strands. How many fish did you have to kill for this?" Ching glanced behind him, seeing nothing. "And where is your fish?" "I tossed it into the mountains to feed the wild beasts." "What a waste." Ching lamented. "Why didn't you bring it back? At least it was your hard work." "That fish wasn't delicious. The meat was too tough. If you want to eat, I can go catch some tender meat now. Forget and no matter how good your physique is, you can't handle working that hard." The fish line varied in thickness, and as Ching picked one up and tugged, she found it quite sturdy and resilient. "All right, we'll use this." Ching skillfully stuffed the meat into the pig's intestines, teaching Yunjian how to tie fish lines around the casing, segmenting the meat sausage into portions. Yunjian learned swiftly, adorning each piece with a delicate bow, looking immensely pleased, while Ching found herself both amused and exasperated. Suddenly, a chilling howl of a wolf pierced the air, and Ching sensed it originated from the direction of their tribe, her heart instantly leaping in alarm. What could have happened? Was there some disturbance in the tribe? In contrast to Ching's anxiety, Yunjian appeared remarkably at ease. Noticing her tension, he smiled gently and reassured her, "Do not worry. Did not Rindan hunt a water beast? This is merely a call for everyone in the tribe to partake in the feast." Having forgotten about the water beast over the past few days, Ching assumed it had already been dealt with. "Have you ever tasted water beast meat?" she inquired. Yunjian shook his head, replying that he had not, as no one had managed to hunt a water beast before. Ching raised an eyebrow. "Not even you." For reasons unknown, she perceived Yunjian as an indomitable force, someone impervious to harm. Even though the water beast was colossal and ferocious, she felt certain that Yunjian would find a way. "I have not tried it. I was injured during a previous hunt for the water beast and was unable to go later when the orcs of the tribe found it too challenging. They ceased their attempts as well. With so many beasts to hunt, why would he choose to chase such a fearsome water beast? Unless it was Ching's desire to taste it. How did you get injured?" Ching recalled hearing the leader mention that there were 2 occasions where Yunjian had nearly not survived, and the thought made her heart clench painfully. Yunjian cleared his throat, dismissing it as inconsequential. "It's not a big deal. Whether I share it or not is irrelevant, that I want to hear it," Ching insisted earnestly, her gaze fixed on him. "Though I could not be a part of your past, I know it was difficult for you, and I wish to understand you better. I ask that all right." Yunjian met her gaze, profoundly moved. The mere fact that Qingqing wished to learn about his past and empathized with his struggles made his heart tremble. Yet, how could he possibly articulate that his injury had stemmed from climbing high to retrieve bird eggs, only to be pecked down by the returning birds, nearly resulting in his death? You recall the mountain where you encountered the snake beast? He began. Qingqing felt a twinge of embarrassment, though his words did not reference her fleeing. But he continued, I inadvertently trespassed and encountered a black tiger and 2 wolf beasts. Yunjian exaggeratedly recounted his battle with them, detailing how he was bitten and how he ultimately turned the tide against them. Qingqing listened, her heart twisting in sympathy. You must have been in terrible pain at that time. Yes, it hurt immensely. I thought to myself that perhaps it would be best to perish and reunite with my father and mother. However, that night, I dreamed of my mother, who urged me to live well, for otherwise she would be saddened. Thus, I dragged my injured body in search of herbs that at that time his body burned with fever, so intense that he could scarcely see the path ahead. Yet he still ventured out, consuming whatever herbs he could grasp. Qingqing's heart ached for him. Did you find any herbs? I do not know how many I consumed. Eventually, I lost consciousness. When I awoke, the fever had subsided. Fearing that if I fainted outside, I would be devoured by beasts, I crawled back. The leader, having not seen me for days, came to find me, and he discovered me covered in wounds, lying in bed, and brought me food and drink, as well as herbs to tend to my injuries. He glanced at Qingqing. Those were the herbs I applied to you. Thus, his life was ultimately saved by the leader's kindness. The leader had always treated him well. This was not merely a fabrication. It was an account of another time he had been gravely injured that he shared this with Qingqing, believing it to be a more palatable story than the one about the bird eggs. Lest she mock him. Chapter 51. You should consider who your mate is. Qingqing listened intently, her heart too full for mere sympathy. Yunjian, aware of her distress, gently ruffled her hair and comforted her. The past is behind us. I am grateful to have survived. Otherwise, I would not have met you. Tears glistened in Qingqing's eyes that I will always be by your side, but you must live well. Otherwise, I shall seek another. Yunjian raised her chin with his finger, his elongated eyes narrowing dangerously. Who do you intend to find? You have declared that you shall only have one mate. Qingqing swatted his hand away, her cheeks puffed in indignation. I did say that. But what I meant was that I wouldn't entertain multiple suitors simultaneously. I never said I wouldn't seek another eventually. Yunjian opened his mouth to argue, but ultimately held his tongue, allowing his gaze to fall, concealing the loneliness in his eyes. Perhaps it is better this way. If there are other orcs who treat you well, I can rest easier. While he wished for Qingqing to have him alone for a lifetime, just as she was his one and only partner, he could not be so selfish. He did not want her to endure the hardships he had faced. If another orc cared for her, he ought to feel relieved. Lost in his thoughts, Qingqing suddenly punched his chest, her voice tinged with displeasure. Foolish wolf. I am not saying I desire another orc. My point is that you must live well and cannot die before me. Thus, Qingqing, like him, wished to have only him as her partner for life. Realizing this, Yunjian's sorrow transformed into joy, the clouds of despair in his heart suddenly dissipating. Yes, you must not die before me. Wait, no, he quickly corrected himself, realizing his words were inappropriate. That was not my intention. Yet perhaps it was not entirely wrong. Enough, we are still young. Let us refrain from discussing such morbid topics. It is inauspicious, Qingqing interrupted, lest he dwell on it all night. We still have some time before heading to the tribe. Please bring me the fish we fried yesterday. I shall coat it in honey and take it to Baiwei and the others for them to taste. This time was different. There were no orcs dedicated to roasting meat, and one had to cook for themselves. Thus, the feast of the water beast was held in a clearing outside the tribe. Perhaps they feared that too many people might lead to an accidental fire, which could easily incinerate the entire village of thatched huts. Qingqing and Yunjian chose a less populated edge and gathered several large stones to create simple stoves. She had even brought pots from the stone cave, intending to enjoy hot pot. Observing the orcs lining up, Qingqing felt bewildered. Are they queuing for meat? Should we join the line? No need, Yunjian replied calmly. They are collecting salt, which we already possessed at Why do they still need to collect salt? Qingqing was even more puzzled. Can't they simply mine it like you do? Yunjian shook his head, explaining, salt is scarce. It is the leader who seeks it out and distributes it to the orcs according to the population of each household, barely enough to go around that if one desires more salt, they must contribute to the tribe. The greater the merit, the more salt one receives, or one must barter with the leader. In situations like today, they receive extra salt. Hearing this, Chingching realized the tribe was indeed lacking in salt, feeling a pang of guilt for having used so much to cure meat earlier. Suddenly, her brows furrowed in suspicion. Wait, how come you always manage to bring back so much salt? She had assumed salt was a common commodity, easily accessible whenever needed. That a proud smile graced Yunjian's face. Do you not realize who your mate is? Your mate is the orc with the highest achievements in the tribe, second only to the leader. Feel free to use as much salt as you desire. There is plenty. His tone was so boastful it seemed he might float away. Chingching gazed at him with starry eyes, and Yunjian basked in her admiration. However, she still felt it prudent to be conservative with salt in the future, particularly with something as salt-consuming as curing meat. Chingching tossed a piece of lamb fat into the pot to render the fat, then added chili and wild onions to saute, sprinkling in salt before filling the pot with water, completing the base for her simple hot pot. Since Yunjian could not eat spicy food, she had brought another pot to prepare a different dish for him. After all, she had brought lard, honey, and everything else necessary for frying, grilling, or making soup. Keep an eye on the fire for me. I will go find Yuanhua and Baiyue. Yunjian was reluctant to let her go alone, but Chingching reassured him, do not worry. Everyone in the tribe knows you are my mate, and I am close to Baiyue. Who would dare to provoke me? I could walk with pride. Indeed, this feeling of having a strong backing was quite comforting. Yunjian chuckled at her words, allowing her to leave, though still feeling uneasy as he reminded her, hurry back. Otherwise I shall come looking for you. Understood. By the way, please help me slice the meat into thin pieces when you bring it back. Chingching easily located Baiyue and the others, who had already started a fire and were just placing meat on the grill. Chingching! Baiyue spotted her and waved. Where did you start the fire? I didn't see you. Chingching smiled and pointed in Yunjian's direction. You should come over to my spot. I brought some food. Have you seen Yuanhua? I cannot seem to find her. Baiyue shook her head. She is probably still in the tribe and has not come. I will go look for her. Baiyue took her hand. Let me accompany you. She then addressed Tianliang and Rindan. You two go ahead and take the meat to Yunjian. After Baiyue departed, as Rending was just rising, Tianliang pulled him back. Confused, he turned around and asked, Are you really going? Do you believe that Yunjian would welcome us intruding upon his world of two? Rending frowned, yet he noted that Chingching had already come to summon them. Yunjian should have consented as well. Tianliang was seriously contemplating the feasibility of the situation. Rending raised an eyebrow. Since IU is going, will you join? I shall. They approached a corner where Yunjian sat, curled up with his knees drawn to his chest. Solitary by the flickering fire, lonely little wolf. Allow your brothers to keep you company. Yunjian did not lift his gaze. The once relaxed lines of his brow suddenly tensed, capable of squashing a fly. Just hearing that infuriating voice, he could discern who it was. Tianliang, noticing the sudden furrow of Yunjian's brow, turned to Rending and said, See? I told you he wouldn't welcome us, that he likely only does not welcome you. Rending retorted. He stepped forward, smiling courteously. May we take a seat here? Chingching sent us. Feel free to sit. Yunjian replied. Tianliang, ever curious about the contents of the ceramic jars, inquired about everything, to which Yunjian patiently explained. As it was, after all, Chingching's invitation. His gaze eventually fell upon the fish and meat within a jar. What is this? Yunjian smirked, generously handing him the jar. Fish, give it a taste. Chingching specially prepared it for me. I simply cannot finish it all, so I brought it for you to sample. His tone carried a hint of smugness. How envious! Tianliang and Rending took a piece, examining it with curiosity. Why does it taste different from the fish we had before? After taking a bite, Tianliang's eyes lit up, followed by a sigh of awe. So this is the kind of splendid life you enjoy every day. Chapter 52. Surely, I will surpass Yunjian in the future. Well, it's just about that. Yunjian's tone seemed begrudging, yet his animated expression betrayed his true feelings. Chingching truly is something. Despite my request for her not to prepare special dishes for me, she simply refuses to listen. He feigned a troubled demeanor, yet his words dripped with ostentation. Tianliang grinned. May I have another piece? Go ahead, but don't finish it all. She still needs to let Baiyue and the others taste it. Yunjian generously allowed, maintaining a smile that had not faltered. Could I learn from Qingqing how to prepare this? I can trade for it. Rending, contemplating the long-term benefits, was equally astonished by the flavor. After all, they had only dined on roasted meat and had never experienced such a method of cooking. He believed that Ayu would also adore it. If he learned, he could prepare it for her and win her favor, thus elevating his status in her eyes above that of Tianliang. Then you must ask Qingqing. Making this is quite troublesome, that he recalled that Qingqing had several steps in the process, and since they were still unfamiliar with lard, teaching it would require starting from the basics of rendering lard. The more he thought about it, the more he felt something was amiss. His brow furrowed. Had he shown off too much? If everyone sought Qingqing out for lessons, she would surely not refuse, and wouldn't tea that wear her out. Yet he could also learn, allowing him to prepare meals for Qingqing, and he would not need to burden her when he desired to eat. With this thought, his brow relaxed again. All right, it's settled. They were seated somewhat outside, and after a considerable wait without receiving their share of meat, Yunjian stood up, deciding to slice it himself. Watch the fire for me. I'll go cut the meat that we have some here. See if this is sufficient. Rending offered him their meat. Yunjian inspected it and, not refusing, replied, This will do, but I'll fetch more. This isn't enough. He was confident that Qingqing would prepare the water beast meat deliciously, and their small portion would certainly not suffice. He returned with more meat, beginning to slice it thinly for Qingqing. Why are you cutting it so thin? It will burn if grilled. Tianliang questioned that we're not grilling it. You'll understand when Qingqing returns. Yunjian. Qingqing called out, her face adorned with a gentle smile as she approached with Yuanhua and Baiyue, signaling that she had returned. Yunjian, in a serious tone, corrected her. You must refer to me as your majesty. Are you out of your mind? Qingqing stumbled, her left foot catching on her right, as she fell forward. The scene she dreaded most had come to pass. Baiyue and Yuanhua quickly caught her. How can you not walk steadily? Rending and Tianliang glanced at Yunjian, with Tianliang perplexed. What is this strange title? You haven't heard? Qingqing said this is the affectionate term from their tribe for beloved beastmen. She calls me that, Yunjian replied, beaming like a child who has just received candy, eager to show off. Aha! Yes, indeed. Qingqing chuckled awkwardly, reassuring herself that it was fine, as they wouldn't understand anyway. Rending seized upon his words. You and Qingqing share a truly close bond. This sentiment struck a chord with Yunjian. Indeed, that is natural. Tianliang, ever the provocateur, remarked, so you two have already consummated your relationship. His bluntness darkened Yunjian's expression, while the explicitness of his words turned Qingqing's face into a vibrant palette, shifting through a spectrum of colors. The other women present, save for Qingqing, also appeared abashed. Clearing her throat, Qingqing settled beside Yunjian. Is everyone here now? Wait, I just realized I forgot to call Tiandong. Where is he? She turned to Tianliang, that he should be with father and mother. I'll go fetch him, Tianliang said before rising. Shortly after, Tiantong joyfully approached with outstretched arms, resembling a fledgling bird, followed at a leisurely pace by Tianliang. Tiantong had intended to rush to Qingqing, but upon noticing the unfriendly gaze of the beast man beside her, he swallowed nervously and chose to sit across from her instead. You haven't come to play with me these past few days, did I? Tiantong sighed. These past few days, father has been teaching me to hunt. And I haven't had time to play. He straightened his back like an aspiring youth. But I must learn to hunt well. In the future, I will surely surpass Yunjian. He envisioned defeating Yunjian and claiming Qingqing as his partner. Of course, he dared not utter the last part, fearing he might not live to see that day. Well, do your best, Qingqing replied, raising an eyebrow at Yunjian, her eyes seemingly capable of speaking. You are Tiantong's role model. With everyone gathered, they could now begin their meal. Qingqing distributed the chopsticks she had prepared in advance and placed the meat slices into the boiling pot. What is this? The others, holding 2 wooden sticks, looked perplexed. These are chopsticks, used for picking up meat, Yunjian explained succinctly. Yes, once the meat in the pot is ready, you can use them to eat. Considering Yunjian's inability to handle spice, she prepared a clear broth for him. It should be ready now. Give it a try. She used a ladle to scoop up the meat, now translucent and transformed into a milky white, with some chili clinging to it. The group awkwardly attempted to maneuver the chopsticks. Noticing their struggle, Qingqing stepped in to teach them how to use them. Tianliang, observing Yunjian resting his chin on his hand, asked in confusion, Why aren't you eating? Yunjian shook his head without responding. Even the layer of chili flakes floating on top was lethal, not to mention the chili at the bottom of the pot. Qingqing recalled that they had never tasted chili and cautioned. This is quite spicy. You should each take a small bite to test it, that as she spoke. Tianliang finally managed to pick up a piece, only to stop abruptly after a few chews, his face growing increasingly red. This flavor. Before the others could even taste it, they anxiously asked, "What's wrong?" Qingqing, still holding the ladle, looked on with concern, fearing that he too might not tolerate the spice. Meanwhile, Yunjian couldn't help but revel in the situation. Having anticipated this outcome, Tianliang chewed a few more bites and swallowed, his tongue sticking out as he exclaimed, "This flavor is so addictive. I want more." His acceptance of the spiciness left Yunjian somewhat disconcerted. He had anticipated witnessing a comedic spectacle, yet now there was none to behold. Despite Yuanhua's awareness of the impending spiciness, she still found herself gasping for air. Qingqing exhaled in relief. "I'm glad you can handle the spice. In this weather, a moderate amount of chili can help ward off the cold and expel dampness." Every other person turned beet red, yet they managed to endure it, gradually growing more enthusiastic as they ate. Their faces glowing with warmth. "That I can't take it. I need some water," Tiantong exclaimed, overwhelmed by the heat. Qingqing kindly advised, "If it's too spicy, don't eat any more. There's clear soup nearby. I'll be fine if I drink some water first." "Qingqing, what is that red thing in here? It's so addictive," Baiwei remarked, sticking out her tongue. "That's chili, the red fruit Yuanhua brought back." Qingqing explained. Upon hearing this, Baiwei turned to Yuanhua. "Yuanhua, can you tell me where you found it? I'll send Rending and the others to gather some and share it with you." Yuanhua, recalling the beast man she encountered that day, hesitated. I forgot. But I still have plenty. I can share some with you." Tianliang, stirring the meat, glanced at Yunjian, who was dipping into the clear broth, and remarked, "Why aren't you eating from this side?" Chapter 53, at a loss with chopsticks considering Yunjian's prideful nature. Qingqing took it upon herself to alleviate his embarrassment, saying, "You need not concern yourself. He prefers clear broth," she added. "If you all find the spiciness overwhelming, you might also wish to sample the clear broth." To her surprise, Yunjian graciously admitted, "I cannot handle spicy food." Tianliang shook his head with a sigh, lamenting, "What a pity, such a delicious dish, and you cannot even taste it, even when indulging in clear broth hot pot." Yunjian would dip his food in honey, leaving Qingqing somewhat exasperated. How could he consume such sweetness daily? Perhaps influenced by Qingqing's suggestion, they alternated between the spicy and clear broth. And before long, a layer of crimson oil floated atop the clear broth, leaving Yunjian with his chopsticks in a state of uncertainty. Qingqing cast an apologetic glance at Yunjian and suddenly remembered that she had brought some fish. "Oh, I fried some sweet fish that can counteract the spiciness. You all should give it a try." She reached for the earthen pot only to find it half empty. Looking towards Yunjian, she seemed to inquire if he had eaten it all. Yunjian innocently replied, "It wasn't me." Tianliang sheepishly scratched his head, confessing, "Ate it as long as you enjoyed it." Qingqing smiled, dividing the remaining portion for others to taste. "Qingqing, how did you make this?" Baiyu asked, her eyes widening in delight after taking a bite. "First, you should marinate the fish with salt to eliminate the fishy taste, then fry it in oil heated to about 60 until it becomes crispy." "Could you demonstrate for us?" "I can go catch some fish," Rendong offered. Rising to his feet, "No need. Let's use the water beast meat instead." She knew Yunjian still hadn't had his fill and intended to fry some for him anyway. Furthermore, the water beast appeared tough on the outside, but was quite tender within, making it a suitable substitute for fish. She meticulously explained each step, and they listened intently, particularly Yunjian, who quietly noted all the critical procedures. The surrounding beastmen were also drawn in by the enticing aroma, turning their heads to see what was causing such a delightful scent. That should suffice. Qingqing coated the freshly fried meat with honey before removing it from the pot. Half of the fried pieces remained uncoated with sugar, but Qingqing intended to leave some as they were, finding them delectable enough without the addition. The freshly fried meat was even more fragrant and crisp, leaving one yearning for another bite after finishing the first. The nearby beastmen continually glanced over, contemplating whether to approach and request a piece. However, upon seeing who was seated there, they quickly dismissed the idea. Yet their curiosity lingered. Since they could not taste it, Watching what have to sufficed, as Tian Liang ate, he suddenly grew indignant, exclaiming, "This water beast has devoured several of our kin. Today, it is our turn to feast upon it. And we owe much to Rindong," Tian Tong remarked. "Brother, you have not lost face. The beastmen present that day were all adults, and to ensure fairness, attendees had to be unrelated to the nominee." Naturally, Tian Tong did not meet either condition and thus could not participate, but he had been certain his brother would win, only to be surprised by Run Dong's victory, initially believing the news to be mistaken. Wait! Qing Qing, thoroughly enjoying her meal, felt her appetite wane at Tian Liang's words. Struggling with nausea, she asked, "Are you saying it has consumed humans?" "Certainly not," Tian Liang, having the floor, added, "Speaking of which, I need to step away for a moment." Qing Qing said, covering her mouth as she hurried off, with Yun Jian following closely behind, sensing something was amiss. She dashed into the nearby woods, unable to contain herself any longer, and leaned against a tree, retching violently. "What is wrong with you?" Yun Jian asked, alarmed to see her suddenly vomiting, fearing she had been poisoned. Could the water beast meat be toxic? Yet, having seen the rock rats eat it without issue and knowing they had consumed it too, he reasoned it should be safe. Qing Qing, unable to articulate her distress, felt Yun Jian gently patting her back as he anxiously urged, "Qing Qing, please do not frighten me. Just the thought, ugh, that it has eaten humans. Ugh, I cannot stop." Hearing that she was not poisoned, Yun Jian felt a slight relief, but witnessing her in such a state left him anything but calm. "Wait here, I will fetch you some water." Qing Qing continued until she had expelled all the food she had consumed that day. When Yun Jian returned with water, she rinsed her mouth. The spiciness had left her throat feeling as if it were ablaze. "Next time, I shall abstain from eating carnivorous beasts," she declared, still shaken. Yun Jian gently stroked her head, his heart aching for her discomfort. "Very well, from now on, we shall refrain from eating them, that if Qing Qing were to vomit every time they indulged." Her body could not withstand it. He pondered whether he should also purge, fearing she might disdain him otherwise, denying him her affection. "Let us go. I am fine now." "Qing Qing." Yan Hua observed her with concern. Though she said nothing, Qing Qing understood her worry that I merely overindulged in rich food. There is no need for alarm. She did not intend to divulge the true reason, knowing they were aware that the water beast had consumed humans. But they seemed indifferent, and she wished to avoid causing any discomfort. Considering Qing Qing's unease, the others decided against eating further, assisting her in tidying up, encouraging her to return home and rest. "Thank you all." Their kindness warmed Qing Qing's heart. "What are you saying? If anyone should express gratitude, it is us," Bai Yu feigned annoyance. Before departing, Qing Qing felt uneasy about Yan Hua, fearing she might encounter trouble from the beastmen on her way home. So she wished to escort her. Yan Hua shook her head. "I will be cautious. It is merely a short distance, and there is no danger." Having lived in the tribe for so long, she could avoid confrontations with beastmen. Though it required taking a longer route, to it was hardly a significant matter. Tian Tong volunteered, "Do not worry. I shall accompany her home." "Very well. With Tian Tong, I shall feel much more at ease." Tian Tong escorted Yan Hua to her doorstep. Completing his task with a light-hearted farewell, "I shall leave you here. Goodbye." "Wait a moment." Yan Hua entered her home and returned with a handful of peppers, lowering her head as she quietly said, "I have nothing to offer as thanks. Please accept this." She disliked feeling indebted to others, which made her uneasy. Tian Tong was taken aback that she would gift him such a thing, and gratefully accepted. "I am truly thankful." "No, it is nothing." Yan Hua was startled by his suddenly raised voice. Returning indoors, she divided the remaining peppers into 3 portions. One was for Bai Yu, as she had promised her. And since Bai Yu had also assisted her, this was a token of gratitude. Another portion was for Qing Qing, initially meant entirely for her, but she insisted on only taking a portion. Qing Qing had not taken much previously, and having used so many today, she surely had little left. The final portion was for herself. For the next 2 days, Qing Qing refrained from visiting the mountains, opting instead to remain home, crafting earthen pots and curing meat. One evening, while she was busy with the meat, a series of wolf howls echoed from the direction of the tribe. Unlike the previous days, this time the howls were piercing and seemed to come from more than one wolf. "Yun Jian, what is happening?" she inquired, turning to Yun Jian, who was assisting her. She was aware of certain wolf behaviors, such as howling during a full moon, and Nu Yunjian occasionally exhibited similar traits. But it was not the night of a full moon. Chapter 54, a tender moment. Yunjian wore an unusual expression. Qing, you must stay home for the time being. Do not venture out. Is something serious occurring? If it were not so, Yunjian would not be so anxious. Gazing intently at her, Yunjian replied, the beastmen are in their mating season. What does that entail? Qing mused, recalling how she equated her menstrual cycle with their mating season, thinking it was merely a natural occurrence, and thus did not regard it with much thought. Well, if it has come, it has come. What concern is it of mine? Yunjian's expression turned grave. Beastmen in mating season become exceedingly restless. Some may even lose their rationality. Those with partners will mate with them, but those without are the most dangerous. If they go wild and seize a female, they will brutally satisfy their urges. Qing's heart sank. This was not at all what she had anticipated, seeing her lips turn pale with fear. Yunjian reassured her, do not worry. As long as I am here, I will not allow any beastmen to harm you. While the other beastmen had already entered their mating season, Yunjian showed no signs of change. She hesitantly asked, what about you? Do you also have a mating period? All adult beastmen experience a mating season, though the timing may vary slightly. I should be entering mine in a few days. Her hopes dashed. Qing felt a surge of fear. Gazing into Yunjian's eyes, she asked in trepidation, will you be violent with me? Yunjian chuckled. What nonsense! I cherish you too much to ever treat you violently. If you are unwilling, I would never force you. He sobered, his gaze resolute, that if I were ever to harm you, you have my permission to strike me, bite me. If all else fails, you may kick me too. His eyes shifted to a particular part of himself, his voice faltering slightly, but do not exert too much force. You might damage it. Though I often indulge in minor advantages, there have been several instances where I nearly succumbed to the temptation of consuming her. However, as long as she does not acquiesce, I shall not truly make a move on her. Qing followed his gaze. She could not help but recall his words, that if she were willing to observe it, it would become more excited. Her face flushed, and she quickly averted her eyes, reminding herself that this was indeed his assertion. Yes, it was I who said it. Yunjian gently caressed her fair face, yet cautioned her not to damage it, for that would render him the most useless orc in the tribe. Qing chuckled at his teasing. Who said that? In my eyes, you were the most capable orc. Yunjian's heart leapt with joy. Who claimed that Qing did not harbor feelings for him? Was this not a confession? 2 days swiftly passed, with the howls of wolves echoing throughout the tribe, leaving Qing in a state of constant anxiety. Despite Yunjian's assurances, she still hesitated to grow too intimate with him. Her gaze remained fixed on him, seeking any signs of alteration, observing her wary demeanor. Yunjian felt somewhat helpless. Your unwavering stare makes it exceedingly difficult for me to restrain myself. Startled by his words, Qing gasped, you feel it. Yunjian replied, perplexed, feel what? The sensation of desire. Qing bit her lip, recalling his warning about the dangers outside, yet she found the home equally unsettling. No, upon hearing Yunjian's response, she felt a slight sense of relief. Noticing her wariness, Yunjian's gaze dimmed, tinged with melancholy. Although a degree of caution is always wise, did this not imply that she was unwilling to bond with him, engage in intimacy, or bear his offspring? He could not comprehend why, despite Qing's evident affection for him, she resisted the notion of becoming his mate, even when their usual closeness often involved a degree of coercion from him. The females of the tribe readily embraced their partners, exhibiting no restraint even in public. Could it be that Qing's feelings for him were merely a fade? As this thought crossed his mind, Yunjian felt a pang of anguish. Yet she had once declared him her favored orc. Was that also a deception? Indeed, aside from her initial endearment, all subsequent instances were instigated by his request. Sitting on the bed, he closed his eyes in torment, a bitter smile gracing his lips, as if all could be explained thus. Suddenly, a soft little hand rested on his forehead. He opened his eyes to find it was Qing's hand. After gently patting his forehead, she touched her own, murmuring in confusion, "You're not burning up. Why have you been so strange since earlier?" Qing. Yunjian gazed at her with the longing of a forsaken puppy, his deep blue eyes filled with struggle and sorrow. "Do you not like me?" After a prolonged internal battle, he finally posed the question. What if she claimed she did not harbor feelings for him? He did not wish to let her go, yet binding her to his side for a lifetime, forcing her to live alongside an orc she did not love, would surely bring her great suffering. Indeed, during her previous escape, was it merely a misunderstanding or a genuine desire to leave him for the life she yearned for? Qingqing was so intelligent, capable of thriving independently. Even if she departed from him, would she not fare well? Yunjian. Qingqing gazed into his eyes with an unprecedented seriousness. Have I ever expressed my affection for you? His fingers instinctively clenched, his jaw tightening, as if he were plunging into an abyss of darkness, each breath tinged with bitterness. Despite his internal struggle, this revelation led him to a singular thought: to let her go, to allow her to pursue the life she desired. As long as she could live happily, merely catching a distant glimpse of her would suffice. Is it too late for me to say this now? I like you, very much as you like me. Please do not be sad. It pains my heart. The sorrowful expression he wore resembled that of a forsaken soul, fragile as soap bubbles, gripping her heart with the force of suffocation. Is everything you said true? Yunjian's eyes glistened with unshed tears, his voice trembling, feeling as if he were being pulled from the abyss and suddenly cast into the heavens. Yet he feared it might be yet another falsehood. Qingqing did not respond but countered, "What must I do for you to believe me?" Yunjian lowered his gaze, his thick lashes quivering. He lifted his eyes to meet hers. "You must kiss me." Without hesitation, Qingqing cradled his face and pressed her lips against his, kissing him with a fervor that mirrored his own, exploring with her tongue. The moment her tongue brushed against his lips, Yunjian's pupils dilated. And without her needing to do anything further, he relinquished his grip, allowing her to claim what she desired. Qingqing endeavored to please him, their lips and tongues mingling, 2 drops of salty tears merging between them. His tears. The moment Qingqing pulled away from his lips, he enveloped her tightly in his embrace, as if fearing her escape. Breathing heavily, he murmured, "Qingqing, could you repeat that you like me?" Qingqing wrapped her arms around his neck. Leaning close to his ear, "I like you, very much that I apologize for assuming you understood my feelings. I thought you truly grasped it. But if you like me, why do you resist intimacy and refuse to bond with me?" Chapter 55. Qingqing pampered me. Is this why you believe I do not like you? Qingqing leaned against his shoulder, creating a slight distance, locking eyes with him. Well, other females eagerly approach the males they fancy. Yet you seem indifferent to my advances, leading me to assume you do not hold affection for me. Yunjian gazed in her bright, eager eyes, seemingly desperate for her answer. "It's not that I dislike your closeness. It's just..." Qingqing's gaze faltered, her cheeks warming slightly. "I fear pain, and, the thought of intimacy is somewhat daunting. Yet you resist even a mere kiss." Yunjian pouted like a persistent child. "Because I feel shy. Your kisses are so passionate, as if you wish to meld our beings into one. And you begin to breathe heavily, which frightens me. I have assured you that I shall not force you. But you are quite persuasive." This made it exceedingly difficult for her to articulate a refusal. Yunjian continued, "You need not feel shy. Intimacy between partners is entirely natural. Orcs express their feelings quite directly. When one loves a female, they desire the entire tribe to know she belongs to them, and public displays of affection are commonplace. That I understand." Qingqing nodded. "I will do my best." However, even with this understanding, she still found it challenging to accept public displays of affection. That night, Qingqing unexpectedly nestled into his embrace as they slept, their hearts closely intertwined, like 2 fervent stars illuminating the night sky. Each heartbeat resonating in harmony, each breath intertwining as they became each other's solace. The following day, Qingqing awoke, stifled by an overwhelming sensation of suffocation. Why did she feel unable to breathe? It seemed as though something was pressing down on her, rendering her immobile, with something else kneading her intimate areas. She whimpered but found her voice stifled. Suddenly, she opened her eyes to discover Yunjian atop her, lavishing her with kisses, his large hands groping her soft flesh. Yunjian's fervent kisses rained upon Qingqing's neck and face, causing her to flinch under the intensity of his affections. "Yunjian, what are you?" Realizing something was amiss, she noted just how heated he had become. "Are you in heat?" "Qingqing." Yunjian murmured her name, his voice low and husky. What more was there for her to comprehend? She turned her face away, evading his kisses. Yunjian paused momentarily before kissing her ear. his crimson eyes blazing, veins pulsating at his temples, as though he were struggling to contain himself. "Ching Ching, pamper me," he whispered in her ear. "I feel so restless." A fireball seemed to ignite within him, scorching every nerve. "Could you grant me one more day to prepare?" She bit her lip, her voice trembling, unable to meet his gaze, unwilling to witness his distress. "Just one day, all right." Yunjian lingered a moment longer, kissing her softly before rising from her side. "Stay in the cave. Do not venture outside." With that, he dashed out of the cave. One day, he could wait. Yet he dared not remain with Ching Ching in the cave. He feared losing his rationality. Ching Ching lay breathlessly on the bed, a thin sheen of perspiration covering her from his warmth, her small face flushed like a wild fruit ripe for picking. She pulled the blanket over her head, acutely aware that this day was inevitable since accepting Yunjian. Perhaps she should embrace it bravely. He would be gentle, would he not? Her mind was a whirlwind of thoughts when she heard someone parting the animal hide curtain. Assuming it was Yunjian's return, she peeked towards the entrance. "Why are you here?" Ching Ching asked, confused as she furrowed her brow. "Who did you think it was?" "Yunjian," Tian Liang scoffed, presenting her with 3 plump, purple berries. "That you asked me to give these to you." Noticing her solitary presence in the cave, he inquired, "Where is Yunjian? Why did he leave you alone here?" "He went out this morning." "I have no idea where he went." Upon contemplating the reasons for his abrupt departure, she instinctively pulled up the quilt to conceal her chin, as if attempting to mask the peculiar sensations stirring within her. "Oh, I shall take my leave now." With Yunjian not at home, you must refrain from wandering aimlessly. Having spoken, he departed. "I am aware," she replied. Ching Ching had yet to have her breakfast, and at this moment, her stomach grumbled audibly. She picked up a berry and examined it. It was a fruit she had never encountered before. The berry was roughly the size of her palm, a deep crimson hue that appeared almost purplish, and through its translucent flesh, she could distinctly see the white seed inside, glistening like a precious gem, quite a sight to behold. She weighed it in her hand, certain that the fruit bestowed by you must be delectable. Contemplating a taste, she resolved to leave too for Yunjian. Upon tasting it, her expectations were indeed met. The fruit was refreshingly sweet, and after consuming just one, she felt pleasantly satiated, a warm sensation spreading through her abdomen. However, after a brief interval, Ching Ching increasingly sensed something amiss. The warmth in her belly intensified, radiating to her limbs, rendering her body languid and weak. She felt a surge of heat coursing through her, her consciousness becoming increasingly hazy, as if a flickering flame resided in her lower abdomen. Leaving her feeling ever more hollow, she twisted restlessly beneath the covers. So hot, so uncomfortable. In a nearby stream, 2 beast men, their faces awash with satisfaction, bathed in the frigid waters that on the riverbank, Bai Wei lay exposed upon a pelt, her skin marked with red imprints. Yet her countenance bore the contentment of postcoital bliss. One of the beast men lingered beside her, concerned she might catch a chill, and picked up her beast skirt from the ground. "Let me help you put this on. We must be cautious not to catch cold," Qin Yang said as he draped the skirt over her. Given the overwhelming number of aroused beastmen in the tribe and their limited numbers, they had conferred and decided to escort Bai Wei away from the tribe to avoid any potential encounters during mating. Bai Wei donned the beast skirt. Her eyes gradually regained clarity, and she lowered her gaze, contemplating her plans. "Qin Yang, I need to use the restroom," she stated. Qin Yang affectionately nuzzled her cheek, urging her to wait a while longer lest she risk an accident. "Then I wish to eat some fruit. Go pick some for me," Bai Wei pouted playfully. "That," Qin Yang hesitated, fearful that if he left, Bai Wei might encounter danger. "But I want to return to the tribe. It's cold out here, and I can't even find a fruit to eat," Bai Wei insisted, her demeanor resolute, determined not to relent until she had her fruit. Upon hearing her insistence to return to the tribe, Qin Yang panicked and retorted, "No, we cannot go back to the tribe." However, recalling the 2 beastmen in the water, he reassured himself that they would be safe. Thus he relented. "That I will fetch you some fruit. Do not wander off. That I one tea stray." "Hurry back," Bai Wei replied obediently. Yet once Qin Yang departed, she glanced toward the stream, noticing they were oblivious to her presence, and stealthily slipped away. Chapter 56. He still would not relinquish his mate. Bai Wei's footsteps led her toward Yunjian's cave, but she had scarcely walked a few steps before her legs grew weak. Gritting her teeth, She hastily grabbed a few leaves to wipe her hands clean and pressed on. Realizing this might be her last opportunity with Yun Jian. The last time she feasted on the water beast meat, she had deliberately chosen the space beside Yun Jian. She had overheard Tian Liang's inquiries. And from Yun Jian's expression, it was evident that the female had no desire to mate with him. What did it matter if the female possessed healing skills or could cook well? What male could bear a female who refused to bond with him? This was a divine opportunity bestowed upon her. She must seize it as she approached Yun Jian's dwelling. Her heart raced. This was the abode of her future mate. Such a spacious cave would surely be refreshing to inhabit during the summer months. Bai Wei envisioned Yun Jian attending to her every need, grilling meat for her, feeding her wild fruits, showering her with tenderness, and birthing several pups resembling Yun Jian, who would affectionately call her mother. What a blissful life that would be. Lost in her thoughts, she felt an urge to act, but she knew she must not be reckless and charge in unannounced. As she pondered how to entice Yun Jian outside, she suddenly spotted him bursting forth from the cave, her heart soaring with excitement, nearly prompting her to bow in reverence. The beast god was favoring her. Yun Jian was destined to be her mate. She hurried to follow him, but soon lost his trail. Frustration gripped her as she struck her leg, lamenting the lost opportunity slipping through her fingers. No, I must not be hasty. Bai Wei took a deep breath to compose herself. She needed to devise a plan to locate Yun Jian. Suddenly, a realization sparked in her eyes, as if she had stumbled upon the solution. Of course, it must be this way. If she traversed this path, it would lead her to the riverbank. Surely, that female was still unwilling to mate with him, prompting him to seek solace in the cool waters to quell his ardor. A glimmer of triumph flickered in her gaze. Such a robust male was ultimately meant to be her partner. She did not mind his current entanglement with another female, for once he bonded with her. He would surely remain loyal, as anticipated. Yun Jian sought the river to alleviate the heat coursing through him. Otherwise, he would be in considerable discomfort. This method was a common remedy among beastmen to mitigate the torments of their breeding season. He shed his beast skirt and leaped into the icy waters, the chilling embrace offering him significant relief. Leaning against the riverbank with closed eyes, he endeavored to suppress the rising heat within him. Yet the stillness allowed images of Qing to flood his mind. Her myriad expressions, from playful laughter to flushed cheeks, from anger to concern, and her earnest declaration of affection for him. This river was proving to be increasingly infuriating. It had never been this way before. Previously, a simple soak would swiftly ease his discomfort. Do you desire me? Bai Wei's voice emerged suddenly behind him, her chin resting on his shoulder, her hand trailing down his collarbone as she whispered sweetly in his ear. Qing. Yun Jian gasped, his eyes snapping open, the bloodshot hue betraying his inner turmoil, but he focused intently on suppressing his agitation, oblivious to the presence that had stealthily approached him. Wait, this scent is not Qing. He swiftly raised his arm, catching the intruder by the neck and with a powerful motion, flung her into the river. Bai Wei felt her neck constricted, and in an instant, she was plunged into the frigid waters. Who are you? Yun Jian demanded sharply. I am Bai Wei, she exclaimed, the icy water numbing her limbs as she trembled and clung to Yun Jian, finally finding warmth. Yun Jian, I am cold. Please take me ashore. Yun Jian had no recollection of her, his mind racing with thoughts of whether she might be a friend of Qing's, only to be startled as she clung to him. His expression hardened as he grasped her hands wrapped around his waist and with a swift motion cast her back onto the riverbank. Yun Jian felt an overwhelming sense of panic, his hands rubbing his abdomen incessantly. If another female were to embrace him, would Qing forsake him? He scrubbed his belly until it turned red before finally halting his actions. I must return home and explain everything to Qing. In a frenzied rush, Yun Jian transformed into his beast form and sprinted home, abandoning even his beast skirt. Bai Wei, shivering and hugging herself, called out, Yun Jian, don't leave me. I'm so cold. She scrambled to follow him, but he had already vanished from sight after just a few steps. Feeling helpless, she curled into a ball, her nose tinged with warmth. Unsure if it was from the cold or her regret. All she desired was to return home, to be with Qing Yang and the others. Her arms had grown numb from the cold, and her consciousness began to fade. Bai Wei. 3 wolves raced toward her, their pelts pressing against her to provide warmth that do not fear. We are here. Qing Yang said, anxiously licking her bloodless face with his wolf tongue. Upon returning with the wild fruits, he found Bai Wei's absence alarming, and in his fury, he delivered 2 swift punches to the 2 beastmen who had merely frolicked in the water. Fortunately, Bai Wei had left enough of a scent trail for him to follow. "Why are you soaked through?" he questioned her, his eyes narrowing. Bai Wei, feeling guilty, averted her gaze. "I accidentally fell into the water." "How could you possibly fall into the water?" Qing Yang's keen eyes fell upon the beast pelt on the bank, his sensitive nose detecting Yun Jian's scent lingering upon it, a glint of menace flashing in his gaze. Yun Jian, again it's Yun Jian. His patience waned. He had already ceased pursuing Qing, yet Yun Jian still would not relent in claiming his mate. Bai Wei followed his line of sight, realizing that Yun Jian had left his beast skirt behind, and the keen noses of the beastmen would surely deduce the truth that "I want you," Bai Wei purred, kissing the gray wolf's cheek, drawing his attention to her. "But your body." Qing Yang hesitated, concerned for her as she had only just recovered from the chill. Bai Wei seductively sank her teeth into his wolf ear. "I am cold. I want you to warm me." Qing Yang, already in a heightened state of arousal, felt his eyes ignite with desire at her words. He shifted into human form, lifting her up and laying her onto the back of one of the wolves. "Just don't call for a halt again," he cautioned, his blood surging, muscles rippling as he leaned over her. Meanwhile, Yun Jian was racing home, contemplating how to explain himself to Qing. Upon reaching the entrance, he halted, the intoxicating aroma wafting from the cave overwhelming him, rekindling the heat that had momentarily cooled. Pushing aside the beast curtain, he was taken aback by the sight that greeted him. Qing. "What are you doing?" Yun Jian exclaimed, hastily rushing to the bedside to cover her with a quilt. "If she continues like this, she will truly be unable to bear it any longer." Yun Jian. Qing incessantly attempts to kick off the quilt enveloping her. Though her consciousness is hazy, she still recognizes that it is Yun Jian standing by the bedside. "That I feel so hot. I feel so uncomfortable." Yun Jian can only feel his throat parched to the point where he struggles to speak. Glancing inadvertently at the 2 fruits on her bedside, his voice emerges hoarse. "Did you eat the love fruit?" Chapter 57. "I have been quite gentle." Qing is momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend his words. She simply responds affirmatively, desperately wanting to throw off the quilt that clings to her in order to alleviate her discomfort. Accidentally brushing against Yun Jian's hand, she finds it immensely soothing. The fur on Qing's body has long been stripped away by her own doing, her originally fair skin now tinged with a faint pink. No longer satisfied with merely touching his hand, she begins to entwine herself around him slowly. Yun Jian's muscles tense, his body rigid. Not only is his body hard, but in certain areas, it is as unyielding as stone. Qing's soft form inches closer to him, her delicate curves rubbing against him. Yun Jian shuts his eyes, striving to restrain himself. He knows he should push her away, yet he cannot bring himself to do so. He craves her body. Qing, if you continue like this, I will be unable to hold back." Qing had already stated that she would give him a day, and he feels he should not take advantage of her vulnerability. At least until she agrees, he ought to refrain. However, she has consumed the love fruit, and he is acutely aware of what she desires, that he finds himself in a dilemma that he fears that if he acts upon her, she will become angry with herself, blaming her own words as insincere. Yet, should he refrain, she will suffer. Qing, with her delicate frame, is no match for a beastman. He does not dare to let her soak in cold water. Who on earth gave her the love fruit? Yun Jian's body is hot, but Qing's body is even hotter. She clings tightly to him, greedily absorbing the coolness radiating from him. She slightly opens her eyes, curiosity piqued by the flesh before her, and extends her tongue to touch it. Yun Jian inhales sharply, his entire body tensing instantly as he grips her neck and pushes her back onto the bed. Kissing her fervently and forcefully, he can no longer pretend. He yearns for her body, wanting to possess her completely, to make her his mate. Qing, are you willing to accept me?" He supports himself, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Asking her one last time. Qing, in a state of confusion, merely feels that being close to him is exceedingly comfortable. Whatever he asks, she can only respond with an receiving her affirmation. Yun Jian's last nerve snaps, and he leans in, pressing her down without regard for anything else, his voice deep and hoarse. "I will be gentle." Yun Jian's love is intense and urgent, overwhelming Qing, who cannot withstand it, releasing soft whimpers as her delicate legs flail helplessly against the fur. Her helplessness, however, does not elicit Yun Jian's gentle treatment. You said, you would be gentle. Qing Qing's eyes glisten with unshed tears, as if she might burst into tears at any moment, tightly clutching Yun Jian's hair that has fallen over her shoulder. Looking utterly pitiful, Yun Jian breathes heavily, gently kissing the corners of her eyes. I have been quite gentle. Every time Qing Qing declares she cannot endure any longer, Yun Jian would take the love fruit from the bedside, biting into it to feed her. Consequently, Qing Qing would cling to him like an octopus, bringing him a sense of joy that if you want me to die in bed, feel free to feed me. Qing Qing remarks languidly, her voice barely above a whisper, as she sees him about to bite into the love fruit again. This wolf is insatiable. Even after feeding himself several times, she genuinely believes she might perish in bed today. Upon hearing this, Yun Jian bends his hand that was reaching for the love fruit, tucking it beneath the back of her head, comforting her. I won't feed you anymore. Just bear with it for a moment. I will be done soon. The scent within the stone cave lingers, intertwining their aromas. Once finished, the exhausted Qing Qing sleeps like a dead pig, too lethargic even to clean herself. Yun Jian lies on his side, propping his head up, playing with her hair, his eyes brimming with tenderness, lingering on Qing Qing's peaceful face, a smile gracing his lips. Indeed, the taste of Qing Qing is exquisite. She has finally become his mate. Yun Jian thinks contentedly, wishing to kiss her, yet fearing to awaken her from her slumber. He dares only to kiss the strands of hair he holds in his hands. Perhaps it is the enchanting scent within the stone cave that emboldens a beast man to approach. Yun Jian suppresses his smile, and in an instant, a murderous intent rises within him. Daring to lay hands on Qing Qing is tantamount to courting death. He stands, adjusting the quilt around Qing Qing before leaping from the bed, transforming into a black wolf, exuding an aura of menace as he bursts forth from the cave. The two beastmen are frail, with no females willing to be their mates, tormented by their heat. Meanwhile, the females within the tribe are all highly sought after by the beastmen, leaving them with no opportunities, prompting them to venture outside the tribe in search of luck. Barely having ventured out for a while, they catch a whiff of a scent that sends their blood boiling. Upon seeing the imposing black wolf emerge, they are momentarily stunned, realizing it is Yun Jian. Exchanging glances, they deliberate whether to feast upon this meat or not. The next moment, they shift into their beast forms, ready to engage in battle. They refuse to believe they cannot overpower him. If need be, one will drag him away while the other retrieves the female from the cave. The black wolf's eyes are profound and icy, akin to crystalline ice in the dead of winter, sharp fangs glinting with a chilling light. With powerful hind legs, he lunges toward the two gray wolves. The two gray wolves, prepared for battle, are struck with fear as the black wolf charges at them with murderous intent, their legs turning to jelly. They flee with their tails tucked between their legs before even exchanging a single blow. In Yun Jian's eyes, they are nothing more than prey. There is no way he would allow his prey to escape, but he pursues relentlessly, closing the distance between them. The slower gray wolf is swiftly clawed by his blade-like paw, leaving several bloody gashes upon its back, but Yun Jian does not relent, sinking his teeth into its tail, severing it with a single bite. The gray wolf howls in agony, and the black wolf accelerates, pinning its head firmly to the ground. That it is rendered helpless, unable to even emit a sound. This is precisely what Yun Jian desires. It is too noisy and may disturb Qing Qing's slumber. Intending to deliver a fatal blow, the gray wolf lies flat on the ground, exposing its vulnerable throat. Seeing this, the black wolf bares its teeth, issuing a low warning. They are of the same tribe, so he allows it to live. Seeing that Yun Jian is willing to spare its life, the gray wolf scampers away, its tail tucked between its legs, while the other gray wolf has long since vanished. Yun Jian has no intention of pursuing further, for leaving Qing Qing alone in the cave is quite unsafe, that he fears that the scent of blood might attract other beasts, using his paw to cover the severed tail and bloodstains with dirt. When Yun Jian returns to the cave, Qing Qing is still fast asleep. Unable to resist, he reaches out to caress her small face. The red marks on her exposed neck make him curse himself as a beast, wondering how he could have been so cruel. Knowing Qing Qing values cleanliness, Yun Jian takes a stone jar to fetch water for her bath, rinsing his mouth of the taste of blood to avoid her disdain. He also places pebbles in the fire to heat them, completing these tasks before quietly lying back down. Chapter 58. You may pamper him as if disturbed. Ching turns over, presenting her back to him, yet letting out a pained whimper. Seeing her turn, Yunjin holds his breath, fearing that even his breathing might awaken her, though his worries are unfounded. Ching is exhausted and soon falls back into a deep sleep. The fur slips down, and Yunjin is captivated by a vivid red mark on her shoulder blade. He initially believes it to be his kiss mark, but the distinct wolf head quickly reminds him that it is not. This is his beast mark. He excitedly caresses it with his warm finger, for it is his imprint, a symbol of her being his mate. She bears his mark, and from now on, he cannot be apart from her. He recalls that her mother also bore a beast mark, equally vivid and beautiful. However, her mother's mark was on her arm, quite conspicuous at that time. He was both curious and envious of that mark. Asking her mother time and again how she acquired it, she would always respond with a gentle smile, saying it was made by his father. Thus, he assumed his father possessed great skill, spending half a day searching for various flowers that could die, hoping his father would create one for him, only to receive a blow to the head from his father. Eventually, it was his mother who painted a wolf for him. The wolf his mother painted was fierce and imposing. She said that in the future, little Yun should be as mighty as this wolf. His father, watching helplessly, remarked, "You may pamper him." Unfortunately, it did not last 2 days before it was accidentally washed away during his bath. He had thought his mark would be as enduring as his mother's. Reflecting on it now, it is quite amusing. Yet unbeknownst to him, in a place he cannot see, his father is holding his mother's hand, pleading with her to paint one for him as well. His mother playfully scolds, "How old are you? Still so childish." His father snorts in response, "I don't care. If you pamper him, why can't you pamper me?" Yunjin is utterly enchanted by his beast mark until Ching, growing impatient, clicks her tongue, causing him to retract his hand as if scalded. It is not until evening that Ching stirs. The pain beneath her stirs a gasp from her lips. As she had anticipated, it hurts terribly. "Are you awake?" Yunjin inquires joyfully. She had been sleeping so soundly that he had grown increasingly worried. Checking her breath repeatedly to ensure she was alive, as Ching's voice emerged. It bore a hoarse and strained quality, her throat dry and aching. She swallowed a few times, feeling somewhat better. "Wait here, I shall go boil some water for you." Noticing her raspy voice, Yunjin rose, stirring a gust of air around them. Ching cleared her throat, turning her gaze away in discomfort, for she still bore her vulnerability, as did he. "It will take a while for the water to boil. Would you like to take a bath first? I have everything prepared for you," Yunjin suggested. Ching lowered her head, a blush coloring her cheeks, acutely aware of the stickiness that clung to her legs. Though much had dried, she propped herself against the bed, attempting to sit up, but a fiery pain shot through her body and her abdomen ached. "Do not move yet. Wait for me to carry you," Yunjin urged, observing her struggle to rise. That he understood her pain was significant, for the mere act of shifting her position brought forth such a pained expression. Regret washed over him. Had he known, he would have been gentler. Yet her soft and tight embrace had overwhelmed his restraint. The pleasure he had experienced was unexpectedly profound, and recalling that sensation stirred a reaction within him. No, she is still in pain. "I cannot move her," he thought, suppressing the turmoil within as he adjusted the water temperature and waited for it to be ready. "Could you please wrap yourself in the bee's skin?" Ching blushed furiously, recalling how he had used it to tease her, an involuntary shiver running down her spine. "All right, I shall do as you say," she conceded. A smirk played upon Yunjin's lips as he approached her to lift her. "Wait, don't." Yunjin intended to carry her to the bath unadorned, and thus he swiftly pulled away the quilt that enveloped her. Ching, taken aback, attempted to halt him, but was a moment too slow. Her face flushed crimson as she barely covered her vital parts with her arms. "Why did you take my quilt?" she protested, thinking to wait until he had carried her before removing it. Yunjin, confused, replied, "Why are you wrapped in a quilt to bathe?" "It makes no sense." With an arm beneath her knees, he scooped her up, a wicked grin gracing his lips. "What are you hiding? We've kissed already. It's not as if I haven't seen anything." Ching felt even more embarrassed by his words, wishing to say nothing further, instead urging him, "Please hurry, I'm cold." Heeding her words, Yunjian ceased his teasing and quickly set her into the tub. As Qingqing glanced at the stone basin beside the fire, she noticed something amiss. Isn't the bathtub supposed to be in the changing room? Why have you brought it here? You mentioned being cold. And it is warmer by the fire. Plus, it is quicker to change the stones here, he replied earnestly, as if every excuse was made for her benefit, that I do not want that. Take me back. She insisted, distrusting his apparent kindness, knowing he would be watching her bathe while he tended the fire. It's too heavy. I cannot move it. Yunjian feigned reluctance to, I don't believe you, Qingqing retorted. Aware he was more than capable of moving the stone basin as if it were a mere trifle, submerged in the water, she felt the intensity of his gaze, and exclaimed, You must not look. Having compromised, she was dismayed when Yunjian resolutely refused. No, just because I want to touch you doesn't mean I cannot look. As he spoke, the water in the pot began to boil. Yunjian rose, pouring a half cup of water into the cup she typically used. Wash at your leisure. I will let it cool for you. Out of sight, out of mind, Qingqing closed her eyes, leaning against the tub's wall. After soaking for a while, the soreness in her muscles began to dissipate. Steam enveloped the air, and within the tub, the young female appeared like a crescent moon, her eyes slightly turned up at the corners. Her lips slightly parted, a picture of delicate charm. Yunjian's heart raced. He still could not believe such a beautiful creature was his partner, especially after they had endured so much together. This scene felt surreal, as if he were dreaming. Qingqing? She replied, her voice laced with sleepiness, her eyes remaining shut. The water is cooling. Do you want to drink it now? Please give it to me. She extended her slender arm, her lips moving softly, still not opening her eyes. You haven't eaten all day. You must be hungry, that I shall prepare some roasted meat for you. With that, Yunjian handed her the water and hurried away. He felt restless, unable to bring himself to disturb her, yet she was undeniably enticing, leaving him no choice but to retreat. Ironically, it was he who had brought her here, yet he was the one now seeking to escape. Qingqing opened her eyes, watching him flee in haste, her mood elevating, a sly smile curling her lips. The do not leave just yet. My water is cooled. Qingqing, do not tempt me, Yunjian said, turning his back to her. His voice strained that if this continued, he would find himself in cold water once more. Qingqing laughed, playful as a cunning fox, feigning innocence. But my water truly has cooled that I end the bath. The scene was both enchanting and elusive. With no other option, Yunjian turned his back to her as he prepared the meat, daring not to glance her way. Qingqing reveled in the moment, aware that Yunjian was hesitant to approach her. Taking advantage of his restraint, for he had previously been quite domineering, she extended a beautifully proportioned leg from the water, revealing her delicate and fair foot, flexing her ankle to graze his distinctly defined muscles at the waist. Suddenly, Yunjian seized her ankle, pulling her towards him, nearly toppling her into the water. She struggled to maintain her balance, propping her arms on the sides of the tub, but the sudden tug exacerbated her previously alleviated aches. Yunjian held her ankle, gently pulling upward, then leaned down to press a fervent kiss upon the elegant curve of her foot. Yunjian, do not do that. Qingqing curled her exquisite toes, momentarily forgetting her discomfort as panic surged within her, trying to retract her foot, but it felt as though it were ensnared by an iron grip. Yunjian held her ankle, gazing at her with smoldering eyes, his emotions swirling like the tides of an ocean. Struggling to suppress his passionate urges, his voice low and hoarse. Qingqing, if you continue to tease me, I shall forego the roasted meat tonight in favor of you. No, I dare not. Qingqing squirmed, attempting to withdraw her foot. Having learned that sometimes it is better to refrain from provocation, she had merely been playful, but had inadvertently struck a nerve. Satisfied with her promise, Yunjian submerged her foot back into the tub. Rising to fetch her the bee's skin, wash quickly. The meat will be ready soon. Qingqing obediently remained in the tub, refraining from movement as she awaited his return. Instead of her beast skin, he returned with a soft piece of lambskin. Lifting her from the water with a swift motion, in "Oh need. I can manage myself," Qingqing's flushed face showed no signs of returning to normal as he firmly wrapped her in the skin and set her upon his lap. Can you stand steadily? He asked, a devilish smile curling his lips as he gazed down at her hair. One arm encircled her waist while the other continued to tend to the roasting meat. Qingqing buried her face against his chest, clutching his collar with both hands. Too shy to meet his gaze, he was right. Her legs felt as weak as overcooked noodles, making it difficult for her to stand. "It's done. You may eat now," Daddy blew on the roasted meat, switching hands to hold it while using the other to tear off a piece to feed her, speaking gently. "Eat up." Ching, cocooned like a pupa, reached out for the roasted meat. "That I will do it myself. I cannot let you spoil me like this that you've just bathed. Do not dirty your hands," Yunjin said, unobtrusively pulling the meat away from her grasp. Ching wrapped her arms around his neck, taking a bite of the meat, her face alight with a smile as she looked at him. "You will make me fat if you keep this up. You are my mate. If I do not fatten you up, who else will I spoil?" He replied earnestly, his eyes filled with dreams that if you bear me a few little cubs, I will ensure you all remain plump and healthy. The thought of little wolf cubs beckoning to him made him eager to increase their intimacy in the coming days. Hearing him speak of cubs, Ching felt a wave of unease wash over her. Though she had given herself to him, she was not yet ready for children. Firstly, she felt that given her age in this modern society, she was barely at the stage of marriage, and having children seemed premature. She wished to wait a few more years before considering such a significant step. Secondly, the medical practices in this world were still quite rudimentary, and she feared for her safety in childbirth. Having been granted a second chance at life and meeting the one she loved, she wished to live fully. "Yunjin, there is something I wish to discuss with you," Ching murmured, her head bowed, her voice barely audible. Thankfully, Yunjin's keen ears caught her words that he responded with a gentle hum, encouraging her to continue. "It is regarding your proposal of having cubs. It does not pertain to my feelings for you." Ching had prepared her reasoning, ready to spill it all at once, but he interrupted her. "You are already my partner. If you are hesitant, we can take our time regarding the matter of cubs," Yunjin said, playing with her fingers softly. His tone soothing, showing no signs of displeasure, that he had come to a realization himself, recognizing that the timing was not right. Ching was still so frail, and he could not bear the thought of bringing a child into the world before ensuring she was healthy and strong. There were females in their tribe who had perished during childbirth, including the partner of the chief, that if Ching were to face such a fate, he would rather forego having children altogether, he continued. "Moreover, our cave is just spacious enough for the two of us, that if we were to have cubs, I would need to expand it," he tried to reassure her, hoping she wouldn't feel burdened by the conversation. Ching nestled back into his chest, listening to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat. After a moment of silence, she murmured, "Yunjin, you are truly good to me." Yunjin chuckled softly. "You are my mate. If I do not treat you well, what if you seek another male? I cannot comply with that. Yunjin treats her so well. If she were to seek solace in another, her conscience would surely condemn her." Upon hearing this, Yunjin smirked with a roguish charm and quipped, "If you cannot satisfy me, you might as well perish in bed with another." His incessant banter left Ching exasperated, her patience wearing thin. Having eaten her fill, Ching was placed back onto the bed by Yunjin, lying rigidly. The sheets were damp and slightly chilly, causing her to furrow her brows and turn to Yunjin, who was still indulging in roasted meat. "Yunjin, you ought to change the animal hide. It feels rather uncomfortable. Indeed, it must be changed, for it is soaked with your essence." Yunjin replied without a moment's thought. "Could you perhaps silence your incessant chatter?" Ching exclaimed, nearly leaping up to strike him. Initially unfazed, her cheeks flushed crimson at his words, akin to a boiled shrimp. Unashamed, the wolf retorted, "Ching, do not be so agitated. This is a good thing so good, in fact, that I can hardly contain myself." After finishing his meal, he washed his hands in Ching's bathing water and proceeded to fetch the animal hide. With little left, the weather made it unsuitable for drying the hides, which could easily spoil, that he resolved to hunt more prey another day to exchange for softer skins in the tribe, wishing not to deprive Ching of comfort. With one arm, he lifted Ching effortlessly, while with the other, he pulled the hide from the bed. She wrapped her arms around his neck to avoid falling as he bent down, softly murmuring, "Please set me down." "How can you spread the hide with just one hand?" Yunjin glanced at her sideways, then walked to the foot of the bed, tossing the clean hide with such finesse that it settled perfectly in place as if it obeyed his command. He approached the head of the bed, smoothing the wrinkled hide with a sense of pride, and looked triumphantly at Ching. "Did you see that? One hand is all it takes. Indeed, you possess a remarkable talent." "You have dazzled me," she replied, amused. For several days, Ching felt drained, as if a certain wolf had siphoned her vitality. Exhausted, she could barely keep her eyes open, Yet something behind her pressed insistently against her. "I am still tired. I wish to rest." Yunjan playfully nibbled at her earlobe. "But I allowed you to rest just last night for the entire night." "Just one night? I am a person, not a beast of burden." If she were not his partner, she would wish him to remain eternally single. "I am cold. Transform into your beast form and warm me." Qingqing thought this would surely quell his desires. However, she underestimated Yunjan's fervor. When she sensed something amiss and turned her head, she discovered the black wolf behind her, his intentions unmistakable. Angered, she grasped his ear firmly. "If you dare to act on that impulse, you shall never touch me again." Ultimately, her concern prevailed, and she sent him outside to tend to the surroundings before she could finally sleep soundly. Chapter 60. Grand clearance sale. In recent days, the howls of wolves had diminished, and Qingqing hoped fervently that their mating season would soon conclude. Today, the eerie silence suggested a return to calm. Yunjan had ventured out early to hunt, yet he had yet to return. Why is he taking so long? Qingqing pondered, concerned that perhaps he had overexerted himself in recent days. That it was only after noon that Yunjan returned, shouldering his catch. Aside from a single sheep, he had captured an impressive number of black-winged birds, approximately 7 or 8, all bound together with thick vines. They seemed weary from their struggles, and when placed on the ground, they barely flapped their wings. Curiously surveying their new surroundings, "Yunjan, how did you manage to catch so many black-winged birds?" Qingqing exclaimed. Realizing the difficulty of such a feat, Yunjan lowered his gaze to her, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. "I plan to exchange these black-winged birds in the tribe for some animal hides, as the ones at home are too coarse for your delicate skin." Though the black-winged birds were smaller than many beasts, they were notoriously difficult to hunt, requiring exceptional skill. Moreover, their female counterparts were quite the delicacy, ensuring that many beastmen would be eager to trade. Qingqing paused, surprised. "But the animal skirts you made for me are still new. Why create more?" Yunjan raised an eyebrow. "Because I wish to." "What of it?" Qingqing couldn't help but smile at his demeanor. "What should I do with the ones I already have? Dispose of them." "We shall procure new ones," Yunjan declared, resembling a newfound wealthy man, eliciting laughter from Qingqing. "Such waste. Just make me one set. The rest you can craft for yourself." She suggested that I have no need. "My skin is tough and resilient. Your soft hides would be uncomfortable for me." He feigned disdain. Yet he soon lifted the black-winged birds again. "I shall return shortly. Did I want to accompany you? I wish to choose my preferred hides." Qingqing clung to his robust arm, playfully pouting that in truth, the type of hide mattered little to her. Since arriving in this world, her priority was warmth and comfort, a feat Yunjan could easily provide. Her true intention in visiting the tribe was to see Bai Yu and Yuan Hua. She had no reason to worry about Bai Yu. With the chief present, no beastman would dare harm her, especially with Rendong and Tian Liang at her side. However, she did fret for Yuan Hua, though she knew her friend was astute and had experienced the mating season before, believing she would manage just fine. Yunjan, of course, could not deny Qingqing's request. The beastman's mating season was nearing its end, and should any fool dare to infringe upon Qingqing, he would not hesitate to ensure they regretted their actions. Upon entering the tribe with the black-winged birds, Yunjan garnered attention, many beastmen halting to gawk at him, their faces alight with greed that if one were to present a black-winged bird to their partner, they might even earn an additional mating opportunity. Yet, the one carrying the birds was none other than Yunjan. Who would dare compete with him? Qingqing assumed he would methodically approach each household. Yet upon entering the tribe, he simply tossed the black-winged birds to the ground, causing them to squawk in protest. Yunjan lightly kicked one of them, addressing the crowd with a clear and resonant voice. One piece of hide for a black-winged bird, with preference given to sheep, rabbit, and fox furs. His demeanor resembled that of a grand clearance sale, the first to arrive receiving the best deals. His voice rang out, leaving the beastmen astonished. The to exchange black-winged birds for hides was unprecedented. Only Yunjan would dare to do such a thing. The beastmen exchanged glances and swiftly retreated to their homes, searching for suitable hides to offer. Fearful of missing out, "Do you really think someone will come to trade?" Qingqing murmured to Yunjan, observing how the crowd had scattered. Moments ago, many had been outside, yet his proclamation sent them all scurrying indoors. Yunjan chuckled softly. "Just wait. Soon you will have plenty to choose from." Ching underestimated the allure of the black-winged birds among the beastmen. Within moments, a dozen or so beastmen emerged, each proudly presenting their hides as if fearing they might be outbid. "Look at mine. My fox fur is pristine, behold my rabbit fur. It is far cleaner than his, look at me. I'll trade 2 pieces of hide." The eagerness of the beastmen was palpable, and they began to raise their offers. Yunjian arched a brow, meeting Ching's gaze. "What hides do you desire?" Hearing him invite her to choose, the beastmen began to push their hides toward her. "Little female, consider mine, don't look at his. His hide reeks. Pay attention to mine." Little female, overwhelmed by the sheer volume of hides, Ching struggled to make a decision, and as soon as she focused on one, another would be shoved in her direction. Ching exclaimed, "How am I supposed to choose with them behaving like this?" Yunjian observed the chaos and waved his hand. "No need to crowd. Just present your hides." With that, the beastmen slightly organized themselves, granting Ching the opportunity to select several large, clean hides. Yunjian accepted the hides offered by the beastmen, exchanging them for the black-winged birds. 2 for 1. One beastman exclaimed, astonished as he accepted the black-winged bird, eyes wide in disbelief. "Agreed, 1 hide for 1 bird. My partner has chosen 2. Yunjian remained true to his word, refusing to take more, even when the beastmen willingly offered more. Before long, all of the black-winged birds were traded, yet some beastmen, having not secured a hide, eyed the remaining 2 behind Yunjian, asking, "What about those 2? "Those 2 are not for trade," Yunjian said, wrapping the acquired hides securely. "Should I require more, I will return." The beastmen sighed and began to disperse, one of them muttering, "Didn't someone just trade for 2? Let us find him and see if he is willing to part with 1. The 2 who had successfully traded were conspiring loudly, drawing the ire of another beastman who struck the one speaking too loudly. "Why are you shouting? Do you think you're clever?" Yunjian did not lead Ching back immediately. Instead, he leisurely strolled with her through the tribe. The 2 black-winged birds in his hands behaved obediently, not daring to cause any ruckus. Ching, puzzled, inquired, what purpose do these 2 black-winged birds serve? If he intended to keep them for himself, he certainly would not have brought them out. Since he had brought them, why not exchange them? Did I not mention wanting to give Tian Tong black-winged birds recently? These 2 are meant for him. He is always true to his word. Once he has made a promise, he must fulfill it. It seems you truly recall this matter, that of course, it was a promise I made to you. Chapter 61, is he really going to hit himself? Is Tian Tong home? Yunjian called out towards the thatched hut. Tian Tong is not here. He went hunting with his father, that a woman's voice responded as she lifted the beast curtain and stepped out, followed by a beast man. "Oh, it's Yunjian." A flicker of surprise crossed the woman's face, yet she maintained her warmth, asking, "What brings you to seek out a Tong?" Yunjian politely addressed her as Auntie and presented the black-winged birds. "These are for Tian Tong, that he assisted Ching recently, and this is a token of gratitude." Upon hearing this, the woman turned her gaze to Ching, her eyes filled with astonishment. "Did I ask this your female? She is truly lovely." Ching smiled sweetly and replied, "Thank you, Annie, for your kind words." Yunjian wrapped his arm around Ching's shoulders, emphasizing, "This is my partner, Ching." The woman looked back at Yunjian. "You are her first partner, are you not?" Yunjian nodded affirmatively. She turned to Ching, her smile deepening as she praised her son. "Tian Tong is such a warm-hearted lad that if you ever need help, feel free to seek him out. Do not hesitate, that he has been learning to hunt from his father these days and is progressing quite rapidly, that it won't be long before he can stand on his own and provide a good life for his future partner." Not a single word was uttered about Ching becoming his partner, yet every word conveyed that very sentiment. Yunjian, losing patience with the conversation, forcefully placed the black-winged birds into the arms of the beast man beside her, a hint of a smile gracing his lips as he said, "Then I wish Tian Tong the best in finding a partner soon." The woman instructed the beast man to return the black-winged birds to Yunjian, saying with a smile, "It is only right for Tian Tong to assist. Let Ching keep these black-winged birds for her meal, that if it is assistance, then there is no obligation. Annie, please accept them as a small token of our gratitude. If Ching wishes for more, I can always hunt again." Yunjian refused to take back the black-winged birds, his grip on Ching's shoulder tightening, "Though we have matters to attend to, so we shall not impose further." With that, he pulled Qing Qing close and departed without looking back. Yun Jian appeared quite uncomfortable, and once they were far away, Qing Qing asked, "Does Tian Tong's mother wish for me to become her son's partner?" Yun Jian nodded, muttering a soft "I can only regard Tian Tong as a younger brother. I will not consider him as a partner." She sincerely looked up at Yun Jian, explaining, "Yes, you need not explain. I understand." His large hand rested atop Qing Qing's head, gently ruffling her hair. "You are so wonderful. It is only natural for you to be adored." "You are wonderful too," she halted, speaking earnestly. "You are so formidable. Yet you never use your strength to bully others. On the contrary, even when facing weaker beast men, you uphold your promises. You would never turn a blind eye to those in need. You are loyal and responsible, always the first to step forward when the tribe requires assistance. Moreover, you treat me exceptionally well, the best in the world, that I in my heart, you are the finest beast man." Listening to Qing Qing's praises, Yun Jian felt a warm surge of emotion. His heart swelling with joy and contentment, he gazed deeply into her eyes, affirming that no matter what others might think, it sufficed that she saw him this way. Others surely think the same. Qing Qing smiled gently, saying, "Look, today you exchanged animal skins, and other beastmen did not even hesitate to bring their skins to you, never doubting that you would seize theirs. This demonstrates how much trust they place in you. Go away. I've said I'm not exchanging any more. That if you want to eat, hunt for yourself. If you come in again, we want to be so accommodating." Yun Jian and Qing Qing turned to see two beastmen blocking an intruder from entering their home. Shutting the beast curtain and cursing, "What is wrong with wanting to trade for a black-winged bird? You have two. What is the harm in me trading for one? You traded one for a piece of animal skin. I'll trade you three. Still, you refuse. Are you foolish?" The beastman outside continued to curse, but the inhabitants inside chose not to respond, rendering him frustrated. After a few more curses, he finally left. Qing Qing was left astonished over a single black-winged bird. How could they argue so fiercely? She recalled that black-winged birds were not particularly rare. Had she not seen plenty while out with Tian Tong? Beastmen are not picky eaters. However, female beasts have smaller appetites than beastmen, and most prefer black-winged birds, which are difficult to hunt. Giving them to a female could earn one favor. This explained why he chose to barter using black-winged birds rather than wild animal meat. Beastmen would go to great lengths to acquire what females desired. What favors are they so desperately trying to obtain? Qing Qing was filled with curiosity. Perhaps she could learn a thing or two about such valuable items. Yun Jian leaned down, breathing warmly against her ear, and quietly asked, "What do you think these favors are?" Qing Qing understood all too well what he meant, remembering their shameless moments together in the cave. She felt her cheeks flush and stammered, "Why, you shameless man? What use is shame? Can it be eaten?" He pondered briefly. "What do you think would please you? I shall seek it out for you daily." He wished to be like other beastmen, fighting for what his female desired. It was evident he was filled with ambition. Yet, it seemed Qing Qing did not particularly desire black-winged birds, that he only knew what she liked or disliked, but had yet to discover something she cherished deeply. "Oh, chili, and those peculiar-smelling plants that it appeared he would need to inquire with Yuan Hua about where to find those chilies. He should also pay attention to the strongly scented plants while hunting. Will you truly find anything I like?" Qing Qing smirked playfully, teasing him slightly. "Let us see if I can make you lose your temper." "Indeed, I will find whatever you desire." Yun Jian, unaware of her intentions, fell right into her trap. "Then bring me a handsome male, preferably one even more attractive than you." "What did you just say?" Yun Jian's lips pressed into a thin line as he angrily lifted her chin, compelling her to meet his gaze. "Qing Qing, what did you just say you wanted?" Faced with his fiery eyes, Qing Qing slowly shifted her gaze away, feeling guilty. "Look at me." Startled, Qing Qing shivered, realizing Yun Jian was genuinely angry. When had he ever yelled at her like this? She had intended to make a joke, but it seemed this was not a laughing matter. "Please don't be angry. I was only jesting." She tried to lower her head, but he held her chin, forcing her to maintain eye contact. "Qing Qing, this is not amusing." Yes, it is not amusing. I want to say such things again, that I deserve a punishment for saying such nonsense." Qing Qing admitted her fault, knowing that Yun Jian would not truly harm her, yet she believed that admitting her mistake would enhance her credibility. However, this time she had miscalculated. Yun Jian gritted his teeth. Echoing her words, yes, you deserve a punishment. No pain, no gain. Huh. Ching was taken aback. Was he really going to strike her? Yunjian hoisted her over his shoulder, declaring, when we return home, I'll give you a good beating, so you remember who your partner truly is. Ching's face flushed. She was unsure whether it was from anger or embarrassment. She understood his words all too well and struggled, pleading, put me down. I know I was wrong. Well, if you know you were wrong, you deserve to be punished. Please let me down. I still want to see by you and Yuan Hua today. Tomorrow, Yunjian was unyielding that I have matters to discuss with the chief. Ching kicked her legs. Knowing well what awaited her, she returned with him. Tomorrow. Yunjian's tone was almost cruel. Yunjian, I truly know I was wrong. Please let me off this once. Ching pleaded. Letting you off this time only invites the next. Chapter 62. Who are you trying to fool with such a small piece of animal skin? Yunjian returned to the cave, laying Ching down on the bed, pressing a knee against her to prevent her escape while he removed his animal skin. Yunjian. Ching was intimidated by his surging fury, shutting her eyes tightly, afraid to look at him, her voice trembling in fear. Even if she borrowed 100, no 1,000 times the courage, she would not dare again. Seeing her frightened state, with her eyes tightly shut and her lashes fluttering, Yunjian felt his resolve soften, placing a gentle kiss upon her eyelids. That I was quite angry when you said that. Even knowing you were only trying to provoke me, it still upset me. Yunjian's hand supported him beside her, his emotions having calmed considerably, as though the violent person from earlier was no longer him. Ching slowly opened her eyes, observing that he was not as furious anymore, and timidly asked, are you willing to let me go now? I will let you off this time, but no more next time. I understand my mistake. It won't happen again. She leaned in to plant a soft kiss on his chin, her eyes glistening with moisture as she gazed at him, her tone both plaintive and sorrowful. I feel so frightened when you are angry with me. Her soft voice melted his heart. He had intended to utter a few harsh words to intimidate her, but now he found himself unable to utter even a single reprimand. After much contemplation, he finally managed to articulate what he believed to be a stern remark, only to realize that he was now afraid. His tone was so gentle that it felt less like a reprimand and more like a consolation. Yes, I'm scared. Ching gazed intently at him, unreservedly planting a soft kiss on his chin, calming the wildness that had surged within him. That I will make you a beast skirt. Come over later for me to take your measurements. He reached for the fallen beast skin beside him and stood up to leave. All right, I'll be right there. She obediently replied, letting out a long sigh. He treated her with great kindness, yet it was undeniable that she feared him. Although he would never harm her, his every display of temperament left her feeling subdued. This time, Yunjian crafted the beast skirt with meticulous detail, unlike the previous attempts where he merely secured the beast skin strips. He fashioned a cardigan, cutting 2 openings at the arms, then measured the length and width of her arms to cut rectangular pieces of beast skin accordingly. Once he had finished cutting, he took out a bone needle and several strands of fine thread to begin stitching the pieces together. What is this? Ching inquired, lifting a slender thread to inspect it under the light. This is wool from the long-haired beast, perfect for sewing the beast skin, Yunjian explained as he continued stitching. Your hands are truly skillful. Ching beamed like a sunflower, the earlier unpleasantness forgotten. You only say what I like to hear. The wool was not overly long, merely a few dozen centimeters, and it was quickly used up. Yunjian tied a knot and continued stitching with several strands of beast hair. Crafting a top required multiple rounds of sewing. Once the top was complete, Yunjian held it by the collar and gave it a shake before presenting it to Ching. Try it on and see if it fits. That is it beautiful. Ching hurried to the changing area and quickly donned the garment, then twirled in front of Yunjian. He was cutting the beast skin when he heard her words. And upon looking up, he was momentarily stunned. He had known Ching would look good in it, but he had never anticipated she would look this exquisite. The pristine white fox fur accentuated her delicate features, her eyes shining like stars, and her eyebrows arched gracefully like willow leaves, lending her an air of gentleness. Her long hair flowed smoothly and brightly over her shoulders, perfectly complementing the pure white fox fur. Yunjian's eyes sparkled with admiration, and he swallowed hard, exclaiming, Ching, you look particularly stunning in white. His gaze was direct and fervent, causing her heart to flutter uncomfortably as she instinctively looked away. It's all thanks to the beautiful clothes you made. As long as you think it looks good, that's enough. From now on, I will make you white bee skirts. That won't do. Ching lifted her head. White gets dirty too easily. It's inconvenient to wear white when I go up the mountain to gather herbs. What does it matter? If it gets dirty, I will wash it. That if it doesn't come clean, we'll just get a new one. Yunjong was resolute. Just wait, I'll finish making the bee skirt first. Can I design it myself? I want to make a pair of pants. The skirts are too short and could lead to exposure, while if they are too long, I can't move. Pants would be much more convenient. What are pants? You describe it, and I will make them. Naturally, since he was making clothes for Ching, he would comply with her wishes. Ching gestured over the bee's skin. It's like cutting the skirt open in the middle and then sewing the two sides together. She also demonstrated on the pant legs that it sounds simple enough. I will give it a try. Yunjong quickly understood her intentions and soon crafted the pants for her. It like this. Yes, just like that. Ching watched closely, knowing full well he had not made any mistakes. She happily took the pants to the changing room to try them on. Why did you wear the furry side on the inside? Yunjong asked, puzzled. It's warmer this way. Ching moved her legs. The pants were loose yet fitting, though the waist was a bit large, which could be easily fixed with a bee skin tie. They fit quite well. Yunjong assessed her. I'll make you 2 more sets. Do you prefer pants or skirts? 1 pair of pants and 1 skirt, please. The skirt is easier to make, and 2 pairs of pants will suffice for alternating wear. Ching glanced towards the door, realizing it was getting late. She began cutting the leftover meat from yesterday into chunks for stewing. After Yunjong finished making the 2 outfits, he noticed there were still some scraps of rabbit and fox fur left over, and it felt wasteful to throw them away. Thus, he sewed the 2 ends together, creating a strapless top and a short skirt. Female attire in summer often consisted of such garments, and since the weather was still cool, it would be perfect for Ching to wear to bed at night. After washing up, Ching dried her hands and prepared for sleep, while Yunjong lounged on the bed, propped up on his elbow, his quilt barely concealing him, and his dark hair cascading over his chest, his deep-set eyes glinting with mischief. That Ching's movement towards the bed momentarily halted as she warily scrutinized him. What are you laughing at? In truth, she wanted to ask if he could refrain from looking so lewd. She had never found him so easy to read before. Now she could discern his every thought at a glance. I am not laughing. Yunjong lied, opening his eyes and tossing the strapless top and ultra-short skirt he had sewn for her into her arms. The go change into these. Ching's eyes widened as she examined the items in her hands. What is this? Extra bee skin, made for you to wear while sleeping. Go change, and let me see if it fits. Ching threw it back at him. Who do you think you're fooling with such little bee skin? No way, this outfit is just fine. Yunjong removed the garment from his face, unperturbed, and instead smiled even more broadly. Come on, change. If you don't, I'll change you myself. Yunjong, don't force me. What's wrong? He teased her, clearly unbothered by her threats. Just you wait. Ching clenched her fist, indignantly heading to change clothes. The little lady could be both submissive and defiant. She would make him wait indefinitely. When Ching emerged from the changing room, she deliberately avoided his heated gaze, lowering her head as she burrowed under the covers. Yunjong approached from behind, complimenting, You look great, like a little rabbit. I just want to pounce on you. The person in his arms tensed, and Yunjong chuckled softly. Don't be nervous. I want to make a move on you tonight. After a moment, he added, From now on, wear this to sleep. Chapter 63. How do you know I'm not its owner? When Ching visited Bai Yu and Yanhua, she brought some sheep oil with her, remembering Bai Yu's gift of fruit and wanting to express her gratitude for the plentiful chili peppers Yanhua had given her. Aren't you coming? Yunjong, having escorted her to the tribe, was preparing to leave. I have other matters to attend to. You go ahead, and be careful. I will come and pick you up later. All right. Ching didn't press further, knowing they were girls who could chat among themselves, and he had no place in their conversations. Yunjong watched as Ching walked away until she disappeared from sight before he left. She hadn't seen Bai Yu yet, but she did encounter the chief standing at the door. Chief, good morning. Ching slightly bowed her head, respectfully greeting him. The chief withdrew his gaze from afar, landing it on Ching. Here to see Bai Yu? I also came to check on you. Ching smiled, handing him the ceramic jar. This is sheep oil for Bai Yu. She can make use of it. The chief accepted the jar. Examining it for a moment, Bai Yu often speaks highly of you, saying your creations are truly delightful. Oh, it's nothing. Just something fresh to eat. Ching replied modestly, contemplating how to delicately remind the chief of their previous agreement. Suddenly, the chief asked, "Have you and Yun Zhan become mates?" Yes. Qingqing stammered, caught off guard by his sudden inquiry. The chief was usually serious, rarely displaying a smile. Why was he suddenly so interested in this matter? After a brief silence, unable to decipher the chief's intentions, Qingqing decided to shift the topic. "Where is Bai Yu?" "I haven't seen her. Follow me." The chief did not address her question, but turned to enter the house. Qingqing sighed inwardly. The chief was indeed a person of profound thought, making him hard to read. The chief retrieved a piece of beast skin from within, seemingly wrapped around something. Without speaking, he sat down across from Qingqing. Untying the string to unveil the contents, Qingqing's eyes widened with curiosity. Eager to see what he wanted to show her, he peeled back layer after layer of beast skin. A stack of more than 10 layers accumulated on the ground. What could be so precious? Qingqing watched in anticipation as he finally revealed a soft sheep wool hide. This had to be the last layer. Indeed, when the chief unveiled the final layer of beast skin, Qingqing gasped in shock and stood up to get a closer look. This is... She could hardly believe her eyes as she leaned in to see better, a steel knife. The chief removed the leather sheath, revealing a beautifully crafted short knife, approximately 10 centimeters in length, with an elegant curve that suggested sharpness and agility. The surface was adorned with unique patterns, intricate and artistic, enhancing the knife's quality and visual appeal. The handle was made of a black material, likely a specially treated durable synthetic substance. The junction between the handle and blade was meticulously designed for added strength and stability. The sheath, exhibiting the same high-quality black appearance, echoed the color of the handle. Such magnificence seemed entirely beyond the capabilities of this world. Could it be that there were other time travelers before this? The thought stirred a sense of unrest within her. The leader's gaze darkened slightly, emanating a formidable pressure, as his eyes bore a scrutinizing intensity. "Do you recognize this object?" This particular blade was unfamiliar to him as well. He had never encountered such a material apart from this knife. Astonishingly, this female was able to identify it at first glance. Uncertain, Qingqing realized that she had been too conspicuous and hastily sought to amend her words, yet she could not suppress her curiosity. "Leader, may I inquire about the whereabouts of the knife's owner?" Upon hearing this question, the leader's expression sharpened, his gaze piercing as he attempted to discern something from her demeanor. "Since I have produced it, how could you presume I am not its rightful owner?" His words left Qingqing momentarily stunned. The leader regarded her with growing conviction that this female was indeed suspicious, for such a creation could not possibly originate from this world. Qingqing mused to herself, yet she could never voice such a thought. "Leader, I merely find this knife exceedingly unique, and thus I wish to learn more about its owner, that I harbor no ulterior motives." She endeavored to maintain her composure, striving to keep her voice steady and natural. The leader's gaze remained fixed upon her, imbued with inquiry and doubt. Qingqing understood that she must provide a plausible explanation. Otherwise, dispelling the leader's suspicions would prove challenging. "The blade is forged from a rare metal, one that does not exist in our realm, that I have heard whispers of its existence, stating that it can only be found in distant lands. And even then, it is a fortuitous discovery." Qingqing replied cautiously, all the while observing the leader's reaction. After hearing her explanation, the leader's expression softened somewhat, and he nodded, urging her to continue. "Therefore, I surmise that the knife's owner may hail from another place. Or perhaps they have ventured elsewhere in the past, that my curiosity merely compels me to learn more about this individual's tale." Qingqing met the leader's gaze earnestly, hoping he would comprehend her inquisitiveness. "Indeed, the knife's owner does not belong to our tribe. Like you, they were not part of any tribe before joining us." The leader paused before continuing. "However, that individual is no longer present, that I see. What a pity. Since he chose to bestow this knife upon you, it must signify a profound bond between you." Qingqing hesitated to delve deeper. The leader was inherently suspicious, and a misstep in her words could lead to dire consequences. "This knife was not given to me. I merely safeguard it for the time being." The leader sighed. "Its owner was Yun Jian's mother. Before her father passed, he entrusted this knife to me, asking that I keep it safe until Yun Jian found a partner, at which point it should be passed on to them." Then he turned to Qingqing thus, "This knife is actually meant for you. You are now its rightful owner." "What for me?" Qingqing exclaimed, shaking her head fervently. No, I cannot accept such a valuable item. It is better suited for you." Although this knife held little significance in her previous world, it was undoubtedly a rare treasure in this one, having been meticulously preserved for many years, reflecting the leader's deep regard for it. A Jing is my dearest friend. I cannot betray his final wish. Moreover, as the leader of the tribe, I must uphold my integrity, that he sheathed the knife and handed it to Qingqing. I have no further use for it. Take it and keep it well, as a promise to Yun Jian's parents. Chapter 64. I can even perform a split for you, leader. Qingqing cradled the knife, gazing at the leader, that I shall accept it. I will take good care of it, she pledged earnestly. May I inquire how Yun Jian's parents met their demise? Surely, they encountered some perilous ordeal. The leader seemed lost in thought for a moment before slowly responding. Yun Jian's father returned carrying his mother's lifeless body. I am not privy to the details of what transpired, but he only warned me to remain vigilant of a beast man with a serpent's tail. He is treacherous and formidable, particularly skilled in the art of poison, that he urged us not to seek vengeance. For he believed that dying alongside Yun Jian's mother constituted a lifetime of unbreakable bonds. Do not share these details with Yun. His temperament is fiery, and if he were to learn the truth, he would undoubtedly seek retribution. Now that he has a family, I can only hope he lives peacefully with you. Avoiding any untoward incidents that I end this way, I can also offer his parents some solace. Leader, I understand. I will keep it a secret. Then the leader rose and approached the door, suddenly adding, Bai is still asleep. Go wake her. With that, he stepped outside. Very well. Qingqing stood, gripping the steel knife tightly. That in truth, Bai had already awoken, but was reluctant to leave her bed. Just as Qingqing called out to her at the door, she responded, Qingqing, come in. Qingqing gently parted the animal hide and entered. Bai propped herself up, her gaze filled with admiration. Wow, Qingqing, you look stunning today. Qingqing was adorned in the attire that Yun Jian had tailored for her the day prior. The right attire enhances one's appearance. If you have Rindong craft you a beautiful outfit, you will surely dazzle. She settled beside Bai's bed, half-jokingly remarking, What is the matter with you today? It's rather late. And yet you remain in bed. Were you exhausted last night? Bai, having experienced the previous events, bore a hint of shyness that a little, she admitted. Looking up at Qingqing, she asked eagerly, What about you? Have you and Yun Jian become partners? Thanks to your fruits, Yun Jian and I are inseparable, like kindling to a flame. Engage in a fervent battle 800 rounds a day. My waist no longer aches, my legs no longer tire. And I hardly lose my breath. It's quite splendid to be. By the way, where are Rindong and Tian Liang? Why are they not accompanying you today? They want to chop wood. We are preparing to build a new house. Are you moving out? Indeed. Now that we are partners, we naturally need to establish our own household. Bai pouted slightly, voicing her discontent. I originally intended to build a house nearby, but my father forbids it. He refuses to allow me to leave the tribe. The leader must be reluctant to see you go. He simply struggles to express it. Sigh. Bai sighed, then suddenly noticed Qingqing's trousers, asking curiously, What happened to your B skirt? Why is it split in the middle? This is called pants. They are more convenient than a B skirt. Qingqing explained, demonstrating with squats and various warm-up exercises to showcase the comfort of her trousers. See, isn't it quite convenient? It doesn't feel tight at all that I can even do this. Wait, I can perform a split for you. Bai's mouth fell agape in astonishment. Qingqing, you should act more normally. Qingqing cleared her throat. Today, I brought you some sheep fat that I didn't have the chance to teach you how to render it last time. I'll make sure to show you next time I have the opportunity. Upon hearing this, Bai flirtatiously blinked at her. Oh, Qingqing, how could I possibly accept such kindness? Enough. Qingqing waved her hand. I will go check on Yuanhua. You should rest well. Remember to visit often. Bai waved goodbye. Qingqing then went to see Yuanhua. During the beastman's mating season, she had chosen to hide in the mountains rather than remain in the tribe. Thus she had emerged unscathed. After chatting with Yuanhua for a while, she bid her farewell. Expecting Yun Jian to still be absent at this early hour, she was surprised to spot He Lang waiting at the entrance of the tribe from a distance. Why are you here so early to wait for me? Didn't you say you had other matters to attend to? Come up. He Lang beckoned, lowering himself for her. What is going on? When did you learn to speak behind my back? Qingqing was taken aback. No. It seems I am now able to understand you. You are my partner. Naturally, you can understand my words. Yun Jian elucidated. Is it truly possible? How astonishing. Qingqing was genuinely amazed. Come up. Hei Lang remained seated, patiently waiting for Qingqing to mount him, but no need. It's not far. I will walk back. You can rise now. Qingqing patted Hei Lang's back, signaling for him to stand. Hei Lang obediently rose but turned his face away. What's so fascinating over there? Pay attention to the road. Qingqing was puzzled. Since she had come out, Yun Jian had not glanced at her once. What is so captivating about the road? I'm enjoying the scenery. Yun Jian stubbornly averted his gaze. Qingqing maneuvered around him, only for him to swiftly turn his face away again. You little rascal. Are you avoiding me? Is it that my appearance today does not please you? No. Then why won't you look at me? Qingqing persisted, undeterred, as she circled to his other side, and once more he turned his face away. She blocked his path, moving in sync with the direction of his head. Look at me. You must look at me. She hopped in front of him repeatedly, leaving Yun Jian with no choice but to tilt his wolf head high. Qingqing, stop fooling around. Let us return home first. Qingqing, not quite tall enough, grasped the wolf fur around his neck, yearning to draw closer to him, and stubbornly insisted, if you would only look at me, I refuse to believe your eyes are devoid of emotion. The black wolf swallowed hard, lowering his head to the ground, his broad paws tightly covering his face. She had merely teased him a few times. How could it have led him to such self-isolation? Qingqing, do not gaze upon me. I am quite unsightly at this moment. The black wolf let out a low, mournful whimper, recalling that Qingqing had once expressed her fondness for handsome appearances. Now, in his current state of disfigurement, he feared she might no longer want him. How could that be? You remain undeniably handsome. Even your pose while picking your nose has the power to enchant me. Qingqing coaxed him gently, come now. Darling, do show me. She could not comprehend why he had suddenly succumbed to such self-deprecation, lacking even the courage to meet her gaze. Could it be that he had caught a glimpse of himself in a mirror? But that should have bolstered his confidence. Had someone remarked upon his looks, leaving him feeling despondent? The black wolf's muffled voice emerged. I have never picked my nose. That was merely a metaphor, signifying that. Regardless of appearance, you are the most handsome in my heart. What a ridiculous metaphor. Chapter 65. That little creature, quite fierce indeed. I do not find you unappealing, truly, I swear. Qingqing assured him, yet the black wolf remained unmoving. Suddenly she questioned, have you secretly cut your hair behind my back? He fell silent, and Qingqing grew increasingly convinced that he had indeed marred his own hair. Gently stroking his wolf fur, she consoled him. Do not fret. Hair will grow back. Even if it is unsightly, it is but a temporary state. Rest assured, I shall never reject you. My previous stylist, Tony, once gave me a haircut that resembled a fashion disaster. I was too embarrassed to face anyone for a month, so I understand your feelings at this moment. Tony had claimed he would give her a trendy hairstyle, but the result was so grotesque it nearly drove her to madness. Afterward, she would even spit 3 times whenever passing by that barber's shop, which fortunately closed down shortly thereafter. Truly, I do not find you unappealing. If I did, may lightning strike me. Qingqing swore vehemently. Qingqing, oaths are not meant to be sworn in such a manner. Yun Jian weakly remarked, harboring doubts about whether he had misremembered. That is the essence of my words. This time, when she attempted to pry away his wolf paw, he did not resist. However, upon seeing his swollen visage, with even his eyes squinting in discomfort, she gasped in shock. What happened to you? She tenderly caressed his face, filled with concern. Did you get into a fight? No, I was fetching honey, he mumbled, his voice growing softer. That little creature was quite fierce, seeing that Qingqing showed no sign of disdain and was instead deeply concerned for him. Warmth spread through his heart as he nudged her hand affectionately. Brother, if you invade someone's home, who else would they sting if not you? Did you manage to remove the stinger? Qingqing was both exasperated and sympathetic. With you looking like this, it must hurt terribly. Was it that sharp object? I have already removed it. Come, let us return home. I need to assess the situation. Upon arriving home, Qingqing urged him to revert to his human form, but he obstinately refused. With your face so covered in wolf fur, how can I see you? She nearly burst into laughter for frustration. Even in such a state, he still would not cooperate. Considering his injury, she softened her tone. Please transform so I can see how serious it is. I am genuinely worried for you that he would not comply, having already glimpsed his reflection by the river. Not only did he look ugly, but downright terrifying. What if Qingqing were to flee in terror? It is fine like this. It will heal in a couple of days. Qingqing chuckled, nearly losing her composure, as she drew a small steel knife and threatened him. Do you believe I would shave off your wolf fur? Yunjian, upon seeing the knife, widened his squinted eyes, asking urgently, Where did you acquire this knife? That is none of your concern. Cooperate with me. And I might tell you that it is not that I refuse to cooperate. I find my own face revolting and terrifying, and I fear I would frighten you away. He wished to present only his best self to her, unwilling to reveal his flaws. Yunjian, we have been completely honest with each other. You are my partner. Why do you still doubt me? Do you truly believe I am so shallow as to be with you solely for your looks? Do you think so little of me? Qingqing spoke earnestly, and he vigorously shook his head. Of course not. You should not be so concerned about me. As my partner, we ought to support one another. Even if you are a towering tree and I am but a parasitic vine, I must do my utmost to protect you from falling. Do you understand? Her dark eyes sparkled with a myriad of emotions. Yunjian gazed deeply into her eyes, and after a long moment of silence, he, feeling the heat of his swollen nose, pressed it against Qingqing's forehead. I apologize. I previously underestimated your strength, stubbornly believing that I could shoulder everything alone, that I was narrow-minded. He transformed back into his human form. And indeed, his swollen face appeared far more terrifying than in his wolf shape, as if it had been subjected to boiling heat. His eyelids, swollen, became heavy, making each blink a laborious task. Qingqing examined the wounds on his cheeks. Indeed, the stinger had been extracted. However, the bee must have been substantial, as the stung area was not only swollen and red, but bore a very prominent puncture. Does it hurt terribly? Qingqing inquired, knowing well that it must be painful, yet unable to refrain from asking. Yes, it hurts a lot, both itchy and painful. That he leaned closer to her, his tone pitiful, as if seeking her comfort. What can be done about the pain? Endure it. Though Qingqing spoke those words, she rose and prepared warm saline water to cleanse his wounds, hoping to eliminate any residual venom. However, the effect may be minimal, as the venom had likely been absorbed after such a delay. She then soaked a piece of animal skin in cold water and applied it to his wounds to ease the pain. You keep this on. I shall step out to find some herbs for detoxification and swelling. Do not wander too far. Qingqing exited. Yunjian tossed the wet animal skin into the basin and lay back down. Such a minor injury, aside from the ugliness, he truly did not take to heart. Herbs for detoxification and swelling are quite easy to find, common and abundant. Qingqing soon returned with a handful of small purple flowers that as she entered, she found Yunjian squeezing the water from the animal skin, wincing in pain as he applied it to his face, and "Oh, need to continue applying that. I will soon administer the medicine." Seeing him in discomfort, she hurriedly washed and crushed the herbs, urging him to lie down as she gently applied them to his face. You must not take such risks again to fetch honey, she reminded him, her eyes filled with concern. Yunjian slightly turned his eyes, finally meeting Qingqing's gaze. This was merely an oversight. I thought they had all flown away. Not realizing one remained hidden in the hive, which only emerged to sting me once I returned, he was frustrated, yet thankful that Qingqing was not at home. Had she been stung, he would have been beside himself with rage. Qingqing's hand applied a bit more pressure as she administered the medicine, and though he did not voice his discomfort, his brow furrowed slightly, revealing his pain. Fortunately, only one bee stung you. Consider yourself lucky. But can you guarantee that you will not be stung again? What if the injury is severe next time? I will be cautious. I cannot allow it another opportunity, he reassured her. You truly are driving me to exasperation. She genuinely feared that one day he might be stung into a porcupine, that in her frustration. She pinched his arm with force, but his solid muscles were unyielding, and she could not budge him. That cannot be, he chuckled, his arm casually wrapping around her waist. Since you adore honey so much, I shall call you little Honey Jean. Qingqing could call him whatever she pleased. He would not mind. He smiled, a hint of tenderness illuminating his features. Were you not going to inquire about where I obtained that knife? It was given to me by the chief today. Qingqing produced the knife, displaying it before Yunjian. You seemed quite excited earlier. You must have recognized it as your mother's heirloom. Yunjian nodded in acknowledgement, and she placed the steel knife into his hand, a hint of confusion crossing his face as he turned to her. This is a keepsake from your mother, a final memento for you. You should keep it. However, Yun-Jan withdrew his hand, since the chief entrusted it to you. It means it was specifically left for you by my mother. You should keep it without hesitation. Besides, what s yours is mine, and what s mine is yours. Qingqing gazed at him for a long while, cautiously reclaiming the steel knife, assuring him, "Rest assured, I will protect it well." Chapter 66. Edible with an almond flavor. Yun-Jan observed her serious demeanor and chuckled softly, playfully flicking her forehead. "This knife was given to you to ensure your own protection. Why are you so intent on safeguarding it?" Qingqing covered her forehead, her expression one of confusion. "But this knife is of great significance that I understand its importance, but you need not regard it as more vital than your own life." Yun-Jan's laughter was gentle. "No matter how significant the knife may be, it pales in comparison to your worth. Protecting yourself is paramount. Do you understand?" She lowered her head in silence for a moment, then slowly nodded, and I understood. Time flew by like a fleeting horse. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. The clouds in the sky drifted lazily from east to west, as if being pulled by the hands of time, constantly changing their shapes. Qingqing toiled diligently in the clearing created by Yun-Jan, wielding a hoe fashioned from stone, grunting as she turned the soil. Suddenly, she straightened her aching back, wiped the sweat from her forehead, and looked back at the land she had tilled, filled with a profound sense of accomplishment. "Qingqing, take a break and have some water." Yun-Jan approached with a cup in hand. Perhaps the herbs had worked wonders. Or maybe Yun-Jan's recovery ability was remarkable. His face had already reduced in swelling by half. "You needn't go to such lengths. This is already the 9th cup of water you've brought me." Qingqing wiped her brow yet again, shaking her body, still able to hear the sloshing of water in her stomach. "Then you rest first." Seeing Qingqing busy by herself, Yun-Jan could hardly contain his desire to assist her. However, she forbade him from helping, insisting he stay at home and recuperate properly. Realizing he could not be of any help, he could only occasionally bring out a cup of water to make his presence known. "I am not tired. I want to push on and finish this today, so I can plant the peppers tomorrow," Qingqing said, radiating happiness. "You needn't exert yourself. I could finish this in no time." Yun-Jan eagerly offered, but she insisted he go inside. "Come on, hurry inside. Don't let the dust cling to your face." Was she working the land? No, she was cultivating joy. How could she let him steal that from her? She spat in her palm and took up the hoe once more. Before long, Yun-Jan's figure reappeared at the door. "What is it now?" Good heavens, he was interrupting her flow. When would she finish this patch of land? The barbecue is ready. You can eat now." Qingqing looked up at the sun hanging high in the sky, then at Yun-Jan, her face etched with disbelief. "Let us eat early today. I'm hungry." She had no faith even in his punctuation. "Why are you just standing there, waiting for me to carry you in? Hurry up and wash your hands." Yun-Jan raised an eyebrow at Qingqing. "Understood." She set down her hoe and went inside to wash her hands. "Let us eat." After the meal, she could continue her work. Once she finished eating, she rested for a moment preparing to rise, but was called back by Yun-Jan. "Qingqing, I need to apply the medicine." That he held the ointment jar, lying on the bed, waiting for her to tend his wounds. "That you're nearly healed. You can manage a little on your own." "I can't see it on my face." Since applying the medicine wouldn't take much time, Qingqing obliged, but just as she set the jar down, Yun-Jan had already gotten out of bed and lifted the animal skin curtain. "Qingqing, you must need a bath after sweating today, right?" It's not necessary just yet. I've already heated the water. Come wash up." When did he heat the water? She hadn't seen him do it. He beckoned her again. Come on. That if she'd bathe, she wouldn't be able to till the soil, and would end up sweating again. Yet, Yun-Jan had heated the water for her. Sigh, if she had to wash. Then so be it. Tomorrow could wait. She suddenly thought that perhaps treating the pepper seeds before planting them might yield better results, so there was no need to rush. After her bath, Qingqing poured out the pepper seeds she had collected. Counting them, there were 32, but who knew how many would sprout? "Yun-Jan, could you help me crush the shells?" "I'll give it a try." Actually, there was no need to try. With a simple effort, he crushed the shells along with the kernels inside. "All right, now there are only 31 left. Be gentler. Don't damage the kernels inside," she said, taking the crushed seeds from his hand, intending to pop one into her mouth. "Qingqing," Yun-Jan exclaimed, horrified, grabbing her wrist. "Don't eat random things." With her wrist held fast, she simply leaned down and popped the seed in her mouth. "It's edible. Tastes like almonds." The seed had a faint sweetness. Tender. If these 31 sprouted well, the future seeds could be dried and enjoyed as nuts. Yunjan still held her hand, gazing at her palm, sighing in apparent resignation. Look at you, your hands are all red. Qingqing withdrew her hand, pretending to be serious while actually teasing him. It's not from grinding. It's from your irritation that my liver fire is high. Upon hearing her words, Yunjan frowned and thought deeply. Though he didn't understand why his irritation would cause red palms, he trusted Qingqing's medical knowledge. She must be right, but he began to reflect on his recent actions and how they might have upset her. Qingqing expected him to domineeringly tell her not to dig anymore. Yet this time he said nothing, lost in his thoughts. What are you thinking about? Nothing, but if there is nothing, then help me peel the seeds. Remember to be gentle, don't crush the kernels. All right, you keep peeling, I'll find a clay pot. Qingqing searched for a smaller clay pot, cut a small piece of animal skin, soaked it in water, and placed it inside. She returned to Yunjan's side, placing the seeds he had peeled onto the animal skin. Excluding those he had accidentally damaged and those that were already bad, only 19 seeds remained. After placing them all inside, she covered the pot with a piece of animal skin to block the light. Want to try? Qingqing chewed on the damaged seeds, extending her palm to him. Are you sure this isn't poisonous? He asked repeatedly, skeptical. Eating the fruit was one thing, but these seeds didn't look edible at all. That it's poisonous, but only if you eat hundreds of pounds at once, about the weight of an adult sheep, and then you'd die. Is that from poisoning or from overeating? Yunjan pondered seriously. Qingqing stifled a laugh, leaning in conspiratorially to whisper, here is another secret. Water is also poisonous. Everyone who drinks it will die. Some even die without drinking it. He finally caught on, grasping her chin gently but not with force, grinning wickedly. Qingqing, are you playing with me? As Qingqing stuffed something in her mouth, his sudden grip made her resemble a startled hamster. Yunjan's menacing grin didn't frighten her. Instead, it made him seem quite endearing, and she sincerely nodded. Yes, indeed. Did you just realize that? Chapter 67. The Ritual in the Dead of Night. Qingqing slept soundly, utterly unaware of a shadow moving within the cave. That dark figure stealthily picked up a hoe and began to dig in the unfinished patch of land. After turning the soil, he washed his hands and face by the river before quietly slipping back to her side. The next morning, as Qingqing hoisted the hoe, she was taken aback by the scene before her and turned to Yunjan. Did you do this? Lying in bed, secretly observing her expression, Yunjan diverted his gaze and rolled over, muttering, I don't know, I don't remember. Perhaps I dug it while sleepwalking. Qingqing rolled her eyes. His ability to spout nonsense was growing stronger. She leaned her hoe against the door, grabbed her basket, and stepped outside, casually picking up the hoe at the entrance. Then I'll go find Yuanhua to gather herbs. Qingqing, wait for me. Hearing the commotion, Yunjan sprang up from bed, hurriedly putting on his fur skirt and shoes. You don't need to come. Yuanhua and I can manage to. In no way. It's dangerous. Dangerous, my foot. The area where they collected herbs was predominantly filled with herbaceous plants. The tree cover was sparse, making it difficult for wild beasts to hide, especially during the day when they were foraging. Even the herbivorous wild animals were a rare sight. If they were lucky, they might encounter a couple that would take a detour upon seeing people, ultimately unable to escape Yunjan's fate. Thus, she felt that the real danger was the very danger Yunjan spoke of, to go do your own thing. Don't follow me. Yunjan rejected, felt disheartened. Since Qingqing wouldn't let him go, he could only stealthily follow her. This time, Qingqing didn't simply pick the herbs. She dug them up along with the soil. Qingqing, what are you doing? Yuanhua looked at her in confusion, not understanding why she was bringing the dirt back with her. The herbs I've dug up aren't yet ready for harvesting, then I'll take them back to plant, so I won't have to search the mountains when I need them later. You can grow herbs too? Yuanhua exclaimed, her voice rising in admiration. Qingqing felt somewhat embarrassed under her adoring gaze, smiling as she continued to it's not that difficult. You needn't look at me with such reverence. Just be careful not to damage the roots when digging, and when you get home, make a hole to replant them. Just water them daily for the first little while that I'll remember. Not far away. Beneath the trees, a black wolf lay in wait among the grass, embodying the predator's stance as it stalked its prey. However, within the deep blue pupils of the black wolf, there resided only warmth. Devoid of any ferocity or vigilance typically associated with a predator, He was in such close proximity to them that he could hear every word they uttered, yet they remained completely engrossed in foraging for herbs, utterly oblivious to the fact that a black wolf had already set its sights on them not far away. Yunjan couldn't help but chuckle to himself. How amusing it was that he had gone undetected so close to them. What if a beast was lurking here? Fortunately, he had followed them. Otherwise, they would have been in peril. Thus, he rationalized his covert presence. Just as Yunjan was about to rise and stealthily draw nearer, he overheard Qing Qing say to Yuan Hua, "Let us move to another spot," and take a look that he crouched down gently, waiting for them to wander further away before he resumed his pursuit. As Qing Qing and Yuan Hua conversed, Yuan Hua suddenly halted, her senses heightened, staring intently at the nearby thicket, her arm shielding Qing Qing. "Wait, there is movement ahead, don't go over there." Qing Qing took a few cautious steps back, her eyes darting toward the undergrowth. Could it be a wild beast? It's possible, and it might be quite sizable. Should we run? Don't. Yuan Hua grasped Qing Qing's arm. The faster we run, the harder it will chase us. Qing Qing picked up a hoe, brandishing it protectively as she instructed Yuan Hua. "I have a hoe. You stand behind me." In truth, she felt quite uncertain. The beasts of this world were significantly larger than those of the original realm. If it were a formidable predator, they might not return home for dinner that night. It drew closer. Closer still. Qing Qing's hand gripping the hoe began to perspire. The underbrush parted, revealing the beast at last. Upon recognizing the creature species, both Qing Qing and Yuan Hua exhaled a sigh of relief in unison. Qing Qing lowered her hoe, relieved it was merely a sheep. If it had been a tiger or a lion, we would have truly stood no chance. Qing Qing, what is it doing? The sheep, with its snow-white fleece and short horns, was indeed it hopped about, occasionally kicking at the trees and stomping the ground. It seems to be performing a dance. Huh. Yuan Hua, unfamiliar with this expression, inquired curiously, "Are you suggesting it is driving us away or welcoming us? If it isn't welcoming us, then it must be driving us away. Let us go. We must have intruded upon its territory," Qing Qing declared. "Run." No sooner had Qing Qing uttered the words than Yuan Hua gasped in alarm, seizing her hand and dashing away. The goat, pawing the ground, charged towards them. Yuan Hua, highly sensitive to approaching danger, reacted before Qing Qing. Without a second thought for her hoe, Qing Qing sprinted after her. "Qing Qing, don't be afraid." A black wolf burst forth from the very thicket behind them, racing towards the goat. The goat, sensing peril, abruptly halted, veering off in a desperate attempt to escape. "Yunjan?" Upon hearing the call, Qing Qing paused in her tracks. "Qing Qing, why have you stopped? Run. Just now there was a wolf's howl. It is even more dangerous now." "Don't worry, it's Yunjan." Yuan Hua also came to a halt. "It is Yunjan. Then there is no cause for alarm." Qing Qing picked up her hoe and waited for Yunjan to return. The black wolf returned, dragging the lifeless goat by its mouth, and upon seeing Qing Qing, its tail began to wag uncontrollably. "What are you doing here? Didn't I tell you not to follow?" Qing Qing was taken aback by his sudden appearance. The black wolf's tail stilled as it dropped the goat at her feet. "I couldn't help but worry, so I came to check on you on the mountain." He reproached Qing Qing. "How could you dare leave me behind when you can't even handle a goat?" Only then did Qing Qing realize that the beast they had encountered earlier had retreated out of fear of Yunjan, while she had merely been relying on a false sense of security, believing they feared humans. "Huh, I won't do it again. I'm grateful you're here." Qing Qing chuckled as she affectionately stroked the black wolf's head, which he allowed with a docile demeanor. "Qing Qing, could it be that you've mistaken the wolf?" Yuan Hua said timidly. Based on her scant knowledge of Yunjan, it seemed impossible for him to seek such affection. In her eyes, he was a fierce beast man, the kind who could snap someone's head off for merely brushing against him. The black wolf growled menacingly at her. "I am Qing Qing's companion. How could she possibly mistake me? Oh, I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry." Yuan Hua, frightened, hid behind Qing Qing, now convinced of his identity as Yunjan. Chapter 68. I shall take it to meet its mother. Bah, why do I still hear the sound of sheep? Qing Qing pricked her ears, wondering if she had misheard. It sounds like a lamb. Yuan Hua too recognized the urgent bleating of a young sheep. Sure enough, from the thicket where the ewe had emerged earlier, a little lamb appeared, its pristine curls on display, bleating anxiously for its mother. "This can't possibly be the lamb of that ewe, can it?" Yuan Hua speculated. The little lamb approached them, bleating as if asking if they had seen its mother. It was highly likely, and the lamb's pitiful cries stirred a wave of compassion within Qing. Yunjian, we shouldn't have killed that you. But none of us anticipated that it would have a little one waiting for it to return home. Qing approached gently, squatting down to attempt to pet the lamb, which, far from being afraid, allowed her to stroke its head. Perhaps it was because she wore a pristine woolen sweater today that the lamb mistook her for kin. Nuzzling against her while bleating sorrowfully. Yunjian, what should we do? It's lost its mother, don't worry. I'll take it to see its mother. Yunjian understood the meaning of mother, for his own mother had taught him the same, though he still referred to her as mother. How cruel of you! Qing cradled the little lamb in her arms, and it nestled its head into her embrace. This little lamb is so young. Let it have a chance to live. Yuan Hua pleaded as well. Although she was unsure of what Yunjian had just suggested, from Qing's reaction and Yunjian's actions, it was evident he intended to kill the little lamb. Qing, without its mother, it won't survive more than 2 days before being devoured by other beasts that it's better to grant it a swift end. Rest assured, my teeth are very sharp. I guarantee it will not suffer. Yunjian was acutely aware of the agony that awaited those who lost their parental protection, especially in a world governed by the law of the jungle. Where this innocent little lamb was a defenseless herbivore, I want to raise it. May I? Qing implored Yunjian, refusing to release her hold on the lamb, that it's a herbivore. There's plenty of wild grass here. I can feed it. It won't trouble you. Qing earnestly persisted that it's prey. There's no reason to keep it. Moreover, it's so small, it's likely still nursing. How do you plan to care for it? There will always be a way. Look, it has teeth. It can certainly eat some tender grass. Qing pried open the lamb's mouth, showing its teeth to Yunjian. The survival of the fittest is the true law of nature. Wait, don't look at me like that. Yunjian began to say, but Qing's pleading gaze softened his heart, rendering him speechless. Yet he steeled himself, continuing, if you remain this kind-hearted. No, wait, let me finish. The more pitiful Qing looked. The more Yunjian felt he could not continue his admonishment. He turned his face away and added, if you continue to be this kind, you will suffer greatly. Yunjian, can I raise it? How many do you want? Is one enough? If not, I'll go catch more. Yunjian was swayed by her melodic pleas, feeling like the happiest male in the world at the same time. He scorned himself. It was just a herbivore. What harm was there in Qing wanting to raise it? Yet to have his own partner plead so pitifully made him feel utterly unmasculine. Yunjian, you're so wonderful. Qing beamed with delight, realizing that flattering him cost her nothing, so she continued to shower him with praise. Are we still going to gather herbs? If not, we should head back. Yunjian asked nonchalantly, though the incessant wagging of his tail betrayed his inner excitement. Let us gather a little longer. We haven't collected much yet. Yuan Hua and Qing walked ahead, with the black wolf now boldly trailing behind them. Qing's arms grew weary from holding the little lamb, so she set it down. Stay close and walk with us, she instructed the lamb, fully aware it could not comprehend human speech. At first, the lamb obediently followed, but soon it sat down, bleating pitifully. The black wolf pawed at its tail, urging it to move along and not to be lazy, that if you don't move, I won't keep you. The lamb was terrified by his growl, its cries becoming even more mournful. Did you scare it? Qing returned to embrace it, soothing it. Once cradled in her arms, the lamb ceased its bleating. Did I didn't do anything? Yunjian feigned innocence. Qing, being small and weak, must have been tired, leading her to set it down. Yet this lamb, so ungrateful, refused to budge unless held. What if it wore her out? Qing, why don't you let me carry it on my back? That works. That was fortuitous. Her arms were tired as well. The lamb weighed at least 30 pounds, making it quite a burden to carry. That as soon as Qing placed the lamb on the black wolf's back, it began to wail heart-wrenchingly once more. That it. Afraid of you? Qing swiftly retrieved it, and sure enough, it settled down once more. Let me give it a try. Yuan Hua extended her arm, gently cradling the little lamb, which remained docile in her embrace. They simultaneously glanced at Yunjian, questioning, what do you want from me? This little lamb must be frightened of you. Such a timid creature. Yunjian cast a dismissive glance and strode ahead of them. Once the lamb was set down, It scampered after them on its short legs. The lamb thought to itself, "That big black thing has finally stopped following me. It scared me so much that my legs went weak." Qingqing and Yuanhua continued for a while longer, filling their baskets before heading home. It was still early, and Qingqing invited Yuanhua to accompany her back, intending to plant the herbs immediately while explaining their uses. In addition to the medicinal plants, Qingqing also unearthed some wild ginger and garlic sprouts, planning to take them home for cultivation. She dug a small hole in the tilled earth, placing the herb seedlings inside and covering them with soil, leaving a little space before digging another hole, with Yuanhua mimicking her actions quite adeptly. "That should suffice. Just a little water to nourish them," Qingqing instructed as the two of them planted the seedlings, while Yuanzhan was tasked with fetching water. Together, they quickly established the herbs in the ground. "I plan to cultivate herbs here." Qingqing pointed to the first patch, then gestured to a second area. "This one will be for scallions, ginger, garlic, and wild vegetables." She then indicated the largest plot of land. "And here, I intend to plant the chili peppers you provided." "Chili peppers can be grown too?" Yuanhua asked. "Uncertain. That I won't know until I try," Qingqing replied, having only prepared the seeds the previous night and unsure if they would sprout. Yuanhua expressed her envy, saying, "I also wish to have a small plot of land to grow my favorite plants." "Why wait for later? You can start cultivating a piece of land now," Qingqing suggested. "After all, there is no shortage of land here." Yuanhua shook her head. "There won't be any extra space in the tribe for me to cultivate." "Why not venture outside the tribe? Choose a fertile piece of land. Wouldn't that be better?" Qingqing encouraged. "Yes. Why must I plant right at my doorstep?" Yuanhua pondered, though she realized she lacked the necessary tools. "Qingqing, will you need a hoe in the coming days?" she asked shyly. "I likely won't need it. You can borrow it for now." Qingqing smiled, understanding her intentions. "Thank you, Qingqing. I will return it as soon as I can." Chapter 69. A humble name is easy to nurture. Qingqing hoped to keep Yuanhua for dinner before sending her home, but Yuanhua insisted it would be too cumbersome. "Take care on your way back." Qingqing waved goodbye. The little lamb at her feet bleated in agreement. Qingqing chuckled as she picked it up. "Look, even the lamb is bidding you farewell." Yuanhua smiled back. "Next time, I will bring it some tender grass." After seeing Yuanhua off, Qingqing returned to her dwelling. Placing the lamb down, it was the first time the little creature entered the cave, and it curiously explored every nook and cranny as if investigating the family that would take care of it. Eventually, it nestled onto the bed, drawn by its warmth. "I should make you a cozy spot," Qingqing said, lifting it off the bed. "Don't wander off," Mei responded, and Qingqing looked at Yunzhan in surprise. "Do you think it understands what I'm saying?" Yunzhan shook his head. "I don't know, but this little lamb seems quite clever. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so eager to please you." "I think so too," Qingqing mused, finding the lamb remarkably perceptive. In a corner, Qingqing laid down a thick layer of dry grass and animal hides, hollowing out a space in the center, resembling a bird's nest. "Why don't you give it a try?" she encouraged, placing the lamb inside, which fit perfectly. "From now on, this will be your little nook," Mei responded, and Qingqing affectionately patted its head. "Qingqing, the meat is ready," Yunzhan called. "I'll wash my hands and join you," she replied. After eating the roasted meat, Qingqing decided to prepare a broth for the lamb. Although sheep are herbivores, they might consume meat in cases of nutritional deficiency, so she thought it best to experiment with feeding it tonight. "Are you going to give it meat?" "I'm just trying a bit of broth. Tomorrow, I'll take it out to see what tender grass it prefers." "But the meat you have is lamb. Its mother. Are you sure about this?" Qingqing hesitated, feeling it was morally questionable despite the lamb having no consciousness. "What other meat do we have at home?" "Only lamb." "What kind of meat do you want?" "I can hunt for you." He paused before adding, "Perhaps I could catch another mother sheep with a lamb." "What will happen to its offspring if you capture it?" "I'll bring them both back," Yunzhan replied nonchalantly, "and oh wonder the little lamb is afraid of you." Night had fallen, and Qingqing felt regretful for her impulsive decision to take it in without preparation. "Regretful? You actually called it troublesome?" Yunzhan teased, pulling her onto his lap. "Qingqing, what do you think our relationship is? That you would consider me a burden?" "But that's not what I meant," Qingqing protested, pushing against his chest to prevent him from leaning closer. "I just feel guilty for insisting on raising it and making you hunt at night. Just tell me what kind of meat you want. I'll handle the rest." "Anything but lamb," Qingqing agreed, knowing that refusing him further might lead to his displeasure. "If you truly feel it's troublesome, then just lie on the bed and wait for me tonight." Yunjian grinned mischievously, releasing her. Yunjian. Qingqing bit her lip, looking at him with a mix of embarrassment and anger. Haven't you already gone through your mating season? With you around, every moment feels like mating season. He transformed into a black wolf and vanished into the night. When he returned, he held a bird in his mouth. After donning his hide skirt and taking his bone knife, he went to the riverbank to prepare the meat. Qingqing brewed a fragrant broth, scooping out the meat for Yunjian while letting the soup cool in a bowl. She placed it on the ground and called the little lamb over. Without sheep's milk, you'll have to make do with this tonight. The lamb sniffed the broth but hesitated, bleeding towards Qingqing. Yunjian, do you think it doesn't know how to drink? It shouldn't be a problem. It's just like drinking water. She crouched down, demonstrating, just lick it like this, and you'll be able to drink. The lamb stared at her, seemingly confused by her actions. Despite her various attempts, the lamb remained oblivious, leaving her on the verge of lying down to teach it how to drink. She had never felt so exhausted. Why not transform into a wolf and show it how to drink? She looked at Yunjian for assistance, but I'm afraid it might get too frightened, he replied, raising an eyebrow as if to say she was being absurd if that's true. Qingqing tried pressing its head down. Just drink the soup like you drink water. The lamb's mouth touched the broth, but it jerked its head back in surprise. Fearing it would choke, she released it. The lamb paused, as if it suddenly understood something, and began to eagerly lap up the soup. So that's how you drink? Qingqing marveled. Yunjian, we should give it a name. What name do you have in mind? Qingqing pondered, resting her chin on her hand. They say a humble name is easy to nurture, so let's call it Dogdan. What do you think? That's a lovely name. Yunjian recalled his father had once told him that his mother had said names like Jean were easy to nurture. Hence his own name. Thankfully, his mother hadn't named him Dogdan. Otherwise, he would feel embarrassed every time Qingqing called him. Dogdan, Dogdan, Dogdan. Qingqing teased the lamb. After some contemplation, Yunjian remarked, in the future, let me choose the names for our offspring. Qingqing pouted. You think my naming is too rustic, don't you? Cough, that's not it. It's just that our offspring deserve better names. Speaking of offspring, Yunjian felt an increasing heat within him that a few days prior. Due to being stung on the face, he had refrained from getting too close to Qingqing, limiting their intimacy. Now that his face had healed, his restlessness returned. He anxiously tore open the hide covering his chest, fixated on when the lamb would finish drinking the broth. Yunjian's gaze burned with intensity, as if he regarded the lamb as prey. Yet in his heart, he was thinking of Qingqing. His gaze was so intense that Qingqing blocked his view of the lamb. Asking, you don't intend to eat it, do you? His throat constricted at her suspicious gaze, and he swallowed hard. Qingqing, I'm hungry. You just ate, didn't you? Wait here. I'll prepare some bird meat for you. Just don't get any ideas about it. But before she could take 2 steps, he pulled her back and hoisted her onto his shoulder. Yunjian, what are you doing? Put me down, Qingqing exclaimed as the lamb let out a pitiful bleat. And she frantically kicked her legs to don't eat it. You promised I could raise it. Yunjian grasped the lamb by the scruff and placed it into its nest before walking toward the bed. Qingqing, I have no intention of eating it. I've been focused on you. Qingqing pounded his back in frustration. No, I haven't bathed yet. There's no rush. You can wash up later. Chapter 70. Your body is more honest than your words. Yunjian ultimately succumbed to her, helplessly preparing warm water for her to bathe. Qingqing, fully aware of what was to unfold, lingered in the bathtub, attempting to stretch out the time. However, the water temperature did not remain constant according to her wishes. Yunjian, the water is cold, she softly called out. The next moment, a startled cry escaped her lips. Hey, what are you doing? Yunjian lifted her from the water, urgently drying her body with animal skin. Since the water is cooled, there is no need to wash. He placed her on the bed, and before she could register what was happening, he descended upon her. Qingqing pressed her hands against his chest, hunching her shoulders in an attempt to evade his kiss. That why you should wait, she gasped, her words barely escaping her lips. Yunjian propped himself up, his voice low and resonant. All right, I shall not rush you. I will give you a moment to prepare. Yet, that moment was indeed fleeting. Just a few breaths later, Yunjian's deep voice echoed above her once more. Are you ready now? No, wait. Qingqing clutched his hair tightly, biting her lower lip. Observing her distress, Yunjian's large hand grasped the back of her head, pressing her lips against his shoulder. If it becomes unbearable, bite here, do not harm yourself. The night was still young. and the commotion within the cave seemed to disturb a sleeping lamb. It opened its eyes, emitting an urgent and resounding bleat, stumbling as it jumped from its nest. Undeterred by the pain, it quickly scampered to the bedside, repeatedly butting Yunjan's arm with its yet-to-develop horns. Noticing its attacks lacked strength, it stepped back, gathering momentum for another charge. Yunjan effortlessly swatted it off the bed, simultaneously murmuring into her ear, "This little lamb knows how to protect you. It was not raised in vain." Later that night, Qing soaked in the bathtub, cleansing her body, her cheeks flushed. Yunjan, utilizing her bathing water, simply wiped himself down, then changed into a clean animal skin sheet before lifting her from the water. With a contented expression, he held her tightly, pressing a gentle kiss on her forehead. "Rest well. Good night." Qing nestled in his embrace, drowsy, and soon slipped into slumber. When the sun rose, Qing's sudden scream pierced the air. Yunjan, thinking she was in danger, hurriedly dashed out of the cave. "What happened? What's wrong?" he asked anxiously. "Yunjan, Dog Dan ate all the herbs I planted," Qing exclaimed, clutching the lamb's belly, which was suspended in midair, her brow furrowed and expression pained. She had not seen Dog Dan upon waking and assumed it had wandered off. Upon stepping outside, she discovered Dog Dan in her garden, having devoured nearly all the herbs she had planted the previous day, even leaving bite marks on the bitter ones. "This little lamb, I shall butcher it right away." Yunjan was equally furious. "Hey, no. Qing quickly cradled it in her arms. Fearing Yunjan might truly harm Dog Dan, the herbs can be replanted. Do not be angry. That a glimmer of joy flickered in her eyes. "Actually, this is a good sign. It means Dog Dan can eat grass now." "But what about your herbs? If you dig them up, it will eat them again." Yunjan expressed his concern that we can use animal skins to make a rope and tie it up. He proposed as a solution. "Then it would lose its freedom," Qing retorted. "Without that, your herbs will be gone." Yunjan attempted to persuade her that I have a better idea. Qing's eyes sparkled with excitement. "We can enclose my garden to keep it out. However, I need some bamboo and trees." "That is a splendid idea." Yunjan nodded in agreement. "That I have nothing to do today. I'll go chop down some trees and bamboo." "I will go too," Qing asserted, her determination evident. "Though I may not be of much help, I wish to accompany you." Her gaze towards Yunjan radiated warmth and gratitude, and no matter her desires, Yunjan always supported and assisted her silently. Such a partner was truly rare. "All right," Yunjan smiled in acquiescence. "Let us go together." The sun hung high in the sky as Yunjan busied himself chopping trees in the forest. He swung the heavy stone axe, each strike precise and forceful. Qing attentively selected suitable trees nearby, her eyes gleaming with excitement and anticipation. "Yunjan, this one." She marked a cross upon it with her steel knife. The trees would serve as posts for the fence. The thicker ones would need to be chopped down into smaller pieces, so she sought out slender trees that didn't require further effort to slim down. During Yunjan's tree felling, Dog Dan exhibited unusual enthusiasm. It seemed deeply fascinated by the stone axe in Yunjan's hands, circling around him incessantly, its tail wagging like a windmill. Each time Yunjan struck down a tree, Dog Dan would leap in excitement, as if cheering him on. "Dog Dan, come here, be careful of Yunjan's axe," Qing called out, amused, beckoning Dog Dan over. Yunjan was focused on chopping down a small tree, and Dog Dan, entranced, suddenly dashed forward, attempting to put the tree with its little horns, evidently believing it could lend a hand. However, the trunk remained unmoved, and Dog Dan was rebounded, tumbling onto its back. Bah! It bleated in pain. This scene sent Qing into fits of laughter, doubling over, and even Yunjan couldn't help but chuckle. Once Qing finished laughing, she hurried over to lift Dog Dan, checking for injuries. Feeling insecure under their laughter, Dog Dan looked at Qing and Yunjan with innocent eyes, seemingly asking, "What are you laughing at?" Yunjan shook his head with a smile, telling Qing, "This lamb truly cannot eat. It would become foolish." Qing shot him a glance. "You still wish to eat, Dog Dan?" Yunjan's expression was more innocent than Dog Dan's. "I wouldn't dare." Thus, during the subsequent tree felling, Qing made a point to prepare a small stick for Dog Dan to carry in its mouth. Though it couldn't chop down large trees with the stick, it delightedly waved it about as if genuinely helping. Ching Ching watched the duo, feeling they shared an extraordinary bond. Of course, she conveniently overlooked the disdain in Yun Zhan's eyes. Yun Zhan's disdain was not for Dog Dan's lack of assistance, but rather for the fact that it not only failed to help, but also seized all of Ching Ching's attention, and he flexed his well-defined biceps, the stone axe nearly smoking from the effort. Yet could not compete with Dog Dan, who was brandishing a small stick, pretending to chop the air. That you're sweating. Let me wipe your brow. Ching Ching noticed the beads of sweat on his forehead and stood to offer him a piece of animal skin. Yun Zhan, who had just been expressing disdain, suddenly broke into a broad smile. Ching Ching, I stink. Do not come near me. Despite his words, he leaned down, fearing she might not reach him. Your body is far more honest than your words. Ching Ching teased with a smile. Chapter 71. What a hassle. Never mind. They swiftly finished chopping the trees, and after Yun Zhan transported them back, he went to cut bamboo. Ching Ching wished to follow, but Yun Zhan stopped her. You need not come. Stay with Dog Dan nearby, and let it graze that I will return shortly. With Dog Dan's belly already flat from hunger, Ching Ching found his reasoning sound. Then I shall wait for you at home. Do be careful that I will. Ching Ching took Dog Dan to a lush meadow, the grass vibrant and tender. To go ahead, Dog Dan. Without her prompting, Dog Dan eagerly lowered its head, voraciously munching on the grass as if it had been starving for days. Dog Dan, are you starving? Ching Ching watched it eat with delight, feeling immensely satisfied. Meanwhile, beyond the mountains, a bamboo grove rustled as Yun Zhan chopped down the bamboo trees. He toiled diligently, laboring for their home and a better life. That as time passed slowly, Dog Dan had eaten its fill and began frolicking across the meadow. Ching Ching sat nearby, quietly observing its antics. At that moment, she suddenly heard Yun Zhan's voice calling out, Ching Ching, I'm back. His tone was filled with joy and excitement. Ching Ching immediately stood, turning towards the source of the sound, where she saw Yun Zhan approaching, carrying a bundle of long bamboo. She rushed forward, expressing her gratitude. You must be exhausted. Yun Zhan affectionately brushed her nose with his finger. It's no trouble. For you, I would do anything. Yun Zhan set down the bamboo and began to work. Following Ching Ching's instructions, he sliced the bamboo into strips about the width of 2 fingers, while Ching Ching assisted in organizing them. Dog Dan, having eaten its fill, excitedly circled around them, occasionally licking Ching Ching's hand and nudging her leg with its horns, oblivious to the fact that the fence was meant to keep it out. A multitude of bamboo strips were needed, and as Yun Zhan had not yet finished slicing, darkness descended. Ching Ching entered the house to prepare him a cup of honey water, then began to cook dinner. The honey Yun Zhan had brought back previously was scarce, and with days passing, it was nearly depleted. She did not wish for Yun Zhan to risk himself for such a small quantity of honey, contemplating how to obtain it without danger. Ching Ching boiled 2 sweet sausages and 1 spicy sausage, eager to taste their flavor. Once cooked, she retrieved them and sliced them into pieces. Yun Zhan likely enjoyed sausages, as he polished off both sweet ones and even sampled 2 pieces of the spicy variety. Whatever Ching Ching cooked was always delectable, he extolled with enthusiasm. If you truly enjoy it, just wait a couple of days until I have some free time to prepare more. Ching Ching squinted her eyes and smiled, refraining from mentioning that their supply of honey was dwindling. She intended to make more once she had earned enough honey, and besides, she had already devised a method. Such a hassle. Perhaps it's better to let it go, she mused, yet a grin stretched across her face, betraying her true feelings. Ching Ching had always thought of him, never minding the trouble of preparing his favorite dishes. This sentiment alone brought him immense joy. You rascal, he retorted. With all my trivial matters, you've never complained about being a bother, have you? Ching Ching shot him a sidelong glance. Why would I consider you a nuisance? On the contrary, I wish you would rely on me more, she replied. Thus, Ching Ching found herself bound to him, that on the following morning, before the dawn had fully broken, Yun Zhan rose early to resume the unfinished work from the previous day. To avoid disturbing Ching Ching's slumber, he deliberately moved the unshaped bamboo and would farther away from the cave entrance. With a deft hand, he wielded the machete, striking the bamboo with practiced strength. Ching Ching, too, did not linger in bed. She awoke as the sun began to rise. Using the meat broth from the night before, she prepared a steaming pot of wild vegetables and even set aside a cup of honey water for Yun Zhan. Although they had grown accustomed to skipping breakfast, it was not a commendable habit and needed rectifying. Moreover, Yunjan had worked hard the previous day and required some nourishment. Dogdan awakened as well, stretching lazily before bounding joyfully to Qingqing's side, nudging her leg with its head as if to express the delight of a new day. "Good morning, Dogdan," Qingqing chuckled, tossing a few fresh leaves of wild greens to it as a makeshift breakfast. After breakfast, Yunjan resumed shaping bamboo while Qingqing assisted in organizing the prepared strips. Their cooperation was seamless, and soon they had a substantial pile ready. Next, Qingqing mapped out the garden's dimensions, asking him to help drive wooden stakes into the ground at intervals. Then, she directed him to set 3 bamboo poles between each stake, binding them with animal hide, and finally, wedging the bamboo strips between the 3 poles. The bamboo strips were sturdy yet challenging to fit, and their sharp edges worried Yunjan about her potential injuries. Thus, he primarily exerted himself, while Qingqing offered guidance from the sidelines. Dogdan, intrigued by the new structure, curiously circled the fence, occasionally nudging it with its horns as if testing its sturdiness. "Dogdan, why don't you see if you can squeeze through?" Qingqing suggested, watching it frolic about in delight. Dogdan nuzzled the fence with its small horns and eventually pranced into a large gap. "Not that side. I haven't made a door there yet," Qingqing exclaimed, rushing over to retrieve it. Her scant supply of herbs was not to be wasted. Qingqing then crafted a gate using slender bamboo strips, completing the project. Once the fence was finished, both Yunjan and Qingqing sighed in relief, surveying their handiwork with satisfaction. The fence was not only sturdy and aesthetically pleasing, but also effective in keeping Dogdan at bay. Dogdan continued to test the enclosure, growing frustrated as it realized it could not enter, bleeding in distress. "Huh, you can't get in now, can you?" Qingqing declared triumphantly, hands on her hips. Dogdan gazed at the fence in confusion, gently nudging it with its little horns, searching for a way in. However, the fence was tightly woven, leaving no gaps for it to exploit. Dogdan, unwilling to concede, circled the fence a few times before ultimately surrendering. Qingqing, amused by Dogdan's adorable demeanor, could not help but laugh. She approached and gently patted its head, reassuring, "Dogdan, this fence is to protect our herbs from your appetite. Don't be upset." Dogdan, seemingly understanding, lifted its head and gazed at Qingqing with its clear eyes, softly bleating in response. Yunjan approached, nodding in approval at the fence. He reached out and gently patted Dogdan's back, saying, "Dogdan, you played a part in this fence too." Qingqing looked at him warmly, expecting him to mention how Dogdan had helped by carrying small sticks for tree chopping, intending to compliment him on his gentleness. Yunjan smirked slightly, as if teasing, "If it weren't for you insisting on ruining the herbs, we wouldn't have thought to make this fence." Dogdan interpreted Yunjan's words as praise, wagging its tail in apparent delight. "Dogdan, you truly are adorable," Qingqing thought, temporarily shelving her intention to commend Yunjan. Chapter 72. Why hadn't I noticed your obsequiousness before? With the morning still young, Qingqing set her sights on gathering herbs and resolved to make the most of her time, since Yuanhua had yet to return her hoe, indicating that she had not finished tilling the land. Qingqing decided not to seek her out. Yunjan was in the cave selecting tools when he was suddenly captivated by a small pottery jar sealed with animal hide tucked away in a corner. He sniffed and was surprised to detect his own scent emanating from it. Upon opening it, he found it filled with his wolf fur. "Qingqing, what are you collecting my wolf fur for?" he inquired. Qingqing snatched the jar from him, hiding it in her embrace. "Don't ask. You'll find out in due time." "All right, I want to pry." Yunjan chuckled at her playful demeanor, "that if you need more, you can just pull it from me." The fur was from the times he had shed, and Qingqing had secretly gathered it all, since he treated her so well and she had little to offer in return. She planned to craft a small wolf for him using his fur. However, there was quite enough fur, and with the wolf always clinging to her, she hadn't found the time to start the project. "You needn't worry. I'll handle it myself." She placed the jar back in its spot. "Have you gathered all the tools?" "Yes, we are ready to go." Spring is a season of renewal and also a time when influenza runs rampant. During her visits to the tribe in recent days, she often heard coughing and sniffles. Thus, the herbs she and Yunjan gathered on the mountain consisted of those that treated flu symptoms. As Qingqing unearthed a medicinal plant, Dogdan would eagerly nuzzle in for a nibble. Unable to tolerate it any longer, she raised the herb high to evade Dogdan's advances. "Dogdan, this ice and tea for you. There is plenty of tender grass around. Why must you insist on stealing from my hands?" When it failed to secure a bite, Dog Dan, clever as it was, placed its front legs on Ching-Ching's basket, preparing to indulge itself there. Just as it was about to eat, it let out a mournful bleat, for Yun-Jan had lifted it by the scruff of its neck and set it aside. "Go on, don't cause trouble. If you do, I might just roast you for dinner." Dog Dan protested with an indignant bleat, but dared not act out in front of him. After all, it risked transforming from a little lamb into a roasted one. In truth, Yun-Jan was merely jesting. He would never dream of harming the little lamb Ching-Ching cared for. Transforming into his wolf form, he sat nearby, his heightened senses allowing him to protect Ching-Ching more effectively. Once in his wolf form, Dog Dan no longer dared to approach, which pleased him greatly. Yet, Yun-Jan was puzzled by his sudden fondness for Ching-Ching's petting once he had transformed. Once again, he tilted his head and nudged against her. "What are you doing?" Ching-Ching sighed, having just dealt with Dog Dan, and now here came Yun-Jan. "Ching-Ching, it itches. Please groom my fur," he implored, his long jaws gently grasping her arm, guiding it toward himself. "Why would it itch? You don't have fleas, do you?" Ching-Ching paused her work to inspect him. "What are fleas?" "They are tiny bugs on the skin." "Ching-Ching, only those who don't maintain cleanliness get bugs. I am very clean." He knew Ching-Ching valued cleanliness, so he bathed in the river every couple of days to avoid her thinking poorly of him. Ching-Ching chuckled at his earnest explanation. "All right, I apologize for my misunderstanding." "Tired? Why not ride on my back for a bit?" The black wolf offered, lying down, his sharp wolf eyes revealing a hint of tenderness as he willingly served as her seat. Ching-Ching felt no particular fatigue, but decided to comply with Yun-Jan's request and settled onto him. "Am I too heavy for you?" Although she knew he was strong, she was sitting on his abdomen as he lay on his side. The black wolf dismissed her concern. "You know your own weight. Don't you, soon enough. Dog Dan will weigh more than you that moment." Dog Dan, caught off guard, trembled in a corner, feeling as though it had confined itself despite the vast grassy expanse around it, appearing small and helpless. This black wolf is too terrifying for the little lamb. This fear stemmed from the natural instinct of a predator over its prey. Dog Dan is such a coward, Yun-Jan scoffed. He had hoped to raise it to protect Ching-Ching. Yet even at a distance, it quaked in fear. Don't expect it to safeguard Ching-Ching. It's fortunate if Ching-Ching can protect it. Yet he forgot that he himself had once terrified Ching-Ching to the point of trembling. "Do you like raising little black tigers? If you do, I can catch one for you another day." Little tiger cubs could be far more useful than lambs, but he worried that it might not adapt well. And if it grew large and harmed Ching-Ching in his absence, it would be disastrous. With that thought, he quickly altered his offer. "If you wish, I can catch you a lamb instead." What a perplexing situation. If she has a fondness for tiger cubs, what purpose does it serve to catch her a lamb? If you are unable to do so, just admit it. I am understanding and won't mock you. Ching-Ching lightly chided. "You speak nonsense." The black wolf bared its teeth, as if to assert its ferocity. Ching-Ching chuckled and playfully tapped its face, retracting her hand. "Why show those big teeth?" The black wolf promptly withdrew its teeth, gazing at her with an expression that was nothing short of innocent. Ching-Ching, while stroking its fur, suddenly reversed her hand's motion, causing Yun-Jan to bristle, feeling a shiver run down his spine. And the teeth he had just withdrawn were once again on display for ventilation. "Put them away! Ching-Ching, you... Oh dear! This is quite the predicament." Her tone held a teasing lilt. "You cannot touch my ears. And now, even petting your fur is off limits." Yun-Jan recalled the last incident involving his ears, which had led to Ching-Ching never touching them again, that he feared that this time, she might never pet his fur again. He felt he had to make amends. The black wolf obediently licked its fur into place. "Ching-Ching, if you stroke with the grain, it feels nice, but against it, it pricks your hand." Ching-Ching burst into laughter. "Are you a hedgehog? Does it really prick?" "Yes, indeed." "How did you know I was a hedgehog?" He had no idea he was akin to a hedgehog, for he had never even seen one yet, since Ching-Ching had said so. He decided to comply. His obedience reached a level that was almost astonishing. Ching-Ching mischievously remarked, "How come I never noticed you were so servile before?" "That is because you never paid attention." His words gave the impression that someone capable of such remarks could indeed utter them. "All right, no more petting, that I have some serious business to attend to." Ching-Ching patted his back. Having been there for a while, the herbs she had gathered were either in the belly of Dog Dan or still in the ground. Her basket held only a scant few. She felt as though she were not there to gather herbs, but rather to escort a wolf and a sheep to enjoy the scenery. Chapter 73. What you picked will surely be sweet with a basket full. Ching prepared to return home, flanked by a wolf and a sheep. Yunjian trailed behind to protect Ching from danger, while Dogdan trotted ahead. Occasionally, it would nibble on tender grass, but whenever Yunjian approached, it would scamper ahead. Yunjian, with a sense of mischief, would quicken his pace whenever Dogdan stopped to graze, startling it into a hurried retreat. Grass left uneaten at first, Ching did not notice, but eventually she caught on. "Why are you so childish?" She turned to him, playfully scolding. "Look at its round belly. If it bursts from overeating, don't come crying to me." The black wolf, in a haughty manner, turned its head away, feigning concern for Dogdan. Upon hearing this, Ching realized that Dogdan had indeed eaten its fill. Perhaps it was still young and did not understand the concept of fullness, for it continued to gorge itself. "Dogdan, stop eating. I'll take you out for more tomorrow." Dogdan whimpered, wanting to eat but unable to, with the black wolf's watchful gaze looming over it. Upon returning home, Dogdan appeared exhausted and curled up in its nest for a long nap, while Yunjian picked up the basket to clean the herbs by the riverbank. Not so fast. Ching reclaimed the basket, emptied the herbs onto the ground, and then suddenly remembered something, pouring the herbs back into the basket and placing them in the garden. She secured the door and said to Yunjian, "It's still early. We can gather some more." Yunjian had no objections. As long as he could be with Ching, the destination mattered little to be by the time they returned home. Twilight had nearly fallen. After Ching finished gathering herbs, Yunjian took her to pick wild fruits. The lower-hanging fruits had been mostly plucked, leaving only the larger, red ones atop the trees. Yunjian agilely climbed to the treetops, causing Ching to worry that "Don't climb so high. What if a branch breaks? I won't fall. Just place the basket below." Following his instructions, she watched as Yunjian plucked fruits with one hand while tossing them into the basket with the other. His accuracy impressive. "Wow. You throw so accurately." Ching marveled, amazed that he could hit the mark from such a distance. For Yunjian, her praise was quite gratifying. "Try one. See if it's sweet." He leaned against the trunk, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he looked down at Ching. "You picked them. They must be sweet," she replied, returning his gaze with a sweet smile. Yunjian felt as if his heart had been doused in honey. He glanced up at the red fruits and resolutely declared, "Wait here. I will pick every last one from the top." "No, that's enough. Come down quickly." Ching's smile faded at his determination that he certainly couldn't resist boasting. A compliment would send him over the moon. In truth, Ching wished she could transplant that tree to her garden, but she hesitated to voice it, knowing Yunjian would take her seriously. "That I think it's insufficient." Yunjian stubbornly cleared the top of the tree before descending. Ching picked up 2 fruits, rubbed them on her clothing, and offered one to Yunjian, saying, "Let us eat as we go." Thus, they returned home as darkness enveloped the sky. Poor Dogdan awoke to an empty house, mistaking it for abandonment, bleating pitifully as it searched for its companions. "Dogdan, what's wrong?" Its behavior was so unusual that Ching feared something was amiss. Upon seeing Ching return, Dogdan jumped up and clung to her leg, gazing up with wide, sheepish eyes, bleating as if questioning why it had been left behind. "Dogdan, are you hungry?" Ching inquired, patting its round belly, which felt firm and did not seem to suggest hunger. She pondered, could it be discomfort from overeating? "Perhaps it's upset because we didn't take it with us," Yunjian remarked calmly from the side. "I guess that's so." Ching stroked Dogdan's head, reassuringly saying, "I'm sorry, Dogdan, that I saw you sleeping and didn't take you along. I'll be more mindful next time." "Why are you so kind to a mere lamb? It may not even understand your words," Yunjian said, slightly displeased. "That's overly sentimental. It's just that we didn't bring it along, and now you're making a fuss." Yet he had forgotten who had been left behind, yearning to follow them. "I care for Dogdan because I feel indebted to it. That mother sheep, even in death, protected her lamb from us. Had we not intruded upon its territory, it would not have lost its mother. Now that it wishes to be close to me, it is my blessing, and I must make amends for it," Ching stated earnestly, meeting Yunjian's gaze. "The mother sheep was my quarry. It is not your fault. And you need not feel guilty that I in an unprecedented act of tenderness." Yunjian gently stroked Dogdan's back. "I will treat it well to make up for its loss." "Then you won't frighten it anymore?" Ching stifled a laugh, knowing Yunjian still possessed a kind heart, though the harsh realities of survival had dulled his compassion for prey. Fortunately, he was still open to reason and had not become completely hardened. When have I frightened it? It's just timid and afraid of me. Yunzhan defended himself. One day. It will sense your goodwill. I am indifferent to that. Let us not dwell on this. Could you run a bit faster and help me deliver a message to Yuanhua? Tell her to wait for me at the tribe's entrance tomorrow morning. All right, Yunzhan agreed before rising to leave. Qingqing had always trusted in his efficiency and began to prepare dinner, even as she was chopping meat. Yunzhan returned, bringing back her hoe. Yuanhua said she has finished hoeing her field and returned yours. Okay, just put it aside. It may take me a little longer to cook the meat. Qingqing busied herself, eager to finish the meal as her stomach grumbled, not to mention Yunzhan's, but he set down the hoe and sat beside the stove to tend the fire, noticing her hurried movements. There is still plenty of time. No need to rush. Take it slow. However, Qingqing was preoccupied, and his words passed right over her head. Qingqing, are you in such a rush because you're eager to engage in other activities with me? Just as Qingqing placed the meat into the pot and was about to fetch some salt, his words slipped past her mind without consideration, leading her to ask, what other activities do you mean? What activities, you ask? Yunzhan replied ambiguously, the ones in bed, of course. Qingqing's hand trembled, causing her hair to fall and obscure half her blushing face. Can you not hold that thought for a single day? Not to that extent, he smirked, but Qingqing, did you perhaps add too much salt just now? Then you'll just have to deal with it, she retorted. After all, it's your fault if it's too salty. Chapter 74. Be quiet. I'm annoyed. The next day, Qingqing rose early and took the herbs from yesterday to wash them. I have matters to attend to in the tribe today, and won't return until at least the afternoon. So take Dogden out to graze for a bit. She instructed. I'll take it out to graze and then come find you. Why are you so clingy? Qingqing found it both amusing and exasperating. She sent him to graze with Dogdan, hoping to keep him from trailing after her. But I want to protect you, Yunzhan asserted firmly. To ensure the protection of Qingqing, it is best to follow her closely at all times. He cautiously inquired, do you find me bothersome? Qingqing did not respond directly but countered, is your sole purpose in following me merely to safeguard my well-being? Yunzhan shook his head, stating, yes and no. I wish to protect you, but I also desire to spend more time in your company. Upon hearing the answer she longed for, Qingqing smiled gently, turned, and departed. Yunzhan pondered whether her actions signified annoyance or not. She left behind a parting remark. I will be waiting for you in my tribe. Good. This surely implied she did not find him bothersome, right? He was certain that Qingqing could never grow weary of him. Joy radiated from Yunzhan's eyes, and after Qingqing had left, he beckoned to the sleepy Dog-Air, still nestled in its den. Dog-Air, we shall depart. Dog-Air, still drowsy and confused, glanced around aimlessly while Yunzhan strode out of the cave. However, after a brief moment, he realized that Dog-Air had not followed him. He quickly returned, pulled aside the animal hide, and indeed found it still in its nest. Come on, Dog-Air. Dog-Air looked at him. Unresponsive. This is such a waste of time. Yunzhan, losing his patience, stepped forward and gently but firmly picked it up, avoiding the rough handling of its scruff. Dog-Air, startled, froze for a moment before struggling and barking in his arms, attempting to call out to Qingqing for rescue from this predicament. Annoyed by the commotion, Yunzhan covered its mouth with his hand, silencing it. Be quiet. You are vexing me. As for Qingqing, upon arriving at the tribe, she glanced around but did not spot Yuanhua. Suspecting that Yuanhua had not yet arrived, she decided to prepare her materials first. Just as she laid out the animal hide, Yuanhua unexpectedly appeared. Qingqing, you have arrived. With a smile illuminating her face, she assisted Qingqing in arranging the herbs. What are you planning to do? Many of the orcs in the tribe have fallen ill in recent days. I intend to treat them in exchange for some goods. She shared her intentions with Yuanhua, explaining the uses of the herbs and seizing the opportunity to teach her how to diagnose ailments and utilize the medicinal plants. That Yuanhua's face brightened at this revelation. Qingqing, are you truly willing to teach me the art of healing? Grateful for Qingqing's willingness to instruct her in herbal identification, she was overjoyed to learn that Qingqing would also impart medical knowledge. It's nothing. I promised you I would, she teased. So, you are my very first pupil. Why not call me master and let me hear it? Master. Although Yuanhua did not fully grasp the significance of the title, she sweetly called out nonetheless. Qingqing smiled and nodded, her heart brimming with satisfaction. She understood that the art of healing was not merely a skill, but a profound responsibility and mission. The orcs of the tribe often suffered immensely due to illness, and those knowledgeable in medicine were exceedingly rare. Observing Yuan's excited expression filled her with anticipation. She believed that Yuan Hua, being intelligent and quick-witted, would surely master the uses of herbs and healing methods swiftly. As many orcs passed by the entrance of the tribe, most could not help but cast curious glances at the peculiar scene. Firstly, everyone had their own matters to attend to, and they were intrigued and puzzled by the unusual behavior of the two. Secondly, two beautiful females without partners were bound to attract the attention of the single orc males. Ching, what should we do next? Yuanhua softly inquired, as they had neatly arranged the herbs. Now, leave the rest to me. Ching offered her a reassuring smile, rising to her feet, taking a deep breath as if gathering strength for the actions that lay ahead.